Good morning, and welcome here to another sunny day in Sao Paulo, another sunny morning. I'm Fleet. This beautiful man next to me, Samuel Stokes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to have you. Unfortunately,
we've never hung out before.
Never.
Ever. No
time.
Conversation, nothing.
No, there's something that you guys don't know about talent. We actually stay in individual rooms at different times.
We're like Pokemon. They just capture us again, put us in the capsule. It's done.
Unfortunately, they're still trying to get Carter back in the capsule. They're like, this has been a mistake. Hi, welcome to the B stream. This is the last day of groups. And we don't know who is going home yet of any of the 4 groups.
Amazing. That's exactly what you wanted, SI. You want everybody to be right on the precipice of being able to make it a little bit farther into the stage. Nobody, dedicated to those flights just yet. Here's day 5, guys. Here's the group schedule for you on Stream A and Stream B. Obviously, if you're with us, you're watching Stream B right now, and you're waiting for FaZe Clan versus Wolves Esports. But if you got 2 monitors, or if you're pretty smart with technology, you can probably figure out how to get 2 of these things up. You can watch A stream with Fearx and Geekay.
I mean, you got 2 eyes. You got 2 eyes, don't you? One eye on one stream, one eye on the other stream. What do you think we do when we have to watch every single game? Following throughout this now, there, as I said, that game on the A stream, that'll decide who goes home between Fearx and GK. On our stream, it decides who gets first place in this group. It's really still all to play for. Then the B stream, plus first D+. Who goes home?
Yes.
C stream, Group C on the A stream, Liquid vs MAE. Who goes home? Lost versus Fury. Who goes home? Team Falcons versus Scars. One of them, they'll go home. Who knows?
We're booking a lot of flights today.
We're booking a lot of flights today. I do not envy the person that has to book all these flights.
Oh, yeah. The logistics coordinator is most definitely not having fun with this one, I can tell you that. Well, here's Group E for you folks. This is obviously what Emmy and I will be rocking with here today. You got Space Station sitting at the very tippity top, and Wolves with the opportunity to steal away first.
That is the sort of... It's the meat of this game right now. So FaZe cannot get themselves to first place. What they could do, if they 2-0, they could find themselves level with Wolves in the situation where, they're both still seated in the same place. SSG want Wolves to lose. If Wolves have any win, whether it's 2 maps or 3, they will jump into first place. They get the bye towards the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is a difference of point, of a difference of standing, and of a difference of money. Well, that's pretty hefty.
Most definitely. Yeah, it's something that's a little worrisome, and for Space Station, they don't really have any, say in the matter. They just have to simply watch, wait, and hope that they are the ones that get the bye for this tournament, and that means so much, doesn't it, Emmy?
It's an unbelievable amount, because, let's be honest, no one expected SSG to be at the top of this group. No one expected Wolves to be doing as well as they are. FaZe have a lot to sort of set here, and they can make best friends with the NA. But let's talk about the French boys for now, who have, as I said, they've surprised, I think, even themselves with the performance they've been able to do here. They got themselves a couple of wins. They've been able to get the head-to-head with SSG as well in a victory the other day. It's a surprise for the French roster.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been pretty interesting to watch them kind of traverse this tournament thus far as well, because you look at the stat lines and you got Bibu, Shinka, and P4 all under a 1.0 rating, but then Deadshot and Mowgli, a 1.23 and a 1.29. Plus 28 and plus 26 for these 2 respectively. That's over 50 kills. That's absolutely insane.
It is just playing out of their skin. Deadshot had a huge series. I think it was in the first day against SSG. I'm not going to say he was entirely the defining factor, but the clutches he pulled out, one of them, I think, sort of changed the pace of the whole game itself in a series that SSG won the first map. Versus Bliss, Mowgli, in 2 maps, was about 7 short of the 3-map kill record.
Man.
If it had gone to a 3rd map, he would have set the record. And it's just this absolute pop-off. And it's always the argument of how do you play against a team on the day? This team has had disappointments in Atlanta and then at Copenhagen. They haven't been able to find their pace. They found a real good bit of form here, and their opponents, FaZe Clan.
Most definitely. FaZe Clan, of all people, a roster that coming into this tournament, a lot of people had really high hopes for.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, talking to separate teams and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the teams got here early for SI, and it felt like every single person that would lend us an ear and have a conversation with us was like, whoa, you have to watch out for FaZe. These guys are looking dastardly. This is looking like a tournament they could really try and make a run for, but this group stage has been really difficult for them.
It's sort of the other side of the sword here, because a lot of the conversation conversations around who is overperforming and who is underperforming are sort of citing around the meta. It's a sticky meta. It's a heavy meta. Attackers are struggling without grenades. Cyber, he's crying right now. He's not really. Because of the changes of limitations of what is the siege that they excel at, which is that sort of point performance, sort of breaking through and finding the lead in, whereas the defensive side of teams, they're doing so hot. So, maps and defensive side of Cafe Bank into a chalet.
Cafe's been interesting, Emmy. You know, as we know it, this is a defensive stronghold, but here at this event, it's actually one of the most attacker-sided maps. And I will say, Virtus Pro definitely did not help this stat line as they punish. I can't remember what game it was when they were playing that, but that Cafe with Virtus Pro was truly insane. Some nice OSA strategies, some other things coming in on the offensive side that definitely made that stat line a little wonky here for a little bit, but it doesn't mean that it can't go the same way here between FaZe and Wolves. We'll see what they have to say about Cafe as we hop in. Obviously, we have Bank and Chalet 2. Bank guaranteed. Chalet if we get to 3.
I think it's the thing as well, we're reaching a point where these maps have generally been seen by everybody. These two teams, I think FaZe have a wider map pool. They have more expression that they can do. But when you're playing best of threes every single day, you'll start to have to stretch yourself. You'll start to have to hit similarities. We've had a Chalet, you know, from Wolves. We've had a Bank from Chalet, from Wolves. We've had a Cafe from Wolves. We haven't really had the same from the opposite side. I think we're missing a Chalet from FaZe as of yet. It's not that it's something that they've been removing, but it has generally just been up in their arms. They did lose Cafe versus SSG, so them sort of wanting to come back here from the side of Wolves is like, okay, what have Wolves read into that game where SSG were able to beat FaZe?
Most definitely. And FaZe feeling confident enough to leave it up as well, so maybe some minor adjustments. A few things they learned from that game up against Space Station, and as we know, for a lot of viewers at home and myself as well, Space Station, they're just a little crazy. I mean, I know that, like, obviously, you know, you've had some time with them across these last couple events and stuff like that. You've had your own experiences, but man, I got to remind you guys from the NA boy himself, these guys, you know, they just pull out all the stops and do some really crazy stuff. So we'll see if Wolves or FaZe try to implement any, you know, harebrained schemes here, but they'll more than likely stick to their own personalities.
I think that's the point as well. Obviously, FaZe, they are playing for third or second. The seed on that, the difference there would be second place from, say, Group A will play third place from Group B. That's how that gets seeded out. So their position of how many games they're going to play doesn't change. The difficulty of their opponent might, but to be honest, these groups are so topsy-turvy and intense. I mean, it's impossible to call what game could be easier or better. I think you would just have to ask the team and be like, FaZe, who would you rather play in this sort of situation? Wolves, as I said, they have the heat, they have that skip, they have that buy, and they have the opportunity here. They can do it in 3 maps. They could get to Chalet and take it. And their Chalet performance has sometimes been pretty solid. They took it, as I said, versus D+, 7-2, 8-6 versus Bliss. But a couple of plays on it mean that FaZe, who are a very, very good team at seeing what's ahead of them and pulling things away and changing things up in the middle of a round, might be able to start to pull that apart. P4 doing a little bit of camera crime.
A little automated theft there.
A little bit of crime in the morning.
Nothing you can't do before 10 a.m., you know? That's what I always say. Morning coffee, robbery. Right after. Bibu. Well, is the rest of the gang going to start building things up here for a Red Stairs attack? I know, we're all very shocked that they're going to be addressing Christmas first here in this top floor offense. And, you know, it's like, at least for FaZe, going to move away from bar. Good idea as well, as the stat line for the top floor bar site has been absolutely abysmal at this event.
Oh, where's Tim?
Yeah, no, we talked about it yesterday. We were on border, and we were still talking about it because we had a little break at halftime for a bit, and he was going off. And honestly, I couldn't argue the point, I mean, because, we're going to fly in here. Got the Ying as well. Ying, the most banned operator on offense, but she's available here. And the Candelas are going to get a lot done. Cyber is going to go down, but Shinka's immediately traded out. A nice shot there from Mowgli. So he'll be able to take out one of his own.
Drift and hopping onto Lumber here. They're trying to find just some semblance of safety with the upside down rappel on the window in the Aussie style. KDS doesn't have much health left at 3 versus 2 as P4 buried in the cool cold of the freezer. They've wrested some control, but Viking doesn't want to hand it over entirely as of yet. Remember where the site is. Two double body retake, hoping they can go for the 2 versus 2 fight, but no, Handy. Not quite confident enough, instead peels and pulls their way back towards the mid floor itself, sort of say, all right, Wolves, you can have the top floor, but you look at what utility they have and what they've lost. The Ying is gone. The Candela's made a bit of a push, semi-successful. They have the man advantage and they have that entry, but they only have about 45 seconds. No hard breach to open up any of the walls, the pillars. That'll remain. The back end of the site as well, that'll stay locked. This is just going to have to turn into a little bit of another strong arm in towards these 2 remaining players.
Most definitely. We'll have to funnel just a bit, but the key thing here is that they have so much utility still and so much time. They can confirm these locations, confirm this strategy for themselves, what phase they're going to be doing. They know the smoke's now deep inside of Library. P4 is going to work his way down. Nice angle adopted here, but P4, they haven't checked things over inside of Fireplace Hall, and now FaZe, they've opened it completely up. Deadshot, very minimal HP up against the MPX, and Handy gets it. Wolves, not enough respect there. Just did not roll the drones in on the dining side, and a ill-advised swing on White loses them the round.
I mean, guys said it at the start. Hey, FaZe, they're pretty good at mid-round adaptations. They're a team that's very sort of comfortable to go, okay, this is plan B. Okay, now we're on to plan C. They can call. They've got great fluidity of their motion. And here, you know, for all that Wolves had done to sort of wrest control of the top floor, they at that point then you're looking at what's in their pocket, what they've got to do to try and go for the push with the time that's got left. And it is just drone and hope. The players haven't moved. It's try and win these engagements, which, you know, you sort of throw yourself into a different game. You throw yourself into an FPS game that is an FPS game in its purest form. FaZe are very good.
Yes.
They're very, very good.
Probably what they want at the end of the day.
At that style of game. So even with that man advantage, FaZe, they set themselves up and sort of said, all right, come on, if you think you're hard enough.
Absolutely. Yep. And that's the main thing right there. Wolves, you got to give that respect over. You have to do your due diligence.
Yep.
Get these drones working into your favor. Get that info. We can't just know where one guy is and not know where the other is in a moment like that. It's only 2 versus 3. And you see, if you give a moment like that to somebody like Handy.
Oh, he's taking it.
Absolutely. He's running away with it. So, FaZe up 1 round so far, and they're simply going to shift gears across that mid-floor over to mining and dining.
Now, in terms of history, it's something I talked about watching the FaZe game and casting it yesterday, is you have one of the most SI experienced players of anybody in this entire tournament in Cyber. This is his 6th SI. He's been at every single one since about 2019, so he comes here with a
Cyber.
and you talk about him, and this was the point, is he's still performing at such a high level. Wait, that's a Rook! That's every operator's been chosen.
Oh, man.
That was the last one!
Was it really?
Fresh!
Somebody get fresh.
Fresh. Every operator. And it's Cyber. He's done it.
On the first pick as well.
On the first.
It worked out. It worked out.
Every op, baby.
Let me just grab the bat phone. She's making the call.
I've got to tell him. Because he might be busy.
He might be busy.
Ian Chambers has arrived today.
Cheeky Chambers, as I call him. Love me some Ian. Really good guy. Well, I can't. I just can't.
We're losing our mind already.
This is unbelievable right now. Unprecedented. Ugly. Especially after losing Bibu here. They do not want to get too over the top about this. But you can see FaZe flirting with that angle back there. P4 works his way in off the Logi bomb. But oh my! Using the SMG-12 at range is a little risky, but I can tell you the 11 works just fine.
It's just such a swing, as you said. That's Cyber with a second. Vidikin gets it on the back. And Shinka, well, you have literally everything to do ahead of you. Outside the building, every other player's dead. You've used some of your blinds, but are flawless to come off the back of the 1 versus 1 as the opener round. That's 2 in a row here for FaZe. And as I said, we've seen FaZe on this map with a bit of a sort of struggle against SSG. And it becomes this conversation of, okay, well, it's not just Wolves that might have learned some lessons from that game.
Yeah, no, most definitely. FaZe looking very solid. I especially love the fact that they immediately got in the faces of Wolves after that first round. It was a very, very close one, but FaZe wanted to set the pace, not allowing Wolves to get too far into this map and allowing them to get set up to try and go for really anything. I mean, not even their execution, but just for a clear of the top floor, something as simple as just getting to the roof. They weren't allowed to breathe right from the start, and I really appreciate that because of all people, they took out Bibu on IQ. That removed so much information from what's going on around the map. Now, I will say this. I really do like that BBU's sticking to this IQ because just look at what FaZe have in their arsenal.
Oh, my word. So yesterday I was casting FaZe. Cyber, bringing the MPX, bringing the Valkyrie every single round, pretty much. Handy, having a great game, having a great show. And to be honest, you put a Valkyrie MPX in the hands of a Brazilian player, it's good. Like, it's terrifying. It's just one of those, I don't know why they enjoy it so much, but they can make that gun sing. And it's, you know, and then you have teams not bringing the IQ. And I know you're sort of having to pick into an operator to deal with it, but it's a utility that not only they can use very well, I'm not going to say they rely on it, but you have to take their strong sort of points of their roster out of them.
Yes.
The IQ can do that with a pretty good gun as well.
Oh, yeah. The 5.52 Commando is nothing to shake a stick at. To this day, I believe, still has the highest damage model out of all the assault rifles. It's just lower rate of fire. I don't know if they've ever changed it from the very beginning, but it used to be like 52 back in the day. So, yeah, right? It's like, oh, I breathed on you. You are now dead. So, great gun. Really happy that they brought that back as well because, I mean, the report from the rifle just sounds so
it's
good.
It's such a beautiful sounding gun.
Yeah. Oh, Vida King
finds that gun. I don't think Vida King wants to listen to it anymore. The fight on the white stairs.
BBU at the last second was like, Mowgli, take this away from me. I must play Twitch. And now Cyber. Oh, man. Wolves getting fed to them as of right now. FaZe in this turn, obviously. Now for Wolves, I mean, we're a little spread thin here. We got P4 over on red stairs. We got BBU's trying to work his, stuff for Bakery. And Shinka all the way over on white stairs. Already a timeout called mid-round from Wolves as well.
I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It's their map. It's sure, you're attacking Cafe. It's got to be intricate. But it's not that they're just being beaten here. They're struggling to find a foot in the building. There's at least Cyber removed. The Solace is gone. But this is just to get in that vertical control. They are able to, as they have in the first round, get some semblance of control. But you're looking at a minute on. You're still looking at the side execute. What are you looking at missing? Quite a lot of utility there on the opposite end. The tin openers have both been used by Shinka's pocket. So I'm assuming a hatch, maybe an angle onto either Freezer or on Bakery wall, depending on what they want the wiggle room for. But you've got Souls here just tearing them apart. The 4 versus 1, they're just swinging. They're just aggro swinging onto the side of Prep. And FaZe are refusing to let them get anything close to the side.
Yeah. And I respect the timeout in the mid-round, honestly, because there is something drastically going wrong for Wolves right now. And honestly, it's FaZe causing all of these problems. They're looking so darn good on this defense that practically the entire building is a bastion for FaZe. Really, the only time that we saw Wolves able to run amok and open up an advantage for themselves was that very first round. And ever since then, FaZe have just been on the gas, and they have never let up. They've thrown the e-brake and everything else out the car. I mean, they don't need it. They're flying around this track at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I mean, the whole team of Wolves has as many kills as just Cyber sort of driving this game. We talked about the importance of Mowgli and Deadshot showing up in the series in the games where they did, and here they haven't quite been able to get into the pace. Wolves, they've been on the back foot a few times, both maps that they played the other day against Bliss. They were on the back foot. They were like 5-3 down and then pulled it back. They are no strangers to, okay, let's get our heads back in the game. Let's get ourselves back into this. They can definitely step back in, but FaZe, I mean, the pace that they have set so far to open this is that great combination of there's a lot of energy behind it. They're sort of dabbling, they're moving, they're swinging, they're keeping themselves active and doing that sort of pressure play they can do. But also, you feel like they could do this for a very long time. There's not a lot of stress in it. There's not a lot of strain in it. Very, very well rehearsed, which at the start of a long best of 3, if Wolves now have to step it up a gear, map 2, they're going to feel it. Map 3, Chalet, very, very quick map. I mean, you need all the sort of beans left in the can for that.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Now, out from the timeout here. FaZe going to work their way back into the mid-floor. As we were talking about, you're not really going to see the bar defense on this top floor. At least you shouldn't hear from FaZe. If they've done their research, they know that this is more than likely not going to work out in their favor. So, instead, it's going to be back to the mid-floor. Wolves of quite the lineup here. We're going to have Bravo working their way in as well as Twitch. I really like this adjustment here, Emmy, because you get so many darn drones with this setup here. You know, you have 2 extra drones with Bravo, 2 extra drones with Twitch because they have those specialty drones as well. So just a really smart setup to be able to get, 4 extra drones in your pocket.
And a Commando.
Yes.
And the Commando in the pockets of the Bravo.
Don't forget the Para. I'm a big fan.
Yeah,
big fan of Para.
Oh, my God. And I think the sort of swing of how we've seen Intel in this meta and how we've seen the control of what the defenders do, because let's be real, defense, they're real sturdy right now. We're seeing a Valkyrie every single round. We've had the Dance of Solaces. The gadgetry in terms of this round isn't so intense. Obviously, there'll be ADSs to catch, but it's a lot of sort of active utility, and the Bravo drone cannot steal Goo mines anymore. If you missed that update, however long ago that was, you are looking at just trying to piece together what is a very shoeboxy map here. And as you said, more drones, more intel, more ideas, and maybe a first catch.
Feels like they could have got it done there on Cyber, but nobody really occupying the angles. And obviously, Cyber doing his damnedest to either give them a bad look, get a big kill, or just waste as much time as possible. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Wolves have not tried to address this top floor just yet, and honestly, it's starting to get in poor timing as well. Got to get somebody in here, and finally, we'll have somebody work in on the top of red. But the drone game, dwindling a little bit up here as well. This info starting to die a bit, so they don't exactly know where Cyber is.
They're worried about things being messy. They're looking to try and get a clean take, something they haven't been able to do across this. Remember at this point last time, well, there's only 2 FaZe players left, 3 Wolves, and they'd already gone for the rotate underneath. There is a minute left here. They still have a Valkyrie that sat inside train underneath, waiting for some pressure. And Mowgli has seen the ping, is going to go for the fight itself. Do they know how close they are to each other? There it is. Handy is caught out the swing round, but Shinka in the same time goes down. Souls gets 1, Souls gets 2, and KDS on the other side of the map, the swing on the second story falls to pieces. A 3 versus 2. 40 seconds. Mowgli's been able to recollect the kit itself. Bibu's going above. Souls gets his 3rd for the round. And although they had this sneaky play going on underneath, the execute elsewhere against, again, a very well-constructed backline from FaZe. Just could not find a space. There's 1. And there is only 1.
The super shoddy from up top by Cyber. You drop off to now. He just sent it down range. But man, FaZe are looking indomitable right now on these defenses, constantly at the necks of the Wolves and just turning them into puppies, man. Crazy, insane.
It's giving me flashbacks to when we last had LATAM domination, when it was LATAM as a region before they sort of separated it all. It was this map, Cafe, and it was FaZe attacking when I went, oh, this region is the best region at the period of time, because what they were doing in terms of their control of the play space, in terms of how mobile they were, in terms of the sort of creative use of the changes of utility, after we moved away from the very stuck in the mud sort of shield and ADS burn and 30 seconds to execute meta.
Yeah.
It was this region that...
the funnest meta of all time.
Yeah. Like, this is a defender-sided meta. That was like a wall-sided meta. That was like... I hope you like looking at people throwing things for 2.5 minutes.
Yes, that was probably the worst time to do analysis on a game ever, because you're like, all right, guys, you want to know what they're going to do? They're going to set up all this utility, and if they mess up any of it mathematically, they lose the round.
Yeah. You want to see them throw 8 flashes at a single shield to follow it with a single grenade. There you go.
Nothing like trying to clear out garage in a clubhouse in that situation. That was oh my days.
Yeah, we're in a different defender-sided meta, and this one's still finding
a little bit more fun, I'd say.
I think it feels more engaging in terms of like engagements, because otherwise there's 30 seconds left. But if 30 seconds, they're going to see if they can try and get themselves 2 remaining rounds. 2 on your attack on Cafe. It's not the end of the world in this meta. With the stats that we've got, you'll find yourself still able to get something. But as Cyber steps his way in, playing the other French defender.
Man, you keep seeing him just slip through these cracks where he's not occupying these angles, and you just really hope somebody's holding that cross.
Yep.
But Wolves, I think they're a little antsy right now about the situation. Why wouldn't you be? I mean, Cyber is 6-2, and he's constantly been in your face the entire time, making this a very difficult prospect for you to try and gather. And now for FaZe, they simply have to do what they've been doing this whole time. Set the pace, slow things down, let Cyber do a little dirty work, and Gurley, Mowgli's already done.
I mean, he's feeling him. He's feeling it today, Cyber. He's dancing on the side. KDS with the C4 coverage. Again, it's just this control. It's this activity. Cyber has, for the past minute and a half, just been bouncing either side of that corner and that pillar on Bathroom. BB finally gets the end of him. But think not only the player that he's been able to waste, the one, again, that was followed and baited into the C4, but the time they go for the rotate down the red stairs because, again, the side itself, you need to try and find a pocket of control and go for the execute. Wolves, they want things to be clean. BB's going to try and keep the best coverage on top so they can try and maybe slip their way in underneath. At this point in FaZe, they still have the man advantage. They could apply pressure either side.
So the other thing is here is, honestly, how bad does FaZe even want that area? They don't have access to the hatch. They're more than likely not going to try and rip things up. And also, that hatch is reinforced. So
what?
There it is. FaZe, they are not scared of Wolves in the slightest. There's so many angles, zero info here for the Wolves, and FaZe more than willing to shut things down instead of letting the timer do the dirty work.
I have a worrying thing to say, Wolves fans, Wolves players. This is the most like FaZe, the team that everyone expected to be in the live stage, the team that has had a fantastic year.
I know what you're going to say.
The team that we sort of expected to be in the finals. This is the best they have played.
Yeah.
And this is a game that matters less for them. They could get second and third. Might be an easier opponent. We don't really know. But it matters a lot for you, Wolves. And this is also the follow-on to that is Wolves. I have cast you as a team for a long time. Cast Wolves fans, you know this as well. Sometimes pressure has a bit of a negative impact on this roster.
Most definitely.
The two scariest games for Wolves. The first is if they have to play BDS, because that's when everything usually goes wrong. The second is when they have to, like, win a game, have to win a game.
Yeah,
like,
when it's something like this,
when it's
where
something
it's
like this,
things have been built up to this point where now if Wolves have a clean 2-0 and nothing else really changes all that much, they're able to just take that first seed and completely bypass a decent part of the tournament.
It's like if this game happened yesterday or the day before, I'd be like, okay, Wolves, their mental game usually feels strongest around the middle of groups. Towards the beginning and the end, things go a little bit shaky. Cyber gets one. Do not let him get the second. I swear if he pulls this off. The impact. There's some cover. KDS. I don't know if he also went out the window or if he just rotated around. He probably just rotated in. Mowgli does get the pick back up. Okay, Wolves. Here we go. A little bit of ferocity, a little bit of revenge and response is exactly what you need, especially here before you find yourself on the wrong side of a flawless arc.
Oh, Wolves, I'd say it's a tantalizing prospect, but it's most definitely not. This is a round that you desperately need, and you're going to have to fight tooth and nail in order to get it. You've already knocked out Cyber, but the entirety of FaZe has been at your throats. And now, you have to try and get rid of this. Mowgli trying to shoot that Yokai through the floor, but this is solid flooring that he's standing on over here in Reading. Bibu going to transfer himself into the mid-level as well. The entirety of Wolves, for the most part, minus our IQ sitting on white stairs, will be occupying this mid-space. And you get some hatch work done. And obviously, Bibu with a lot of work ahead with the Skeleton Key.
I do like this bit of pace. It's something I've talked about a lot with this roster this game so far, is they are not being entirely timid, but they'll get into the setup of the vertical. This time, last time, they were 30 seconds slower. They're getting a little bit more energy. The perfect time to get that is just before the turn of the half. If they get one round, get onto their defense, it's a very defender-sided meta. You're looking at your map pick. You're looking at, they've used their timeout, but they can construct some rounds together, a 5-1 to a 5-3, and suddenly it's a very, very close game here. That is the importance of this, and KDS knows it as well. But there's the trade, and there's a second deadshot of Mowgli, and there's P4. Round on the side, checking the coat of a man, leaving just souls. A lot of bubbles for a Maestro, if you're not aware. He recently got a third, but the Elder is probably the main point of call here. That impact will do half of P4, but they're droning out. They know they have time, Wolves, and they know they have an opportunity they must capitalize on.
And this is what we were touching on earlier. You want to make sure you have all those little details before you step up. Just because Souls is in a 1 versus 3 doesn't mean he can't clutch it, folks. I'm telling you, this Alda, it's dangerous. Oh my God, I'm sweating bullets right now. He can tag up IQ if he gets her properly, and she's gonna go down. There's no way, Wolves. We can just drop the case and give it to Deadshot. There's no way that this is the way that this goes down. 18 seconds remaining. Soul's in the power position because Deadshot has to plant. He has to fake this out, and they've got pings on him, Emmy. They have pings. Souls, he can simply play this out. He sprints. Oh! Deadshot gets him. Oh, my God. I was sweating bullets right there. Woo!
Woo!
Oh, my days. It is too early for a round like that.
That was millimeters. The pings were there. You said they still had the bubble that was above them. The pressure, there was about 8 seconds left. Deadshot, I mean, as I said, he was the defining factor in the opening play day against SSG, where there was a cafe game. And he's been the defining factor here to get their first round. Could not have been closer.
I mean, honestly, Deadshot's very lucky that he had the EBR because that aim right there from Souls, a split second longer, Emmy, dead. Doki's dead. Like, there's any other operator, any other gun that isn't that DMR, that more than likely you're losing that. And literally right there, right next to a perfect defensive half. And you really got to be feeling for Wolves right now because they have to try and mimic this.
As I said, I mean,
it is their map pick. They should have a really good idea about this, right?
It's their map pick. You know, attack. It's not just a statement on anyone, it's a statement on everybody. Attack has suffered this tournament. It has been, from where we've had, you know, we were in quite a good attacker meta in terms of the grenades, in terms of the shutdown, even with the power creep, I would say, of defenders that we've had over the past 4 or 5, where it's like, oh, this dude does this, oh, they do this, and you're like, okay, there's a lot of them, who do we ban?
I've literally just been calling them the Power 5 this entire tournament.
It's like, and it's sort of terrifying here, and you are in this situation now where you're still able to thread a couple of rounds together. As I said, 5-1 is a horrifying half to look at on the top middle of your screen. 5-3, suddenly, it's very, very doable. You've just got to get your first 2 defenses. You've just got to remember that you can get the rotation. They just need to mess up once, and suddenly you have this opportunity. But you have to build behind that momentum. Oh, it's been ages since I've done an Alder clutch. That would have been...
So what if I told you that I got a stat line from the other game real quick?
Oh, give me a stat line.
I want you to take a guess. What do you think the score line was at half?
Between FearX
and Geekay.
Geekay 5-1.
It is FearX 6-0.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yep. That is what's going on over on. That's what's going on over there. Good boy's probably being a pretty good boy today.
I mean, I want to see Rin step up. I want to see Rin. But that's
Rin played so well yesterday.
Really?
I don't know if you got to catch it,
okay,
but yeah, we were casting that one. Little clearance here on the top floor. We'll get back on subject as Bibu gets gunned down. Still had 2 smokes in his pocket as well. Kind of utilized that a little bit too late there to save his bacon. And well, now we're gonna sit on 1-1, well, at least for the death count.
They've got that opener here, and they pull themselves back out. They sort of lost it. You're looking at the trade of removal there. Bibu, the smokes gone. The time that they could have potentially wasted here on the plant. There's a little bit of an awkward stretch onto it, but it's much more important, I think, to control the verticality here than it is anything else and how much time was wasted. Cyber doing his best to try and remove some utility, but those Fenrir mines, unless they are activated, they aren't going to go to anything other than an explosive. And even when they are, I think you got to put the bullet in the front anyway. So quite able to get the angle. They're just steadily shepherding some space, assuming what they're doing here is going to try and plant on the closed Christmas door, but with Mowgli getting the drop down onto Vidaking. Deadshot. Ooh, he wants to go for the doubled up retake here. 2 players towards triple white. There's one on the far side as well. I think they're trying to just encircle the take. There's 2, there's 1, there's just Cyber. He sees a single player as he goes for the drop. As said, the diffuser went in where it wanted to go. But 1 versus 3 here. I mean, he's had some magical moments. He's had, unfortunately, not magic enough this time. 2 rounds for Wolves.
So both of these teams, respectively, on the offense, smacking their head into a brick wall when it comes down to the actual execution. The very first round, if you guys remember, for the Wolves on their offense, looks something similar, but it did boil down to the 1 versus 1 there that FaZe ended up taking. And then past that, a lot of struggle there for them on their offensive side. FaZe at least attempting some things inside of that first round, some aggressive looks here and there, but when you have Mowgli with a big moment like this in this round, then things are going to get pretty difficult. A triple kill from him, obviously, and I mean, really, at the end of the day, the Wolves just needed to make sure that their site players were going to hold down the fort, make it to where those last remaining FaZe members couldn't just waltz in.
5-1, 5-2, to 5-3. Hey, that's not a big difference. I know I'll keep sort of hyping it. We talk about power operators. I think there's 3 of the 5 on the right-hand side now in that core middle section.
We toss Valkyrie in there, there's 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 6 power operators.
Yeah, I think Valkyrie's... I mean, I was a Valk main since the start.
I mean, let's be honest, we all are. She's so good. You know what MP stands for in MPX?
What?
Must play. You know?
Do you know, this is for people who have only really got into Siege over the past, like, year, I think. Let me horrify you. You used to be able to toss Valkyrie cams outside.
Oh, yeah. It's so funny because I don't even think about that anymore.
You used to have 4. You could put them outside, border, just putting them on a wall and just jumping out every, like, 20 seconds.
You remember when they,
my God.
Remember when they gave her the arm of the starting pitcher for the New York Yankees?
Yeah.
It's like,
whoa! It's like you corner to corner the entire skybox of, like, a Valk cam. Yeah, it used to be horrifying. It used to be more horrifying.
Oh, yeah. Macy and Coconut Bras videos for 2 weeks before they changed that up were hilarious. Just the most insane Valk cam spots you've ever seen in your life. And I'll always remember that security tower one on border for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
It's just so insane. But obviously, we don't have to deal with that stuff anymore.
No.
And honestly, great. Because
I mean,
she's still so good.
She's still so good. Here comes a shield. There is only one on the board.
Oh,
there
no.
It is, straight
Oh,
up to
no.
Mozzie. They got caught in the crossfire, I think. Mowgli and Bibu get one apiece. Deadshot does go down.
Oh.
Very important kills to be won on the back there. Huge reaction from Wolves to be paying attention enough to catch that push because it had started to roll. And if they'd got at least one clean inside Bakery, you could see that their eyes were firmly locked on the site. This is the benefit FaZe have. When you are up 5-2, you can take a couple of risks, run a couple of pocket plays, and see if you can try and get it touched down towards map point. It hasn't really worked this round, but it is a 2 versus 5. There is still a lot of time here. KDS, they have the ping on a player, but you generally know someone is going to be there anyway. The awkward situation is, well, he doesn't have the backup yet. That's about to come down to Brown or towards the window, and he doesn't have a route out.
Or worrisome because of that. Andy will traverse Brown stairs. There's one in Whiskey. An important shot here goes a little awry, but that's A-okay. Stun in. KDS has to win this, and he's gunned down. Trying to play through the smoke up against Warden, probably not the best idea in the world.
No.
And also adding stuns, if you saw that as well. It's like, guys, he's got the glasses on.
Yeah, he's fine. He is fine. For Warden mains from ranked, you do have a gadget.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you guys suck at that. I'm just telling you. Like, I hope you know it's not just the gun, guys.
Yeah. There's more to him.
And there's a lot of utility in Siege. I don't know if you know that. It's pretty impressive.
Now, what we have here on the opposite end as well, and I mean, here's the rush that just caught out the player that was pulling back inside prep, got that trade, massively important. And yeah, there's the pop round and the blind. We have a huge intel game that is being driven by the side of Wolves. Currently, they are more than happy to lean into it, and you can see it very clearly here on the right-hand side. That is 3 dedicated intel driving operators alongside P4, Mowgli, and Deadshot. They are making sure they have full control of pretty much any approach that FaZe is wanting to put here, and that is such a respect paid towards FaZe's utility game. I said about it at the very, very beginning. They do it so well. Whether on defense or attack, they know how to play their drones, they know how to play their cams, they'll play the Valk, they'll play the whatever, and then they'll drive themselves with pre-placed drones and great positioning. This is Wolves going, oh yeah, we know that, and we are going to shut that game down.
Well, Deadshot's going to get 4 drones here from FaZe, but honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world, Em, because they had a completely different operator lineup before those drones were set into the fire. And that's going to make it to where they can actually have a better strategy coming into this round. And honestly, highly appreciative, especially with this IQ here. You got the Valk, you got the Pulse, you got the Solus as well. A lot of influence here for that gadget out of Cyber, especially if used properly. And across the board, some really, really fine prospects, especially with Souls on Ram. Really like that shout.
I think the thing about the RAM is on maps now you sort of go, it's like Maverick. It's like, oh yeah, RAM on Labs on the base push.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, RAM on Charlie on a bit. Yeah, bring RAM. And then you sort of forget that, oh, well, maybe there's teams that have developed a way because the gadget has a little bit of wiggle room in how it can be used. Very noisy, can smash through barricades instantly, sort of like Oster's ability that's sometimes used of just like hucking it through so then they can get the breach behind it with a lot of noise. And those are the plays that I like to start to see now of how teams are going beyond the sort of, oh yeah, it makes sense here, but nowhere else, and yada yada.
Scar now for FaZe. Looking to smoke a few wolves. Nobody on the top floor, though. He's close enough. Bibu's going to be over inside of Stacks. I think they have Mowgli over inside of Cocktail, but he's all the way over on like C3/C1. Depending on what your team calls it from side to side. Don't get at me, okay?
God, why don't you know every single call that every single team uses? I like when people are like, why aren't they using like micro calls? It's like you think viewers understand. Oh, wow, they understand that. See forward off of lumber or wood, depending on which you like.
We call it Stacks.
Yes,
because it's stacked up. It's stacked up. I've heard people call it drywall as well. Like, that's too many syllables.
So many drywalls as well. Wood, there's some wood there. Hey, it makes sense. Lumber, there's some lumber. Okay. Someone was C forward on the top floor in the southeast corner. And they get removed quite early on. What is it? It's the IQ. It is suddenly now more dangerous. I'm not sure if there is a Valk cam still present. We saw them place it on that top floor, watching across exactly to where the Buck is playing. And well, you actually have no more C4s in pocket. I'm not sure if all three have popped or if they just sort of dabbled and dropped. Yeah, they are all crossed off. So they got one reward from the 3 C4s they have otherwise thrown. Can P4 do this? Hey, Solace, what can you play? Ooh, maybe a bit of danger. He does get the trade out onto Handy, but look at the timer, Sam.
15 seconds remaining, and Wolves have done a very, very good job of keeping this widespread enough where they do have an opportunity to take this, but that should be all she wrote right there. Souls has to try and force this plant down. They know exactly where he is from underneath, and well played from Wolves. Well met across the board. Love how they got in the face of FaZe there, forcing them to clear that top floor, utilizing those nitro cells to their fullest advantage as well. They tried so many times to get one of those to catch somebody, and finally that nice little lob over towards Wood was the final one that ended up getting the kill. See, that's the beauty of Siege. You can call, as long as your team knows what's happening, that's really what the comm is at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Some super funny moments if you've ever talked to any player about some of the stuff they call stuff in game. It's so funny.
If you're unaware how we do our job and how we work out what calls are, to sort of make it balanced across the whole thing, we sort of talk to teams. Obviously, we all play the game quite a lot, and we say, oh, if you don't mind, you know, what calls do you use? What sort of positions do you use for this stuff? And they'll give us their call sheet to a level. It's not like, you know, although Des says call-outs aren't skill, you know, it's always the split of things. We're in a very quick rehost here as we get things in. And then from that, we sort of bring it together and go, okay, well, they have 6 calls for this room. Let's get it down to like 2.
Yeah.
Because if we are saying they are blah, 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 they're, you know, if you're calling like Africa on border and people are like, what the heck are they talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, well, this is what because pros need micro calls. Pros need they don't like coordinates. They need to bring in the UAV. They need to bring in the airstrike.
The orbital VSAT must be up at all times.
Yeah, they need to know the exact like longitude, latitude to drop it in on them. Viewers don't. We don't. So we try and find that middle ground here.
Let's be honest, 90% of your ranked teammates aren't even going to know the comms anyways. Like,
yeah.
And that's even at a high level. Like, I queue into champ people all the time, and I'll make some comms like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where is that? It's like, listen, man, I know that the compass says whatever it says, but that's not what we call it, okay?
On ping.
Oh, that's my fit. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. Listen, if you're gonna ask old head Stokes, you know, his opinion on that stuff, get rid of yellow ping immediately. Just make it where people have to calm again. That was such a beautiful moment.
Oh yeah, there was. Oh, we keep just like reminiscing, guys. There was a time when yellow ping wasn't in the game. Look at them holding hands.
Aww. What a love story.
This is a French romance tale for the ages.
Oh man.
And like, I mean, Put that on socials. There's a photo that Fresh tweeted. I think it might have been on his Insta or he tweeted that I took in the green room yesterday of like him and Fabian. And Fabian's like cuddled up to him. And Fresh's arms around Fabian. They didn't know that I was taking the photo. They were just sat like that. And I like took it and then put it in the group. And then he's like, how do they build that synergy?
Nothing like a little cuddling. Nothing like a little
How
cuddling.
often do you cuddle Lynx?
How often do I cuddle Lynx?
Yeah.
As much as I can. I feel like he needs a little coddled, you know?
Yeah, he's like a teddy bear. He's like a small, very loud teddy bear.
Yeah, he's Ted. That's exactly who he is. He is a little political version of Ted. That is what he is.
I like how we can sort of, this is like another behind the scenes, like we can kind of see in to the other casting desk. I don't think they're there at the minute, but I don't hear them. So I'm assuming.
Did that game? Oh, I mean, it was a 6-0,
Yeah,
right?
I'm assuming that it was able to be pushed over the line. I feel like they would be screaming if it was still going on.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Well, Carter's over there, so.
Carter is over there. Yeah, 5-4. As I said, you know, it's the matter that we have to. So every single time you come into a tournament, all we can do and all teams can do is drive by a combination of VODs and then statistics.
Don't forget your scrims. Your scrims can also do a little help.
We unfortunately don't get the full taste of scrims.
And we don't get to scrim, sadly.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
I'd love to scrim you Europeans. Put Fresh in a body bag. Oh man.
Let's see some 1v1s later.
Dude, I haven't even played Siege in probably a month or two either. That'd be perfect. Fresh might actually have a chance.
Anyway, you come into a game and then you sort of see how the meta changes. But we have to remember what has happened recently, most notably grenades. Now, I'm sure some of the people that are very into Siege Esports will be like, hey, what? It's so defender-sided because of the grenade change and Tubarao. But I think mainly the grenades. You have to realize 6 months ago, 5 months ago, a huge amount of bringing a sort of operator was sledged with grenades. Was the drive of not only being able to take out players in positions, if you've got your practice pulls, but utility from underneath.
Yes.
Driving and forcing out positions with grenades was just how the game was played.
It completely changed the way that you took the map because you're not addressing the site directly. If they're on a top floor site, you take underneath and you play good info, and you're more than likely going to kill somebody with a good frag grenade.
Yeah.
So,
and that's a danger as well that players were aware of. So you would set up defenses with an understanding and idea that, okay, say for example, you know, you're trying to be a little bit aggro against Skylight on this, and you're sort of just tucked behind the double door or just tucked into freezer, a well-placed and practiced grenade can kill you instantly, and you can't even react. So you had to pull yourself a little bit back. You had to be cautious of that danger. Now that danger is gone. And it's so sort of defining of how these teams go, because I think all of our statistics, you have to minus 15% of attacker success across every single team. And then teams like Wolves, teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Dark Zero, who had these heavy setups and these sort of designs, they're like, oh, our thing is great now.
It's so back.
Our thing is great now. And then the teams that were built on great attacks, like FaZe, W7M, G2, you know, the reason you've seen them having to reshape things is because they were so good with what was, for pretty much everybody, the tip of the spear on every single push.
Yeah, for years.
And that's gone. And now they're like, we gotta reimagine stuff. And they're learning it as the tournament goes, because as I said, this was a very recent change. You were able to scrim, but this is the first major tournament
yes, it is.
Living with this change that is defining a new meta.
It's hilarious because I was walking down the mall with Pengu. We were talking about, you know, meta and all that kind of stuff and how the offense has been playing and everything. And he was like, "Man, I just don't understand the difference between here and Atlanta. I feel like you know the nade change happened and all that kind of stuff. I just don't really get it." I was like, "Well, when do you think the nade change happened?" He was like, "It happened before Atlanta, no?" And I was like, "Oh, Nikki." I was like, "Nikki, no, it did not. It happened. It happened after."
Two-time hammer lifter.
Yeah. By the way,
he was talking. He was at breakfast the other day, and he was talking with Fabi, and he said he's got a theory that his long-term memory's ruined because his short-term memory was so good from playing esports.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, maybe this is the reasoning, or maybe we're just old." And I was like, "Yeah, it's probably old."
You just need some more spicy brain where you just start remembering stuff that you shouldn't even remember.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, why do I have this information lodged in my synapses?
That's having a conversation with Milosh. Is he'll just be like, oh, remember in 1682, and they're like, this, like, Milos, how do you know this stuff? Mowgli, he pulls himself away. Again, they're still driving this information game. They have the control of the drones. As I said, it is an important part of stopping them. What do they have? Both. Shinka on the Mute, Deadshot on the Mozzie, your drones on Cafe. They're not going to get very far.
Most definitely. And I mean, this lineup across the board, this is something that we would see time and time again about 3-4 years ago.
Yeah.
You'd see the Mute, you'd see the Mozzie. Mowgli. He's going to want that one back. He didn't even touch Handy.
Yeah, I mean, he took a gamble. You can do a couple of jump outs on this. You can get a little bit aggro and aggressive. And look at the time as well. If he'd have got a kill there, a single kill, even if he was traded, that would have really slowed down FaZe. Now, FaZe have an opportunity, and look at them capitalize on it. Pushing their way up, swinging the back end of the top white. At this point, obviously, the site is below. FaZe, they have some control, but they're just making sure they're not being caught in cam. As they said, they were punished from the C4s before, and they don't want to suffer the same game. There is still one left in pocket of Shinka, who's ready to watch in case the rotation comes underneath. Talking of Deadshot, he's getting himself a little bit higher up. KDS takes a little bit of damage, but not enough.
This is going to get worrisome now for Wolves. Something drastic is going to happen here with this execution from FaZe. But the beauty of this situation for Wolves is if they're able to nip it in the bud, there's really not much time for FaZe to try and manipulate the rest of the round. P4, he's worked his way into pillars. Going to try and occupy this area, potentially shut down the player rotating in from Hell. Shinka's going to drop off. There's no Nitro Cell here, but he does have that shotgun to try and utilize through the floor if they want to try and go for something like that. P4, he'll find one, he'll find two. Vita King still sticking it though, and he's going to get off the case. He was seconds away. Nobody was watching him. He could have already had this down. P4 is going to go for the rotation. He will, and the case is actually going to get stuck. They know where he is. They're going to have to try and go for the retake here, but the verticality is in FaZe's favor.
I mean, they took a massive gamble there. They were so worried they would just get killed from the watch above. KDS, he's gone underneath. They could not have had less time to get the kit down. They're swinging for the single fight inside the site, and they win it out to 2 versus 1. Cyber, though, he's the remaining player, and well, he's still working out whether he wants to keep the vertical. He's listening to the cover. There's the shots about to rain through, but Shinka's going to stick it. They're looking for the pops. They can't quite get it. No, Cyber! He was centimeters away. He was a little bit late. He was chasing via the gadget the chance of seeing where that was being done, and we're now in a level game.
Yes, we are. As FaZe have completely squandered the advantage that they gathered on their defensive side. We now sit at 5-5, and attack timeout will be called. And honestly, I think that that is something that most definitely had to happen there. I mean, there was a lot of missteps there, especially with P4. I mean, a great move from him. Do not get me wrong. Great adjustment to move over to pillar and understanding that that timing more than likely means that they're not going to check things out once again, and he's probably going to get a big kill. And that's exactly what happened. The biggest thing there for me is Vita King not placing that case down the first time around. You are less than a second away. If you've already made it this far and nobody shot at you, just stick it. Just go.
I think that was the thing, because the bodies that were the cover on towards that library door were dead.
Yeah.
However, the fear that both players had, so the FaZe fear, the Vita King fear was they're going to swing me.
Yep.
And he will know where his team are. They have vertical.
Yep.
The fear that Wolves had, the fear on the swing here from P4, there's the cover, is, oh, they're watching from above. Beautiful transition there. On towards the second player, onto Heaven. And then here, it is, they're just assuming someone's in that position. I mean, what a bite back this has been. Hey, remember ages ago, this is like several things that you throw into the air. Remember ages ago I said Wolves often come back from being deficits?
Yes.
Here's a 5-1 to a 5-5. Hey, remember when I said this is defender side of meta? Here's a 5-1 to a 5-5. I mean, FaZe, they just need the one round to push themselves and guarantee OT. Maybe even the map itself. This is Wolves' map. How much of it is the meta? How much of it is those stats? How much of it is warming up into the game? It is impossible to call at the minute.
Well, definitely goes to show you how drastically Virtus Pro messed with the stats on this map defensively. Because as we said walking into this map has been known as a defensive bastion for so very long.
Yep.
And we expected it at some moment in time to start rolling back into that favor. It was just that, I mean, simply, Virtus Pro were so darn good about attacking this map that it really drastically changed those statistics. But now, as we can clearly see, night is day, and You get what I'm saying. Night and day, rather.
Night as day.
Night as day. Yeah. It's my first morning shift. Okay,
yeah, I was going to say, I've done every morning.
Yeah, you literally did this to yourself. We were talking about that earlier. Emmy made this schedule, and she did not realize until the very end that she had actually set herself up for every single morning shift.
For people mad at, like, oh, people happy if casters covering certain games, my bad. I did the shift.
It's all Emmy's
P4?
fault.
Oh!
How? What day of the week? That KDS got that. Oh my God. No way. No way. Do not repeat this. You are a psychopath. This is insane right now. Deadshot will at least be able to pick up souls. He clambered up white stairs, but FaZe been pretty solid after this timeout so far. Oh my God! Saber! That is the most insane thing I've ever seen on white stairs. He's turning it red. Oh my, Bee-Boo. Head for the hills, my friend. Run away! Oh! Cybernado! He puts him in the tornado. FaZe Clan on map point. My God, Emmy. What kind of a madman does it take to hop white stairs?
That was, imagine, no, okay.
Woo.
Okay. The first fight and the second fight, I don't know how aware he was of the player that was slightly further down red. He wins it out. Fantastic. He got here. Perfect.
Insane shot.
Then he's like, I need the second fight on the top. Then he's like, I want brown. He hops this and he goes, I want both of them. The knowledge to go for the knife on the first guy, realizing they're fighting someone else, and they haven't noticed him, in the middle of hopping white and seeing two players. Do you know how many people would mess that up?
Yeah.
99% of people. Unbelievable scenes. One of the plays of the tournament. You are welcome for watching Cyber.
One of the plays of the last year. Yeah, shout out our spectator.
Shout out
oh man.
A spectator. It's easy
It's
peasy.
easy peasy.
Easy peasy, baby.
Love you, Easy. Good stuff, brother. That was a hell of a catch, because I guarantee you there's 1,000 people that would have never even considered that could have happened.
Unfathomable, that.
I mean, and I like the cosplay he did there. I like the cosplay he did there. A little Ezio Auditore, hopping off white stairs. So
I heard the eagle screech. God, I need to...
Yeah, apologies on that. What the heck happened with the headset there for a split second? But I'm going to sit perfectly still now so I can save all of your guys' eardrums.
Almost impossible for you, I think.
Yeah, actually, no. My leg will indeed be bouncing, but the rest of me will be perfectly still.
All right, Wolves. You are now sitting on the wrong end of match point. You've done fantastic to buy yourself the time and build back in. You only won one of your attacks, though. FaZe is going to see if they can double down and make it the FaZe show before we find ourselves on to map 3. Map 2, though, would be phases to lock it out, so Wolves really need the energy of getting this at least to OT. Cyber, he's going to see if he can try and continue to tear his way across the top floor. Has the pings and the intel and the read at this point. Mowgli is going to be the first person he finds.
Oh, my days.
But it's Soul's beautiful shot from Ram on the far end. And look at this. They're just continually pressuring and applying themselves against the defenders.
Nade out here for the top white. Shouldn't clear that out. And oh no, dead shot. He's looking so desperately to try and get them back into this round, but it's going to be P4 with the very first kill here for the Wolves. A nice nitro cell, even things out, and all of a sudden, this looks doable for the Wolves as they're able to peel back now towards the site, though. Cyber, he's going to work his way in towards white. Does have one in tow with him, but they're really going to want to try and gather a little bit of control over this top floor, whether it be inside of Christmas or what have you, we'll have to see. But yes, indeed, it does look like they want to try and get this hatch control so they can start having some influence over mining.
They have the read now, and Wolves have done great bits of sort of play and little pops to make sure they stop the momentum. FaZe, since their attack timeout, have been so driven, so just hell-bent on saying, look, they're trying to fight back against us. Let us just keep pushing. Cyber might not know about the man to his left, but he's hoping he's not knowing about the player to his position. That'll give some of the game away. And it's Bee-Boo playing this very risky position. As soon as a drone spots him, he is in so much danger. There's the drone, there's the spot. There is the rotate. Cyber not able to make the connection, but there's Shinka making one on the back end. They were too focused on one player. Shinka hits two. Cyber, I mean, if there's anyone you want alive in this situation, he's the man. But look, Wolves, they've rotated their way back up. They're trying to find either side of the stairs. They're waiting to see where the kit's going down. Inside the doors either split, and P4's rotating to offer some support. And there it is, P4 with the cover. Very well played there from Wolves. To keep that control in the motion and the rotation, we are going to overtime.
Most definitely. FaZe, I think, with a very solid idea of how they wanted to take that top floor. But Wolves, not only with that big kill, but that nitro cell coming in from the second floor. I mean, that's the biggest deal right there. They equalize things. They slow FaZe down just enough to where they're able to put a collar on them. They are not allowed to move around in such an aggressive manner anymore. They're not going to use that loud tone with their parents, are they? And get slapped back down. And into OT we go on Wolves map pick.
It was a clever sort of plant spot as well. When you're looking at a Solar Spin up against you, you're looking a little soft underneath you, you find that one bit of concrete. But the other trade-off there is that position is very open to multiple different swings. Wolves had the read on where it was going down as well. And you see they did not wait, or they did not take the engagement until the second player had rotated the way back up, until Bibu had returned. It's a 2 versus 1. They know very well play it as a 2 versus 1. Do not give Cyber. I mean, don't give him a 2 versus 1. Give him like a 5 versus 1 and hope you still win. But don't give him 2 1 versus 1s. No. That will not go well.
So a little fun fact I found out about Solus recently from Pengu, of all people. Did you know that if you drop the case, like on offensive side, they can see it through the wall and it looks like you're planting?
Yes.
I haven't seen somebody do it yet.
I've seen
But I'm going to put that out into the ether and see what happens.
I've seen it done. I can't remember who did it. I think it was on a border, not at this tournament, but on a border attack. They did it on Armory to sort of bait it because you have the little tuck and plant. And they were trying to bait out like C4s and stuff like that. So sort of ran and dropped it. It's still a very dangerous place for the defusers to go down, but at least you keep your life.
Yes.
That way round. Let the utility sort of go off and go, okay, now we can like move in. They've wasted like 2 C4s.
Yeah. Or situation like that right there, it's a 1 versus 2. You hype for a second, then drop the case, and then just wait for somebody to try and peek you because you're gun up. You know, something like that could definitely throw a spanner into the works that could potentially earn you a round in a desperate clutch moment like that. So we'll have to see if something potentially pops up down the line.
And I know it's one other thing to sort of say what I really liked about that last take from Wolves, though. Having a Solace in a 2 versus 1, a lot of teams would go, I need to be underneath. They go, no, we're not playing gadgets. No. We are playing the 2 versus 1 fight. Get your ass up here. We are not giving them 2 stories and risking it.
Just play the info through the wall. Make it tradable, right?
Make it tradable. Talking of trading rounds, we find ourselves obviously in OT with Wolves leading on the defense here. Statistically, this is going to work well into their favor. P4, he's holding on in Cigar, hoping to find a fight with a little bit more of a balance as Cyber tries to get the read in onto the lead there. Putting little bits of pressure. We can see the Dockerby all the way on the far end. Not sure if they're trying to enter the bottom white, but caught on the hatch. And this is perfectly played here, as I was sort of alluding to. FaZe were spreading themselves very wide to try and catch these rotates that Wolves have been doing from the top floor down.
Big patience play there as well. They identified that the hatch was open for Cigar, and eventually somebody's more than likely going to make a rotation. It just so happens to be P4. You know, a little antsy there inside of Cigar and ends up trying to peel back, but gives a kill over the FaZe instead. And now Wolves, although it's, you know, low on time here, looking a little worse for wear, but still have the opportunity and well within their right to try and make a bid for this round. Some top floor presence still over inside of Cocktail. FaZe have kind of got to hightail it into this round here. We don't have any more logic bombs on handy. The drones also starting to dwindle just a tad bit, and after Mowgli gets a big kill like that, it's going to be handy actually with a double on the SMG-12.
I talked about the Dokkaebi a while ago, just sitting waiting around the bottom of white. They were happy to be the sort of anchor, the back line, the anvil, and let the hammer hit from the opposite end and collide with them. Being caught out by Handy. Either side of the chassis leaves Mowgli. There's one, there's not quite 2. FaZe, they've been able to find the first attack. They've been able to, of OT, the third of the game in its entirety. And now they head to their defense. The pressure is massive on Wolves right now.
All right, Wolves. This right here could be one of the biggest rounds of the tournament for you, depending on how your story ends. And hopefully, you guys don't go quietly into the night. We must find out as we have reached almost our very last round here. We have a possibility of 2 more rounds. Personally, I think that FaZe closes it out here. But Wolves, they have a very solid bid. They understand what FaZe has been looking for on this defensive side. And if they can, game plan for this aggressive look that FaZe has been going for, especially from Cyber, especially as Cyber is back on the dock. I mean, man, there is some potential here. But how are you feeling about this? What do you think?
I mean, I think the sort of the worry right now is their last attack was so long ago. Their last attack was a win, but it was an entire half a game. It's almost like you go into a bit of a game reset. Sure, you have the energy, you have the excitement, you have the momentum, but you have to sort of throw your heads back towards how they were on the first half. They built towards that one-round win. FaZe, if you look at the past 3 rounds, they've won 2 attacks. If you look at the past, 7, they've won 2 attacks. It's a much quicker distance. FaZe had to go straight into their attack. It's a bit of a benefit here, even with the site preference. So this is the problem right now for Wolves. If it's a game reset, if it's we just got a win one round here from the side of FaZe, they might be able to lock this out with the confidence that they did at the start of the map.
Oh, handy. There's a reason not a single Wolves player rappelled up that, guys. That's because as soon as you hear the rappel go dink on the top, if you throw that nitro cell in good timing, that person is dead.
Oh, yeah.
They're more than dead, let me tell you. Sent into limbo. FaZe. Solid consideration on this top floor. We got the Warden here playing over towards Heaven Door. Cyber's still over inside of Christmas. You can see the Wolves trying to clear things up here for that Hell panel down low, making sure that they can try and work their way in and potentially get a plant inside of Reading.
Again, this is the respect paid towards the Valk game, towards the Intel game. It's something that has to be done on this map, on this site, against this team, in this weather, on this day, in this dress. The blinds come through. Souls gets knocked out first. Perfect person to remove if you're going for a Candela and smoke base push. They wrest some control here, much quicker than they usually do. Vidiking, though, bites and locks it off inside the shotgun, just on the library door, with Handy still tearing through again. You put that gun in those hands of Brazil, and the MPX is terrifying. P4. He's got himself up. He suffers a bit of a scrape all the way from the opposite end onto the piano room. Bibu's wide there. They want to try and get the pinch on the player and hope they're not quite aware of it. But it is Cyber, and Cyber does as Cyber does. A 4 versus 2, a 4 versus 1. P4 has to try and find a couple more kills to make it an ace clutch here to keep Wolves fighting on their map. Flashes out. Players are as well. There is a minute. So much time. Cyber, he knows there's one left and he knows where he is, so he takes a safe rotate all the way around. P4 with the drop. Almost shot there from the side as they're just sort of making a statement. He sees the head of the player. They haven't moved. They're sort of up and down. They've double stacked themselves. The skeleton key for a second. But he is so low health, it will just take a scrape. Drifts up the side of the door frame, can't quite get it through the lumber. 20 seconds have passed. He gives himself a root round to make things a little bit more concerned. You can see they've changed what they're aiming at. They're still trying to piece together just where the player is, and he's sort of baiting the motion, the attention, but it's perfectly stacked here from FaZe. They've said, look, you only have one option here. It is a bit of movement, a bit of wiggle room on a pillar. Cannot find that lucky clip, that lucky bite. It just takes one bullet to hit one head, but Handy handily removes them. And what we have here is FaZe with a first map, and it's Wolves is gone.
FaZe unfazed in this scenario, and I mean, it was getting a little scary there for just a split second. I really hope you guys can hear that as well, as they have the elite Doc MVP going on in the background.
How often do you see an elite Doc MVP?
Especially at a big tournament like this. That is absolutely hilarious, as FaZe are going to sing that tune all the way to the locker room as they take that map away from Wolves.
It was to the bitter end. It was also 2-5-1 halves. I think that's the thing that we have to sort of always reminisce here about this game and about these two teams going against each other, that it is such a game of 2 halves right now. And this meta is so driven and built around it. And this could turn into a hell of a long series.
Yeah, it most definitely can. I mean, especially with Bank up next, things can get really, really interesting with these two. But fortunately enough, folks, we're not far away from that. We're going to send you to a quick break, and when we're back, we have Bank between Wolves and FaZe.
That execute. So I think it's as much GK's as it could have been Firax's. Both teams putting up a good effort. Now we'll see how GK fare on the third bomb site. Same for Firax. Show him. Just a couple shots fired over outside of the terrace window, and down goes Arukaze with those Capital bolts. This is what we know Hashom for, those flashy plays. Maybe it's with utility, or maybe it's with one-taps. We've seen him now one-tap Arukaze and KZ. A couple different renowned players. Excellent work for Hashom, and now excellent utility work as well. Pushing Rin back. This is what we need to see from GK, the confidence, the momentum to solidify their lead even further.
So much damage taken as well there by Rin from the smoke canister that just went off. There's Damek in with the Bravo drone though, at the clutch. He's going to try and see if some utility can be hacked. Now, a bulletproof on site, always going to be helpful, especially when you want to get a plan down later on. Now, they do still have that man down, of course, but that is something they can work on, especially as drones are being taken out and some players are being flooded around the site from GK.
You see Demek and Mephi going for the 2-on-1. Takedown tricks that moved into Pantry. Now looking to pressure Kitchen even further. They're not going to push in yet, or at least they shouldn't. Maybe they will with those smokes. I was going to say, you have to worry about seriously on that hatch. He goes for the Kiba. He knows he might be planning. He's going for the spray. The impact grenades go out, but it doesn't matter.
No, he went down,
in the process. The smoke canister landing at exactly the right time. Had those two things not happened simultaneously, we'd be in the post plant.
The impact there, crucial as well, is that dealt just enough damage to make sure that that smoke was going to be able to tick him down. Demi goes down now as well. Only 2 members left standing on Ferex.
Noodle seriously still have top floor control as well. So Good Boy and Rin have to go for some of these kills. Oh, spots the Azami, but doesn't react in time. A lot of damage dealt to seriously, but Rin might be caught sprinting. No, has information, but Noodle's too solid. On the drop down into Kitchen, 3-1 now for GK. They are finally brushing off that 7-0 and giving Ferex a fight.
That came down to milliseconds. There's no other way. This is the moment where I would love to have a timer that just pops up right now so we see the exact moment the player gets injured at the moment that the diffuser was. Tactical timeout though for Ferex. Of course, they managed to get around. They should do that quite some convincing fashion, but ever since it's been GK that's been kind of running over them slightly, especially, you know, when you just have the opening that Hashom had, the 1v2 that we've seen from Hashom in the game earlier. It seems like he's been stepping up of his play right now. And Rin, on the other hand, slowly starting to back down. Just a single kill in those 4 rounds so far. Basically the complete opposite from what we've seen in the previous map.
Yeah, Good Boy still remaining the only constant between maps 1 and 2. Of course, you have Mephi stepping up, but then again, pretty much everyone on Ferex stepped up on the first map, so not going to give them too much flack yet. We'll see if maybe just a little nerve starting out. And I like this timeout from Dark because even though it might seem weird, we've played 4 rounds, you've only got 2 more on the attack. As Skyscraper tends to be, even before a lot of the sort of defensive-sided changes with frag grenades and tuber out, this often was a map that was won on the attack. If one team could get 2 rounds instead of 1, that would make it a 7-5 on a map that is typically very, very defender-sided. So if you're able to make this a 3-3, you win up 6-0 on your Oregon defenses, and Skyscraper is similarly difficult to attack. Manifest differently, but the difficulty is almost comparable. So getting these next 2 rounds is an imperative if you want to feel comfortable going into the next half.
For sure, and even just 1 round would be enough, especially with the current meta that we're in. If you manage to find yourself in a 4-2 split, that's decent for both sides. And then it really comes down to who's playing the better attack or better defense game on the second half. So that's something that probably will be told by them as well. We just need 1, 2 if possible. That's just what we're looking at. We're trying to make the best out of this half of what is currently going on. And we're headed back towards tea and karaoke. And the first time we were here, it was the smoke plant from the Montaigne that came in clutch. Back then, we also lost Rin early on. He was playing around on the gridlock, of course, making sure that there was flank watch. This time around on the Nomad. It's going to be important to not lose out that player early on so you can still try and force yourself onto the side.
The Monty has been a constant fixture for Ferex on attacking this bomb site. When they wanted to go for a direct, the one that worked, they used it. When they went for the full clear, they also used it. They very much love this. There is Hashom, as we saw a little bit earlier, ratting in a corner, but I'm sure we'll see that a little bit later on, all the way down below, as at the moment, it is Geisha Wall. That is the first bit of action we see. Selma Charge already opening it up. Mephi sending in some Bs very quickly. Is there anybody to follow up on this intel? It does find that backstairs is clear, though, so I'm sure Ferex will be happy to find out that bit of info.
I think that's going to be it. And Good Boy now hoping and following down underneath. He's going to try and put in some verticality. However, as we mentioned, Hasham is, of course, playing down there. He's waiting for the move to be made. And he's waiting for that skeleton key to start ripping. As soon as that goes on, that's when I'm going to try and start collapsing on him. Noodle as well. He's going to be playing downstairs around reception. So we have the downstairs presence that's necessary to challenge Good Boy. And if they do so successfully, Good Boy's not going to be able to provide the same support he did before. He's not going to be able... Okay, I was just going to say, he just died there, but Hasham able to find him. Not quite sure from what angle that was. Must have been from a quick swing through the door.
Yeah, he just popped up, swung, domed the buck, and now Rin is left hunting. Flashbang goes on in. Hasham goes for the spray, but Rin should be able to find this. Yes, he will. An even trade now, but so much time wasted on this roam by Hasham. And there's nobody taking down Key yet. Furex were able to win this last round at the pace that they did, slow as it was, because Key was the first defender to fall. So they immediately walked up backstairs. He's given up the position now, but he can still rotate. Oh, and actually not use any toxic canisters. He's actually used all of them already.
I was going to say that he used all of them already to keep the Montaigne at bay, who's now starting to move into a position where they can go for a plan. Seriously, though, will find Demic important, as that is going to be making the opportunity to go for the plan just a little bit less likely. However, Arakazi, of course, has the opportunity to try and get themselves inside. Why would you put himself into a dangerous position against Stralt? And now it seems to be all falling apart for the side of Ferax.
Again, it's those nerves that are getting the best of them. They see the camera, the instincts hit, they think they need to shoot it, then they expose themselves to all these players playing inside a T. Mephi in the 1v3 only gets one, but 4-1 for GK now. They are back and, well, better than ever, at least in terms of this series. But a 5-1 half on the defense. If a 4-2 was good, they got a good shot at getting even better.
For sure, and I mean, Ferax, they were definitely building up something there. They had the ground floor control, and of course, that is not directly the site, but you don't have to worry about any of those explosives to come up. Of course, you're being spotted around by the Black Eye. Sure, that's the thing. And if you want to go for a plant, you're not going to be able to do that sneakily when the camera is watching you. However, the position chosen to try and take that fight with the camera, you're basically putting your entire flank to DMR, like, that was maybe a small mistake. Maybe you should have had someone covering that off instead, or have someone else shoot the camera.
And it's another case of a missed drone right there, or maybe a lack of a drone at all.
Yeah.
It might be tedious work, but we always do have to say, not being able to find those isolated defenders, it happens sometimes. We all make mistakes, but it's still a mistake, and one that cost Furex the opening pick, cost them one of the main players to pressure from below as well.
I am going to say, though, there was a Valkyrie camera that was watching Good Boy the entire round. He's been sitting there for a minute 20, and then finally someone decided to go onto the Valkyrie camera and be like, oh, there's some dude sitting there. if that was checked before, Hasham could have gotten that kill in like the first 20 seconds of the round.
Hey, I'm not, listen, could have been earlier, yeah, but I'm not going to fault him for
didn't
still getting
impact
the
him
kill.
too much, right? Because he didn't do anything. He was just sitting there. But Good Boy will get the very first now, though. That's the Azami gone. That's the regenerative ability of the Kiba barriers gone. That's going to be making things a lot easier for the attack.
And the goodest boy for Furex right now, getting one of the only opening picks for Furex this half so far, as it's at least felt like GK have been able to stake their claim in the early rounds so consistently. Furex also moving away from the Blitz and Amaru push they tried to go for on the previous office defense. But Good Boy still below. What else could we expect? He loves this position, loves going beneath with the skeleton key. And Noodle anticipates it, opening up these holes, anticipating an entrance from the house door. Trix finds Arukaze, so the dough could be cut down with the run. He even goes for the re-barricading, key prepping a C4. There's two different players out there. We're just waiting for this to go up. Is he going to time it with the Aruni Gate before they reactivate it? He throws the C4 out, or is he going to not use it at all? Could be a lot of kills flying out, but it's shot by Rin. Excellent find by the Yana. Furex stave off potentially a huge loss of life.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, it is still that 4-4. You lost Arakaza, you lost the global early on. It's going to be making things a little bit more difficult. Mephi taking some damage as well from the impact that was just tossed out the front door. Good Boy opens up some verticality, though. It's going to be increasing the pressure, but he knows he's about to be pushed. You see the little bit of a read that he has there. He knows that they will be trying to look for him, so he goes for an aggressive peek, but wasn't aware that Noodle was on the staircase down below. And that's the difficult part with the staircase. There's two places they can be on at the same time. You would expect him to be higher up rather than already down. But because of that, they lose Good Boy now.
And just dry swinging the staircase. Not a good start to the late round. Hasham with the run out. Mephi, easy pickings for the defense. Rin just hops in. Try to regain the momentum. Does spot one, but can't get the kill on Key. On the re-swing, just decides to vault out and is fodder there for Hashom's impact grenade.
Ridiculous.
Welcome back, and we find ourselves here. What's ridiculous? How that map played out all the way, all the distance. We found ourselves into overtime. Wolves, common territory for them. Unfortunately, they found themselves in the slightly uncommon territory this tournament of losing. FaZe, they were able to take Wolves' map, but it went from a 5-1 to a 6-6 to a 8-6. A lockout in OT with only 3 attack round wins from both teams across the whole map of Cafe.
Yeah, both of these teams respectively pushing these defensive sides to the limit. But when it mattered most, FaZe able to put together a pretty solid offense in overtime to be able to take this. I really like the considerations that we saw from both teams on these defensive perspectives while we're on the subject, because it was some really solid looks, whether it be through utility play, map control, something like this, you know what I mean, with the Solus underneath, or just all-out aggression in some of the moments there from FaZe where they had some big opening kills and really set the pace on Wolves, making it a heck of a lot harder to try and take the map.
Moments like that where you think if that had sort of gone away there from Wolves and FaZe had been able to get that clutch, which was very likely. There were similar moments on the opposite end. We have to remember that the first half on Wolves' defense, it opened with a 1 versus 1. It closed with a 1 versus 1. They got one of those into their favor. The difference was a flick of a coin in so many of these rounds. Cyber. I mean, they gotta invest in some cybersecurity, baby. He was all over them.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Norton's, McAfee, download something.
Get all
here.
of them. Get all of them. Plug them in, Wolves, because he is on a heater today.
This man is ridiculous.
As well as Handy really started to pop up towards the end of the map.
Look at Cyber's first kills. 7 and 2. That is 9 engagements in one map.
And he
that
won pretty much all of them.
Oh my days, that is ludicrous.
Whoa.
I'm not talking the rapper. FaZe Clan versus Wolves, folks. We got Bank up next in between these two, and it's still pretty split down the middle. FaZe 55, Wolves 45. And I mean, with Bank going the way... with Bank being the way that it is as of right now, with some of these offenses and stuff like that, could be something good here for FaZe building up. Obviously, things have been somewhat difficult for them on this perspective, given the last map that we just saw, but some major changes can most definitely happen.
We take a breath. We take a breath before we get ourselves back into the potential chaos. Now, Bank, as I sort of said, at the start of this, there was almost like a... We've learned lessons against you potentially here. We'd seen FaZe play Cafe. It was a very close game versus SSG that they lost. Wolves, unfortunately, had a very close game against them that they lost this time. FaZe were able to get the back-to-back revenge. Hey, where has this sort of happened? Well, Wolves, when they played Bliss on Bank a couple days ago, again, 7-5. They only just won it here. Bank, I mean, FaZe played it yesterday against Bliss, a 7-8. It's so many sort of close down to the wire performances right now where I'm really curious if it's a matter of, look, we could have won it by changing our game, or we know what they're up to. Maestro removed. Tell me the last time we had a Maestro ban. Like, how many years ago?
Man, probably, let me think here. When's the last time that Maestro was just, like, ludicrous? It's probably 3-ish years ago when Maestro was absolutely nuts. A little bit before that when he also had the ACOG. Yes, folks, for the people that haven't played the game as long as my old ass, he used to have a scope for that damn thing, and man, was it terrifying. In fact, that's the moment in time where everybody was like, I'll be a support player. Why not? I get an Alda. 81 bullets with a scope. I mean, come on. It was beautiful. Very good gun at that moment in time. But nowadays, he's really solid due to his utility. You get 3 Evil Eyes. If you're pretty good with your mechanics on those things as well, they can be an insane nuisance because people try and approach them and smack them to break the glass. But if you are cheeky with your movement, you can keep that thing away. We've seen it a few times here in this tournament. Probably something that Wolves was just considering in these setups for FaZe. Did not want them trying to utilize Maestro, especially in something like the downstairs setup where they can set up Evil Eyes in the 3 corners of the room. You can see it just has 3 of them, right? And try and laser down their opponents when they're going for that case plan.
Wolves start on their defense, and the telling tale of this will be obviously, as it seems to be in this tournament, how many attacks FaZe can actually muster and pull out of a map that can work well for attackers, but also statistically everything's been thrown out the window across how well these maps have handled for attack and defense. It has been probably the biggest change of percentage between attack and defense success rate between majors since the last major in this Invitational than probably since ever, really. I think it's just been such a sudden drop-off.
It's going to be this in Border, no?
Yeah.
Those two got to be like toe in toe.
It's just been such a sudden change. We'll see the cams, once again, very present, very prevalent. ADS is on the IQ hunt. This was the map, actually, that FaZe were playing, where I think it was Bliss. They never really changed towards the IQ. They didn't play against the Valk Camp utility. They still drove against it pretty well, but I think the trick that they might be missing here is just the attention. And, you know, FaZe losing this yesterday 7-8 truly is such a knife-edge difference here.
Okay. Just seeing what we had
Yeah, a
going
little
on
bit
here.
of juggling
Yeah,
there.
a
I
little-
was curious. I was sort of letting it play out, and then, you know, you can break around a hatch. You can try and play against tricks or play against Kai Claws or anything, but there's nothing really like that. So you're sort of like, okay, maybe you just missed.
It's a little interesting there with that impact as well as the 2-set on there. I think they were just concerned with them trying to go for something there. Didn't want to give them too many X-Gyros over, but I mean, Wolves, he's done a good job of peeling themselves back. They've gotten rid of half of the round, but now this dictates that FaZe has majority control here as they will start to build things up. And what seems to be CCTV room-sided attack, this Twitch drone of Vita King needs to get a little bit more done. We don't know how many canisters are inside of that room. I think I still saw one on the desk in there as well, so just have to see. Is that one sitting on the desk? It is indeed. I got good eyes on that third-person cam.
I mean, this is, of all the sites, of all the gin bars in the world,
Gingers? Of all the gingers in the world? The
gin jars?
gingers?
This is the one that you had to come to. It is a utility burn. This is the plant. This is the default plant. Even against, I think, any other site, this is the one where you sort of know what's about to happen, which is they're going to throw some smoke canisters. They're going to try and play against it. There's 2 left in pockets. There's only 20 seconds here. Have they left themselves enough time? No. They're going to have to go in for a strong arm. The blinds come across it. They should just catch that one player. The Army, no, Mowgli somehow survives entirely blinded. Smokes pop as well. They're still keeping them off the site and being able to plant. So they have to try and run that kit further deep. Vita King does. He's just behind the bomb chassis, but even there he's getting damaged, so he has to tuck himself all the way up towards the wall, close on it, as the kills start to echo across the back end of green. They're watching the verticality, and somehow Vita King has stuck the plant. The vertical retake doesn't quite work. 1 versus 3, those souls. They have a lot of time here, Wolves, to try and slowly take this. They've got the vertical watch, but they have to make sure that these engagements are well-mannered. Now, the breach is very awkward. They could sit behind the bomb chassis and get this defused. And that's what they're trying to get towards it. There it is. Shinka starts it. Souls has to swing into this. He doesn't have the angle. They have this watch from above and straight across. A great retake there from Wolves.
Very well met. And the strategy overall from Wolves, very, very good right there. FaZe not capable of doing too much in the opening 2 minutes. And then, as you said, I mean, they kind of had to just try and chuck it into sight and hope that something worked out for them. But the way the Wolves had their crosses set up and the way that FaZe was trying to deal with things, not really playing into their favor, especially with just the amount of bodies that Wolves had swimming around down here. I mean, just look at that target-rich environment at the bottom of marble stairs. What do you do in that scenario? There's so many different things going on all at once. It'll make your head spin, and that's exactly what happens to the FaZe player there as they grace the stairwell for the last time in that round. Wolves now with 1 round in their pocket. They're going to head up to CEOM, see what they can get done going on this top floor.
I mean, the first round, the first start, is one to sort of shake off and go, all right. But it is, as I said, of anything that sort of plays the same way before and after. We talk about how the meta has changed a lot of these holds and brought a lot of life back into defenses. That one is pretty much exactly the same. You're not really getting grenades to catch. You'll sometimes send a Flores or a Twitch drone to remove Goyo canisters if they're a heavy Twitch team. You'll get control of the hatches the same way. The other sort of B take on that is to try and rush and break your way down maybe gold and maybe onto the vault drop. But otherwise, it's still the same, I think, really, before and after the grenades. And, you know, I think, to be honest, the one thing that might have more of an impact here is the translation between the mirror windows and maybe the Ash to go against them. Because mirror windows, if you're unaware now, from the front can be not entirely destroyed, but smashed by an explosive.
You ever drop your phone and then just be really worried about picking it up because you don't know what the screen's going to look like. And then you flip it over and it's absolutely shattered. That's what the mirror window looks like.
That's what the mirror window is now capable of being from ranged Cyber. Just missed the scrape on the stock wall player. They're just going to hold this power position. You assume they have a shield tucked around, which they do. They're just going to try and survive for as long as possible.
Oh, no. Please.
Cyber! Filthy removal onto the swing stock door.
Really going to want that swing from top square again, I'll tell you that. Unfortunate circumstances there for Wolves, as that was more than likely a kill onto Cyber, but those shots just going a little wide. Not even able to sliver up health off of him. Now he's able to traverse into top square. They have the assistance here from the north window. It's a very typical way of handling CEO. Mowgli downs that EBR to the wayside as well. One of the most dangerous weapons you can bring on the defense. And that exothermic out here for Souls. They'll blow these right panels up and start trying to set themselves up for success in this plant opportunity. Nice little swing there from P4, getting a little risky, but still has half of his HP to try and dance. BB will take down one of his own as well, and all of a sudden Wolves have man advantage.
They have the player on the window, but there's only so long you can sort of sit there by yourself, and you know the more support comes out with KDS a little bit further away. Are they going to sort of try and double stack and pinch the BB player position? Well, they're not able to get it. Look, 3 players all focused on Bibu. Handy from the other set of windows. 2 of them on repels, but it's a long road round. They find Bibu. But now they've got a huge rotate to make. They have to try and get themselves closer towards the site and the pressure. If they go all the way, that's about 15 to 20 seconds to get yourself over, get yourself down, and get yourself inside the building. Are you just going to instead try and push up Spiral, which Deadshot is watching on the back of? They have fair eyes and fair attention towards this push from the top square. It's FaZe that now have the pressure of trying to bring it all together.
Attackers have recovered.
One bomb out. Before low HP. And oh no. A split-second decision, and it looks like it's starting to go the way of FaZe. Shinka, he's been relegated to the corner here.
They've
putting
missed
time out. And, oh, Deadshot! Be able to at least get one, but it's a 2 versus 1 now. They have plenty of time for this, Em.
That's it. They just need to do what they can do very well, which is pay attention towards it. The kit is going down behind the bomb chassis, so he cannot get the shot. So he's got to try and push for the first 1 versus 1 engagement. Too late. Now it is back to a 2 versus 1. If he can get the player before they pop off and move, well, that's one pop off, but it's the one crouched just the right-hand side. The other side of a soft that's going to cause some problems. They are holding themselves as still as possible, hoping that they assume that the player is otherwise rotating around. Vidiking gets the kill. The unfortunate moment, you said there was a look away, but we actually had that from Deadshot just twice. A bit of classic siege timing. He was watching the swing on the top of the window square, through the breach that had been opened, looks away, and that is when, I think it might have been Vidiking, that entered and crossed, missed that one. Then he missed the second player enter on the windows, and it's rotten siege timing. It unfortunately turns a lockdown situation into a, how did you get there?
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, those kind of moments are hard because you look across the table and you're like, were you watching that? Like, well, actually, I looked over for a split second because I didn't know if somebody was, maybe rotating up this stairwell or coming for this angle or something like that. And I was just going to double back and look over in a split second. But as you said, sometimes that's all it takes. Those little micro moments in Siege can be the thing that breaks the camel's back, and that's exactly what we see in this regard. Wolves doing, I would say, a pretty dang good job of keeping FaZe at the gates. Just once it came to crunch time, FaZe able to get a lot done, especially with that little bit of luck on those crosses.
10 seconds remaining.
One apiece. And as successful as they were attacking in the previous map, here now onto this one. Can they double their luck and double their sort of money during regulation? Because we've seen how impactful the attack rounds can be, how sort of much of the attention is dictated in terms of the success based on getting onto the second half and the latter half. This is their map. And if Wolves start to find themselves under pressure on this side that they've opted to lead on defense, well, suddenly you might have a bit of a blow. There are a couple of mistake rounds that were punished yesterday that FaZe did, that these are the ones where I'm sort of seeing, okay, will this happen again? They were plays that went wrong. As said, they're often built on the back of their defenses, and Cyber especially.
Feed up and running.
What came out here from Mowgli? Some of that Nitro Cell in tow, obviously. The usual suspect for Valkyrie's kit. Some of those impacts we do see every once in a while, though. Nitro Cell's still here, and oh, Deadshot. A nice find onto Cyber as he was just trying to get rid of a little bit of info, but not aware of Deadshot occupying the space on that top floor. That beautiful angle out towards top square. Gonna get a kill going the way of the Wolves. Mowgli his way down into E2. Off the side of the elevator here. He is indeed, and immediately slapped off the face of the planet by Handy. 2 big kills. He knows where another one is as well, and he's got at least a little bit of HP to be able to take this fight. Oh, back and forth we go between him and P4. He's over here inside of Teller's office. Biboo currently inside of E2. He's going to be holding things down inside of the elevator. So a cross here designated between him and P4, but if this is properly checked, this is 2 ISO'd one-on-ones, as long as nobody else steps up to try and assist with the situation. There's a lot of time remaining on this clock, and FaZe should most definitely use it to its fullest advantage.
They still have a lot of potential. They still have a man advantage, and, you know, as you said, they're a team that's happy to sort of play time. The mute jammer.
Souls, you can just punch it. There we go.
He's worried about that. Shinka being ready to do it, but Shinka also still has 1 in pocket, so he's worried about getting caught if he does this, rebuilds it. Unfortunately, well, I don't think that was the way around. He wanted that to go. But it does mean it's a little bit awkward for the Hop-In now, because you think you're safe, however your feet will be on display, and that is the hardest thing to get into an immediate engagement on. So he needs someone to still buy him a little bit of space. 30 seconds, 30 of it gone. They've got themselves tucked in, but if they're eyeing up, say, a drop on a hatch, it only takes a single player paying enough attention to get that cross, which is positionary, and there it is.
Nice.
There's 1, there's 2.
Nice.
Fed and built it all into Shinka. They finally stop it, but it's just Souls standing in a 1 versus 2. They're either side, 1 on beepers, 1 on the small box. They're trying to get the player up. There it is, unfortunately, getting the plant instead. So now they can go for the plant with a bit of cover. There's the pop round. Bibu for 2. And that is Wolves to get their 2nd.
Very well done from the Wolves here. Not getting too over the top about these swings, making sure that they give respect to FaZe in these moments where they can definitely make a game-changing play. That's going to gift them another round here. It's 2-1 now in favor of the Wolves on this defense, and they're looking pretty solid thus far. Getting some nice picks early on, able to transition that into some pretty cheeky spots around the map, especially with some good patience. I really like how Biboo continued to occupy E2 there, making it really difficult for them to try and really build anything up on the other end. Yeah, it was disgusting. Handy put him to the sword right there inside of round 3.
Imagine having the read and going for that C4 breach and still getting caught. Like, it's... Whew. Lucky they won the round, because otherwise you would beat yourself up about that forever.
Oh, yeah.
You would be very negative about that. So, 2-1. Now, for the context, I was having a quick look into it. So I covered 1 game, and that was FaZe when they played this against Bliss yesterday. They got 2 of their attacks before it went all the way. Wolves, they got 5 of their defenses when they were able to get it done. So anything less than 5, and they're slightly performing, you know, not quite as strong as they were. It was against Bliss and you're against FaZe. There's always those conversations about what is the stronger opponent and what they can take out of it and what you expect to lose. However, the sort of meter of pace that we have for Wolves' defense is most of it is driven by it.
VD King, again, droning himself in from dirt. Actually, he's got the drone all the way over here.
Love some parkour.
Yeah, working his way up towards top square, and yes, indeed, a little hardcore parkour. Himself up onto the balcony here. I'm likely going to start droning things out for Cyber on this top floor, and then inevitably work their way in via dirt, trying to assist with a clearance or whatever FaZe wants to try and apply them towards.
Biboo in a do-or-die position that's often played in this statement. You can find pockets to escape. Remember where the site is. They have 2 stories to fall down, and they're just wasting as much time as possible. Time was that deciding factor. We talked about it in the very first round. It's a bit of a burning utility, and Biboo ducks underneath, removes Cyber, and then drops down. 2 hatches in a split second. They are all back down. They've paid a lot of attention towards it. They go, okay, now we'll go to 1 floor above because, well, Vida King is getting some of this work done early, which they need to. But remember, they only had about 15 seconds to go for the plant. Everything was still on fire. If they get themselves an extra 20 towards the push, it might be a different position.
Well, the mirror window is going to go down. Well, there's definitely some stuff popping off over on A-Stream right now, I can tell you that.
Lynx is as loud as he is in the dressing room.
Oh, man. Well,
It's like we get slow utility at this moment, just so we get the most of it.
It's the perfect timing for
As I
us.
said, it's the point of the round where it is, we know what's going to happen for the next 40 seconds, which is going to be they now have control over these floors. They're going to start trying to get rid of the Goyo canisters, trying to get a little bit of intel. But you know where the players are. You also, you know, you're very much locked in as to what has to happen. Yet all the players know this as well. You're up against C4s. You're not up against smoke canisters this time around, and you're not up against Goyos, so they don't have as much to burn, but there's still a lot of baiting. There's about 20 seconds of baiting that has to happen on those C4s, and unless you have the confidence to lock down either this angle to catch them or the other one to just cut this across and move that mirror out of position, it's risky.
Most definitely. I got to get something going here, too. X-Kairos out to try and deal with this, but Handy and KDS both go down. Mowgli, where did you find these kills? And Nitro Cell out, and that's the round right there. There is no way that Souls gets out of this situation, and a nice shot there from Deadshot as he'll step into the angle and decapitate his opponent. 3 rounds go the way of the defense, and a timeout here from FaZe.
I mean, they sort of, I'm not going to say they lost the plot there. I was fully convinced that they knew where everyone was. Apparently, Mowgli had different ideas. I mean, to be fair, when you're in that situation and you have the man advantage, and you know it's going to be a fight on site, go for a roam. You can, if you die, and there's 20 seconds left, 15 seconds left, you're still going to have an engagement here. You actually get a cleaner engagement if you force it as well. If you're the one that drives the momentum, he did, got 2 around the back stairs. Because FaZe at that point were like, probably doing, they're like, okay, we'll go in 3, 2, Mowgli appears, kills 2 people.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, that's how close that was.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough look there for FaZe because you could tell from the opening strategy, especially with Twitch being in dirt and all that kind of stuff. They were trying to poke and prod around and see how many people Wolves really had on the roam, but then they also miscalculated the positioning on that top floor. Cyber steps right into the janitor and gets blown away immediately. Yeah, they're able to go into full transition into the mid floor, and FaZe don't exactly have everything that they want at that moment anymore. Wolves can just simply wait on timer and see what FaZe really want to do as they start to build things up. As you said, that little cloak and dagger there, right? They think they're a little patient. They think everything's going to be okay. All of a sudden, Mowgli appears from the ether, takes out 2 people, and that's the round. There's nothing you're going to do in a 1 versus 5 there, especially with such little time at your disposal to be able to take out all of the Wolves. So very well done from them. Already getting the timeout out of FaZe as well. This is going extremely well given the circumstances. And now for FaZe, I mean, you really want to see them try and address that down the line, but they're not really going to have another opportunity. I mean, I was really hoping that we'd see a stronger clearance as, the identification there should have been, pretty easy early on inside of prep as a lot of the hatches are open and stuff like that. It's kind of, written on the wall as to what the strategy is going to be, right? So you'd expect FaZe to kind of help each other out a little bit more on that top floor, but, I mean, they did still have somewhat of an opportunity until that Mowgli play.
3-1. Wolves and FaZe, they've taken a timeout. They don't think things are quite connecting the way they want. They don't want this to turn into a long defender-sided and attacker-sided split. Even though they sort of, as I said to you before, they think something's missing in our play. And they maybe also think we need to break up their momentum. We need to get them a little bit more hesitant because they're feeling a bit confident. Oh, that's a shame.
It's a perfect bullet cam. This bulletproof, I don't know if you can actually break it unless you have an explosive or you go up and just punch it where it can't see anything, but then it'll still get audio.
There's an explosive. That's a strong use of utility there. Imagine if you also put like a disc there, like a my disc to catch it.
Oh my god. I mean, stop giving them ideas.
Just give him have a utility burn, but for 1 bulletproof, hidden in a plant.
If I see that on Bank in the next 3 weeks, I'm uninstalling, and it's all your fault. Mowgli's going to be able to get souls here. And that was outside. He killed him off the window. That's case down. A beautiful find from him. I don't even know how the hell he got that.
I mean, I said they might want the timeout to break the confidence. Mowgli's feeling it. 3 kills over the past 2 rounds, as of yet. And you can sort of see now the attention that's being put forward at this point. The Blinds start to roll their way around. KDS onto the back of Banana. Vidiking is caught by his teammates Blind and then gets caught by Shinka on the far end. A little bit of crossfire in terms of utility. Do they know about the player tucked on the desk? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they know about the player tucked on the desk. And there's the pop-up and then the shut down! They didn't know he'd got to his feet. Cyber I mean, caught in the middle and just had to take a second to go, okay, it's all to do. There's a minute. They're rotating around. They're trying to find a fight in the flawless. Wolves hit them with the fuller woo.
You're ridiculous. Not the insane stuff here from the Wolves. But honestly, FaZe just constantly running into brick walls around that site, around this map, around their decision making. The biggest thing right there in that round was the miscalculation on timing of that Candela. And I mean, even past that, I think FaZe still had some opportunity to try and get things to go their way, but those gunfights most definitely were not the case. You know, nice little prediction there on the desk player, but definitely, you know, wasn't doing that in confidence. It was just a pre-fire to see if something would happen. They checked the other window, and they're ready to bear. You know, it's a full gunfight out in the open, and Checkers player able to quickly dispatch the Banana player from FaZe, and that's really all that could be done there from FaZe. Try and get an aggressive look on that top floor. Try and get some kills going their way. But as we saw, not a single Wolves member faltering. This pack is strong.
This round will be the dictation of which team is slightly behind their beat, behind the path of the course that they were able to deliver last time they played Bank throughout this tournament. As I said before, Wolves, they got 5 defenses. FaZe, they got 2 attacks. Both of them going up against Bliss. So we'll see who's been able to sort of keep their pace and who is slightly off it. You assume FaZe, as I said, they're the ones that feel a little bit more behind the pace. They are on attack, blah, 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 blah. Attack meta, defense meta, blah, blah, blah. But also they've taken their time out. You've seen them get flawless, something that I don't think happened at all in the previous map itself. You're seeing them struggle to keep a handle on the players. And this is a map where if you're comparing this to the one we had just before on Cafe, I think Bank can be a lot more dangerous for roamers, and your awareness on where players are as proven, and that carries across both attack and defense.
And that's the one thing is, like, when it comes to the roam game of Bank, it's actually really difficult to pull off, especially if you're, you know, from the offensive perspective, allowed to implement some of these cutoffs. You know, you're thinking about things like the basement defense roam, and if you're able to get somebody inside of something like Printer to occupy the space over there in open area, that person can deal a very serious blow of damage to the defense, given the proper circumstances on those rotations. But that's just something that we hadn't really seen from FaZe yet. They're really trying to do their best to understand the full depth of what the Wolves are trying to attempt. But as we've seen from the Wolves time and time again on these defensive sides, they've been able to really take it to FaZe in the early moments, make it to where they're kind of on that back foot. And yeah, FaZe, I mean, they're still rearing to go. They're willing to take a gunfight. But Wolves shut it down on that second attempt almost every single time. It's been so difficult for FaZe to try and put these together.
Just getting some clarification about something, but Carter, once again, has gone silent.
Oh yeah, that game is most definitely over. I heard him do the... Who was it?
We might know the first team eliminated from SI 2024.
I'm gonna guess here. I'm gonna guess and say that it was FearX at 1 and 2.
That's what we're trying to work out.
Oh man. Pow, pow,
so,
pow.
For those
it's your boy
that unfortunately were backing the GK horse, I have terrible, terrible news. They are the first team sent home from SI 2024 with a 7-0.
Okay, 7-0 the first map, 7-5 the second. Okay, I got you. Thank you, Hap.
Gesturing.
Yeah.
Hap apparently has never played charades in his life and was struggling.
That was terrible sign language.
He was struggling to count to 7 on his fingers for context of what was happening. But, moral of the story, FearX Korea, first of all, have won their first series.
Amazing.
Couldn't have done it at a more we gotta do it time. And a Korean team of the 2 that are at the tournament have been able to get themselves out of the danger spot. Now, DK, D+ still do have their game to play later on today. They might do the same as their country. Maybe you'd be inspired.
Come on, Woogieman.
I guess we'll have to see if Woogieman can Boogieman. But unfortunately, MENA, they are the first team in GK. It's the Wonsei Falcons. They will have a fight again for the region later on, another region showdown to see if we can have a MENA team continue the great work they did earlier on at the majors this year.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel for them, especially given the circumstances of what they had to do at the beginning of this group stage. I mean, if none of you have visited any of our stats websites and seen the amount of players that the Falcons had play for them at this tournament, it is a whole heck of a lot. I mean, just in players, they have 8. Think about the back staff there as well. I mean, Falcons having to drop a bag in order to get everybody here. I can guarantee you that. So, unfortunate circumstances befalling them, but shout out to the Fearless Foxes as they are
my boys
able to stave off elimination.
Okay, we're back in from the game after the tech timeout. We are here, star from open. Again, a little bit of a break in momentum here, whether it works in the favor of FaZe or Wolves. It's impossible to call. We are this close to the sort of halfway point as well. They weren't allowed to talk, for the context of if you're unaware. The players cannot talk to each other during a tech pause, only to get the problem sorted. So FaZe, they might have just been stewing in what was the wrong side of a flawless...
We're going again.
We are going again. Another tech pause. Never mind.
I thought we were going to have to podcast it. I was down with it.
I mean,
I had a few subjects lined up.
I was going to talk about how I became a camera operator in the break.
Oh, yeah.
I picked up the cameraman, our very, very talented media team.
I'm not usually a big fan of paparazzi, but, I mean, you make it look good, Em.
Yeah, it was Eric.
Amelie. Eric Amelie, the boy.
Always happy to see his face
Love
at
that
any of
guy.
our events. Great photographer. I'm not a great photographer, but I was just making I took some paparazzi photos. I said, oh my god, Zendaya, and I took some photos of Ginny. I was like, oh my god, Florence Pugh. I took some photos of Anne. Oh my god, James Corden. I took some photos of Fresh. And I said, oh, if you want to use any of them, you can have the copyright. As my photography inspiration, as my photography hero, Eric, you are allowed the copyright on any of my photos. I assume he has just deleted them all. I was just making sure he's allowed to utilize them.
Probably roll through those and we're like, I can't believe you took these on my camera.
Yeah, I'm going to have to burn this SD card. P4 underneath with the C4 ready to pop and go.
Oh.
That's fine. That's just trading utility. Let's just... I traded out a Mozzie Pest.
Hey, fair enough. It's a very straightforward look on that, and I can't argue at all because, I mean, hey, making sense. They got the other drone in there for handy as well, so more than likely just to trade a utility there to make sure that they're able to drone out that top floor. Looks like here for FaZe, they want to be able to at least get the ball rolling on this top deck, and that's exactly what you want to see on an offense like this. Are obviously going to be occupying that mid-level. Open area, pretty interesting prospect when it comes to the defensive setup. You can do a lot of different interesting things. Sometimes we see people occupy the top area. Sometimes we see them just handle things from the cross section. That is more what we're getting here from the Wolves, is they'll be trying to occupy things like towers, things like archives, to try and make this setup a lot more difficult for FaZe on this execution.
Now Mowgli has had some motions and some swings before. Handy does get the first. Deadshot's gone, but so is about 2 minutes, so a lot of time has been taken out of the approach. It is Handy on the Ash. It's going to see if they can try and get control of Deepers in the back end. Remember the C4 swing last time did not work, but then they still won out the round. So the last time we were here anyway, they lost that opening body, and FaZe just didn't have the time to capitalize. Talking of time to die. Cyber blown up out of the building, taken out from the C4s, long since placed and played, but that's the intel game. You're looking at Valk, Mozzie that's stealing bits. As I said, it has been the big drive of Wolves is to focus on that. We start to hear Candela's pop. We start to see P4 about to find the next fight, and he gets the side of KDS. They weren't entirely aware, but you're looking at a combination of like Ying, you got Dockerby, and they're still not able to handle these players. Swinging either side with an SMG. The trade's about to come on his right-hand side, but he's being shot from his left as well. There's the lockdown. 20 seconds left.
Very risky now for Vidi King and the rest of the gang. Need some bigger fights here and a place for this case, but Wolves done such a good job of being resilient in this setup, not giving them too many looks early on, and now this should be a Wolves round, but as soon as I say that, Handy for a triple kill. They need to kill Bibu here, but he will nip it in the bud, and that'll be the last offensive round going the way of Wolves, a 5-1 half, just like on Cafe.
Sam,
What's up?
are we about to see another 5-1-5-1?
Honestly, probably. If I'm being real with you, we're probably going to overtime.
I'm not strong enough.
Where's Ace and Dez when you need them?
This would be I mean, I guess it's the time to run the numbers, because if you look at the raw numbers of defense-sided versus attack-sided, it's probably in line with other tournaments, right? It's probably a little bit more defensive, I would say. However, surely the amount of like 5-1 halves to 5-5s is the highest it's ever been at this tournament. This feels like a Jesse J. Chick question. This feels like something for that boy to type away on his laptop and break all the sheets. I don't care how many times, what was it, his bird-related thing, who loses to bird-based teams. I don't care about that, Jesse J. Chick. What I do care about are the questions I pose you, which is, surely this is the most prevalent those 5-1 reverse sweeps have been because of this meta.
Well, Bank before this was sitting at a 59% overall defensive win rate with 6 plays, which for the history of Siege, that does not sound right at all, does it? Oh man, Bank usually favors the offense just because of the way that the top 2 floors are set up. There's so many damn windows, there's so many crosses that you can garner that are unbelievably pivotal. But as of right now, things a lot more difficult for FaZe on that offensive side. We'll see if it gives the same difficulty over to Wolves.
Early pops of canisters. This was something that I highlighted when we were looking at FaZe attack, is if you know what you're going to be up against, which we generally always know, it's very often a Goyo, it's pretty much always a smoke, you want to try and get in and get rid of that utility early, whether you do it via Twitch drones, whether you do it by Flores. You have to have something, for my money, that turns oh, we can get rid of it now, to, oh no, there's a, what, 15 second, 20 seconds burning of each individual piece of kit when you're going for the plant. You've got 30 seconds left. You will get to it as a problem eventually. Try and get it as early as possible when it doesn't really matter as much if you are there.
Well, minute and 40 now for the Wolves. They're doing their due diligence. They're working their way around this map with these drones, looking to see what they could potentially find. All damage still to be had for both respective squads. We're 5-5 right now. It's mostly just been the exchange of utility. Bibu still rolling around with these Twitch drones. He's gotten so much done. We saw him trying to influence the mirror downstairs while they were looking to put up that mirror window, but instead got that Goyo canister. A good little Valk cam there inside of open area that'll be able to give the pacing of Wolves over to FaZe. So we'll have solid information on what that setup is going to look like. So the IQ here as well of Deadshot. He'll be able to pay attention to where the majority of players are with these cams and things along those lines.
And just, again, so happy to see this sort of IQ continually brought against FaZe. It's like there's some teams where you just know you've got to control that game. And there's P4 controlled by KDS. The first swing is a lockdown inside Garage. They lose the back push, and there's 2 caught off. Handy just open palm, caught the players. Bibu versus the world here. He is inside of Fenrir, has no idea where anyone is, what way's up, what way's down, where's everybody around, waits for the smokes to pass, and can't even get the connection, Vidaking. But that was so... That's your B take. I talked about it very briefly. The gold rush.
And well, no gold to be discovered there.
Nope.
River is empty. Got to go to a different creek bed. Wolves not able to get that penultimate point just yet, but for FaZe, a good start to their defensive half and something that they're going to look to try and mimic throughout the rest of these rounds. A flawless one to start as they immediately go to executive and CEO. And I mean, FaZe, just a beautiful setup there. You know, a lot going on, especially with that downstairs setup, allowing them to keep Wolves back and forcing them into pretty bad timing, especially with that pickup there from KDS. Wolves not really able to implement a few of these separate angles that they were looking to try and utilize for that big pressure play up against the FaZe setup. Instead, it's FaZe simply dominating Wolves on every single opportunity. Now Wolves have to try and readdress things on a completely different site.
5-1 becomes 5-2. And as I said it many, many times at the very beginning when they were on the other side of this phase, a 5-1 is dangerous. A 5-3, hey, it's certainly very close. Wait, we're going to 6-5 at least. We're gonna be at 6-5. I don't know why we're doubting this. I don't know what's going on.
I have this feeling that for some reason we're not going to Chalet. I don't know what it is. There's just something deep inside of my soul
something in your core.
Yeah.
Oh, the fun we have. I mean, it's as likely. I think that's the thing, is something that we and the players have had to get used to the idea of. This 5-1 is sometimes defining in this meta. If the team still has to attack, it's just part of the course. It's how things are going to go forward. Every map statistic, as I said, is about 10%, 15% different in some cases to what it was before the tournament. A minute is gone. Still trying to weigh up. There's some dangerous bulletproofs.
Did FaZe immediately implement that bulletproof that they saw from Wolves?
I love that they might have done that. I think it's definitely close towards the same position.
Yeah, it might have been theirs. They might have already known about it or something like that. But that would be absolutely hilarious.
I think theirs might be a little bit wider, so they get the eyes into the lobby entrance.
Yeah, like one planter over.
Yeah. I think just so they can see when people enter the building itself. Maybe it also gives them an idea of whether they can run down, go for the roam to attack this. If you know that no one's in lobby, then you might feel more confident to go for the ping from lobby. Handy, he just gets himself tucked behind some safety.
Since the change here, rather since the rehost, Handy 5-0 right now. Insane stat line for him. Look to continue that reign of terror over the Wolves. So they're setting themselves up for this top floor offense. We have two over on the north and a swing in here from Mowgli. He's going to be able to get rid of this castle barricade here, but the jig should be up. They should know exactly what's going down. P4 lose his life to Handy. Nobody knowing that Mowgli's around the angle, but he gets gunned down by Handy as well. And is this going to be a back-to-back flawless? You surely hope not. Handy low on HP, an opportunity here for him. Him and Shinka both going back and forth on their respective slivers. Don't want to overswing this. Shinko will at least guarantee that it won't be a flawless round, but strategically, it's looking so. FaZe, they'll be able to finally pick up one, but Shinka gets one on the back end. Although he is on low HP, this is misplayed properly. FaZe can still lose this.
He's in a 1 versus 1 on the site currently as well. So both him and Handy are only a breath away from danger, and Handy pulls back. He knows he hit him with at least an impact, but he doesn't entirely know where he is beyond 50, and he doesn't want to give them the 1 versus 1s. We talked about it before. He's tucked himself further and further, as I said, all the way into Janitors, waiting for his teammate to appear, which he has done now. The double stack. They know the pressure is onto the plant. Goes for the hop here, Shinka, but now he's in the middle of 2 players, and Handy is able to get the lockdown. That Mowgli moment at the very beginning when he got in behind the castle and had that first fight, they did not know he was there. If he'd have killed Handy in that situation and got himself the advantage, even if he was then instantly traded, you think about how impactful Handy was there throughout the rest of the round. Siege, one kill difference, one flip of the coin. Doctor Strange, how many different windows, how many different storylines are there?
Oh, man. The multiverse of madness.
Too many.
Right in front of us, right here. Yep, right there. Mowgli.
There.
Just getting a little antsy about that gunfight. Needed that kill so badly that just tried to shoot their hands instead of trying to step up. But we also saw that cross angle there coming in from Checkers as well that actually ended up being the death nail for them in that scenario. So now the Wolves already letting 2 rounds slip away, and neither one of those, even though they did get quite a few kills in that last one, you know, especially given the circumstances, I wouldn't even say that was close. I mean, there was so many things that FaZe still had the opportunity to do, including what they did. Just waste time. Don't overswing things. Force them into a clutch scenario. I mean, a couple of the FaZe members knew that they had a gunfight with that Zofia, and they knew that they tagged him up. There's more than likely less than 25 HP on that guy. You don't really need to get over the top about things. And that's exactly what FaZe do. They rest on the strategy, they rest on their laurels, and it works out very well.
It truly has turned into the current idea of if somebody can do one little magic trick on their attack, they have to try and break the momentum of defenders. Defenders are so, built in right now. The only thing that seems to be the difference maker is a surprise strike, having a single sort of entity go around, because when you're looking at keeper barricades, when you're looking at the control of drones as well, from the Solace, from the Intel game, when you're looking at the control of doorways and swings and positions, from the Fenrir, from whatever, you have so much control over every single aspect of this approach. You have spaces, you have windows, you have hop-ins, you have your own structure you can build and swings and pixel angles, and you also have their electrics. What is there that you can do as an attacker to find a hole in this? Sometimes it's just hit him hard and get a little bit lucky and get a little bit cheeky on the read. There's No hitting him hard. The Ossa goes for the deploy.
Oh
the second
my.
round. Handy has the pick back up, and Bibu can only watch as his teammates get bebutchered. Finally finding them in the afterlife. Shinka alone. Might just sit on the roof for 2 minutes to have the team talk.
Yeah, we'll continue the escapades here as Vita the King. Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha.
Gets a triple kill inside of this round. I mean, Wolves. I don't even think. Do we still have a timeout for these guys?
We do still have a time.
We do?
for these guys,
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
And
I
it'll probably
figured.
come after this round. This is why I'm saying I think they're just going to maybe sit and talk. And you know,
You should.
You should. Especially after a round like that where you're trying to move in with the Ossa.
Let's be honest. After 3 rounds like that.
Okay. But, yeah, you know, you're going for this Ossa take. That's one. Elizabeth Castle scream. Ah!
Drop the bomb.
It's just so much louder than, like, anyone else's.
Him
You're
and
hitting-
Pulse, especially when they
Yeah,
get zapped, like, ah!
That's just the knowledge that they then have to go through American healthcare to get fixed. that's what that scream is. It's like, ah!
Oh no, my deductible!
deductibles! Yeah, I mean, you've got the Ossa. You're trying to replace the fact that Monty has gone off the board and run a shield as the lead in there, which you can deploy. They can play Ossa very well, but to lose the player that is the gun behind the shield is the mistake there.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine it if it's a Monty, imagine if it's an Ossa, whoever.
Just look at this.
The one exchange, they know exactly where the player is, and then this kill is just...
I mean, honestly, just zero respect for VD King in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Not a proper info game going on that top floor. I mean, shouldn't be too hard to discover the guy in E3. He's standing out in the open. Nobody knows he's there. Nobody knows he's there. Mowgli's so confident about him not being there, he's sprinting through stock.
Yeah.
Not even trying to take a fight.
10 seconds left.
Wolves, I just feel like their game is a little misplaced right now on
5
this
seconds
offensive
left.
side of the coin. It's really, really punishing them. So we'll see if they're able to fix this up here in round 10. But, I mean, Emmy, we are 1 round away from being tied up 5-5 again, just like we were
I'm going to eat
over
this
on
table.
Cafe.
I mean, is par for the course. It is
Oh,
par for the
come
course
on,
of everything that
Cyber.
we've seen.
Cyber, come on.
Cyber-
What, zero respect for Wolves.
Cyber's going to do it to him.
In ATM of all
In
places.
ATM. Waiting for them.
There it is. I was going to say,
Okay.
for Wolves, if you don't drone this, I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore. Like, I've lost my support for the French
at that,
Rainbow
look
Six
at that.
teams, but
Cyber
Thank
still
you.
might win this fight.
that's it. That's it. Oh, no way. There we
okay.
go. All right, I was going to say, that's just like, you're practically gifting a killer to the offense as long as they drone things correctly.
Yeah, I think it was clever to open the lobby door first and sort of say, hello. And then that forces the player to sort of go, okay, maybe I have a second to opt out. Because either way, you know you're about to have a fight. And I think they sort of realized we're being droned, we're being caught here. 4-5. They've got the first blow here. And
You hopping, Mowgli?
a great take. Go
We hopping?
Go on.
Go for it, brother.
We've seen a white stairs murdering earlier on today. Gone against but not quite able to get a catch here. Remember, obviously, where the site is. What they're pressing right now is Pime. And that is what FaZe are wasting as much as possible because you've still got smoke canisters. You've still got the Goyos. You've still got a mirror window in pocket just in case. You never know.
Vita King, getting a few of these drones. There's one directly around this filing cabinet as well. It's going to find him here again. I don't know if he knows that it's there. He should now, and he'll be able to get rid of it. Drop back down here in a minute 15. They're going to find their kill as Handy will get one on to P4. He's inside of Kitchen. Must have worked his way all the way up blue. Can't get through that rotation. Thought the rotation was made able to traverse through, but I guess a few pieces on the bottom of that just making it a little bit more difficult than what he thought at first glance. For FaZe, I'd say they've at least gotten the major part of the job done. They've been able to delay time and make it where Wolves have to go for this execute at sub 30 seconds.
And this is the risk. This is the problem as well. As I said, Souls, 3 smoke canisters. He can cover this the whole time. The rest of it, you don't know if there's any Goyos that are still standing.
They're going to have to fight him.
They're going to have to just swing in because the Havana pellets, they're going to take a while to maybe get the bit of the width. They're pinging them out at this point, but It's just the lockdown. They Yeah, there's the grenade, the rotate around the top. They know that everything is going to be on fire for the rest of this. They cannot go for the default take. This is the highlight, the importance of this utility game and the burn that I said. It doesn't matter how much work you do elsewhere. When you're left with only 10 seconds on the push, well, it's got to be a rock and roll and a little bit heavy and fast. Vidiking, he's pulled back. He's aware of it. The smoke canisters drop. There's two. One on the default plant spot, one on the cover of the drop. There's the swing round. They have it locked down from Garage. It's 3 versus 2. Two of them executed as they dropped into the fire. A fight goes into a 2 versus 1. We are out of time. We're all tied up 5 apiece.
Like a dragon sitting on their gold. Whole swath of utility still sitting in the sight. And a timeout procced from the Wolves as FaZe have done the hard part. They've tied up the game. But honestly, I call it hard. Those 4 rounds looked like easy breezy, beautiful play from FaZe. Every step of the way, Wolves not able to even hold a candle to the sunlight that we're seeing out of FaZe. I can see it on your face right now. I can see it. What's you got going on in that beautiful brain of yours?
I'm just, you know, I'm a play-by-play caster. I know a lot about Siege and map callouts and rotations because that's my job.
Yes, indeed.
I know enough to carry on by on the understanding of how things go. And I am frustrated at how defense is at the minute by how much can be controlled.
Yeah.
Because it's the limitations of what the attackers can do. And then you start to think, well, how do you sort of fix this? Because what is in ahead of you? There'll obviously be changes, there'll be nerfs, there'll be whatever, but what could you introduce? Because it's just a matter of, as I sort of alluded to earlier, pretty much every single aspect of what attackers can do on an approach can be controlled by a single operator handily. It's not like a trade out. If you look at, for example, the older times, you would have operators that can sort of do half of a job and need someone to help. Sometimes they accidentally make someone able to do things. You think of Fragmite being able to roll his way in and then blow the wall itself. And then they're like, oh no, he needs to be able to do half a job. So many defenders can just do a full job right now. You can have, if you're sort of filling a fantasy league, it's like having like, you know, 5 Wayne Gretzkys. It's when even half a Wayne Gretzky is still too powerful. It's
5 seconds left before insertion.
traumatic.
It is. It is. It most
And I
definitely
can't
is.
imagine what it's like for analysts or coaches or even players in the game to have to go, what do we do here, gang?
Well, it goes back to what we talked about with the other utility meta. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't as mathematically sound as it used to be, because it used to be you're burning discs and you're burning Jaegers and all of these kind of stuff. This time around, what it is understanding the strat that they're running and having to handle things in good timing. And the problem is that with offense and Siege, things are so difficult to coordinate because you have to do it all on the fly. There's always going to be a different look for the defense. The defense gets to set up their home and defend things, right? It makes it where, things are very risky. Cyber, he's not going to step up this. He run out here. You crazy bastard. Nitro Cell out. We'll get rid of that drone. I thought he was going to go for the full sprint right there. Full Monty.
I mean, I kind of wanted it. I think it was very clever. Waited for the drone to roll and go for it.
Please tell me you saw those drone mechanics right there.
That was just filth.
That was disgusting.
That was parkour. Do it again, man.
Come on. Let's see it, Deadshot. Oh. Look it back. Oh.
That is so clean.
I'm robbing that one.
Yeah. All right. Already in the bank.
Whoop.
Already in the bank.
Money in the bank?
I mean, I did so many wrestling references yesterday, and I like how someone retweeted, and I was like, I like how people are like open about being wrestlers. I was like, that is not the hardest thing I've had to come out about. I was like, the line of...
your parents are like, we're fine with this, but you watch SmackDown?
You watch SmackDown? Oh my god.
We're a Monday Night Raw family.
Get out of
this house.
But I appreciate that. That's the fear. We're about to have a quick zip. Get out of the way. Your teammate wants to make the motion behind this, the blinds, the smokes, the cover, and the clarity. There is nothing to do at all, but Gridlock is so noisy. So as that pops off, the coverage of the quick player inside, they might get caught by the Fenrir, but they're going for the plot.
KDS.
They don't care.
KDS.
He's not entirely aware. He's the one man that can stop this, and instead, he goes for the swing on the first fight, but it's a post plant. They got to go for the retake, and as Handy does get P4, they're in a good position. Mowgli.
Please go for it.
Exactly, that's the worry. BB was the only cover for them to go for the watch out one, but they've got to be concerned about the jump out, which is what Shinka's watching at this point, the far side. If they hit top square, then they're in danger. 2 players have gone to fight BB here, and they get the fight. They now have the cover, so the players on rappel. They got to go for one out.
There it is!
players on the defense. Had the kit go down, 5 players on the defense are standing when the kit gets removed.
What an insane set of circumstances there from FaZe. No matter what you say, in those last handful of moments when Wolves have those amount of bodies, you're like, well, they got to kill one, right?
Yeah.
They have to get somebody. I mean, FaZe have to do so many aggressive things in order to shut down that setup from FaZe. I mean, they have to take away ATM away from Bibu, who's playing it extremely well. He's playing outside the front doors, trying to make sure he doesn't just get swung on and immediately eliminated. And, I mean, also, just at the end of the day, they kind of got a free plant there. I mean, KDS goes all the way out to square to try and deal with that player with the glasses active as well. Could have just nipped it in the bud, stopped the plant, but instead, I mean, FaZe kind of overcomplicating things for a split second, but at the end of the day, it's still a flawless round simply because of the way that they play off of each other. I especially like that patience on the hop out from the windows, Emmy. They respected the fact that there's more than likely not only vision happening over there, but they knew that they had those players working their way over to ATM to try and handle things with Bibu, and it would draw that pressure back over to those ATM windows, and as soon as Ying turns her head, they hop out and kill her. Very, very well done. FaZe now on an absolute tear. That's 5 rounds in a row, and if they get 6, they'll close this out 7-5.
We might, over 2 maps, be about to have 5 attack rounds over 27 rounds. 1. And
I'm pretty sure if this does go down this way, that'll only be 4 defensive rounds won across 2 maps.
4 attack rounds won.
4 attack rounds won? How?
As in, total, between this map and the last
Yeah.
map, there's defensive have won like 21 rounds. Defenders.
I've got my
You're backwards.
I'm so backwards.
You're
Yeah,
backwards,
no, you're
baby.
absolutely right. I was so confused.
No.
I was like, what are we talking about here? Anyways, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
Currently, only 5 attack rounds have been went. FaZe are in a position to end this series now with a flawless defender half. There has been only 1 attack round won this map so far.
Yeah.
There was 3 in the last.
3. There's only been 1 so far,
and
so
they
it's
have
4.
And they have both almost gone to OT. The first one did go to OT.
Yikes. Yikes.
And there's just some stats for you all like that. There's a few stat heads.
And sorry for the confusion there as well.
It's
even
fine.
my brain was like,
It's
what?
early. It's early. So, Wolves, they're not just doing it for themselves, they're doing it for the meta. At this point as well, if you're unaware of the context of this game, FaZe, they are playing for 2nd place in the group, which wouldn't really change much apart from a potential opponent that's still to be locked in, and there it is. First away from the Wolves, however, they were playing for 1st potential spot. They need to win this to keep themselves in the fight. They need to try and find themselves onto the 3rd map, because if they take 1st seed, which they could from SSG, who are otherwise sitting, hoping FaZe lock this out this round, well, then they get the bye. They get themselves into the quarterfinals of the upper bracket. P4 starts to take a bit of damage here, and there's the strike right into the heart of it. Bibu gets some of the control of the core of the map as the quad wall starts to fall.
Well, Souls will be able to take down P4, and FaZe trying to steal this away from Wolves after they had a successful defensive side. FaZe now sit at the precipice of being able to take this 2-0. It's their map pick. They look so good on their opponents as well, but now we get down into the 3 versus 3 because we have to make it fun, obviously, for these dying moments. Mowgli going to try and sprint across with pistol in hand. Very smart man using that maximum movement efficiency with that handgun as that plant will start to go down. Mowgli a little worried, though, about this rotation coming in from KDS. A lot of damage onto Bibu. KDS, a big moment here as he traverses down the staircase. It's up to Mowgli. And Emmy, I think that's it. It is indeed FaZe Clan with a perfect defensive half to take it 7-5 here on Bank.
I mean, kudos to FaZe Clan. They played brilliantly across the series, but both teams, from the statistics we said, as I said, 5 attack wins over 27 rounds.
13-1 for Handy.
Handy went 13-1.
Oh my days. And I think we also had a rehost as well on this, right?
13-1 on this map was the deciding factor on the first map. Handy, if I talk about Cyber having his 6th SI, his first. And he's putting in a performance like that.
Truly insane. It's the Brazil buff.
Brazil buff. I mean, it's the strange thing about the whole meta. It's the strange thing about the current side of driving things as well, because the conversations that are going to happen tomorrow on what is a sort of day off and the one between of how are the coaches that have got to this point going to answer this stuff? Because that is the toughest question in the world for anyone, is how do you push against these defender-sided metas? The first team to work it out, the first team to crack just from a 5-1 half to a 4-2 half will win the game.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. That's the thing. When you look at these statistics, everybody goes, oh, defense is so important right now. No, it's not.
No.
Offense is so unbelievably important. If you can't attack, you lose. It's over.
We saw it in the Super Bowl. We saw it in the Super Bowl about a week ago. Neither team could attack, and then the first team to work it out wins the game. It is that swing right now. I think the first team that can consistently get 2 attack rounds is going to win the whole SI. I think, I mean, that's where we're at. You have to give credit to these two teams, but that's just the situation that we are in. I mean, it's the frustration to focus on that when also they put in such a good performance. You have to give credit. 13-1. Unbelievable. Probably the best performance of a single player that we've had in a map, I think. I don't think it's the overall series best performance.
I honestly think that he had more as well, because I'm pretty sure we had a rehost on Bank. So I think he's probably like close to 20, which is just insane to even consider. Handy is definitely handy at this game, I can tell you that. I mean, he's just so disgusting. And FaZe, I'm really, really happy that they're looking more like themselves, because like we were talking about at the very beginning of this series, a lot of people were talking about how dang good FaZe looked coming into this game, or rather this event. But now, as it sits, you can see this is going to be it for Group B, folks. Space Station Gaming, our NA boys, have blasted off to quarterfinals.
America, you're in the top seed. Feel free to get on Twitter and start mouthing off to all the people that doubted the region itself.
Just not the Brazilians.
Not the Brazilians. Not the Brazilians. You're cool. Everything is cool there.
We love you.
Team Bliss and D plus Kia will be playing later to decide who is the team that gets eliminated from this group. Korea had a success story on the other stream earlier today. Wolves, they sit in 3rd place, so unfortunately no first for them. FaZe, they climb up to 2nd. They'll be playing the 3rd seed of a different group. I don't really know. This is still a little bit of a shake-up on this group as of yet. So all eyes on the Aussies versus the Koreans later on the day. But SSG, take a breath. They get a bye. Your boys, they find themselves up a bracket one step closer towards lifting their hammer.
Yeah, I bet they're really, really excited about that. And 18 damn kills.
The fact that
my God.
So he was what? I'm bad at maths, 5-5, and then he comes back and goes 13-1.
Yep.
That is
just
criminal.
goes to show you
That's
that
illegal.
Once you take the reign, or rather the weight off somebody's shoulders, they get that defensive half and they're able to kind of run amok at things, you can create some magic.
Horrifying.
And Handy looked so insane throughout all of that. And not only that, but look at Vita King there. I mean, 9-5 as well. A lot of the first kills going their way as well. What is that? 2? That's 5. 7, and then they got the 4. So, I mean, FaZe winning the majority of the opening engagements as well, even given the circumstances of their initial half not exactly being the greatest thing with that 5-1 split. But that one round, that's what mattered the most. All that separated OT, a singular round.
One attack round.
Yep.
Imagine being like, oh, this team, they got a 5-1 defensive half and being like, that's not enough.
32 kills in 2 maps. Jesus.
What a performance. I mean, it's the weird thing, because I started the day and started the series talking about how Wolves have had Deadshot do that. They've had Mowgli do that and be the defining thing of a series. This time, the step up is on the FaZe side. For breaking through everything, and I know I'm losing my mind, I am sorry. Breaking through everything.
It happens all the time, to be fair.
Yeah. For breaking through everything about this meta, seeing the performance FaZe put in on their attacks, that was still, for me, some of the best performance that they've been able to do. It felt like the FaZe clan that people expected to see at the start of this tournament. They've started to wind up. Whoever goes up against them next, because I think they're going to keep stepping that game up.
Hey, you like highlights?
I love Smiley.
Well, that's amazing, because we're going to throw you guys to a break. But before we do that, we got some intel highlights for you from the game.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. G2 with a great read there, maybe from previous studies, saying, you know what, they have a weakness here in their defensive side on Kitchen. We just go for a quick plan to do that. On the window repels with 3 members, going through trophy window, open the soft wall, and just plant in the first 45, 60 seconds of the active round, basically. Bottom 1v5, he might be great, but not that great. Another flawless back-to-back, but for different teams.
Yeah, incredible. What a start. Back-to-back, and so far both teams have had success on Chalet. It's G2 though, 2-1 up. Really quick attack. Again, goes back to that 104 kind of entry time, 60% entry success rate. I mean, they're a very efficient team when they attack. Again, it's not like the highest win rate percentage for attack, but they're probably the best when it comes to efficiency and time as well. And you could clearly see that on display in that last round.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, we can make a lot of jokes about G2, how they won Invite last year, and then they really bombed out domestically, internationally, didn't make it past quarters, didn't really go anywhere of significance, and then all of a sudden, Invite comes around again. It's like, okay, we gotta defend our hammer, we're gonna try and go back to back, and it's a new G2, a different performance than the regular season that's shown up so far, and we can argue that, okay, GK in IP, you know, FearX...
Fucking jumped out at me. What up, God?
not the toughest opponents for G2 so far, but imagine how well they're warmed up, right? They're being plowing through the competition, 2-0s, and they're feeling good. They're feeling so confident. In fact, this is their 3rd time playing Chalet. They will go up on Chalet on anybody because they're so comfortable in their own capabilities and their own strat and prep work that it doesn't matter if you're FearX, GK, or Dark Zero. And so far in the first 3 rounds, already up in a round lead.
Yeah, and it's a total flip as well for G2 when you kind of look at their map pick of Clubhouse, a map we haven't really seen from them. So it goes to that workshop territory. Hello, Nave. That's a nice little pick over towards the game's window, and that's going to be Uno falling early. So again, we continue this little roller coaster of rounds. It's G2, then it's DZ, then it's G2, now it's DZ. In terms of the opening kill here, good start for Dark Zero, especially on this basement side. Bolo down towards bot west main stairs. He's got entry over towards Boiler, and it is being watched, understanding that, again, for G2, they like these fast entry pushes. Doki in towards Boiler already does kind of probably say that they want to go fast in towards Wine.
Yeah, but Benji is there with a drone, just saying, you know, Doki, this might not be clear in your ace this time, so please don't die early. We need that heartbeat capability, and they will drone out that player on West Main Staircase, force the movement. Now G2, with that loss of Uno early on, they will start to slow things down. Almost very alone here.
One-on-one, Alamau Gumai gives away the position on the vault in. Nice shots coming through. It's a 2-on-1 actually with Amberzo and Canadian both holding this top layer position. 1-for-1 trades elsewhere. Doki winning that battle over towards site. In fact, he's in towards storage already. A couple of bees buzzing from the Hive launcher utilized by Benja before going down, who did lose his life on the main breach. At least they've got good pressure both sides of the map here. But Panbazoo does get the kill onto Vertu. Ball from Canadian is aggressive, but it is also successful. Alamau to fall. And as the opening 4 rounds have now gone, another one-sided affair, this time for Dark Zero, down to just Doki. Despite good positioning, despite getting a kill, all that has been for naught.
He's been on site for like 40 seconds, by the way. They have no idea. They try and plant Doki, see what happens. There's Evil Eyes. They got intel now. He's not in the best position.
Too much utility that still needed to be clear. And for Dark Zero, certainly a more important round for them, considering G2 have looked really prominent to begin on their attacks of Chalet. When you think about the tournament as a whole, it does favor defense, and so you really do want to get those defensive rounds stacking up earlier rather than later. You don't want to be down 3-1 already, so a really big round for them to win basement 2-2. More importantly, now opens up bedroom and office is where we're going to be heading to for actually the first time in this particular half, but really solid round. And again, it was that fast-paced play style. Look at the clock, 2 minutes, Tengu, and they're already trying to rush in towards Wine.
I mean, this is one of those games where I would love to hear the comments from both sides, because they both seem so confident. They win the round, they lose the following, but then straight back to business again where they're so confident. We've not seen either team start slowing down or giving up map control. They're both fighting for it all the way through. And typically, one team will take control and set the pace, set the tone. That's not the case right now. They're matching each other very well here.
Feels like a chess battle.
It really does, yeah. Really back and forth, yeah.
2-2 start here for the Juggernaut matchup. Dark Zero on the defense, send us over towards office and bedroom for this 5th round. 2 more to go in the half. And so far, it's been a worthy match to watch as the way both teams have played out. And for what feels like the 5th round in a row, just like massive attacker repick as well from G2. They just keep changing it up, but bringing that Grim, really utilizing that Virtue now back on it as well. Benja gave it a go in the last round.
Let's see. The first team, I think, to change things around, kind of giving up the way that they were playing. It's like a game of chicken. And G2 so far, for this round, they're playing a lot more passive utility operators. You want the Grim alive, the Flores alive, the Lion alive, the Nomad alive. The only true injury you can really lose early on right now is arguably LML on the box. So I'm curious to see how much more time will be spent this round from G2's side before we start seeing some actual action happening. Because with the other lineup, I feel like they're gonna go slower.
Yeah, big stack on this solo side from both teams kind of means that Nate's a little bit on an island on that south side of the map where he's just playing that Legion, spread the Gumite, so he's got a large map control that he has to kind of watch over, and he lost his mobility too as well. That's a big loss. At least Canadian from down below inside of Dining uses that vert nicely through the floorboards. A little bit more of a scrappy round. Never mind, G2 come out on top, just winning the gunfights again just through sheer speed on entry. That has just been like a go button. They are constantly spamming every single round. Benja gets the plant. We still had 2 minutes in the round. Does not matter. Canadian's by himself in the 1 versus 4. He's down below court. Benja cooking inside a kitchen. They get themselves another round win. 3 here for G2.
I don't understand. Not a single Retero drone was used from Benja Master. Only a couple of beasts went out. Only 1 Lion scanner went out. Like, well, I'm looking at this like, okay, they got so many tools. They can clear the shields. They can clear positions. They can do vertical plays. They can run clear the map. No, G2 will do 3, 2, 1 countdown and full send it into the into the map.
Well, clearly, this first half has all been about pace. The passing from G2, and they are the ones also dictating the gameplay that we're seeing right now. The couple of rounds that Darkseer have won, why have they basically won those rounds? Well, they've been able to stop those initial rushes. We saw it on Wine over in that 4th round. So clearly, right now, it's like it's G2 or bust, basically, on how they want to play this. That knife position as well, completely full white, as you can see. He was by himself, and because he's by himself, he can't get traded. They then get piano control, a lot easier to overload the site.
Come on, Canadian, you should retire!
Bit of a frustration there from NGR. It doesn't feel good when you're getting run over like that, when you have deployable shields, utility on defense, because typically in a round of siege, defense, they have to build up like this puzzle, this big maze of obstacles for the attack inside, and you think, okay, we gotta flash this at the right time, throw a grenade, use a soft breach from floors, etc. But G2 with so much clear intel here and so much confidence in the server, they go, there's a shield, we'll just throw a flashbang, jump in the window, go for the kills, play together, and they have a really good read on the player positions from Darkseer every single round right now, where they usually get their first opening kill in their entries and are just so explosive afterwards.
There is one side though, and it is bar games, and it is the last one for this half, that I think can actually work out really well for Darkseer, because I think you can position yourself a lot better for these trades. So if there is that fast rush from G2, people are in position. That last round, Naif by himself, no one could help him out. No one could trade the kill either. And it just meant that G2 were able to go from a 5-on-5 to eventually a 5-on-1. Canadian tries to get aggressive. Obviously, when a team's going fast and you feel like maybe you need to match that pace, you want to go for these aggressive plays, Alamau's ready for it. We already saw the chirping coming into this round. That will hype him up even more, but eventually he does get traded back. In a bit of a delay, Pemperzoo as well gets involved, and suddenly in an outside library balcony with the kit will just slow things down on the Flores.
Looks so good with G2 there, but a few gunfights going the wrong way. Elmar finds himself injured in the balcony with, I was going to say no help inside, but Virtue rotating over. He's going to prioritize that. Unu, though, whilst that's going on, gets isolated because he was alone. Nave with another aggressive advancement, jumping out a window, full sending into a gunfight.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably summarized, I think, this entire first half, where when G2 have won, it's that fast-paced rush, blitzkrieg gameplay where they just go in towards the site, hit some really good shots. Darkseer are winning rounds as well, when they're kind of emulating that a little bit on the defense, trying to go for these spawn peaks, vault outs, getting aggressive, trying to just halt G2 before G2 overrun them. So far, it's been a wonderful first half. Not counting this round out just yet, though, with Alamau and Virtue. The one good thing with this fast-paced gameplay is you still have time. If you get the ability to have a kind of second option here. So slow down, 60 seconds, see what you can find. Can you create a couple of 1v1s?
Of course, if you can make this a close round as well, just get into your opponent's head a little bit here. Don't make them feel like they have any space in the map. You see right there, Bolo starts walking too much forward. Virtue is there. All of a sudden, the gap is closing.
50 seconds time, not that much of a factor, not just yet at the very least. Kit still does need to be recovered, and Alamau is quite low, but flashes, along with smokes, does give them utility over towards site. For Darkseer now, no more wandering. We saw that from Bolo over towards the hallway. Everyone else just has to hold site, hold key positions. Remember, DZ have kind of also got control of Kit still as well over towards library side.
No, they do. So now G2, they got a problem solved. Yeah, hatches, they aren't even open up for you, buddy. That is too bad. And yeah, 2 smokes, 3 flags. The diffuser is outside the building. Guman takes that out even further down that health bar. And now things are getting a bit dire because DC, as you said, just waiting in those prime positions.
Flashes go out from Virtue. Has to make entry, needs to make contact. Does so. There's another one for Virtue. Now on 2 versus 2. Drop down. Guman need to pull that out. Low on health. And the Barstock fight has been won. Nicely done from Pambazu and Nave. But talk about a little comeback there as well for G2 to salvage that round, get it towards the final stages. And for what felt like maybe the first time in the half, Pengu, we had a bit of a close affair. Every other round was like a 5-on-1.
I gotta say, that's gotta be one of the fastest Chalet like first halves ever. Every round is over so quickly, action happening so swiftly.
They play really slow. They actually do play really slow, by the way. Minute and 26 entry time. So that's about a whopping 22 seconds slower than G2 on the attack.
Okay.
You want to know the good news, though, for Dark Zero is, yes, they play slower, but they're effective in that 55% attacking win rate is the second highest at the event so far. So slow pace doesn't mean bad pace.
Not at all. I mean, you can argue that G2 lost them rounds, as you like you mentioned, because they were too fast in this case. And the big question mark for me is, what is G2's reaction going to be if they know and talk about, oh, they are a slow team, they're going to go slow? Does that mean you're going to sit up, plant deny, play echo, smoke, C4s? Does it mean disrupt their gameplay? Because you know that if DC can reach the bomb side with 4 people alive, they're so efficient at attacking the bomb side. So do you try and disrupt them, or do you let them watch for all the time? Because DC, while they do have a slow time just like injuries, etc., they also tend to plant with like 20 seconds left sometimes. It's a little bit too slow in this matchup.
It also depends on the opposition. That takes into account. If you're going up against inferior opposition, you might go a little bit quicker. If you're going up against, say, a G2, yeah, you might then inadvertently slow it down a little bit. And it also depends on the lineup. You've got the Mirror, you've got the Warden. So obviously for G2, happy to play a little bit that on-site defense. They know that Darkster aren't necessarily going to rush them. They know it's probably going to be maybe like a 30-second kind of attack late round. Ben just seeing if he can maybe get himself into an opportunity to go for a cheeky little spawn pick, or at least with that Nitro cell, but he thinks better of it for now. Repels were heard, or at least the initial one, so clearly understand a solar side hit from DZ at the moment, drone through trophy from Canadian. And I'm very curious to see, indeed, what the pacing will be like here from Dark Zero, because I wouldn't be surprised to see them also pick up the pace to maybe try and catch G2 off guard.
I was going to say, you can't give them too much space. Oh, it looked like a bad beginning there for NTR, but the Mayor is definitely in town. Finds Spenja, a huge pick that's Warden off the board here to allow DC more of a plant situation. The C4 is gone now. We know DC, the most plants in this tournament so far. Tron 8 plants single-handedly. So DC's entire win con typically is on attack to get down that diffuser.
Yeah, and no water now. Flashes, not too many of them from NJR, and it's not like you have to deal with the Ying band down anyway, but still a good operator to take off the board. More droning, so clearly seeing a bit more of an emphasis in the droning gameplay from Dark Zero compared to what we saw from G2.
Yeah, I mean, it's again that the pace, 1 minute 30 seconds, the slowest round so far, only 1 death in the server, and DC, despite the yellow ping information, are still playing their cards pretty slow there. Pampa just now using those ass breaches to open up the floor, soften things up, and Nave holding angles, expecting a peek, and it is indeed happening, but he does not connect the shots.
Doki playing that library hallway on the Solus to deny information from the backside. Lovely Nitro cell from Uno, catches out NJR on the repel. That was a large amount of pressure that you can apply from that window, now gone for the side of Dark Zero. They don't have that anymore. Does now kind of make their attack a little bit more one-dimensional from the Solar side hit without that bedroom pressure.
DC's been so slow that G2 has fully rotated all their players because we was just Spenja and Master Bedroom. Now there are 2-3 players from G2, Alama, Uno, and Virtue all holding that angle, forcing DC to commit into a bad gunfight situation or rotate it across the map, but the one roamer of Doki is also there to shut down that player.
Yeah, Doki was able to get that kill and now has still got library stairs control for G2. 3 versus 3, trade did come through eventually from Dark Zero, and that slow pace round play style that we anticipated has come to fruition. Only 30 seconds remaining as Doki continues to battle. He's kept control of that position the entire round, and even until the end, start to finish from Doki towards library hallway. That's been under control for G2. Dark Zero thought they maybe had a rotate option late round, but they never cleared it out.
Canadian. Oh, he gets the kill somehow, but it's still a 1v2 with 10 seconds left, and Troy's got to really clutch up here.
10 seconds remaining. Canadian to check closet. That's so clean with the Bailiff. Now has an opportunity to kind of get that plant down. Just didn't have information outside of maybe Doki. Doki, of course, around that position. Library side eventually slipped in towards Piano, though. A little bit closer on that bathroom side. Good reposition from Doki. Understanding at that point, he'd done his job. That rotate had been done. You know where the last threat is. Move up a little bit. Get an off-angle position and catches Canadian off guard.
What did you want me to play again? I said soulless, right? Kill the guy in the highway, right?
Yeah.
What do you want me to play, man? It's like, I have no idea what I'm doing here. I mean, it seemed like Dark Zero were expecting G2 to swing into their crosshairs and just holding angles. And when G2 then didn't make those really offensive plays, besides Benjamaster, who did die, they didn't gain any ground.
Yeah, and in terms of Dark Zero, though, as well, I think they played into their natural playstyle, that drone game. They clearly wanted to get a little bit of that vert, make sure no one was roaming down below. They wanted to obviously overload that solar side. I think that, though, kind of played into what G2 were bringing defensively with the mirror, with the Warden. Yes, the Warden was dealt with early on, but still kind of the game plan, I think, for G2. I think, honestly, Dark Zero kind of played into that a little bit, and they always had Doki as a fallback option in that sort of roam game that kind of allowed G2 to have information that, hey, no one's coming from that mezzanine side.
That's important because teams will often over-rotate and have 5 people just all go to Master, then you leave up, libraries free, lobbies free, etc. But Doki's sticking around, as you mentioned, very crucial. He finds 3 kills in the round because of it as well. He's 9-4 right now, putting up a stellar performance against Dark Zero, whereas his supportive cast of Uno, who spends most of the time droning on attack, playing those usual global gadget operators, he's 1-4. He's only killed a C4, but that's all G2 has needed from him so far because the other players are stepping up to the plate right now. So far in this tournament, every single player from G2 is positive, with the worst player going +7. That's not a bad situation whatsoever. That's a great spot here for G2.
Over towards main garage in terms of the push here for Dark Zero. Main breach opened up in snow side for a basement side of G2. And obviously right now for Dark Zero, this is probably a really good start for them. And then I say that and cast a Curse Pambasu, who dies to Virtue. It's like, oh, good start. Main breach, got second garage as well in terms of the entry point, and then someone dies. Not ideal. Didn't quite see how that happened. I don't know if that was like from a vert, because Pambasu on the buck, you ideally want them up above, opening up those floorboards. I can't imagine he would have just peeked that main breach.
No, I mean, it shouldn't have, right? It's too early in the round, be a little bit too quick, but also sometimes you want to play off pace, right? Catch opponents by surprise. Surely no one's peeking the main breach, right? But Virtue wins out that engagement. He himself had a phenomenal performance so far. The second highest rated player for G2, of course, Benji being the highest. And the thing is, Bolo, while he's roam clearing, doesn't have the full picture here, and he doesn't know that there are, in fact, 2 players instead of dining, but it doesn't matter. Doki with 10 kills now shuts down Bolo.
Juno as well gets rid of Canadian, and so far the roam clear from Dark Zero hasn't been as effective as they would have liked, and GR trying to shoot out that Nitro Cell does so effectively in the 2 versus 5. So far, G2 have just not really given up much until Uno kind of holds that angle. Good little swing from NJR, and just salvages the round a little bit now in a 2 versus 4. Understanding on a site like this as well, you can create these 1 versus 1s, but you got to probably pick up the pace now, unfortunately, with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I mean, this is a defensive team that says, we do not want you in the building, we don't want you to sit up, we want you to have no space whatsoever, and they're shutting Dark Zero out entirely in this round.
Ooh, a little bit of damage from that gas babe, unnecessarily taken from NJR, further making it difficult to swing these corners when you're on such low health. Even just those elbow shots and body shots now will do so much more damage. Flash in towards Boiler, which is, of course, where Alamau is playing. One more gas babe, more time denial. Nafe with a good lurk through blue, though. Not being watched from G2. He's been able to slip in. So suddenly creates the 2 versus 3, and they know that the smoke is inside a Boiler. So that's at least information on 1 player. The last 2, well, they should know Virtue's on site. 1 unknown.
They could actually go for plant here. Only downside, no smokes in the NGR, no flashes either. So utility-wise, not much to work with. Help-wise for DC, not much either. In G2, they got Doki in the solar, so he can see where and when the plant will go down, and he can communicate that to his teammates, and then they can try and isolate on it.
Doki also has those 2 impacts as well that might be needed here and will do a lot of damage. If they can't quite get the angle, throw the impacts in, that will do enough. Of course, with the Solus, you can find the planter, calls out the information for Virtue. Nafe's going to get that down, and that's going to be it. Virtue just gets all 3 of them. Obviously, as soon as Doki just pulls out that scanner, it's like,
time.
Hey, they're planting, their time, he's ready, gun up from Virtue, gets the 3 kills in the round, and G2 take a lead here for the first time, really. I mean, they've had 1 round leads, but for the first time, a bit of separation.
Proper lead. I was going to say, this is the first time that a team has won 2 rounds in a row.
Yep.
It's been back and forth, 1-1, or 1-0, 1-1, 1-2, 2-2, etc. And now DC, with this, they will call their tactical timeout, and I think this is a good time. You're 3-5. You just got like the side swap recently. You can talk things through and kind of figure out, okay, what are the problems here? When you pick the map, enemy picks the starting side. We all know that attack on Chalet historically is the stronger side so far, although the current meta is more defender-sided, so it really is a top-up as to where you're going to be stronger.
I think what's interesting as well is the way that G2 are playing. It's very like in-your-face defense, and so why would you want to do that against a team that maybe struggles a little bit on entries? 46% 11% for DZ, is a whopping 14% less than G2. So G2 are just kind of playing to their strengths right now. They're playing at windows, they're playing at entry points, they're making it very difficult to get into the building, which then means for DZ they don't have as much map control to do that slow-paced gameplay that they like to do.
The same there, Troy saying we gotta make, oh, that's how Bambusu died. We gotta make sure we're on the same page here, and we'll go at the same pace as well, because things are falling apart, and I mean, we see it here.
Well, I figured for a battle of APAC, I would bring somebody who we have imported from APAC and our first time casting together. I'm Intero. This is the Guzzler. At some point, if we could have Guzz amended to say the Guzzler, that would be greatly appreciated. We have D plus Kia versus Bliss, and the loser goes home.
They do. Which could mean that I will be either quite happy or very, very sad at the conclusion of this game. Hopefully, it is the former and not the latter.
Team Bliss have had some okay moments so far through what has been a relatively rough tournament for them. D plus Kia, we can't really say the same. Only 17 rounds that they have won. If you do the math, that is 22 rounds fewer than Team Bliss, who are in second last in terms of rounds won. You can see right there on your screen, Space Station, FaZe Clan, and Wolves have dominated this group. Now, there's no way that either of these teams vault out of 5th and 4th, because as you can see, today's the last day. Space Station has a day off. FaZe Clan and Wolves just played. Spoilers incoming. FaZe Clan beat Wolves 2-0. Now, you're the APAC expert. What are your expectations between Bliss and D plus Kia?
Well, even putting my OS bias aside, I'm expecting Bliss to be relatively heavy favorites heading into this particular matchup. Of course, they're taking on D+, and as you mentioned, their round diff is not particularly amazing at the moment across the 6 maps they've played thus far. Guess how many attacking rounds they've been able to muster?
D plus?
6.
Oh boy.
1 per map. On average.
FearX just won their matchup earlier today by winning 2 attacking rounds. If you like
Could
to play,
one be enough?
If you like to play defenders, let me tell you, we got a meta for you. It's the time to be alive. D plus Kia, the organization, also tweeted out yesterday they are looking for players in the middle of their team's match. They had to play with that information. Here's the Bliss roster. Here's the Bliss team.
Yeah, very excited to see these Bliss boys back inside of the server. Of course, yesterday, able to snatch a map against FaZe Clan over on Bank, a tight 8-7. And to be fair, across the 3 matches they've played thus far, plenty of overtimes, but not going their way. Of course, leading up to this elimination game. Again, anticipating them, though, to be favorites. I think they've been a little bit more well-rounded. And again, considering that they've been far more competitive through their 3 games, they go in as the favorites.
Chalet, Consulate, and Clubhouse on the board. Bliss get to start on their map pick. Now, for Chalet, you expect a very defender-sided matchup. Let's just get this out of the way. You're going to expect the defenders to do well in pretty much every single map that we're going to play so far today. The expectation right now is the attackers will win 2 rounds at absolute most. Now, if you're capable of winning 3 rounds on attack on Chalet, that's not abnormal, but that's pretty darn good. 4 rounds on attack on Chalet? Well, goddamn. You might as well just hand them the hammer. Bliss is going to be starting on attack, so we will see what the expectations are for them after the first couple rounds. These Korean squads here at 6 Invitational have had some serious struggles. Former player of D plus Kia actually had a very good game for FearX earlier. Rin, despite having a slow start to this event, has picked it up in the ensuing games after their first matchup. Arbiter bands rolling in, Guzzler. Lion and Brava removed. The question is going to be what defenders are taken out, because we are in this nuisance meta for defenders. You see Solus, you see Azami, you see Aruni, you see Tubarao, you see Fenrir, you see Valkyrie, you see Legion being run quite consistently. Solus being taken out. Is this an Azami? It's a Fenrir, which means that Azami and Tubarao will both be available for Shelly.
Yeah, of course, that's Solus. Not too unexpected for Bliss. 100% ban rate for that particular operator across every single map that they have played thus far. I will say the line's a little bit intriguing from D+. They've only banned a single global throughout the tournament, and that being the Dockerby. So we're going to be seeing a bit of a switch up in that department. I will say as well, the Brava also quite intriguing. So we may well see Bliss lean heavily into the meta with, you know, those particular operators that are countered by the Brava in that second half. But of course, they're kicking things off on attack half, where rounds are going to come at a premium, and I think we're going to get a good barometer as to how they're feeling today.
This bomb site downstairs, this wine garage bomb site,
Bomb located by
is
attackers.
typically a bomb site that is quite favorable to the newest operator from Portugal, Tubarão, but of course is absent on your screen. Now, the way that those Zoto canisters can hold off the hard breachers obviously means that the more walls that you hold off any type of breaching, the stronger Tubarão is going to get. If you fail to get the breach from opening up, you can then use them to slow down the attackers quite literally, and also gain that information. You see the footprints if you throw it on somebody who's playing above. Almost certain that Bliss is going to stick somebody over the bomb site, because that's what you tend to see, especially in that kitchen part of the map. You look deep down below you. One thing I do think is a bit interesting is there's no Buck, there's no Ram, there's only, I mean, you got 6 breaches, I guess. That kind of goes in your favor. But if you're looking at making the lives of the defenders miserable inside a lobby, by tearing open that floor, you're going to have a bit more struggles here. I wonder if we might see a more linear take from Bliss.
Yeah, I mean, it always opens up that opportunity, right, to open up Snowmobile initially. You can post the Glaz out there, self-sufficient with smokes, and then rotate over towards wine, where the burn may not be as necessary. It's Cody though to kick things off, able to find first in this particular engagement. It's Wettables to fall, so one of the 2 hard breaches in the grave, so Fisho now needs to ensure that he is proficient and getting both breaches. As anticipated, Sage, I thought was going to post up on the breach, but he rotates off, at least for now, but he has the potential to lurk back later in the round.
Yeah, Wettables getting removed from round number 1, just like his mustache got removed yesterday on that segment. You watched it, of course.
Well, I hosted it, so
I
didn't watch it, but I was there.
Michael?
Were you talking to the audience?
I was talking to the audience.
You brought out the Michael and it's only round 1.
I'm already frustrated with your silence, okay? Oh! I'm sorry, did you not say that there was more on the shoulders of Bliss here? Well, guess what they haven't done? They have not taken out Coded. They didn't even seem to know he was upstairs. Now the breach will get open into wine with half of the round to go. E plus Kia can get very aggressive here. They try to plug this hole, and Fisho guy taken out by a Nitro cell. It will cost them the Kiba barriers as well, but I think I would trade 2 Kiba barriers for a kill any day of the week.
Well, not a great start then for the Aussies. This attack never really allowed to get going. Sage will push deep now in towards contact low, and in fact will not find that bit. Rendo, his brother, pushes through as well. A little bit late, no trade. Round 1 going the way of the South Koreans.
You say his brother. It is. They do kind of look alike.
They are literally brothers. I'm not joking. Did you not know?
Oh my god.
They are quite literally bros. Of the literal sense.
I know that. I was making a joke. This is going to be a long day. This is going to be a long cast.
Well, it will be if Bliss lose.
The funny thing is that we requested to cast together, and I'm already fed up, and we're 1 round in, and I love it. This is. I hope this level of animosity continues. That's all I can really ask for. Honestly, pretty ineffective start by Bliss. Coded upstairs, roaming completely unsupported. They don't drone him out. They do drone him a little bit, but then don't drone him again. They get picked up by the window. You allow him to play up there. Picks. I do like that they went for that more linear take. They opened up wine. They tried to pressure wine, but then again, you have no way, no soft destruction in that main lobby to force the defenders to watch where they're standing. You just have a Nizami who can stand there and plug that hole with those Kiba barriers. It's not an ideal situation to be in, so not exactly the best usage of your attacking lineup. And if Bliss does decide to attack that bomb site again, should D plus Kia go back down there, which I imagine they will, I'd like to see a little bit more soft destruction get brought. Like I said, a Ram, Buck, even Fuse can be used in a pinch as we've seen before to open up that main lobby floor.
Well, the Sense has been selected then round 2, and probably the only team that I can remember playing it, at least that I've covered so far in the tournament. Well, Woogie gives away a freebie to Oda, who can pluck that one from front yard. Also to play no further part in this round, and it gives Bliss the advantage to now pivot around for the remainder of round 2. probably give them a little bit more confidence and freedom as they look to prepare for this push. It's pretty standard here from D+ with util mezzanine, up library stairs. I suppose for Bliss, they don't have the greatest in terms of tools to deal with that utility. No Flores, for instance, no grenades. So we'll see how they go about dealing with it. They may just look to overload these positions.
Well, I mean, they've sent out the roly-poly-olies, if you want to call them that, from Sens. Brendo walks in, kills Coded, and the advantage for Bliss will continue onward. Now, logic bombs will go off, and D+ Kia will scramble backwards. Bliss taking advantage of those calls, but ultimately not pressuring the site just yet. Still halfway through this round, and you've got plenty of drones. You've got information. Yes, the first kill for D+ Kia in this particular round. Roaming over towards kitchen and is also holding parts of lobby. If you allow him to persist there, he can rotate and get back and potentially thwart a plant from Bliss.
70 seconds then on the clock. Bliss just taking their time and doing their due diligence. Fishogai has the diffuser in his hands over towards the double window and the ROU to cover that potential entry point. Now Soldier is playing in back store and still has 2 smoke canisters in the hand, so that will stall out this push for a little while longer unless Bliss elect to go deep into towards site, but that's probably not advised at this point in time, at least not yet.
The very last wall will go up now for the Sens of Fishogai. You've still got 2 toxic canisters left with 40 seconds remaining, so good coverage then can be blanketed in the bomb site by the objective play of the defenders. They just need to hold off this push from Bliss, and of course Bliss have an advantage of 1. It gets better as down goes Soldier, diffuser in hands of Fishogai. That will compel Yas to get back to the bomb site. But both remaining players of D+ Kia are far afield, and now they'll have to work with a post plan. It's all up to Yas with a single point of HP. D-Mally is dead. And a retreat to the site from Blue. Bliss able to just lock this out. There's no way Yas is going to be able to find all 4 of them. He might not even be able to make it out of this particular portion of the map, Michael. So, rotate by, waste time. What's he going to do? Oh! Relatively unimpactful kill onto Wettables, but it's all over. And Yas knows that. Good drone work from Bliss with 7 seconds left. There's no way he's going to be able to do it. And Bliss use their utility effectively, forcing off those D+ Kia players early, and then getting the plant down.
Probably the most efficient use of the sense that I've actually seen from Bliss in the tournament thus far. So obviously something they've cooked up in the boot camps paying off on that particular occasion. I will say, though, I don't think that that particular lineup and that particular play style is actually going to work against stronger teams, right? They didn't clear any of the utility, instead focusing on just jumping in, flooding those positions, winning ones. And I don't think D+ were anticipating that, didn't have a particularly good read on it. And again, having the main disadvantage off the back of this first kill meant that they look a little bit uncomfortable for the remainder of the round. Still though from Bliss, can't really talk down on them for that particular effort. Round number 3 now over towards Dining. And we'll see how D+ look to respond.
Just waiting for the attacking lineup to come in now. I don't know about you and Xenox, but I like maybe referencing a pick that could come in from the attackers, but then you end up getting bamboozled. Like there was one time where there was a Blackbeard picked until like the last second. It's like, come on, man.
I think some teams troll deliberately.
You want to make our lives harder? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you want to do, players? Well, it seems like that is the case. I like what Coded's attempting here.
I don't.
Well, of course, because you're a biased Australian caster. I don't care which of these teams win. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy.
Are you going to be happy to see me miserable for the remainder of the tournament if Bliss?
Yes, actually, that would make me very happy. That would make me exceptionally happy. You're wearing Crocs right now. I want you to suffer at this point. I don't know if we're allowed to say it.
Well, at least my toes are covered, unlike other members of talent during this event.
Yes, well, Carter's had the dogs out all day, every day, and he's been walking around barefoot. It is, frankly, disgusting. I'm wearing boots today.
They are very nice boots.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. It's nice of you to say that. So, Bliss taking the first minute, and have found that Library is not being held by D+ Kia at the moment. that upstairs portion of the map can be very integral when you look at a kitchen dining defense, but a lot of the defenders tend to be stacked up over towards the bedroom and office side of things, where you can see there's already been an investment. There's some reinforcements up there and a soft wall. So it is fascinating that, again, there is no buck, there is no, well, there is a sledge now at this point, but there is no long-range destruction that can be done on these soft walls or floors. Brendo will lead the charge with the first altercation, maybe just an inch away. They'll have information, but D plus Kia scamper off, and farther back they will go into the bedroom and towards Solarium.
Well, it's the 12 flash lineup here from Bliss, so there's every world in which they can flash out these positions, find these picks, and then the vert may not necessarily be a good win condition for them. Well, Brendo doesn't need any flashes. He gets the first onto the Mali, Credibles as well onto Woogie. Yeah, so Grass over towards Bathroom, good for one. As Bliss now look to take that territory and chip away at it. It's a double for Wet, make it 3. He seems to have a knack for multi-kills on this particular map. He did it earlier against Wolves in the tournament. And Coded will now need to find 4 if he wants to bring this one back to D+.
He's a tremendously skilled player, and he's got at least one lineup correctly using the smart goggles. There have been times before when we have seen teams struggle with this, but there's just too many angles to cover. Bliss were excellent to get control of the top floor. And once they realized they had library, you've now opened up 2 huge portions of the map that you can play off of. Number one, you're going to be out on that balcony. You can open up those office walls and use those lines of sight to potentially kill somebody, or at absolute worst, the defenders need to retreat, which is what we saw from D plus Kia. They retreated out of office, farther back into master bedroom. Additionally, you've got control of library, and you can keep a flank drone over there if you know that there's nobody over there and there's no utility being used over there. So suddenly, you've basically got this entire floor at your disposal, except for Bathroom and Solarium, which then Bliss used their utility to take engagements on and won that. It was textbook roam clear and textbook map control by Bliss. And honestly, kudos to them for the way that they played that off. Once you've broken the back of D plus Kia upstairs, at that point, whether you're sitting in kitchen or whether you're sitting in dining, you've got to be wary of that kitchen wall getting opened up by a hard breacher. Bliss didn't open up, but that's okay. You've then got to watch the doorway. You've got to be worried about trophy stairs because now you've lost control of Solarium. And then things just go very bad for you in a hurry because unlike a lot of other bomb sites, there's really no way out of that kitchen dining bomb site once you've lost control of above and the peripherals. So Bliss play that very well. They grab the lead. And we'll go back to the very first bomb site we saw, Guz, which is downstairs.
Just didn't quite go the way of Bliss last time around.
No, it certainly didn't, you know.
A little bit.
It was bad. I think it was kind of bad. I don't know if you watched, but the attack that they had was not great.
Not amazing. Well, Soldier attempts the bandit trick on the wall. It does not land, so some good util game there from both Fish and Wet on the Thermite and the Thatcher, respectively. You now see Bliss probably rotate over towards Wine to try and split this push. Coupon approach. I don't know if Bliss are necessarily going to lean into a heavy vert play, and I know it's something that we've been commenting on a little bit throughout the first quarter of this particular match, that they're electing not to play the buck or the sledge. Although I'd probably make the argument that it's not particularly necessary, and maybe I'll overcomplicate a push, which for Bliss locally in OS can sometimes be a bit of an issue against weaker opponents where they overcomplicate things and their own demise. Minute 45 though on the clock, a bit of a roam being employed here from D plus Kia at the moment. But the Jackal is in play for Bliss, so they should be able to get a read on this and force them back.
I mean, hey, if you can't get coated from his roam, you might as well bring a Jackal onto the board. Look at the operator bans, the Lion banned out by D plus Kia, so that's one of the globals that Bliss won't have available, but obviously the Dokkaebi is not a terrible decision either. Just as we saw in round number 1, D plus Kia will get the lead off pick. Brendo dies, and it was a hard breach that died early, if you recall, back in round number 1 as well. It's not a good situation when you don't find yourself in a good situation when you lose one of your hard breachers first. You have to wonder why somebody like Brendo or Fisho Guy are even in positions to die first.
Yes, not even my bias can cover that fault from Bliss. Big mistake from them here in
Thank you for having some integrity here. I appreciate that.
Integrity.
Integrity.
Are we allowed to talk about that particular show on this broadcast? Probably not.
Probably not.
Well, 30 seconds. Thatcher's still in play. Fisher does have an exothermic, so they could root one. The back push here through Wine Cellar. I will say yes, being on top floor could pose a bit of a threat and flank potential. Oda is in position to maybe contest. Instead, though, now over towards the dining hatch, and Bliss will need to Hail Mary this final play.
I don't know what Oda is exactly looking at. There you go. You'll drop. Blue is clear. Down goes Soldier. Wettables, you said. Always good for more than one kill. Finds 2 so far. Oda on the board as well, but there's D-Mally to retake from main stairs. Wettables finds 3 kills. So here's your win con if you're Bliss. Wettables gets a 3K. Then you win the round. Very simple stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. Which is pretty interesting, right? Because you look at Wet obviously joining this roster not all that long ago in replacement of Jigsaw. There was a lot of discussion at the time as to whether or not that would be a worthy replacement, considering that he didn't have a lot of big experience in big teams locally. However, he has clearly shown up a 0.95 rating at Atlanta. Not horrible for an international debut.
I think
he's breaking out nicely at the moment.
I think a 0.95 rating is pretty good for a lot of players in his particular position. Especially
that would have put him second on the team. So.
I mean, like, OS is really hard to quantify. And I mean, obviously you call it OS. A lot of us as casters call it ANZ.
ANZ?
ANZ. I'm not American. I don't say Z. I say it like the entire rest of the world.
Wait, you're not American? I thought...
Believe it or not.
North American?
I mean, technically are Brazilians Americans because this is South America. I'd imagine if you were from New Zealand and somebody called you Australian, you would feel the same way that I do when somebody calls me American. You are from the America of APAC. How does that feel? And the UK is America of Europe. Ooh. No, the UK doesn't really want to be a part of Europe anymore, but we don't need to get into that, eh? Brexit means Brexit. Oh, 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 oh. Oi, bruv. Oi, bruv. We're gonna leave Europe.
I've already had to cast with Des.
I'm so
don't need to experience that.
I'm very sorry.
Don't need to relive that.
Yeah.
Well then, into round number 5 we go, and it's Bar this time round.
Have you noticed that the it's almost like a sage green behind Sage on the backdrop? You know, it's just a small little thing. Just a small little thing. Same lineup, or at least very close to the same lineup that Bliss brought this previous execute when they wanted to pull off a bar gaming take. Looks like the D plus Kia rotations for this map will exclude the upstairs bomb site as they've gone to garage, then bar gaming, then kitchen. Now they've gone to garage, bar gaming. They still have time to make a change for this final round. Wettables only has a single one of those logic bombs remaining. How he will use it is anybody's guess. I think he's probably going to call them, and then everybody's probably going to make noise.
And then get a multi-kill.
And then get a multi-kill. I think that is absolutely correct. Do you have on your? Are you in the fantasy league that Jesse has made?
We don't talk about that.
So you are. You're probably doing very
I
poorly.
wouldn't say I'm competitive. I think I'm dead last at the moment. And I don't have any of these players in my team.
I was going to say, Wettable seems like a pretty solid bet so far. Multi-kills. Anyway. Half of the round gone. A very sluggish round so far. Bliss were much better at getting information on the defenders and then using that to their advantage the last time they attacked this bomb site. So D plus Kia obviously finding ways around that drone work and entry to stop Bliss in their tracks.
Again, a lack of explosives here. Brendo does have the 2 Ash charges, but that only equates to more than likely 2 Keeper barriers, which are pivotal in holding the top library stairs position. Predator elected not to bring a shield. He's running Nitro on mezzanine. But I think at this point in time, Bliss probably need to go a little bit more direct towards the objective. Wettables and his luck continues through blue. Probably a little bit unlucky for the Aussie to not find that initial pick, but he does find the second. That's Woogie on the Oda. He can get towards sight. Wettables takes the space, but immediately shut down. And now a 2v5 with 30 seconds on the clock. And this has been a pretty disappointing attack from Bliss.
No, absolutely. Early on, the Sens in the previous round was used for library, and you're not getting library control now until 15 seconds. Hold on a second. Brendo has picked up 2. A third is not out of reach. The problem is his Fisho guy is going to be left all on his own as there's still a job to be done. Diffuser needs to be brought on in. Brendo looking for more than 2. Boogeyman collecting basically all the kills for D plus Kia at this point, and it's a second successful defense for the Korean team. Now, when we were getting into this matchup, we talked about what win conditions on these maps look like. you're right now looking at 2 rounds on attack being the win condition for most of these teams. The fact that Bliss has already hit that and then gone even one farther is excellent on Chalet. Now, for those of you that weren't watching the other stream, DZ and G2 were competing, and as far as I remember when we left to get into the booth to cast this, it was 3-3 on Chalet for both of those teams. So it is not unheard of for a team to pick up 3 on the quote-unquote less favorable side of Chalet. It's also worth noting that this is Bliss's map pick, so they should be comfortable on both sides, even if they're not particularly comfortable starting on the weaker side. Looks like the bomb site rotation, by the way, is going to remain the same as it was in the first 3 rounds, so there will be no upstairs bomb site. That means, with how practiced Bliss looked in round number 4, have to suspect that there'll be some changes from D plus Kia. They changed some things up in the previous round. They changed up how they held library. They changed up using their Kiba barriers, and Bliss just didn't ultimately have an answer for it. D plus Kia was better every step of that round, leaving Bliss to flounder in the final couple moments. How is D plus Kia going to change things up here to ensure that they don't meet the same fate on this bomb site?
Yeah, well, last time the big issue for D+ was falling off the roam and getting back towards the objective. Whatever was able to station himself outside of the trophy window, farmed a multi, pretty free in that regard. Bliss didn't have to worry about that. Didn't even have to worry about breaching the main walls because the round was pretty much over and they could overload the objective itself. This time around things might be a little bit different, and the Kali play mode is suggesting initially that there would have been a focus on hard breach, but there's no follow-up from Bliss. So not entirely sure where the Kali will be employed. It's probably on that long angle.
Yep.
We call this Jigsaw from those who are familiar from the Oceanic region, as he loves to play that position. Gets the opening pick from there. And that's just, I guess, a lack of awareness from Soldier, who was unprotected on that particular spot.
That's huge, though. I mean, you've got these 2 operators in both the Azami of Soldier and Woogieman holding onto the Legion, who generate their ability as time goes on. So losing the Azami with 2 minutes and 10-ish seconds left means that there will be 1, potentially 2 fewer Kiba barriers that can be used by D plus Kia. Now, given the state of explosives in this game and the way that teams have some serious struggles on attack, 2 Kiba barriers can honestly be the difference as to whether or not you can gain map control quickly or not. Bliss have obviously changed things up when it comes to explosives, though. They're bringing the Zovia. They've also got 4 nades, which, while they might not be as strong as they used to be, Michael, they're still able to take out those Kiba barriers. Another pick comes in now onto Yas, and with just a little bit over a minute to go, oh boy, Bliss are in the driver's seat, and a 4-2 looks quite likely.
Yeah, this particular site has looked a little bit dodgy for D+. They don't look comfortable on the roam, and Bliss are forcing them out of key positions with relative ease. There is a bit of vertical play, though, which we quite literally have not seen from Bliss at all during the half.
Yeah. Which is very puzzling for Chalet.
Yeah, with 45 seconds on the clock, I guess they have a buffer of time to maybe pluck 1 more pick from up above. Just make sure these positions are clear. It's another multi, 4 wettables. Building a bit of streak on this map. 8 total in the first half from him. Hoda behind the chassis, the last one standing. He will be slain, and Bliss with a pretty solid attacking half.
Yeah, honestly, I am amazed, frankly, that Bliss was able to win 3 other rounds on this map with very limited vertical play and very limited soft destruction. I mean...
I'm not.
I mean, okay. I am amazed in the sense that typically a map like Chalet necessitates quite a lot of soft destruction. And the fact that Bliss can pull it off because you're a homer and you like Bliss is not really much of a surprise. Teams can obviously play around things without going with the most optimal strategy, right? Some teams will tell you that if you're going to attack this bottom floor bomb site, which is the first bomb site that Bliss is going to start on, you need something like a Buck, like a Ram, like a Flores, like a Fuse, who Woogieman was hovering on for a second there, but now is swapping off to the Ash. Certain teams will tell you that is not a full-blown requirement, but it makes your life an awful lot easier. Clearly, you can win with pretty much any lineup at any point. And again, these are the top 20 teams in the world. There's not a lot of daylight between them. So small things can make every team overcome any team. But Bliss were good on drone work. That was the one thing that really stood out to me, was that outside of 2 rounds, which were both of the rounds in D+1, Bliss seemed to have a really good idea of where the roam of D plus Kia was coming from, and they had the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they ban out the Solace, and it's one of the hallmarks of their playstyle locally. Replay strains are a strength of theirs. It often meant that grenades from down below were one of their key win conditions, but it goes without saying that that is no longer the case. And the Maverick can play then for round number 7 to negate the impact of the Bandit, but Wettables hitting double digits in the early phase of round number 7, proving to be a challenge to tame.
Now, what's the over-under on Wettables getting another kill this round? Breaks double digits, by the way. Quite an impressive scoreline. The next closest is 6 kills. That's held by both Brendo and Boogeyman. So 4 whole kills over his next closest. Do you think the shave helped him level up his game here against his semi-regional adversaries?
I thought it was going to have the opposite effect, but maybe he's going to make up for the fact that he doesn't look as scary IRL now.
You mean like when somebody like that, if Donkey Kong's head gets shaved, he loses all of his power, like kind of like that. Like when Wettables loses his mustache, he becomes completely useless. That's a fun little piece of Donkey Kong lore, by the way. If you shave Donkey Kong's head, he loses all of his power. Wettables had his mustache shaved yesterday. Maybe he's self-conscious. Maybe there's some...
And yes, I saw it before you ask.
Maybe there's some special cause. You were there. You were there yourself. Another kill comes in onto Soldier. The Buck is gone. Buck and Thermite being lost with almost half of the round to go is quite devastating on this bottom floor bomb site. I don't know if we saw those exothermic charges get used on either of the walls. There's likely still one wall that you need to get opened up. Additionally, any soft destruction inside the lobby, no longer there. Wettables die, so only a single kill on this round, but you see that the Goyo canisters are still doing good work. Woogieman taking down Oda means that this round is far closer than it was just a moment ago.
Only 2 players from the defensive side on the bottom floor, so a potential roam here up above, and it's Brendo, trophy stairs, so he could make his way back towards the objective a little bit later on, try and catch D+ off guard, unless they have a read. You can see Woogieman conscious of somebody off sight. There are drones around, Soldier flicking them at the moment in the grave. With 30 seconds on the clock, D+ sooner rather than later will need to give their attention towards the objective, and we'll see that now. 20 seconds, and Woogie caught in the Goomite, taken down, slain by Sage. Pretty easy kill for him. 3 versus 3. Yas posted up in blue, and again, Bliss have a read on this position. Sage clipped. 8 seconds on the clock, and Yas all alone. Facing that mirror window, always going to be a challenging fight. Fisher makes no mistake of it, and Bliss open up the account nicely on defense.
So, inverse to what we saw out of Bliss was that D+ Kia didn't look like they really knew where these Bliss players were sitting and how to best tackle that, especially with the ensuing fight. Now, when you lose your hard breacher first, as Bliss knows, it makes a recovery quite a significant challenge here. So it completely changes up, or can completely change up, depending on what the hard breacher's been able to do, how you want to go about the bomb site. I think it might seem very simplistic, but if your goal is to use the exothermic charge to open things up, and that was a very puzzling engagement, by the way. If every single part of your strategy revolves around the Thermite not dying early and being able to open up a very crucial part of the map, and then the Thermite is the first casualty on your team, you are basically going to need to change up every single bit of your strategy to approach that site. Wine, if that was where you wanted to go, not getting opened up now. Main garage wall, not getting opened up now. So when you look at it, I kind of understand what D+ Kia was trying to do, which was they tried to then sweep out that main floor and go for the more straightforward execute on the stairs, blue, and back of Wine. Obviously, did not work out. And at that point, you've taken on so much water by losing your main hard breacher that you're probably going to sink anyway, but you want to get as close to shore as possible so that you can swim the rest of the way. D+ Kia don't make it there. They capsize. Bliss now sitting on a very nice nest egg. D+ Kia still have their timeout, though, if this round goes against them.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on that Wettables storyline again, because for Bliss, they haven't really had the ability to rely on a star player throughout this tournament. In fact, everybody has a negative rating at the moment. And it's a pretty tight spread, so they're playing well as a team. But as we've seen time and time again throughout the tournament in various matchups, if you can have one player that's really popping off, especially on attack to unlock objectives. It makes your life a whole load easier. Edibles did that nicely for his team this time around. 10 kills so far, plenty of multi-kills, which again we have mentioned a few times. Into round 8 though we go, and the Valkyrie employed here from the Aussies to gain some additional information. There was a Nitro cell placed there by Fisher, but he elects not to use that now. Twitch in play to try and counter the mirror. Spots the feet from Brendo, but doesn't commit.
How do they track the stats in that fantasy league, by the way? Is there a specific stat where you make or you get extra points for somebody getting a multi-kill? Do you know?
I believe it's...
Or is there like a secret, a super
X
secret wizard formula that Jesse just holds on to himself and doesn't let any of you know?
No, it's public. I think it's just X amount of points for a kill. I don't think a multi-kill in a round is like multiplied or anything like that.
Understandable. I think it's been talked about before on the broadcast that both Jesse and I are actually playing fantasy hockey. We are in the same league together. Flynn is actually in the same league as us. I'm actually playing Flynn this week. So I have a keen interest in how the fantasy thing works. I just ultimately didn't end up joining the Rainbow Six Fantasy League that was going on. But having Rainbow Six Fantasy for live events seems great. And honestly, it's something that we should do with more frequency. I'm sorry that you're not doing very well.
It's a long tournament.
Plenty of time.
Exactly.
Yes, finding his maker at what sounded like the hands of a shotgun, and he gets retrieved immediately. I'm not exactly sure what this altercation was. Fisher guy's in a bit of trouble, but hold on. He's better than everybody he faces at the moment. Coded in Yas, killed, D-Mally dropped, Soldier on 1 HP. Things go from okay to terrible for D plus Kia in the matter of moments. And now it's Woogie Man done as well. Well, the round is not even over, and a timeout has already been called by D plus Kia, as at this point, the remainder of Soldier feels like a formality, a flawless end to the round, and it's Bliss to go on a map point on their own map.
And before you were talking about that G2-DZ matchup on the other stream, same map, the pacing from the attacks, especially from G2, was significantly faster from what we're seeing from both teams, but in particular D+ to kick things off. Round 6 and 7, very, very, very slow from D+, not achieving a whole lot in terms of displacement, clearing utility, then having to send it in towards side against a team of defenders which are fired up and sharp and mechanically sound, not missing shots and not making all too many mistakes on the objective. So I will say the tactical timeout here is obviously great from D+. They need it at this point. Maybe a little bit late, though, considering that they can't make any mistakes from this point onwards.
Yeah, very late. D-Mally 1 and 7 right now. Soldier 2 and 7. Coded 3 and 7. 2 of Coded's 3 kills came in round number 1. Or correct me if I'm wrong, but Coded's 2 kills were the first 2 kills of this series. Since then, since minute 2 of round 1, Coded only has a single kill. Now, obviously, can't underscore the fact that Coded got those 2 picks, and then his team won that round. One of only the 2 rounds that D plus Kia has won. So even when you look at somebody like Coded and say, yeah, it's terrible that he has 3 kills, you can then turn around and point at the fact that, hey, 2 of those kills directly led to you leading a round. If one player on your team can guarantee themselves 2 kills to win you a round, most teams are going to take that. So hats off to Coded for that one. But outside of that, Yas is 6 and 6. Woogie Man is 7 and 7. These are not numbers that are anywhere near close to being able to stand up to most teams. Certainly not being able to stand up to Bliss, who in stark contrast have Fisho Guy with only 2 deaths so far through 8 active rounds of play. Oda, Brendo, and Sage next with 4 deaths each. Really just, we spoke a lot about the strategy behind both of these teams, Michael, but we haven't really dove into the gunplay, which is that D plus Kia are also being outclassed in terms of gunplay. And Bliss are just looking so much better in their engagements. Obviously, we focused on Wedables a lot because he's winning those gunfights, but it seems like almost everybody else on Bliss is as well. And when all of your team is fighting back and winning their duels, with the strategy being in the favor of Bliss as well, there's just very limited upside and very limited opportunities for D plus Kia to really make some noise in these rounds. So hopefully the timeout from the Korean team can change things around. Well, I say that. You probably hope it doesn't, because you're biased. Am I wrong?
4 match points for Bliss.
The defense
And
rests, Your Honor.
D+ looking to push from Solar across, at least initially, with the repel from Yas. Stark contrast to Bliss, who heavily focus their efforts on Office, pushing that defense back towards Solar. Soldiers on the double window repel currently, but Fish02 can test. There's a buttload of utility for D+ to deal with. Maestro Evil Eyes, you can see the Keeper barriers as well being pinged out by the attack. Will they be able to clear it though? Create some space for the team. Frag grenades come through from Yes, and I don't believe that one's been able to capture.
Yeah, I was going to say, was it going at the Kiba barrier, or was it to try and stop Fisho Guy from holding the doorway? I'm not sure. If you're going to pressure these defenders upstairs, you have to take control of Big Window, and that's exactly what D+ Kia does. Now, I said they weren't winning there once. Soldier does it. He swings onto the window, and a nice shot onto Fisho Guy. Fisho Guy, only his third death so far. There comes an Adrenal Surge, still one Logic Bomb in the back pocket of D-Mally as well, who now will continue to advance. Woogieman off the board. D-Mally ends up dying to the goo mine. The damage over time, but the good news is you've got a Finka to pick him right back up. So now you don't need an actual person to retrieve him. Just under a minute to go, and an advantage right now in favor of D+ Kia.
Yeah, Oda forced back, but able to make the cross back towards the objective, so half the job done for him and being able to help lock down the site. Ready to bring things back, so it's a 3 versus 3 vertical pressure now being established. Red pings on site, so Bliss need to be mindful. They should have a decent amount of counter pressure themselves, but Yas to cut down Oda with only 25 seconds on the clock.
I love that the Buck is still doing work in 20 seconds. It means that these last two players, both Wedables and Brendo, cannot sit pretty. They have to keep maneuvering. And Brendo finds himself dead at the hands of Code and Wedables with that Alda. If there were ever an operator designed to take on 3 players, it's a Maestro, and he's good enough for a single kill. Looking for another, but he can't collect. Running out of bullets at this point, and the rotate eludes him as he's just a couple paces behind. Another round for D+ Kia, but they've got a tall task ahead of them. They need to go perfect for the remainder of regulation if they want to even sniff the potential of a victory. It'll be done in overtime.
There must have been a typo in the script for that final portion of the round, because typically Wedables would get the multi.
Right.
Or maybe play for time. There's only about 4 seconds left when he was dropped. But a lot of it spearheaded by that first initial pick. Good control from double window from Soldier. That was the trigger point for the attack to flood through. As he mentioned, Buck getting to work in the late round made it very precarious for the remaining 2 defenders on and around the particular objective itself. So good work from D+. Once the pressure begun, it took a long time for the build-up, but once it was spearheaded, they didn't alleviate and take their foot off the gas.
So the 2 main issues that we had pinpointed with this D+ Kia roster, the lack of success in gunfights and then some strategical issues, both looked much better that time around. And obviously you can't just credit a single timeout for fixing all of those issues. But D+ Kia looked far more certain in their duels. There was more confidence there. Maybe there was drone work that we didn't exactly see, and they felt like they had more information than usual. Obviously, it was only their 3rd attempt on attack, so maybe they had a rough start to those first 2 rounds. Obviously, we know that their 2nd attack was quite rough, as it was flawlessly won by Bliss. So you can't get much worse than that, but D+ Kia are much better than that. Now, they have to go back to the very first bomb site that Bliss defended, and where, honestly, the slide for D+ Kia seemed to accelerate on this second half. I'd like to remind everybody that every single map at this current point in time of the 6 Invitational favors the defenders. Some of them very much favor the defenders. Now, Chalet is not an odd map for the attackers to do better than average, but given that Bliss were only able to win 3 rounds on attack on their map, you have to imagine that D+ Kia are very worried, because they need to win 4 attacking rounds themselves, which again, as I pointed out, you have to go perfect. 1 minute off of the clock, and right now the main focus from D+ Kia still in discovery and still looking to clear out that top floor, which right now Oda is holding down relatively on his own. Sage is farther back with Kiba barriers there for some protection.
Not many opportunities for D+ to slip up at this point of time. Bliss with a triple roam currently. Need to be mindful that they don't get caught on that cross through trophy. But it was obscured by that Keeper barrier that's coded on the Thermite. Likely pivoting for a wine cellar push later on in the round. Sage, during that fall-off, is able to find Boogeyman, coded as well, taken low, so good pressure from Bliss, and at this point in time, they can look to fortify on site. Of course, once again, the buck is in play, so they'll have to be mindful of that, and Bliss probably won't be given an opportunity to re-aggress back up. However, they should be okay from this point onwards.
I mean, take a look. All 5 defenders right now are either in sight or are in a room right next to the bomb site. So the Jackal being lost is not actually a huge blow for them. The only thing that a Jackal would really help here is identifying that there's actually nobody really roaming. D plus Kia have 5 drones still remaining. So they've got that information available should they choose to use it. On the other side, you just saw that there's a black eye cam rather from Brendo that was watching that main lobby. It's a lot of information for Bliss to have as still see some bucking being done. But the advance from Bliss will be slowed down as the Goyo canisters break apart and the fire litters the ground in their way. Flashbang's dropped. Now Coda will go for the hatch, immediately slaughtered by Oda, who's still holding that same position. He's out-dueled on the breach, but 2 players are down from D+, leaving Soldier and Connector all on his own, and the stack-up works. Wettables credited with the final kill, but it's technically Brendo to draw blood at the very end of that matchup. And Bliss win 7-3.
The late tactical timeout from D+ could only achieve so much. That margin too large. Team Bliss doing a phenomenal job in closing out that game in a confident fashion. Did a good job on their map pick and set themselves up nicely in this best of 3.
Well, there's still 2 more maps to go. Let's waste no time. Does Bliss make it through and live to see another day? Or do we have a 3-map matchup? We'll find out with map 2 in just a moment.
I honestly think he couldn't get that angle.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a ridiculous retake from DC where they have an immediate response to the problem. They say, okay, let's give them the bomb site. Nave and stuck inside a bathroom. Pamba, come downstairs with me. I'm Solus. I'm going to show you where they plan. You throw a C4, you get the kill. Okay, G2, don't start planning immediately. So Pamba will throw the C4 quicker and run up a staircase. Try up the other staircase and try and retake the site itself, and they win their individual 1v1s. They get back together and they go for that 2v1 swing and they get things done. A good win here from DC.
Yeah, and I did pose that question earlier in the round. Did they know that Pamba was still lurking inside a CCTV? There was only 1 drone available for G2. Don't know how many of those were at the hands of Canadian, but nevertheless, in the end, Benja was watching, waiting. At some point, though, when you're playing that balcony position and when the push does eventually come through from logistics, from Jacuzzi, you need to be helping out on site. That means he turns his attention away from CC. Easily done from Pamba, free kill, and then he can actually rotate in con side if he wants to. Really solid defensive half here from Dark Zero right now. G2 tried to play that game again where they go fast, they fully commit, and for the most part, it actually wasn't that bad. They were able to get through logistics, got the player down in towards Jim. It just came down to a 1v2 retake.
It really is. Now, if you're getting worried for G2 right now, there are statistics here that say you shouldn't. Clubhouse is a 66% defensive win rate so far in terms of favors, so we can say that this might be statistically the expected outcome. But looking at the rounds, they've been very close, very back and forth. Panda had a big moment where he clutched around single-handedly. Last round, a 2v2 or 2v3 with DC as well. So, yeah, sure, statistics is one thing, but performance in this server is ultimately the defining factor.
Bolo over towards Rafters. Again, it's not really a Rafters position that's overly defensive, although this time they've got the Wamai through Pambasu, so you can get those magnets over to just help. It's virtually trying to get open this main breach in the old conventional way of the Maverick, open it up and then softball, but it's Doki watching as well on the Brava, has those clutch drones available. Only 1 left is what I can see. Not sure how he's used those so early on. Regardless though, for G2, primary focus here is to maybe see if they can catch anyone out over towards the red side. Of course, there's no bandit in play, and Doki does get the kill onto Nave. So really nicely executed there from G2. Had a plan. Plan comes to fruition. Still a bit of that red stance control. And the swing in response there from Pambasu. Was that necessary? Uno watching.
What's active?
No, I mean, they know Master Bedroom Default hasn't been shot, so they have to assume there's a lot of people outside Garage and CCTV Breach. When your Maverick can open a wall and nothing else is happening, there's no way you think there's no cover, so DC, they're throwing their bodies away this round.
Yeah, they certainly are. Credit, though, to G2. Certainly more of a playstyle-centric round from them rather than that super rush-heavy style. NGR tries to contest. Bolo's up in flames. A round, though, up in flames for Dark Zero. That was exquisite from G2.
It was. I mean, you know, we all have been here where you go CCTV, it's not a great bomb site per se, and if the enemy has the right response, like, for example, like Capital for Catwalk and Merrick for the main breach, you're thinking strategically, this round is falling apart. We need to try and go for kills, but I'm not really entirely sure about that circumstance for Dark Zero. They still had 3 Toxic Babes, they had a C4, they had Evil Eyes, and they hadn't lost character control yet. They could have surely sat for a little bit longer there before throwing bodies into a breach that wasn't even open.
I think it's a case in that moment of maybe not trusting the utility that you have, right? Because you're kind of just looking at it as like, oh, we've lost one, okay, the main breach gets a nice kill, opens it up 5 versus 4. Lovely little play. The response then is to like, okay, can we trade off that? Because they've got extra players there, I'll run out garage, see if I can get one, run back in. But what that then does is it snowballs in the opposite direction. Suddenly then it's a 5-on-3. Then you've got like NJR at that point inside of CCTVs thinking, well, I may as well take the fight and see if I can get a couple of kills here, because otherwise now the utility is not going to be as effective. Big round for G2, probably, I mean, par for the course. You mentioned, what was it, 66% defensive win rate? So I think, you know, 2-4 in favor of Dark Zero, if that does eventuate, as of course Basement has unlocked again, is probably the pass mark for both teams.
Yeah, no, that is really it. Very important round for both teams, of course, to get on the right side of the scoreboard here. And a 3-3 half just means that it's very much a tight game, just like on Chalet. And it will come down to how good are you on the attacking side? How good are you at problem solving these difficult rounds with the current utility meta that we might see with, you know, something like the Fenris, the Asamis, who screen abandoned this map. But for what it has been on Clubhouse so far, it's not been all that much of those power cube operators. Solo's only played 2 rounds from DC so far. It's more been about the Warden, the Mirror, and of course C4 and smokes and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think also versatility. We've seen a lot of this Capital in play too, and either can bring the secondary hard breaches or the secondary EMPs. The incendiaries are really good at clearing out positions, the smokes as well. So we're really seeing that be utilized by G2. It's been super successful. The Maverick as well from Virtue, we've seen open up stock hatch and then push down himself, so he's able to then play kind of solo. We do see the Jackal clear as well up above from G2, so definitely just being a bit more checklisty in this particular round, but that's pretty much been the case for them here on Clubhouse so far. They're not really doing anything unconventional. When they go fast, and we've seen that, and that sort of execute heavy play style, but they still do everything else necessary before that.
Yeah, we saw this time that G2 did not get a flying drone inside a master bedroom in the prep phase, and there were jammers denied information. So they're thinking, okay, they might actually go for a roam this time. Let's attack a repeat onto the Jackal so that in case they're roaming, we can find them and get those kills. Well, turns out Dark Zero, they played that mind game successfully, because now you force somebody onto an operator solely for the roam clear, but there is no roam clear to be had. So G2 getting less value out of their operator lineup. Or what are they missing now? No Ying in play. It's just the Capital and regular good old gun operators to secure this round for G2. And it is that 3-3 or 4-2 half. So this is a great mind game play from DC.
Yeah, again, defensively for Dark Zero, playing out of dirt, playing deep in the backside of Arsenal, right? So they're not really going for that roam or looking really for any kind of pressure. We're not seeing anyone push main stairs, go for these peaks up above, try and maybe get someone off guard over towards Kitchen. They are very much firmly sitting sight and waiting for G2 to push them. That's fine, but G2 have already shown so much proficiency, not just in this map, but really in this series, in being able to clear out these positions. You want to contest, you want to make it difficult to come down this hatch. But every time you peek, you don't know what you're going to be looking at. And Virtue gets aggressive. Proxy alarm gives. How does he not die to that? Turns around for the proxy, but Bambazu just wasn't ready for it on the backside of the generator. And that's the smoke now gone. 30 seconds opens up a pathway for G2.
Such a great play. Get the mirror in the walk down staircase, get that kill, but also attack turrets at the same time. But G2 are everywhere right now.
Who's watching wall? Who's watching triple here? This is
no one.
Free push in for Doki. They're so concerned for the blue push, which is what G2 have shown pretty much every other time on this particular site. That Doki's just walked straight in, gets the plant down. They can watch that from main stairs. G2 have just slaughtered Dark Zero offensively in this round. Doki with a double. It's only Canadian just left. How has he gone from dirt up towards kitchen? I got no idea. Nevertheless, though, G2 are about to make it 3-3 as Canadian gets shut down by Uno. What a sensational round from G2.
Do you know what I did? That's such a classic Uno phrase. I used to hear that all the time. He also like, he wants to say, I did a good job here, listen to me. But strategically, what G2 did in that final attacking round was basically, that began in the very first opening round where they attacked blue on the very first opening basement attack. 2 rounds later, They attack basement again. They also go for a mostly blue-oriented take. Third time comes around. They fake the blue take, but with full commitment because Virtue, he gets down, he gets the kill, and he stays in that area. But this time around, it's a 3-man church take instead. So they're completely in Dark Zero's head. And the thing is, because there's no intel operators this time around, like a Maestro, an Echo, or Valkyrie, DC have to again make assumptions. Okay, Virtue's down blue. It's gotta be a blue push. JK, it's not, but they don't know any better. They like intel.
Yeah, really, really good split attack there from G2. Pays dividends. They get the round, a third attacking round on Clubhouse. Now really puts them in the driver's seat as they switch over to the defense, and this is where they are now favored in. I know the scoreboard says 3-3, Pengu, but realistically and statistically, G2 are very much in front right now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Getting a 3-3 half with the current defensive side victories on average. This is a massive win for the team that started on the attack. And very different overall lineup here from G2 compared to Dark Zero. First of all, they're roaming top 4 on the basement defense. They're playing Solus, Valkyrie, and Mossy, as well as Fenrir. So basically 5 entirely different operators in that of Dark Zero. And DC, they got the same attacking lineup as G2 did. They got, the hard breaching in the Maverick. They got the side executing the Ying. They got, Buck Verticality. They got Jackal for their own clear. You need, if you're Dark Zero right now, to find opening kills. They don't have as much utility. They don't have a capital. They don't have as many ways to problem solve around this. So if you're DC right now, you're looking at going relatively quickly here and ideally getting a kill.
Towards Secret, it is Benja that gets that opening kill onto Nave. One of the hard breaches gone. Well, there's the second hard breacher gone. This is a disaster of a start in terms of the second half of Dark Zero. Pampersu maybe just thinking, let's just go fast here. This is not really what we want to play in the roam game. That side should be a little bit more vulnerable. The Fenrir don't mind though. How effective is that? The visibility becomes 0. Virtue plays that perfectly on the Fenrir, and they know there's another one coming out of dirt. They're into sight. What is Polo looking at? It's a 4 versus 1. Virtue was just in blue. Just killed your teammate. You're not even looking in that direction. Virtue has just played that perfectly. One of the star players in this series hasn't really made many mistakes.
That was absurd. So the near side from the Fenrir mine basically means that Pampersu can't see the blue rotate, and Virtue is completely blinded by the Candela, so they pass and cross each other, but Virtue, of course, the better positioning.
All right, well, we're back in action, and on your screen, the highlights from Bliss versus D+ Kia. It was mostly the Bliss show, Michael. 7-3, the scoreline for Bliss on their own map. And I hate to beat the drum because, believe me, I am no drummer whatsoever. But we are in a current meta where the defenders are just so much better equipped to handle things. So the fact that Bliss was able to win 4 rounds on attack is quite damning.
Yeah, I mean, the meta's one thing, but I will say the way in which D+ actually approached the majority of their attacks was kind of irrelevant to the meta itself. They were very, very slow in getting into things, and, meta aside, that's always going to make things difficult when you need to be the side to show initiative. So it was tough from D+. They took their tactical timeout as well very, very, very late into the piece and didn't have much of an opportunity to make any more mistakes. Obviously, eventually, they did slip up, and Bliss were there to capitalize, and that was probably one of the positives for Bliss, is every time the D+ did put a foot wrong, they were always there ready to punish. Standout player, of course, being Wettables, very quickly obtaining double digits. Plenty of multi-kills for him throughout the game. A big confidence builder for a player that doesn't have a whole lot of international experience.
Yeah, when you look at this consulate map that's coming up, I honestly, the big things for D+ Kia are, A, you have to work on your strategy, but the gunplay just wasn't there. And the stats on your screen right now show you that D-Mally 2-9, Soldier 3-8, Coded 4-8, of which 2 of those 4 kills came in the very first round. So, your gunplay, not good. Yas showed up, I think it was in the final round, he got 2 kills or whatever to go positive. He was 7-7, ended up finishing off 9-7. On the other side of the occasion, on the other side of the equation, Bliss did not look like they really struggled much with gunfights. They didn't really look like they were ever getting frustrated with this D+ Kia team, which is very surprising. Oh, apparently
Did you just die?
No, my mic did, apparently. I don't know what happened.
My ears almost exploded.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for those of you at home if that was very, very loud.
It's okay.
I don't know what happened there.
I do want to put on my tinfoil hat though for a second, because we were talking before, you mentioned it, right, about D+, their very public tweet, I believe it was yesterday or the day before, talking about how their roster is probably not going to be around for much longer, at least not these 5. I would love to know what the sentiment inside of this team is at the moment, because in Rainbow Six, it's been like this since day 0. You have to have full trust in your team to be successful, and they simply will not have that at the moment, and it makes it very, very difficult to have results go your way. So I'm a bit concerned for them, and honestly, as much as it may be a motivating factor for players to play well to ensure they have a contract for this year, it could also be unnecessary pressure that they may not rise, to that bar that's been set.
Yeah, I mean, there always seems to be this period of time. It's usually about a month or two after an event ends that rumors start to emerge that, hey, this team actually knew, or this player actually knew that playing in this event, they would not be brought on, any while longer. Go all the way back. I remember when Young was on CTM, and CTM ended up losing an event, and I think Young ended up going to what would eventually be that Rogue roster before coming back to the team. And there was, comments back then about how they knew that they were going to drop him, and he knew that he was going to, leave the team. And you're playing kind of under that dark cloud, right? And if you're a player on D+ Kia, I have to imagine that it is somewhat motivating because you want to keep your spot. But there is a very clear hierarchy so far through this event, I would argue, of these D+ Kia roster players, right? There are players who know their value, and then there are your bubble players that you are probably the ones that are going to be moved off of the team, and you're probably being targeted with that tweet. So, yeah, it can be quite defeating for some of these players, and they come in and there's, very limited motivation. I have spoken to teams at events that have flat out told me, I know I'm getting, like a player on a team will say, I know I'm getting dropped after this event. Why am I really going to try? Why am I trying for them to succeed when I'm not going to be able to, bear those fruits? So, obviously, you'd have to talk to the players on D+ Kia. As far as I'm aware, you don't speak Korean. I don't speak Korean.
I thought you were about to say, before that previous sentence, that you had been speaking to the D+ team, and I was about to be incredibly perplexed.
Yeah. No, I don't. I can't just learn a language in 2 days like Carter can.
You can talk a lot, but exclusively in English as far as I'm aware.
That's correct. I don't speak any other language other than English. And sometimes if you listen to me cast, I barely speak English as well. Operator bans are in Guzzler. Dokkaebi and Valkyrie banned by D+ Kia. Blizz banning that Solus, as they always do. And then Ying as well, removed from action. Very first bomb site will be the top floor here on console.
Yeah, the ban phase doesn't strike me as being particularly abnormal. Oda does take a lick of damage to open up the round. He's playing down below inside of that lounge area. He does have a Nitro in pocket, so you suspect that he may play for plant denial if push comes to shove on the objective. Boogeyman is in position, though, to punish a rotation back towards the objective if he so elects, and in fact, he will now push forward. D+ have a read on this particular position. I'm not entirely convinced, as nobody at the moment outside of Coded is on drones. I'm not entirely sure where said drone is at the moment, but Boogeyman is going exploring at the moment, a long way away from the objective. Coded does have a little bit of information available. You can see him coming on the player cam. I don't know how useful, though, that is going to necessarily be for the team. And as we eclipse the first minute of the round, D+ still struggling, still grappling for a bit of map control.
Looking up the stats right now for Consulate. I have them in front of my very eyes. This is unsurprisingly a defender-sided map. It's been played. Yeah, I know.
I know.
Trust me.
I trust you.
Okay. Consolate's been played 5 times so far. It has the lowest pick rate of any map so far in this event. 60% of the rounds have broken for the defenders. Main bomb site of CEO meeting, on which we are currently tussling, actually has a defender-sided bend, as defenders or attackers win it 55% of the time. But still, that's pretty much a coin flip. Every other round is favored, or every other bomb site will favor the defenders. So I imagine when we're off of this bomb site, every other round. See, remember when I said I can't speak English? Here's your example for today. Very, very slow round. Not much of a surprise. The fact that D+ Kia has been able to exert so much influence onto these players of Bliss, damaging them, is really quite the surprise here. The approach will come from the east side of the building. Toxic canisters to go off. And there will the bees go, still just waiting out the smoke. 35 seconds remaining in this execution.
Oh, I almost fell asleep because this push is taking an age. Finally, it does come through. A 4 versus 4. Brendo front desk actually will be taken down. Unanswered, of course, as Bliss is split. Fisher is in the objective itself. can reposition close to the doorway with the shotgun in hand and may well be a challenge to clear. 10 seconds now on the clock. D plus with limited utility. Oda's good for one. Oh, I thought that was almost a headshot, but doesn't land, nor does that. But Yas has been left all alone, no time. D plus taking way too long to wind up that attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have a defender-sided map, and it's one thing to be slow and methodical on your entry, and it's entirely another to end up in the circumstances that D plus Kia was in. They clear out that first floor, they drone out the bottom floor, they do both those relatively quickly, and then they immediately pivot upstairs. With roughly about 2 minutes left, D plus Kia goes up into admin, and they want to move from that east portion of the map on over. But what tools do you have to flush out long desk? I mean, you've got a Flores, you've got a Finka, you've got grenades. Like, even if grenades are weaker, the way that teams use grenades now are they'll throw a grenade out and then follow up on the fact that the grenade will effectively zone somebody out. Throw the grenade, the player sitting there will obviously move out of the way, and then you have an active player, almost kind of like an explosive drone, to catch them. But D plus Kia were too slow on spiral stairs. They didn't really have any presence on that bathroom window. They weren't able to take control of admin, and then once they did, or rather, they weren't able to do anything with the control they had in admin. And it just looked so listless. So, kind of back to what we saw in Chalet. The D plus Kia squad has some serious challenges. And with the way this meta looks, and I've seen some chatter online discussing this in particular, with the way that the meta works right now, defenders don't even really need to be that active on a lot of these maps. You can just kind of sit there and wait. Which is outside of that early roam where we saw, I think it was Oda and Wettables take some damage. Outside of that, Bliss just kind of sat inside the site and waited very patiently for D plus Kia. And the chatter that we've seen online is, oh, everybody's so negative about what's not being done. But the problem is that the defenders are winning most of these rounds. And half of the rounds the defenders are winning seems like they're doing very minimal. So of course we're going to talk about what's not being done, because if we were to talk about what the defenders are doing, you'd fall asleep like Michael did. And like Michael actually has just now, he's currently asleep at the moment.
Listening to you is
okay,
like an overdose of melatonin, really.
Thank you. You saying I have a nice voice? Oda dies early, by the way.
Drone spinning up.
I think you're twisting my words, but
No, I'm choosing to infer something, which you may not have implied, but I'll take it either way.
all right. Oda does fall. Will this perhaps expedite the push a little bit for D+? Keeping in mind, we are actually over towards Piano for round number 2. We're selecting not to go downstairs to Garage, so throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. Coded to create a line of sight through that front door position, wall into sight, just to make it a little bit more uncomfortable for Bliss to play on the objective itself. They are currently, though, still employing a bit of a roam. That wall currently actually is muted out by Fish. Soldier should be able to deal with that. He has the shock drone in hand, currently getting active on that at the moment. Brava also in play, so a double drone lineup here. And at times I can be a little bit critical of teams employing that because it can naturally slow down the attack because you're obviously focusing on drones for a significant portion of the round. However, you can make up for that in the late round if there is a lack of utility on the board. Soldier trying to deal with that BPC. Makes a little bit of a meal of it. Minute now on the clock. Smoke's being deployed. Don't know exactly what space D+ are looking to take currently. Perhaps looking to contest up above. But at the moment, Bliss playing patient. Sometimes in a 4 versus 5, the defense will try to get active. Maybe manufacture a play.
Yeah.
But I think they have trust in their systems on the site that they can really punish D+ in the late round like they did last time.
Well, I mean, this is what we talked about, right? The defenders aren't really doing much of anything at this current moment. They're just waiting. They're holding the map control they have. Coded, down but not out for D+ Kia. Final 30 seconds left, and he gets retrieved, not by a Finka. There's none on the board. It's a manual retrieve. Fisher guy on the hatch above, reducing the rest of Coded to rubble. D-Mally dies now as well at the hands of Brendo. It's Woogieman taking a beating. Yas's turn to take some damage. The guns for Bliss coming alive. The last 3 players still at full HP. Diffuser going down by Woogieman. Soldier will need to cover over that. Does Bliss know? They're trying to get in. They might be able to. No, Woogieman gets there in time, and then immediately Bliss can hop on that diffuser should they choose. It's off to Soldier, who dies above, and Bliss will have no problem disabling that diffuser and effectively securing the case. Bliss starting off 2-0. A better round overall for D+ Kia, but still falls short.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't take advantage of that early pick as best they could. They didn't really challenge up above. It meant that those vertical lines of sight from Bliss were particularly effective during that final push, as we alluded to. Defense not really necessarily having to get active. They're just posting up in those positions, waiting for the attack to filter through. The trades from D+, naturally very challenging as they're looking up, not having advantageous positions. At this point, it was 2 versus 2, 10 seconds on the clock. D+, again, still not contesting up above. Probably needing to see them split the attack, right? There needed to be a lurk potential at the very least to contest those defenders on the top floor. Not meant to be. And the linearity of these attacks continues for D+. For Bliss, though, positive signs so far that they're not looking uncomfortable. Again, sometimes as a defensive unit, you can perhaps get a little bit far ahead of yourselves. Again, manufacture plays, especially at a disadvantage, but they just trust their systems on the site, the setup that they had, and they converted it nicely.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, bucking the trend on the top floor bomb site, and then on Piano, seeing the same thing happen. All 3 floors have now been visited by the defense of Bliss, as it will be a basement hold. This is probably one of the more familiar sites for the more casual viewers that watch this esport. As I've found, at least from my games that I've played, basement of Consulate tends to be most actively defended and seems to be the most comfortable for your average player.
Is that the silver medal? NA silver medal, which is probably pretty bad.
You're going to talk to me about NA not doing well when you're from APAC?
M80?
They're half percent. And they have a European. That's right. That's right. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Talk to me today when some APAC teams go home, okay? You're Buster.
Well, FearX survived.
That is true.
Surprisingly so.
The only team that's gone home so far, spoilers for those that haven't been paying attention, the only team that has gone home so far is GK, depending on how you pronounce it. First pick is Woogieman on to Brendo. Minute and a half on in the entry on that first floor. Much stronger. Brendo dying early as the Capkin is not particularly dire, as those traps will remain. But D plus Kia now knows that there's a Capkin on the board. If D plus Kia are as slow as they have been in round number 1, those Capkin traps are going to gain some pretty big value. The good news is that you got a Twitch on the board, and that Twitch drone is excellent at shooting the EDDs off of the doorways.
Well, irrespective of this end result, an APAC team will be heading home early. Of course, though, for D+, they'll be fighting their way back into this particular series, but it's critical that they convert these advantages. Fisho will fall as well, so for D+, it's looking a little bit more positive here in round number 3. Still a pocket of opportunity, though, for Bliss to fight their way back into the round. Sage and Oda, both a long way away from the objective. However, Oda falls. We'll see if Wettables maybe can have an impact on site, but he's going to have to go large alongside Sage. Coated with an exothermic to ensure that the main breach is now open up, so site exposed. D+ need to be still a little bit careful, though, at this point in time. Go canister to stall out the breach, so time will be a premium for them in the late round.
Wettables in the lineup on the bottom of Spiral Stairs, but just cannot outduel Yas. Will continue to tear forward as Woogieman got kill number 1 and will also get kill number 5. D plus Kia wins their 4th round so far through this series, their first round here on their own map, and they are on the board. Now, if you think about the rotation of how most maps work, your tertiary bomb site is where you expect the defense to lose, right? And most of what we've seen since adopting this 6-round half is that the first 2 bomb sites that teams will go to on defense, usually the 2 most favorable. The 3rd bomb site typically will have the lowest win rate for them. So in that sense, D plus Kia are doing effectively exactly as they should. However, the fun thing about Consulate is that the only bomb site that is unfavorable on this entire map to the defenders is the top floor bomb site, which was the first one that Bliss won. It's where they're going back to now. And the bottom floor bomb site of Garage is actually won 63% of the time by the defenders and is the 2nd most played bomb site. So the fact that it is so lopsided in favor of defenders and is played so frequently suggests that it shouldn't be a tertiary bomb site. Bliss obviously handled it that way, and there are teams that sometimes like to go to unconventional bomb sites early on to catch their opponents tripping. D plus Kia was caught tripping in those first 2 rounds, but they managed to beat the numbers on Garage. Now, back upstairs, Bliss will go for their 4th defense.
So we'll see what the approach then here is from D+. They are employing the buck, so anticipating maybe some vert pressure down below. You can see the yellow pings early on in the piece. So D+ perhaps looking to get a little bit more proactive than we have seen previously. That said, in the previous round, they were able to snatch the first 2 kills, convert it nicely. And Woogie, you can see him comment, trying to cook something up in this particular round. Oda, though, does have his own line of sight down below, so he's conscious in that box position. Boogeyman doesn't commit to a play, at least not yet. We'll play it quite safe for now as Oda elects to retreat back towards top yellow. A key position for the defense that can be locked down, of course, close range, and reliant on the attack and being able to flush out that spot with a bit of utility and some good coordination. Meanwhile, elsewhere, main breach is where Coded will play it. He did have the diffuser in hand, but he'll rotate that off now. So indicative that D+, again with the buck down below, underneath CEO inside of Piano, might be looking to go for quite a direct push. Absolutely no emphasis whatsoever on the opposite side of the map for now, which could be to the demise of D+. They haven't shown a willingness to set up a lurker on the attack to split these pushes. Instead, very much head on.
There are the bees, there are the track stingers, there's the lion charge, but they don't seem to use it as effectively as they wanted to. Coda gets 1 pick onto Sage, but that's all they get out of such a huge expenditure of their utility. If you're just going to dump gadgets like D+ did, typically you want to be able to follow up on it relatively quickly, and I didn't really see that.
They just didn't have a good dumpy.
I guess that's so. I guess they could have a better dumpy, because that's correct. Very good.
This is typically where you would talk. It's quite late in the round.
Oh, is that? Okay, I understand. See, thank you
Not
for...
to mansplain casting,
but I appreciate it nonetheless. D-Mally is in with diffuser in hand. Wedables dies as well. Fisho guy goes down, and I might have been critical of this, but Coded's got all 3 kills so far in the round. He's dead to Brendo, and now Oda will swing out as they look onto that diffuser, but there's nobody that they can dispatch down below just yet. Both Brendo and Oda are last alive, and Woogie Man gets the other 2. Play cards, that's a full house. 3 kills from Coda, 2 from Woogie Man. And D+ Kia have won 2 in a row now and tied the game.
I was a little bit scared that I was going to look silly then when I threw it to you. I was probably not anticipating the push to come in that very moment, but D+, nice and proactive, able to execute that play with, you know, a nice buffer of time remaining. Woogie Man ended up actually being a key stakeholder in the round there for D+. He didn't really cover a whole lot of ground. Instead, stationed down below, but did a good job in clearing a bit of space. And then, of course, able to confirm that the post plant was favorable for the attack. So the direct approach there from D+ works out. A couple of rounds now strung together by the Koreans. And just as I thought this match might peter out a little bit, to be frank, I think D+ have done an okay job in keeping competitive. And as we've mentioned, 2 attacks. With the state of the meta at the moment and how defender-decided is, not all that shabby for them at the moment. We'll see, of course, if they can maybe perhaps pile on a 3rd, maybe even a 4th as well. And then I think at that point, Bliss will sting, or feel the sting, a little bit more.
Bliss did not choose this map. D+ Kia did, so Bliss gets to start on the side that they feel most comfortable on. Again, if you go back to the numbers, 60% means that you're typically going to see a team win 2 rounds on attack. And, well, a really early altercation almost knocks Bliss onto their heels for what is a relatively crucial round. Fisho guy down to half HP. That's not an ideal start. And it looked like he was engaging bottom of yellow towards Garage. Take some damage. Nobody from D+ Kia has a single scratch on them. I like the pulse choice from Wedables quite a lot. There's a ton of information that you can get on this map from a pulse because you can see through those floors, you can get angles outside, and you can cover a lot of the bomb sites as well. Wedables starting off this map 1 and 3 is a far cry from what we saw from him on Chalet.
Well, Woogie has spotted out Wedables down below. Bit of a quieter game from Wet this time around. Only the single pick thus far. As we enter the 5th round, and his head almost ripped off by Woogie. He's looking sharp at the moment. A flash to come through. Now the push almost catches the heels of the Pulse as he scurries away to main. But it was probably quite content that he was able to escape. Main now re-aggress-low, sensing that he needs to apply pressure on this part of the map.
Well, gunplay has been so good for D+ through these last 2 rounds, and if it continues to the level that we have seen, then Bliss will have their hands full. D+ has always been a team that can fire back, so seeing them as listless as they were on Chalet was a bit of a surprise, and listless throughout much of SI, in fact, has been an even greater surprise. Coded is rewarded for his success in the previous round by getting this one off. The Ash is removed with just a little bit over a minute remaining. And now it's up to Yas to lead the charge, but that F0 will give his position away as he marches through and, well, manages to survive without a single point of damage being done to him. Decides to engage Brendo, though. 3 players from Bliss, all licking their chops as Yas gets finished off by Wedables. D-Mally outside.
Oh.
Wedables dies after the Brava had actually taken those EDDs on the door frame that you saw him walking through before. I love the trickster up of Brava. Final 30 seconds. E1D goes off. Bliss in an advantage. 4v3, but D+ so close to being able to get that diffuser down.
Soldier, well, he's the one deep in towards sight. Fortunately for D+, the attack unraveled just as they started to build a bit of momentum in the series. Damali with a last-ditched attempt to gain some control. He'll go for the pinch with Woogie. Brendo slays him though. Woogie, well, with the skeleton key, good for 1, but with only 3 seconds on the clock, it's not going to amount to much. So Bliss, round number 5 will go their way.
Yeah. You hear him hit the goo mine, you know he's not going to be able to sprint. There's 4 seconds left. There's a couple of you left. Just go hide at that point. You can run. They can't. Not unlike me. Woogie Man was incapable of running.
You can't run.
I can, but it would. I'm not very graceful. Also, Woogie Man picks Fuse every single round. Every round. And then swaps off. I appreciate the consistency. As our good friend Carter Lynx would say, it's a bit.
Well,
Attackers need to locate and
good
defuse
friend
as many
is-
bombs as they can.
Let's do some heavy lifting here.
it's a stretch.
Yeah. Oh, unless they've changed the definition of the words good and friend. So, Blitz recover in that round, and it also means that the piano bomb site will be locked for this round. 2 for 2, Bliss, on the main floor. Instead of trying the garage again, Bliss will go back upstairs to CEO. Bomb site will now have been played 3 times. And D+ Kia is going to run a lineup that
10
is
seconds remaining.
very similar to what we saw before.
Discover the location of a bomb.
You held your breath there, expecting Woogie Man to not switch off of the fuse. I am sorry to tell you that you got jebaited. You got jebaited. Woogie Man will go with the buck instead. These are the tools that D+ Kia brought previously. You're going to have some nades, 4 of them in fact. You've got Hard Breach in the hands of Grim, an operator who has effectively replaced a Hard Breacher for a lot of these lineups. And then you've got the Finka, which I really like, because both of these teams have been so chippy and so scrappy that for the defenders, bringing somebody like a Doc or, God forbid, a Thunderbird, whose pick rate is in the ground at the moment, would actually help you quite a lot. Fisho Guy, just as in the previous round, finds himself taking very early damage, but still surviving with his life intact. If you are a smoke, you typically want to play Sheltered Minutes, because if you die with all 3 of those toxic canisters in pocket, then you are going to be in really rough shape.
So the attacking pattern here from D+, a little bit different to last time around. Yas, an emphasis on the opposing side of the map for admin currently, and as you can see, other members of the attack close by to facilitate this push. Less of an emphasis on CEO directly, Piano not occupied by the vert from down below. Boogeyman instead the lobby at the moment, so indicative that it will be a push onto the A site, the meeting bomb site on this occasion. So as highlighted, Fisher, who took a bit of damage earlier on, will be a key proponent of this defensive hold. He's pushed up a little bit though, in towards manager office, and almost catches Yas off guard, thinks better of it in terms of holding that position, and he'll fall back. Of course, Woogie, as mentioned, he is down below, but doesn't capture the smoke as he retrieves back to site.
Second floor.
I like the way Woogie Man's playing this at the moment. You hear the Yokai drone go off, which means that now the jig is up for this Bliss lineup. They're aware that it is there. Sage, a nice tussle. Now top of Spiral. It gets a little ugly. The Wettable swings onto it. 3 players from Bliss so far taking damage, but they find 2 kills for their troubles. Greatly worthwhile. Kodak drops off of the main floor, and now it's Yas who isn't able to get himself back up. This is a full court press from Bliss at this point. You know, we were talking about how sometimes the defenders just sit there and wait. That's not the case here. Coda with 1 kill, Soldier dies, and now Coda will need to get all of them as the Adrenal Surge wears off. Bliss really taking the fight to D+. Kia, great shots from Coden. This is imminently more winnable than it was previously, but there's a Yokai to stop him as well as Fisho Guy. And the Smoke, who almost died early on, survives to the very final minutes of that round and puts an end to D+ Kia. Bliss survived a bit of a scare. First half, 4-2 in favor of the Aussies.
Yep, I think Bliss will be relatively content in the way in which that half has played out for them. D+ did try a couple of different things. I mean, that objective most notably, flipping the attacking push, but it didn't work out. They were unable to clear a lot of those key points of the map. It was proving to be a challenge, time then becoming an issue. And despite the efforts from Woogieman down below, dislodging the defense proved to be quite the challenge, and it meant that those remaining attackers, the likes of Admin, the Reach as well, were not entering favorable engagements, and that's often the name of the game for the attack, is to switch the favor your way, as you always have to show initiative. Round 7 though we go, so sides flip. Bliss now on the attack. And I'm eager to see what kind of compositions these guys are going to bring out in this particular matchup. Brava being teased initially, but falls off onto, I was going to say IQ, but now Yana ultimately Wettables onto the Blitz. Now we've seen this a little bit throughout the tournament so far, and Wettables' success has been somewhat mixed, but there have been occasions that I can cast my mind back to where he's been able to force himself into key positions, make the defense feel uncomfortable. And that, again, name of the game at the moment for the attack, and unlocking these rounds and being able to dictate the pace a little bit more than you otherwise would be able to.
Now, just a bit of a spoiler as to what's going on the A stream. Cover your ears if you don't want to hear it. Dark Zero and G2 were squaring off. And it was Xenox and I believe Nick who were casting it, if memory serves me correctly. Well, G2 won too much. Flawless group stage for G2. And they are back in fine form. There's just something about this event. There's something about SI and G2. I don't know what it is, but they just always seem to level up at this event and take the rest of the year off. I have to get in my digs at them.
A little bit harsh.
I don't think so.
Can they lift the hammer again, though? That is the ultimate question.
Yeah. Nitro Cell on the side of a Kiba barrier, something we've seen a couple times throughout this event. You just got a witness to it. Almost killing Sage as he's on Repel. There's going to be some discomfort felt by D+ Kia now as the Buck sets up shop underneath, and Oda starts to tear away at some of the floor around them.
Curious to keep an eye on Wettables here, though. Probably looking to drop Skylight, make this push through the E1D to initiate the push. And here it comes, the sprint through, but he's immediately denied by Coded. It's a double with the SMG as Fisho dives back outside the objective. It's fallen apart for Bliss, and to the credit of D+, they've done a really, really good job in shutting that down.
You were talking about how Fisho Guy, or Wettables rather, usually gets double kills. Well, Coded's also been doing that too. Right? 8 kills for him, leading the way on his team at the moment. Picks up 2 in this round, had 2 in the previous round. A couple rounds ago had 2. Coded showing up huge. It's a far more brawl-heavy consulate than we're used to seeing so far. Down goes Fisho Guy, and it's all up to Brendo. D+ Kia have just a single kill to find, but Brendo's not a bad shot. He'll take these gunfights, knowing Team Alley's on yellow stairs. Chunk him up, Soldier low on HP. If there was more time, I would say this is more winnable. Every single player in the lobby, if you add them together, equals 1 regular player of 100 HP. This is winnable for Brendo. All he needs to do is ensure he finds these players quickly because time is running away from him. When he swings, he knows that one was there, and unfortunately he gets siege time, and as he un-ADSs the moment that the player from D+ Kia gets into his line of sight, and Soldier lives to fight another day. A successful first defense for D plus Kia. And you're right. They were quite aggressive in comparison to what we saw out of Bliss. There was a lot more of a roam dedicated by D plus than we saw from their adversaries. And if you're not droning it out, you're going to keep finding yourself being surprised by the results that end up coming your way. Need a couple more rounds like that for D plus Kia as they still look for the very first map win of this event. Bliss wins Consulate and D plus Kia goes home without having won a single map at the 6 Invitational. A pretty devastating result. A lot of pressure will fall on their shoulders round by round as we go through Consulate. This is their map choice. But they've also had a map choice through every single other matchup that they've played and still have not come out on the right side of a win.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing for D Plus is looking at a lot of those results. You're looking at a 2-round scoreline, a 3-round scoreline, etc., etc. The average for D Plus has been hovering around that 3-round mark across 3 matches, 6 maps. Pretty damning statistic. On the topic of stats, in that previous round, of course, we saw Coded with a huge 2K to really spearhead the defense for D Plus heading into the day. He was the 2nd lowest rated player on the team, but currently going toe-to-toe with Woogieman in terms of frags this time. He has certainly been having a good event himself. +7 on entry for Woogie, and continues to be a formidable force this time around as well. So it's main breach from the Thermite, Castle Barricade leading into yellow as well. It's a split push though from Bliss, an emphasis on the backside as well. And it's Fisho on the shield this time around Monty in play. And as we mentioned before, Woogie has been a fantastic player for D plus K at the event so far. And guess who's going to play first? Contact, it's Woogie! Drops the diffuser and Fisho left rolling his eyes.
Fisho was trying to melee the door, but Woogie is prepped and ready for that. And man, oh man, Monty can be such a challenge to kill, but when he presents his head, that's quite a big target for you to hit. Sage almost dies as well over towards Visa as he tries to get the hatch down into Archives, but is unsuccessful. It actually looks like the hatch is still fully reinforced, which if that's the case, you are in serious trouble because there's no hard breach for you at all to bail out this team. Bliss now falling by the wayside. They are in the site, or at least Wettables is, who almost goes for the vault over, but they're just sprinting. No information, no wherewithal. There's still 6 drones remaining, and there's a minute and a half of the round. So there's really no reason why you can't gain information. Tremendously sloppy by Bliss. Because of that, D Plus have tied the game. Timeout called by Bliss.
Yeah, I think they probably need attack after that particular effort. Unfortunate, I guess, somewhat for Fish. He smacks the barricade. Woogie hits a nice shot, fair enough. But then Bliss looking to flood site. Limited information despite drones being available. Add on top of that the fact that mirror windows were still left standing meant that those gunfights were never going to be favorable, sprinting aside. Unfortunate for Bliss. A 4-4 scoreline though. And I will say that in comparison to D+, they've probably taken this tactical timeout at a far more appropriate time. There's still plenty of opportunities for Bliss to get this one across the line on attack. On the side of D+, though, the storyline continues that Woogieman continues to be a threat inside of the server. And for Bliss, that's been one of the, I guess, big marks on their record at the event so far, is they've constantly come up against a strong individual. It was Deadshot. Well, pardon me, it was Mowgli against the Wolves. He farmed J90 from SSG. Both had big stat lines, and Bliss just couldn't shut it down. Obviously, Woogie's is not quite as extravagant as those were, but just something to keep in mind that if there's a star player for D+ throughout this map, and perhaps even a third, that Bliss need to find the systems to counter that.
You obviously watch D+ Kia quite intently as you cover these regions over there. D-Mally has, I think, a combined 3 or 4 kills so far through both of these maps. But as the application of D-Mally and his operators suggests that this is a very poor scoreline for him. Would you agree?
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, I mean, the unfortunate thing is that heading into the day, he was by far and away the lowest rated at 0.66. And if I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I'd probably say that's one of, if not the lowest rated at the event. It's unfortunate for him. And again, it goes back to the storyline that we were talking a little bit about before. Does that mean that his head is on a chopping block for the new and renewed D+ Kia roster heading into 2024?
What is going on here? Oh my gosh. Yes, goes for the run out onto the balcony, top floor, kills Wettables. And if you look at the lineup, it was the can opener being brought by Wettables. That secondary hard breach gadget. Bliss decided to forego a traditional hard breacher and instead put it all on the shoulders of the Grim, and now that is gone, so it was all for naught. Ignoring the fact that Bliss is now down a player, which in and of itself is huge, especially when you're dealing with a defender-sided map, but you also have the problem of there being no can opener. Excellent pulse, by the way, that we saw down below of Woogieman to give information to Coded, who then capitalizes by picking off the Nook of Oda, who has been quite ineffective for Bliss throughout this matchup. D+ Kia now sit 5v3 with 1:40 to go.
And this is where, as a defensive unit, you look to consolidate and not give away anything for free to the attack. No charity work for D+. Woogie down below, a Nitro Cell off the back of the information available on Pulse. He follows it up to onto Sage, over towards main stairs with the UMP. And the stage is now set for a flawless round from D+. Now keep in mind, Bliss just took their tactical timeout. And we emphasize this a lot, the effectiveness of tactical timeouts in Siege, and more often than not, teams will take their tack and then actually respond with a round win post that. Certainly not the case here. They will have a minute, though, to chill on the roof and have an unofficial tactical timeout. And
2 timeouts in a row. I mean, it's that's quite an occasion, isn't it?
Yeah, double down on likely what was said only a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah. These teams think that Consulate is bad to attack on. Just wait. If Clubhouse ends up popping up next,
ooh,
that will be quite miserable for whichever teams end up on attack first, and then you'll just have to come back, which we've seen is possible. I mean, if you watch the Wolves FaZe Clan game, you know that anything is possible. Really.
Well, we did have a 0-6 comeback as well.
I was going to say the Liquid W7M game.
On this map too, I believe.
Yeah. It's been a very frustrating tournament, I imagine, for Liquid. That whole group it's quite unpredictable. I mean, Virtus Pro defeating W7M yesterday was a surprise. For some people, probably a welcome surprise, or 2 days ago, was it? So. D+ Kia win the round, though, but we knew that minutes before it actually ended up happening because it was a 5v1. D+ Kia lose one player on the run out, and then the last member of Bliss dies. So you take your timeout and it doesn't work. You actually almost get flawless. The only reason why you got a kill in the first place was because somebody from D+ Kia decided to get a bit impatient and run out and die to a Claymore. If it weren't for that, you get flawless right after your own timeout. That's quite dreadful. Bad luck for Bliss. And honestly, bad luck. That round was pretty much over when the Grim died early. At that point, you don't have any hard breach whatsoever. You've also lost a really critical piece of intel with those Bs that you can shoot out, and obviously will show you where the defenders are playing. So things fall apart, and things fall apart in quite a hurry. I am curious if we're going to see yet another early attack from D+ Kia through these windows as Bliss runs up to the building. As it looked like Coded was sitting on cams. It's entirely possible that the Kaid wants to go for a pick. No, that's not the case.
But again, right, it goes back to the point that Bliss need to be putting Woogieman on an island and really punishing him. If they have any window of opportunity to get him off the board, it's such a huge win condition for the attack, given that he has been particularly proficient in the frag department. We'll see how they go this time around. Posturing over towards admin to kick things off. Unfortunately for Bliss, that's where his army is posted up, so those keeper barriers will make this push a little bit of a challenge. We'll see the Grim in response to help aid in the information gathering for Bliss, which was certainly a positive for them on map number 1, as you mentioned. They were gathering information, but more importantly, on top of that, also acting accordingly. Track stings to come through from Wettables, and so too is Brendo. He's found his way through into manager's office, uncontested. Sometimes you see the defense look to hold this up close. Not the case though from D+, they've fallen back towards this vending hallway. And I think that this particular part of the round, or this particular part of the map more specifically, will dictate who wins this out. If Bliss are able to clear these positions, win the trade game, they'll be set up for that final push. But if D+ can cut them down, bringing it back on the attacking side will be tough.
Both of the gadgets tossed out by the hands of Sens get caught by magnets, and now you don't exactly happen to go where you want them to. So D+ Kia will sort of buffet this push, slow down their advance. Your guy stopped by the electricity on the panel and have to go elsewhere with both of those can openers now. Azami showing her value, and this again just goes back to those operator bans. You ban Solus, you ban Valkyrie, it means that you're going to have Fenrir and Azami available, it means that you're going to have Aruni available, it means that you're going to have Tubaru available, if you want to use him. Oh my. These magnets are everywhere all at the same time. It also catches a grenade now. I have to imagine there's some frustration setting in from Bliss, but they strike first in this round, taking down Soldier.
Shield though still standing. Damali, only 1 kill in 9 rounds, but now he needs to find a couple. The frag grenade awkwardly positioned at his feet, but able to escape as Yas looks to swing, but the air jab will put a stop to that. Damali needs to go big here for D+. Now trapped, position known. The line is held. I don't know how he's going to get out of here, but he does in the end.
What?
And it completely falls apart for Team Bliss. I don't know how D+ have got that one across the line, but they forced themselves through, or D+ attempted to force themselves through, and D+ just absolutely cut them to pieces.
Now, it might seem silly because of where D-Mally was positioned by the vending machine that you can't just push D-Mally, right? Get the kill. No. Because of the setup from D+ Kia, they're holding those long-range angles. So the moment you try to do that, you're going to get cut down from the cross, and that's exactly what we saw ultimately come to pass. I don't know if it's deficiency in droning or just the fact that they are not particularly interested in droning it out. But if you recall, this bomb site right here, the bottom floor bomb site, garage, the last time that Bliss executed onto this site, I mentioned that there were 6 drones remaining with 1.5 minutes to go. But Bliss were face-checking everything from the start of the round onward. And yes, it's hard to get onto drones when you've lost 2 players and suddenly it's a 5v3, but you can still always drone 1 person in, or at least you can try to drone. They didn't do that. The round that just happened, again, big issues from Bliss when it came to drone work and information. There was no immediate follow-up on that grenade. You allow D-Mally to completely move out of that spot. You don't do anything to address Projector. You don't do anything to address that cross that was established. And you just sit there. And then when you do finally decide to push it, D+ Kia has waited for you and punishes you accordingly. D+ Kia's gunplay on Consulate, by the way, has been so much better than it was on Chalet. Miles and miles better. And strategy obviously is something that can be talked about until we're blue in the face, but D+ Kia have woken up and they're hitting their shots the way that we expect one of the best teams in APAC to do.
I think that's why I was spluttering my words a little bit there, because logic would dictate that Bliss should have won that previous round.
Oh, absolutely.
However, just a couple of mistakes compounded, and yeah, as you mentioned, right, D+ are, unlike the last map, looking very mechanically sound, and we're able to make those positions work. But the key man, it's Woogie Man. The first to fall here on the match point round for D+. So now the pressure transferred to the remaining 4 members of the defense. Coded in piano as a bit of a castle setup to play around. Looking to hold this vertical control. Bliss going though from the top floor down. They're looking to greet him in this position. Fisho good for 2 with the F2 this time around. So good work from Bliss in applying pressure despite the odds being against them at the moment on this map. Damali, Soldier, a 2v5. And this round all but over.
You got a Nitro Cell, you got 2 impacts, and you still have 4 Kiba barriers in pocket for D-Mally. No more Kiba barriers will be created, so you have to use those tastefully. Soldier getting down Sage. That's the first pick for D plus Kia as they still hold on. It's a tenuous grasp on that top floor for Soldier. Problem is, bomb is on the bottom floor, both bombs, and you have to get down there to defend them. Case in the hands of Fisho Guy. It's all up to Soldier as G-Mally died. I don't even think D-Mally got to use half of those keeper barriers because they died in pocket now through the hatch. Soldier in a desperate attempt to slow down this Bliss squad doesn't get it done. Wettables ends the round. We go to round number 12. No timeout called as far as we're aware, which means that D plus Kia have confidence that they can either win this round or then they'll go to overtime and then burn it. But I like that. Don't panic. You don't need to. See what Bliss can muster up here. It's going to be a first floor execute for Bliss. First floor defense for DPK, which was won back in round number 9, which was in the immediate aftermath of that timeout, and it was nearly won flawlessly. That's not a good sign to start under for Bliss, but every round is a new day.
I don't know if it's the bias talking or if it's
the bias,
the guzzler, but I am pleasantly surprised with the last couple of rounds from Bliss, right? Because we cast our minds back. They took the tactical timeout. The round after that, they get absolutely stomped in effectively a flawless fashion. The round after that, again, a challenge, but now they're rising to it. And despite the threat of match point looming once again, I must say they've been looking pretty good, or at least in that last round they looked quite good. So we'll see how they go this time around once again, first floor. So we'll see if they employ, not very clear, which I'm anticipating they probably will with the buck in play. Wettables can get to work on that. Fisho Guy as well with the Twitch available can deal with the utility which will be littered around the objective. Multiple traps. Maestro as well getting a little bit of playtime. Maestro a talking point, somewhat heading into the event now with 3 evil eyes in total. Got teams talking about the way in which they actually want to employ him into the defense. I've heard some say that are off-site and you can chip away at that drone economy as opposed to being traditional plant denial. Hard breach from Wettables, secondary in the pockets of the buck. Information available for Bliss. Again, their drone game really, really strong. You can see the information they've gathered. The question now posed, though, can they actually convert that information into favorable fights and, of course, win those out and convert the round?
It's a great drone and got sights on 3 separate players from D plus Kia. A single drone getting that much information is huge for the attackers. And no mods on the board, so no risk of losing it. You can keep that drone up there. Obviously, with the Souls being a permaban by Bliss, you're also not really too worried about it getting discovered. So now what Bliss does with that information becomes the greater question. They know that there are 3 players inside this particular part of the map. Fisher Guy walks in, takes the F-Not down, takes the mute jammer, immediately gets away. Bomb site is down below. So all this focus from Bliss has been upstairs, but as we noted, it is a piano defense. Woogie Man, who has been the big bad guy of D plus Kia so far, is down for the count. Soldier, who was the last one alive in the previous round, goes 2, as does D-Mally. Yes, swings. Good for 1 kill, but just like that, Bliss overpower the defense of D plus Kia. And we've got overtime. Bliss now 2 rounds away from sending D plus Kia home. D plus Kia 2 rounds away from sending us to a 3rd map. It will effectively be 3 rounds to determine which team might go home and whether we go to another map.
Yeah, Bliss doing a good job to just continue their efforts there on the attack and chip away at the lead established by D+. Off the back of a couple of very nicely placed drones, Bliss had information available, had the confidence to go for the push, and from multiple angles, they were able to get those picks. Mingarang obviously firing up the troops there behind them, as Bliss now will have to double down on attack here in overtime. Certainly not the side that you want to find yourself on, but we'll see whether or not they're able to defy the odds and complete this series in a 2-0 fashion. Of course, important to note that the series result here, in terms of it going to a 3rd map or not, is irrelevant. Whoever wins it's through, whoever loses will be packing their bags. So for Bliss, it would just be a cherry on top of the cake if they're able to win this map in the series 2-0. We'll see how they go there. Go about doing that. Top 4 we go. Again, last time for Bliss on this objective, it fell apart in the vending hallway, that deployable shield whilst taken down. Still facilitated a great play from Damali, as well as the rest of the D+ roster. So we might see Bliss this time around actually switch it up. Focus over towards CEO. Funnily enough, we saw that from D+. A lot of that leveraging the buck from down below. Won't be the case though from Bliss, no buck in play.
Nade tossed out by Wettables, but nades obviously don't have that same potency that they used to, as you can't cook them now. They're oftentimes good for that zoning that we discussed just a few rounds prior, where you throw them out and then want to follow up on them. As well, you know that somebody's there, they have to move or else they will die at the hands of the incendiary device. By the way, that was one of the SAS operators swinging onto the breach on balcony, but Bliss was on drone, so nobody dies. A minute now expired in this round. Admin in the clutches of Bliss. And Brendo comes very close to the very first pick in this round, as an EE1D will freeze D+ in place unless they sit on one of those root jammers.
Barrier activated.
Marley sprinkling out those magnets once again, playing the vending position. We'll see how Bliss look to clear it out. Like I see off screen, a couple of Roteros being used to help clear that. Keep in mind there are keeper barriers elsewhere. You can see Fisho Guy staring down the barrel of one currently on the breach. He has the diffuser in hand, interestingly enough. Not a player on this eastern side. Typically we see teams go for a plant on the doorway. This may not be the case though for Bliss. Instead, look, the fully flood site. The potential is there. Wettables will replace Brendo's position. Soldier holding down the line still on the smoke. Doesn't want to die at this point though. That utility key installing out the push. He rotates over towards the breach. Fisho Guy may have a read on this in the moment off the back of the Hive launcher. He doesn't. The bees don't land. The smokes will though, a 4v4.
Diffuser down and they'll all come to blows. Case needs to be retrieved by Bliss as they keep numbers even, but they don't see Yas breakdancing on the ground. Sage with one, and Brendo picks up two. And now you've got to imagine the timeout gets called from this D+ Kia squad, because it's series point for Bliss. D+ Kia lose this round, they go home.
Yeah, I can't help but feel there that D+ were once again relying on that vending hold and probably anticipating Bliss to play into it far more than they did in the end. Again, they pivoted though towards the con window, the breach as well, and despite Fisho not having a read close by in the breach and falling elsewhere, the likes of Brendo able to find the picks required. Brendo currently on 15 kills, his brother not too far behind on double digits, 10 kills for him. The question will be though, after this round, especially if it's the conclusion of the match, did D+ take that tactical a little bit too late?
I mean, yes and no. I don't think you can take it without going to overtime, right? I mean, why are you going to use it in regulation? Because then if you go to overtime, all hope is lost.
Because they don't know how to close out a game. Because they haven't been in this position before. Because the most rounds they've gathered before this match is 3.
I mean, that is true, right? But Bliss now goes on to defense. Bliss was 4 of 6 rounds won on defense. Defense is inarguably the favored side on Consulate through this entire event. In terms of raw numbers, it's also the favored side in this particular matchup, more importantly. So the fact that Bliss is capable of winning 4 of those 6 rounds on defense, and D+ then does the exact same thing, D+'s stumbles on their very first defense means the probability of them winning has gone down immensely. All Bliss needs to do is channel what they had in that first round, or channel in that first half. And the main knock against D+ in that first half, if you recall, was that they were so slow. It wasn't that Bliss was really doing that much. It was that D+ weren't doing much either, and when you're on attack, the onus is on you to do something, because you need to get the diffuser in and you need to plant it. So the fact that D+ wasn't able to do that, the fact that Bliss just needed to sit there and sit pretty, it gives me serious concerns for D+ Kia. And I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care which team wins. All I want is to see a competitive matchup. Whether D+ Kia wins or loses here at this particular moment, this Consulate has absolutely been competitive, and for that, I'm happy. I just want a thrilling conclusion either way. Could it be 1 round? Could it be 2? Let's find out, Michael.
Well, we had no Korean representation at the last Six Invitational, a region that has been put on notice, losing a major slot in 2024, so they have a lot to prove. Unfortunately for D+, though, this could be their final round at the event if Bliss are able to follow the stats and win a defensive round. Can D+, throw a spanner in the works? Woogieman's lurking outside top yellow at the moment, in a potential playmaking position, but he'll need some information. He might well follow this Flores drone from his teammate into Marley. He does. Arguably a favorable fight, but unable to win out. Still survives though, which is critical in the late round. And again, if he wants to get to work down below with the skeleton key, that will remain an option. More of those Flores drones from Damali to be sent forth, looking to weaken that front desk position. I don't know if that one though was particularly effective. Elsewhere, D+ are droning out the admin push. Not actively being held by the defense as far as I'm aware. Again, a lot of that defensive hold leveraged around the vending position from Sage. No shield in place though, instead one through split. Flashes to come through. No initial follow-up though from D+ off the back of those, instead just fortifying that position on this half of the map.
Deployable shield will need to be cleared out with the nade. There it is. It gets tossed out. Wettables backing off. You remember the very first defense. I think it was Fisho guy or Brendo who was playing on this absolutely destroyed long desk, just sitting and waiting, watching Spiral. Oda taking some damage early on. There go the bees. Fisho guy forced out of this position, and instead of retreat, will send out one of those toxic canisters. Coded is ready for this and should assuredly win this fight. There you go. Down goes Sage. He was in a terrible spot. No cross from Bliss to be able to punish Coded as he continues onwards. But there goes another member from Bliss, D. Molly, picking up kill number 3. Wettables is gone. D+ Kia with the final 30 seconds left has an advantage, though it does narrow. Yes. Getting the kill on the Fisher guy, trades it right back. There goes Yas as Brendo pushing on up. He doesn't seem to know where the location is. He's a bit too hasty, and D+ Kia lock it out. Extremely confusing end as urgency obviously washed over that Bliss team, but a bit too urgent. They don't dot their I's, they don't cross their T's, and they die in the fights that come after.
Well, a little bit like your Nuggets off to the side. The defense has gone cold in the last couple of rounds.
Man's got to eat, Michael. Okay.
Well, they're still cold.
No. Huge round from D+ Kia. And Bliss, as we said before, Bliss just needs to sit there and wait, right? D+ Kia isolated these players very, very effectively. And now, D+ Kia's chances of winning have skyrocketed because they move on to defense. And they will go downstairs to Garage. Now, I will say this. Bliss's comeback to tie this map up started on this map. And Bliss showed some confidence here. So, the warning bells, obviously, for Australian fans and fans of Bliss across the board, and maybe you as well, should be going off. But it's far from certain that D+ Kia will prevail, just simply because they're on defense.
I'm sure the Aussies back home want this game done this round. Otherwise, they'll be staying up to about 5 AM, I think it is. But we'll wait and see.
5 seconds left.
Will attack prevail in overtime? It would certainly go against the grain from what I'm seeing so far, irrespective of the map, but the team's heavily defend-decided across the board. The basement would go around 15. Will D+ though be able to weather this storm and survive? Send us the third map of Clubhouse. Perhaps the most defend-decided of all 3 in the series, which, again, a talking point if we get to it. Top floor presence from D+ at the moment. And we'll see if Bliss play into it. They've shown at times that they're happy to. And with the Jackal in play alongside the double vert combo of the Buck and the Ram, very much signaling that that will be the case.
I like the just sheer immense amount of soft destruction. Though I do worry about Bliss not running a default hard breacher. They've done this so many rounds where they'll just bring a can opener in the hands of either the Grim or, in this case, in the hands of the Buck. There's a number of operators that have access to that secondary hard breach. And on a map like Consulate, if you're going for more of that pugilism, just straight punching, you don't need to worry about any hard destruction, then sure, why not bring more soft destruction and bring the operators that you think are better at getting kills. Now, excellent start. Bliss eliminating Coded. Opening kill goes in the hands of Brendo.
A pleasing result for Bliss. And we'll see if they're able to convert that advantage again. As we can see, flicking through these player POVs, the pre-placed drone game from Bliss has been phenomenal throughout this match. And only reaffirms why the solace band from them is so effective and why defensive teams find it a challenge to counteract that playstyle. The Boogie Auto Breach is being employed from top floor. Keeping in mind again, Weddable's also in play with the Skeleton Key, so it could be a challenge for D+ to play on the objective itself, and as we can see, quite spread at the moment. Might get to a point in time where they are going to look to regress up above or make the play, so critical that Bliss have their flank watch perfect. They do have the Nomad available, so it shouldn't be a huge problem, but just something to keep in mind.
Sage and Brendo both doing very important parts of the job to eliminate areas that D+ Kia can potentially strike from, but the greater issue right now is Brendo will need to knock out this Kiba barrier and do so without dying in the process. I don't think he knows what is on the other side of it at the moment, whether it's being actively held by D+ Kia or not.
Impact out.
Impact will go over, and there you go. Brendo now has an opportunity. It was gifted to him by D+ Kia, and he takes advantage of it. D. Malley, what on earth happened there? You just invited Bliss on into the bomb site. And Brendo can still sit in this spot, but Yas will stop him in his tracks. Time running out. Bliss will drop. Things will have to go, go, go with Diffuser in the hands of Fisho Guy. Down goes Wedables. Wookie Man will follow. Yas dies too. It's all up to Soldier, or else he and his team go home. Bliss, moments away from booking the plane ticket, unless Soldier can do something about it, but no! The reservation is made. D+ Kia, done here at 6 Invitational. Bliss prevailed 2-0.
A scrappy duel in the end, but the Aussies out on top. It's been a long, long time since we've had Oceanic representation at the event. And fortunately for them, the trend will continue that they will fight their way out of the group stage. A phenomenal performance from Bliss in a match that at times looked like it could have slipped out of reach, but they were able to correct course 2-0 in the end, and I think they'll be pretty close.
Were you a little nervous?
I think, funnily enough, I was actually more nervous during the FaZe game because they had many close maps throughout the series. But obviously this one, the stakes are arguably higher, but I was confident that they were going to win, and that was the case in the end.
Well, a hard-fought matchup, and we have two teams now going home. GK eliminated earlier in the day. Now it's D+ Kia to go home. GK is a bit of a surprise. D+ Kia obviously a surprise too, but when you look at this group, this is a tough group to be in. You know, you got Space Station, who is doing, I would argue Space Station is doing better than a lot of people expected. You had FaZe and Wolves obviously have had some consistency issues. Bliss, in terms of these 5 teams, has the least experience of all of them, and yet they were able to keep matches close. They showed up big in some very important matches against their adversaries, and of course, the big one, defeating Damwon Kia, or D+ Kia, that old Damwon Kia roster, that at one point in time, only 2 years ago, we were talking about when they were Damwon Kia. They're one of the best teams in the world. Oh, we want to see them make it to the finals. And then they ultimately didn't make it quite that far. The team has made some roster moves since then. One of their former players, Rin, is now actually still in this event, but is on the Fear X roster. So I guess in that sense, Rin can be kind of happy with the changes, though Rin had some shaky games. This D+ Kia team has a lot of issues, and obviously the org has acknowledged that by posting earlier on social media that they are looking to change up this roster at the conclusion of the 6 Invitational. I guess this might just hasten the process a little bit by the fact that now they are eliminated and won't be making a deep run here at SI.
Yeah, it's going to be very intriguing in a couple of months to see who's on the chopping block. But for Bliss, I was concerned for them heading into this event. They didn't have the best of boot camp conditions, so it was always going to be a case of them feeling their way through the tournament and continuing to improve. Obviously, they had solid results against even SSG and Wolves, who they lost to, snuck a map off FaZe. The stage was set for them to win this game against D+, provided they didn't succumb to the pressure. Couple of pressure points throughout this game where it almost looked like that was going to be the case, but ultimately not in the end. They escaped through, do a good job, and for all the Australians back home, thanks for tuning in. I know it's late, but you were rewarded.
No, absolutely. And if you're a little, I've seen some chatter on social media about the record column being a bit confusing for people to understand. So let's look at Space Station as the example, as they're at the top of the group right now. That's 5 maps won in regulation, 2 maps won in overtime, one map lost in overtime, and 1 map lost in regulation. So the inverse of that is D plus Kia, who you see didn't win a single map this entire event. They go home with their record being 1 map lost in overtime, 7 maps lost in regulation, and they are half of the rounds won that Team Bliss won 27-54. A lot of work to be done from D plus Kia, and honestly, they could blow up the roster, they could make some serious swaps. There's lots of potential and lots of good players over in Korea. So, who do you pick up? Well, you have to imagine that for us, Woogieman, Yas, and Coded have been on this roster for ages. Are their positions safe? There are times when a player will do well on, as you can see right now, Brendo going 18-10. But what if Brendo's the most toxic person on the roster? There have been times where the best player on the team, quote unquote, has been moved off because of attitude issues or commitment issues or communication issues. There's always more to a team than meets the eye, and we don't know exactly what's going on with D plus Kia. Here are all the stats for you. Brendo is the MVP. It was a brotherly affair as he and Sage topped the charts for Bliss.
Yeah, good performance from Bliss overall, and looking at those numbers, nothing standing out as being too overly unexpected. I will say Oda stepped up today heading into this particular play day, number 5. He was struggling a little bit, but able to step up nicely in this series. But again, they doubled down on the point for D+. They are a team. In very obvious,
they are a team. That's absolutely correct.
Turmoil. There's big issues for them. Can they correct course in 2024? Who knows? As I mentioned as well, they've lost a spot at the majors for 2024. So they're going to have to be absolutely spot on and make sure that these changes, whatever they are good, or they'll be in trouble.
It says
I'm not going to comment.
It says Gessler.
I know.
Well, it's half of our day done, but we still have some more groups left. There's still 2 more teams that have to go home as we go from 20 down to 16. Which teams will we say farewell to? Find out in a couple minutes, but first, the Intel play.
Palu, you might be afraid, bro. You gotta move, bro.
That's wow.
Them's fighting words.
So, I was preparing, Emmy.
Yep.
I was like, man, Liquid had everything there. They had Nesk in sight with the diffuser. Had 2 players around him on CCTV and Palu down below. And not only did Yaga not deny the plant from below, because it had already kind of gotten out of hand at that point, but Nesk succeeds the plant as well. They had everything. Downstairs control, upstairs control, and Yaga hits the double retake, literally taking down the player from below, and even though he fails to deny the plant from that position, is able to rotate up and clutch the 1v2. That was a Liquid round through and through, from setup to execution. And then sometimes a player just pops off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
5 seconds left.
2 rounds in a row. And it's 2 rounds to defend. Obviously, that one felt a lot closer, really, than anything. It should be 1 apiece, especially as one of the players watching on the rafters was a Monty. Had the full control. They had the Solace that was potentially going to cause some problems behind. They dropped the shield to maybe get the cover and go for the sort of pistol play against the player. But roughly, I think they had about 30 seconds still left inside the site. They could have structured something a bit different, but it's very easy for me to say that from the position that I am in. 30 seconds gone. They know where the Solace is, but they use their gadget. They should be able to find the drone and try and get a way out of there. So that's what Nesk is doing. There is only one way in, and they have that now watched. How long will it take to get the shutdown on the player? That's the problem here, and Nesk wants to try and be the solution. Gonna go for the swing. The ping is there. There's the cap. Very, very well played from the roam clear. And, well, Iconic will be on cams for the rest of the round.
Yep. Always the risk. If you're able to rat inside a strip, you can potentially make a round-changing flank later in the round. Usually, especially because the attack will usually take bar control, try to get some vertical from below, so on and so forth. But in this particular case, if you're found early on and somebody just, you know, goes pool double window, your way back, your egress is very, very much hampered. So now Liquid can just rotate up as if nothing really happened. They just have a 5v4 and can go about with the rest of their attack. There's going to be a heavy focus on Jacuzzi Wall, and Spoid now feels a little bit of pressure now that he doesn't have any support from below inside of Bar. Playing around that hatch is a little riskier. He's also out of Kiba barriers at this point. So Liquid have done a great job on the utility clear and creating angles as well. And now that they're getting intel inside of the site, sure, they might be running a little low on drones, but we have a little under half the round to go, and Yogg is hitting impacts on himself.
I mean, he's allowed a little bit of balance. It's the yin and the yang from the previous round, but here we might have to smash and grab from the Jacuzzi itself. They're going to work with the blinds right behind the canister. The catch is a little bit late on the wide disc. They haven't moved immediately. That one is caught out. Good play and good shooting there from Yoga, drawing some attention. He's going to swing in and get the take onto Volt.
What are we doing?
The Monty is just watching, blinded, and goes for the hit. He knows there's someone else behind it. Yoga somehow able to find either player either side. Palu goes down outside on the balcony. Finally, he is stopped. But really, he should not have been able to get, I mean, either of them, and he steals the kill. Spoit Gomez, but no longer Spoit. Gomez and Diaz, either side of it. Lagonis, I mean, such a sliver of health. Anything in his foot is going to be the end. There's a C4 that could breathe on him, and it would be that ultimate decider. Less than 20 seconds. Lagonis trying to stick the plant. They have the pings. He pulls off. There's the C4 that gets the down onto the shield. It's a 1 versus 1. No, it isn't. M80. 3 in a row.
All right. I'm going to do it.
You can do it?
I'm breaking glass because it's starting to become an emergency. Liquid weren't cooking that attack. They were not cooking. The streets are saying that despite an opening 5v4, they decided to have all of their attackers on Jacuzzi Wall and Palu on metal balcony window. Now, those are all fine positions. Those are all positions you should be playing.
Yes.
But where's the Logi hatch pressure?
I don't know.
Where's somebody pushing up main stairs? Because I don't know if you were aware of this, Emmy. The main roamer down below died in the first 45 seconds of the round. And usually when that happens, sure, you can't nade from below, but you can maybe work a pick up main stairs, go for the backstab while there's chaos over on the Jacuzzi Wall as the Montaigne's pushing in. Yeah, now of course there are other factors. Yogg's huge performance that round, Diaz with 2 kills to end that round. It was another great round of individual performances from M80, and the parts Liquid had were good, but it's another very, very linear execute and not taking advantage of both control they could have acquired with the time they had, or could have made use of for control they had anyway.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Failure to launch Liquid at this point. 2 rounds should have been yours.
We built the rocket, but we didn't fuel it up.
You forgot to fuel it, and now you find yourself a little bit rained down on. However, as we've said many, many times, you know, M80 have a strong defense. Their attack is where things go a bit wobbly, so there's still half of this round to play for. There's still half of this. These are conversations where you can learn, and you can develop, and you can change things up.
And also in that W7M game that went to OT both maps, both teams won 5 defenses.
They
so
did.
M80 have won 5 defenses before and still ended up losing the map in overtime. So just because M80 are having a very strong defensive half doesn't mean that this map will go their way, though really their most dominant performance was Consulate yesterday, where they were able to win on both attack and defense. But beyond that, they've been just like the rest of the tournament, able to get a whole bunch of rounds on defense, but still biffing.
Wait a second, is this defender-sided?
No, I don't
This
think
right here?
No. I mean,
6th Invitational 2024. Is this here defender-sided?
Ironically,
you know how many defender rounds this can carry?
Ironically, Consulate is not defender-sided this tournament, so.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I know.
It's been played,
it's like,
it's been played twice.
I think it's like 53-54.
Yeah, I think it's the data's just not normalized.
That doesn't seem right.
Gomez. He's got a little bit of Spoit for protection, but again, this is all wasting time. They can get a player out of it. Great. They're going to go for Yoga, though, and he's caught in a drone. He's still able to slip away, and what was a very, very good roam clear on that individual player in the previous round here has at least gone slower, unfortunately, this time round. They're about 30 seconds behind where they were before, and at this point, they've been able to get a kill. So M80, they've learned. They've pulled themselves back in. They have another body down, all 5 of them. They're going to hope that it turns into a brawl and a fight here on the site itself. The Raid Claws and the C4 is ready to rock and roll against the hatches. In fact, there's 3 ready to try and play against these, hoping they can catch some Liquid players a bit by surprise.
That's exactly the thing they need just to make that Liquid attack in round 1 that was already very confined over towards the kitchen hatch and make it even worse. Throw up C4s, try to get a pick or two before Liquid even execute onto the site, because again, we're in a position where what's the status of Moto Hatch? What's the status of Kitchen Hatch? Are we still just opening it with 45 or 30 seconds left? Clubhouse Basement is a difficult attack, and if you're limiting your options further, we're in bad shape, fellas.
I mean, it looks like it's just going to be a drive down blue at this point. Everything is still locked. Both Moto and Kitchen is locked. They haven't put any pressure onto Dirt as well. It's just blinds and a take and a sort of raw control down main on this side, but Iconic gets resets. Parlu's going to see if he can step in and gets one, with Nesk also getting a pinch. Iconic does stop Parlu, so now it's Lagonis on the swing on Church Door, and they've got some of the control of blue, but Spoit is the back line, and there's only a pocket full of seconds to get the plant itself. A 3 versus 2 becomes a bit scratchy, but a 3 versus 1, they have Church control, they can go for it. The first is Dices, but no more. Liquid get around.
Well, glad we got a Nesk 3K to open up that entire round, because we were basically in the same spot as round 1. Church Hatch not really a factor, or sorry, Kitchen Hatch not really a factor, Moto Hatch not really a factor, just flooding in down main stairs, down blue, but Nesk gets 2 kills on the entry, and then the 3rd kill to wrap up the round, as DS Lucas was stuck in a 1v3. I think it was a perfectly fine setup from M80. Again, it's another very slow Liquid attack with very limited control, and they're forced to basically just go about a normal basement attack, but without any of the hatches to play off of, without any work done actually on the bomb site, just doing your best to inform the peaks you're going to take, but in the end, still dry peaking a lot of those engagements. Liquid have incredibly talented players, so I mean, this is just an average Nesk performance sometimes if he's having a good day. And you got to give credit where credit's due. Sure, I mean, it might not have been the best, but he hit his shots.
It's that sort of idea and understanding of this Liquid roster, though, is the individual talent on some of these players has been world-renowned for the entire world of this game. Since the sort of dawn of Rainbow Six Siege, Milosh would quote however many things. In my day, that's not how Milosh sounds, but you get the idea. But you will get the idea. He has a great big bushy beard and a greater big bushy tail about the history of this game, and they have been players they have tail with their LE, not I. He doesn't have a tail.
Oh.
I don't think Milosh is a furry. He might be.
You said a great big bushy tail. I was like,
like a squirrel. And he squirrels away stories about the greatness of these players to bring out at the appropriate times, including Nesk, including Parley. Yes, this is the sort of problem that we've had with this roster, is it doesn't quite have the connection of we need Parley to send it, we need Nesk to send it with a consistency that you'll see on other teams. And finding that in this meta has seemed to be a bit trickier for them.
Ironically, though, we are back on the bomb site that had the best Liquid attack so far, and not one that was the best by a slim margin. They actually got all the control they needed. They cleared Garage really quickly, got control of Lounge extremely fast, and took down Iconic as well, or at least deleted him from being able to play that position in general. So they had control down below to stop the Solus from denying the plant. They had Nesk in the bomb site with the diffuser, and M80 only won this round because of a massive individual clutch from Yaga, who almost died to that guy, repelled on the balcony, but hit a crazy spray transfer. So if Liquid just replicate that on top of the individual success from Nesk last round, we should honestly be in a good shape for them to threaten a 3-3 half.
Now, the shield breezes right up towards, well, Gomez is doing their best to survive, and no survival. The grenade got down there, and you're pulling a face like, what happened?
I get it's Monty, but like,
move, bro.
Move.
Iconic is on the move, all the way deep down in blue, and it's the perfect operator. As I said, I love this sort of roam play that you can do. The push to blind anyone that might be trying to stop the Golus if they put the pressure onto it. Remember, this was a round where they had everything in their pockets, and then unfortunately it tumbled like a house of cards. Checkmate. Resets might be the one to find the fight here. Swinging around onto the bottom of pit, it's Spoit, who's actually come to offer some sort of counterplay, and this position that was played and removed by Parlu, they don't know. Ooh, now they might know. There's the plant going down. Volps is able to get Yoga. Resets gets the cover. Great take, great cover here. Spoit, fortunately too late to the second store party. And now, well, with a shield, a Monty that has become a door frame, blocking the quick change between the two sites. This is almost even more impossible. There's at least a trade onto the repelling Nesk, but Diaz. Nice shot.
I mean, you know, if we're commending body shots, shout out.
Well, I think they said something to Nesk before. I think this is going to be a heated all chat.
I hope so.
This is going to be an all chat.
I'm here for the
The
content.
refs are going to be paying a lot of attention to.
But to Liquid's credit, sure, the other sites might not be very, very...
I don't speak Portuguese, my friend.
I don't either.
You
Just enough to order food.
Just enough. You're our Portuguese speaker of the talent.
Which doesn't
Which
mean I
is
speak
like a real
Portuguese.
low bar.
Yeah.
So we will go out to
Give me another year.
eateries and restaurants, and all the pressure's put on you. You do your best.
I try.
Things go wrong.
I mean, some things go right.
Yeah, some things go right. Most things go wrong. And then Parker gets mad at you.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
Hey, you messed up his chicken nugget.
Anyway, okay, first of all, I got everything right today.
Yeah.
Second off,
you have to go back to squad.
Second off, let me talk about this execute I liked, okay? Because I want to give Liquid some credit. I want to give them some credit.
I'll stop being mean.
Because they lost the first CC attack to something that out of their control, and then the second time they reclaimed it, and now we got to see even more of an execute I quite like, because their strategy is just, all right, Capitão's banned. We don't need to clear him. Want to know why? We just bring the Monty, we force him to walk up garage stairs, and Palu is sitting outside the CC window, just tossing a Candela in time with Lagonis' movements. So basically, the only player he has to worry about, or the only positions he has to worry about, theoretically speaking, is the player on rafters and somebody playing stock. And they had resets in that position to watch it. So if those Candelas are timed properly, nobody can actually support Gomez playing that position because they'd be blinded if they look up. So Lagonis can walk up, push a little further, another Candela goes out, pushes a little further, they time it with a grenade to box him in. That was a really well thought out strategy by Liquid, and I'm happy to see it pay off. I want to give credit where credit's due.
M80. Now, as I said it at the 3-0 point, obviously, there's still half a game to play for, and their worried half is the second half of this game. Liquid, if they can get themselves even from any game, is good. From where they were at 0-3 down without a timeout, it's pretty brilliant, let's be honest. They've really been able to get things going. It was failure to launch, but suddenly, oh, look at that. It's up in the sky. Beautiful. Ah, wonderful. A minute 50 as the break comes against the hatches. They've gone back towards paying them some attention, noting that, well, obviously there's no Kaid this time. They're sort of baiting them, potentially M80, to say, okay, look, they won this sort of showdown gun down. Let's force them into looking at tactics again, and then maybe we can shake the tree and see if we can stop it.
Yeah, no Kaid, DS Lucas, and Gomez. I don't believe either really in a position to impact trick that hatch either, so kitchen hatch, actually a success, but they're not really playing retake, but they're almost allowing Liquid to take control of those hatches, as you said, and they have different operators and positions to deal with it. One example, Spoit, we just saw, has an angle on the blue hatch, and we didn't see below, but I have to imagine he's playing behind a mirror window, the classic one looking into blue hall. You also have DS Lucas behind those Kiba barriers on AKs, who can watch the kitchen hatch drop and get an angle on somebody before they can fall. Oh, Spoit almost finding someone. The head of a Liquid player peeks out above the blue hatch, but no kill goes their way. The setup from M80 is still very solid though, but it does allow Liquid to start gaining a foothold into the site, and then the players holding these positions, Spoit, DS Lucas, and so on, need to hit their shots and be on the lookout for dirt, I guess.
There's a party, right? Everybody's been invited towards the A case, and Lagonis has said, no, I want to take your rotate instead. Spoit gets the first. They're putting pressure towards the plant, and Volps, he gets the bit of the activation here, but does one and pretty much a half towards the single player. However, the plant is prevented. Now there's only 20 seconds. Plan B to the default, which is a plan A, which Gomez goes fishing for and catches himself a kit. So now resets the attempt and goes for the double down on the default, with Palu getting caught by Gomez. Gomez gets his third for the round. And with 5 seconds and Volp stuck in dirt, and the party is over, baby. 4-2, and this is sort of sad. They said, hey, here's a default take, have a go, have a go. Oh no, we forgot to electrify the hatch.
It was a trick.
It was a trick.
It was all a ruse.
You've been deceived.
And indeed, deceived they were. I like the setup from M80. Of course, there's an element of risk. If you lose some of those fights on the drop down, then we have some issues, but they put themselves in the best positions possible.
Jesse J Chick is on the line.
My boy,
Jesse!
If he's talking, I can't.
This is him talking.
I can't
Before.
hear.
You guys can't hear me. I'm being told.
There we go.
Well,
There we go. There we go.
I can hear you now. Let's go. We are so bad.
Who are your 12 points for?
I'm here to deliver you some fun facts because we've had both of these teams play Clubhouse already through this tournament. And as M80 move on to the attacker side, they've had some problems with attack on this map. In fact, through 7 attempted attacking rounds, the only bomb site they have won on Clubhouse thus far was CCTV Cache. And it just so happens that after defending CCTV Cache 3 times through 2 separate contests, we've seen Team Liquid defend it 100% of the time successfully. So watch out for the bomb sites that are both CCTV Cache, because that's one that Liquid have been very, very good on, but also the other bomb sites, because M80 haven't been able to successfully attack any of them even once so far through the tournament so far. So keep an eye out for that, and I'll leave the rest of the game to you two.
No, Carter's got a question.
No!
What's your question?
I was gonna ask you about my fantasy team, that's all.
Thank you, Jesse J. Chick. You might recognize him from being Canadian.
And
he's on Twitter.
me owning him in fantasy.
And you owning him in fantasy hockey as well.
No, not fantasy hockey. I'm his war consigliere, like in The Godfather. You know, like I advise him.
Yeah.
But in fantasy, I'm a fellow competitor. And with all his spreadsheets, he doesn't hold a candle to me.
Wow. This is twice I've had Jesse do a call, and twice he's been immediately sassed afterwards. Spoit is like, hang on, how did they know I was here? There you go.
There it is.
The camera gets the reveal. I mean, you have a team that's going to play Valkyrie or Valkyries on the board. There's got to be the awareness paid towards it as well. The strike starts its way now. Liquid, as we said, they'll have some benefits of working on defense. M80 has generally struggled with this half, as pretty much every single team at this event has. If they can maybe get the first here, if they can push it into a 5-2 and keep that energy, well, they're trying to sort of get that momentum going. The gunfight's engaged already down Oil Pit.
Well, M80 had quite a lot of energy on their attacking side against Bleed on console yesterday, so a different map, especially one that is a bit more attacker-sided than Clubhouse that we're playing right now. But M80 can bring that energy if they're being faced with a passive, stagnant defense and they can find gaps or create gaps in particular positions. They've shown that they have the decisiveness and the ability to just make a decision and flood it alongside the rest of the team. We already see a lot of utility being dumped down blue. No follow-up as they're just trying to clear these Kiva barricades that Palu is playing behind. They do so successfully, and now as we move into the final minute, Gomez is thinking about opening out the church wall. We also hope to see some hatch play from M80 as well, but this is a similar spot that Liquid was in, going into often 5v5 or 5v4s where the defense still has a lot of angles. So for M80 to make this a little bit better, hopefully we'll find a kill on maybe somebody in this blue position as Spoit. Looking in Oil Pit at the moment.
Yeah, but he's been there for about a minute. Volps removes Yoga, so boy, that's the sort of call to action. The first thing he's going to hit is a procs. The second thing is bullets from Nesk. Great two-piece. Either side as Gomez then gets removed just in the corridor of Long. Iconic. He's trying to replace the space, but really, it's a crossfire, and unfortunately, he is fully in the targeting range of Liquid. We are now 4-3.
4-3 indeed, and man, these frag grenade changes, you can see the effect they're having on some of these attacking strategies because this site is so hard to attack now, it seems, if you aren't able to take down the blue player, who you can't nade anymore.
Nope.
Often is going to have a warden supporting him in that case. Or if you're not able to open the church wall and be able to work a pick on that wall or at the moto door in particular. There's so much defensive utility. And
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Bravo stream of the 6th Invitational 2024. My name is Stokes, and as you guys all know, this is Hap. Beautiful man, usually cast with M, but guess what? You're stuck with me now, buddy, over on the Bravo stream, and we've got Falcons versus Scars. What are you thinking about this one?
It is an important matchup for both of these because it could just as well, you know, decide who's going home and who gets to play. So a lot at stake here for these two teams, and those games are usually quite fun because they get very scrappy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's everything to lose, so they gotta give everything they got.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, it's very interesting when you look at these two teams and their dynamics, especially with Falcons. I mean, there's been so much stuff that's been happening to them during this group stage.
Yeah.
I mean, some positive, a lot negative, especially with, you know, the amount of players that they've had to have at this tournament, given the circumstances of some of these visas coming in a little late. Here's the roster for you guys for Falcons. And what they will be running today, it's Oak Hills, JLad, Mad Skills, P9, and Q6Z. So we'll have to see exactly what they can get going on for themselves up against Scars, who's actually looked like a pretty dominant force.
I mean, for two of the maps yesterday, I was thinking, wow, they're actually stepping up huge. And then they didn't. So it's a bit like, I want to see the first two maps kind of Scars that we had yesterday and not that final map, because I'm going to cry a little if that's the case. It's just they were struggling. They just weren't able to really get anything connected to one another. So I'm really hoping that they've been able to sit back together and improve and show why they should be the team to continue in the Six Invitational.
Absolutely the case. And Scars, I mean, they've had some good showings here so far, and we're hoping for another good one up against Falcons here today. Especially with the likes of Wishoy and people like, you know, Rek as well, who has looked insane at this tournament so far. Speaking of the devil, and there he is, obviously. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, he has looked so darn good, especially on these big entry moments that have opened up rounds for Scars time and time again.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to be one of those, you know, standout players that we're going to have to look out for. But let's head into the Vetoes to see what maps will we play. Now, we're starting off at Bank, so that headed towards Border, and then Cafe as a decider. I haven't seen too much Cafe yet this event, so I'm excited to see that one come through.
That's a little interesting. I'm going to have to check on the map stats there real quick for Cafe, because we did end up casting one earlier on that was extremely defender-sided, so I feel like things have changed up a bit. And yes, indeed, yeah. Cafe back to its old self, 58% defensive win rate now. But as for Bank, I mean, we've been seeing Bank a decent bit as well. We had it in our earlier game as well, and it was actually pretty wild to witness, because there was only, I believe, one offensive round won the entire time in a 7-5 victory. So pretty incredible stuff. But hey, I mean, we got a pretty interesting pool here in between these squads. I mean, if we get all the way down to the decider, we do have Cafe, but don't forget about Border there right in the middle.
Yeah, Border, that very aggressive map. Paper thin.
A lot of play here as well at this event.
There is, yeah. It has been played quite a bit, and I'm kind of glad for it. I mean, you know, back when I used to play competitive all the year.
Back in the day.
1 and 2, you know, Tier 3 as well, Benelux League. You might wonder what the hell is that. Just a little country in front. Border was one of like my favorite maps at that point, and you know, even though the map has been reworked, you still see some of like the old strategies in setups. They're still there. However, just enhanced with the likes of the Kiba barriers, for example, that come through.
Yeah, absolutely. The utility meta on defense, especially playing its hand into this, especially over on the CCTV side. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We got Bank up first, folks. We're moments away. We're just waiting on a couple of people to get in the lobby, and then we'll launch into that. But speaking of Bank, I got to check to see how many plays we've had on this. Actually, it's kind of shot up a bit. It's got 7 plays right now, 63% overall defensive win rate, which is really odd for Bank, because usually we see the offense take a lot of the reins here, don't we?
No, for sure. Usually when we look at Bank and we think of like which side is a must-win for the defense, and then you go towards the basement. That one is usually one. Although attack does, you know, have a pretty good way in how to attack it. It usually comes down to like the last final 5 seconds. But the rest is more so a back-sided side normally, but that has changed.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, folks, sadly, we are going to have to toss you to a little break here. We have a little tech issue that we have to solve, but as soon as we're back, we'll be right into the map here on Bank.
It was an okay start for M80. They're able to clear out cash, but the conversion at that point, specifically opening up the jacuzzi wall, was rough. No.
There might be a little tech slowdown here for a second.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
The streets are saying.
Give me Jesse back. Give me Jesse's picture-in-picture. I think one day, and I'm going to just throw this up into the air, and by that I mean say it loud enough that I hope production does it to be a very funny bit, is, because we work in bits here, is we do a picture-in-picture, and then it turns into an argument, and then we get a picture-in-picture of someone else smaller in Jesse's picture.
So it's just like...
It's like a Russian doll of
It's kind of like, oh my god, we got him!
Do we actually have Jesse?
I'm back.
How many points, big dog, for what country?
I didn't hear
That's
the
a
question.
Eurovision joke. You're not going to get
What's
that.
your?
It's too deep.
So Jesse, how's your fantasy team doing today?
Okay, I am in third. You're in second.
Let's
Don't
keep
talk
this-
like you're trashing me in fantasy
It was
right
a
now,
genuine
Carter.
question.
Okay,
How
let's
was
keep
your
this-
fantasy team?
I don't track it live. I'll find out at the end of the day.
All right. Well,
Okay, let's stop
Yeah.
this. Let's stop this, beef children. Do you have any siege-related questions for Jesse?
I suppose. I might. Jesse, so let's just say,
Yep.
let's assume Clubhouse is a defender-sided map and the stats haven't suddenly changed.
Thank you, Kino.
He's giving me the keys.
Oh, what are
Oh,
they?
have
The
you?
keys too.
He didn't say.
I
the
know
keys
what
to
they
the
are.
game, perhaps.
I know, the keys to success, idiot.
On that note, Jesse, I assume you watched the last round.
I did. I was watching.
So that's good. You're doing your job. I appreciate that. So as you saw, M80 were able to clear out the cash position decently quick, but
Yeah.
no success on the jacuzzi wall. What's your take on that? What's going on there?
Well, Jacuzzi wall was tough. I mean, they wanted to go mostly in from construction side, right? My biggest question with that push was Iconic, I believe, brought the defuse kit into gym when there was a player in gym that was actively fighting. The Azami was there. I think if they initially had the defuse kit in construction with the bulk of that push, maybe that goes a little bit better. Maybe they can kind of push more together, because with Iconic jumping in, immediately dropping the defuse kit, I don't know, that was a little bit questionable on my end. But, you know, it's those mistakes. Sometimes the defuse kit doesn't end up where you want it to be. Sometimes you're not able to clear out gym as much as you may have liked to. So, yeah, a bit of an awkward one.
Okay.
And also, well, I got another question.
You get a question or make a joke?
No, this is an actual question.
Okay.
Jesse's on the stand right now.
Jesse is on the stand.
So Jesse, as I'm sure you've been keeping track of, we see a Liquid win on Church. We see a Liquid win on Gym. What site's up next?
I would have to imagine it's CCTV Cash, unless they're maniacs who are going to bar stage.
And I've unfortunately been hit with short-term amnesia. What's so big about that bomb site for this particular matchup?
That is the bomb site that currently Team Liquid have a 100% success rate on defending, but it's also the only bomb site M80 have successfully attacked.
Whoa.
On Clubhouse, all tournaments.
are
This is their
exciting.
second time playing Clubhouse. This is good. They've gone they've gone through 10 attacks now. This will be their 10th attack.
That's a lot.
On Clubhouse.
Jesse, on the street, you're a man of the people. The people love you. But I have the sort of question: what's the atmosphere like down there? How tense? Because you're fluent in Portuguese, as everyone should know. If there are any
Jesse, half Brazilian.
Half Brazilian. Any fans that come up to him, please speak fluent Portuguese to him. He'll understand. But I don't know if you've been in the room. The shouting that we got in the first couple of rounds, it feels like it's died down a little. Is that because M80 have started to lose?
I will say I've not been in with the players. I've been out here with kind of the support staff and everybody watching and the production crew and all that. And I will say out here, it's gotten louder as Liquid have started winning rounds, because there's a lot of Liquid kind of support people out here, a lot of people around the Team Liquid organization and the team who obviously are very invested in Team Liquid getting this map win. So it's getting a little bit more exciting out here. You know, M80's got a sizable crowd as well. You can see them in the back there.
You can see them.
They're just a little bit quieter.
Do you know what else we can see in the back,
far.
Jesse?
What can you see?
You leaving us with back in the game. Bye, Jesse. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you, production, as well, for being. Did they just have it?
I think.
Did they just have him on standby?
And guys, I think the biggest takeaway there, I am still leading Jesse in fantasy at the moment.
I love the idea that they have just a deployable Jesse.
I do too. They have a mobile Jesse.
I'm going to ask him for the most inopportune times.
They have an all-terrain deployable Jesse J check.
It's like a list of like things we can do. It's like, oh, we can do like Connect 4, we can shave mustaches, Jesse.
Production can deliver you a Jesse J chick in 15 minutes or less.
5 seconds to go.
Tap's production. You know how many Jesse J chicks we can fit?
I'm sitting there like, Jesse me.
Defuse the bomb.
Jesse.
Four apiece, M80. 2 rounds have now slipped away, and this is the round that's going to be very exciting. A bandit trickery is afoot, doubled up with the Kai. Now, there is a Thatcher on the board, and you've got the Selmas and the Thermite. So really, this breach should get opened pretty cleanly.
And that's the biggest thing at this point for me, is that what M80 can really do well with these breaches is open them up quickly and convert and execute immediately afterwards. They don't really have a lot of nades. They have the Ying, which Liquid used a lot to open up the garage position, but they don't have that Monty. The Capitão's band. Maybe they could use the Grim, but directly speaking, we're in a rough spot, and Reset takes down one exothermic immediately. Liquid have the play here.
Okay, that's what is supposed to happen. So you do the exothermic, and then you do the breaching charge. You do it at the same time, and you guarantee it. Luckily, they pulled off the breaching charge, because otherwise it would have been poorly traded sort of tech there, but at the same time...
Oh, their summons are gone.
Yeah, I mean... That wasn't great. Let's be honest, that approach, it's been done a lot in this tournament. These guys have done it a lot. They know they can do better. You pretty much deploy...
Welcome back, everybody. We are in on Bank now between Scars and Falcons. Thank you for your patience. As you guys have a 79% poll here for Scars over Falcons to start us off in the series. We'll see that if that changes up later on down the line as we get through Bank. But Scars will be starting us off on defense here, the power position, at least in recent history here on Bank, and Falcons will be starting us out on offense. And a pretty interesting prospect for them here at this event so far. I touched on earlier how they've had a handful of players playing for them at this event. They've actually had 8 separate players all play for them thus far. The lowest map count was Bursa and Leader, who both played 2 maps, as well as Valentino, who's also gotten 2 maps under his belt. The most is 7 between JLad and Q6. Q6 currently leads the top of the pile for rating at a .99. He's also the only positive player with +3 kills coming into this.
And that is going to be setting the tone. Quickly noting down the bends. Gonna keep track of who bends what.
Well, of course, got to make sure you
It's a fantastic 5-member.
get those down in your notes, because they're definitely not at like the top of the screen or anything, you know?
No, I know. It's just,
I'm just
doing it
messing
right
with you.
now.
I'm just messing with you, don't
As soon as
worry.
we go to the next map, they're gone.
Well, Monty going to be banned out. Ying, I really appreciate the Ying ban here because we've been seeing her slip through the cracks in some pretty serious ways. A couple of maps haven't seen too much use when that happens, but she is the most banned operator right now on the offensive side. And with Shoy immediately calling for a tech, Rek immediately saying no when he's on the same team.
He's saying no, we're ready.
So I guess they're okay.
There's no technical.
Well, Rek, it would help if you picked your op. I think that we pause the in-round timer as well in trying to make sure that they want this. Rek, what are you picking? Okay, there we go. Now we got the lineup. All right. Okay. Mozzie, Solus, Fender, Smoke, and Legion to start us off in Locker CCTV room. This is bound to be interesting. The Mozzie and Solus already making things look a little bit like they want to try and dedicate a few people to the roam, but we'll just have to see.
I mean, that's going to be it, right? But that's also something we've seen go horribly wrong on this side throughout the tournament so far. If there is too heavy of a roam presence and just not really having that connection just there, very easy to actually pick up those individuals one by one. So that's something that's interested for me. Like, can Scars roam, but also work together whilst they roam? Because if you're just playing it as a solo, you're bound to get droned out. You're bound to get eliminated as you go on. So it's something they need to pay attention to.
Really liking this operator lineup that we're getting out of Falcons as well here. Going to be able to grant them good access to the building, especially through their info game, clearing things out quickly with that Jackal as well as the Dokkaebi in tow. Those logic bombs will assist on the drone clearance, as you can pop one of those off usually earlier on into the round so that the offensive assault can hop on drones real quick, clear out some of the initial areas so you can get yourself into the building. Obviously, Falcons' entire focus is going to be on this top-down clear. They want to make sure that they can battle Scars back onto the site and grab their control of the open areas and get access to those hatches.
Actually done quite a good job there, Falcons, on keeping their drones alive at this point. Only a single one gone with the Solus on the board. Fishlock is not using the gadget every now and then to see if a drone is coming around the corner. Now, also something to mind is that the Jackal can be spotted if the Inox is active. And Q6 is going to be the first to fall by Fishlock, who's playing on the Solus. Now, trying to come around, P9 will find the trade, though.
Nice little pickup here. Not exactly what you want to see out of Fishlock there, but I mean, there really wasn't too much utility set up on this top floor for him to roam around. Usually you'll see a couple of tidbits, but nothing really for him. Just simply upstairs inside of E3 behind that vending machine. And yeah, he'll get Q6. So that's actually a big pickup, as we touched on Q6, the leading member of Falcons when it comes to their rating right now. And unfortunately enough, he's going to lose a little bit of that margin on his KD spread. So hopefully he can battle back on that a little bit later on. Logic Bomb outright now here for the Falcons. Is looking for a kill. They're going to be able to get with Shoy. They're still a little dedicated to this roam. Kills a lot of damage onto him. And now JLab with a nice pickup onto Rex. Scars getting battered and bruised on this roam.
That's what I said. Like, if this roam, we've seen it go horribly wrong before. Whereas if you just play that like util meta to some extent, like a lot of stall that you would be able to use, like smoke canisters, the Goyo canisters, all that kind of stuff, that's usually when you see these attacking teams really struggle on this bottom floor. And you know, before we went to a very defensive meta, as Pyeon is going to be DB&O'd, it was already the side that you were supposed to win on defense. Back then it was like a 50-50 map. Now like 65%-ish towards defense. You really want to win these maps out. Only up to the last member is not even going to get a single kill in. So with that, a very dominating round for Falcons. And of course, you know, the entry, that went the way of Scars. The fish like, no support out there. Instantly struck from the back. See there, calm down. Just round one. We haven't won yet.
And Scars, I mean, this Rome game's really not playing into their favor. They lose quite a few bodies as well as the dedication there, kind of getting them in trouble and different facets as Falcons was able to pick them apart. I mean, 3 out of the 5 kills that they garnered there all off-site, and Scars never really wanting to peel that back ever. So making these a little bit more complicated for them in that regard, but that's okay. They can always try and change things up later on down the line, and they're already going to switch sites as we go into round 2. It's going to be open area in kitchen up next. A site that started to get, excuse me, a little bit more favor over the last couple of years here on Bank.
Yeah, for sure. We've been seeing it more and more to come through, indeed. And I mean, really, if you start looking at it, the CEO, you know, the top office gets played quite a bit. However, also starting to fall out of favor a little bit. Tellers and Archives, I don't like playing there myself. I don't think the pros like to play there themselves.
Which was it? Archives?
Archives, yeah.
Oh, no, they do not.
Openable. So, open area, just especially with these architect operators that we have. You know, first we saw it a lot with Castle. Now we do see Azami coming into big play. It's a good opportunity to make valid.
Bank, Tellers Archives has 2 plays hap. It's split 50-50 right down the middle.
50-50, okay.
50-50 right down the middle. So you have a leg to stand on, just not 2.
No. It's funny because when we were on Skyscraper earlier, we get the bedroom side there, and you're like, no way people play that. And had a 100% win rate so far this tournament.
We've had a couple of those, actually. Clubhouse Bar is another one. I think it's got 2 or 3 plays, and it's 100% win rate right now as well. O-Kills with the Zofia here. AR in hand. Doesn't have the magnified scope, though. Has the hollow on instead. Old personal preference there. Going to pop things open for E3. Concussion down range, and that's going to end up bumping into Wreck for a split second there as we'll go off based off proximity. Peon is going to try and hold things down inside of Checkers. They barricaded up all of these windows as a very natural line of progression for this top floor defense, especially when you are just trying to hold things down for an extended period of time. You really don't want to give them easy lines of sight. They have to spray those things down, making your life a little bit easier. And speaking of that, Valentina is going to go down, making Scars' path ahead just a little bit brighter.
Still rotating around on the top, so is Fish-like. Gotta be careful though, because the repels that we do have here and there, that is that danger. Just, you know, if you just set one step out of place, you might find yourself picked up. Sometimes the danger when you're playing up top. Relatively little support. Small openings are being made. I believe the Boogie just got tossed in as well from the side of P9 to start opening up, but also make a lot of noise. Gives the opportunity for, well, defense to fall back, but also the attack to start creeping in closer a little bit.
This is a perfect defense so far from Scars. They're just giving Falcons the space to do it to themselves, aren't they, Hap? They're not going to give them too many looks. They've already got that pick onto Valentino. They want to see what the response is going to be from Falcons. And this time around, unlike the last time, a lot of team play going here. You can see one of these players can potentially assist each other, especially inside of sight. They do still have that one player existing up top. But as soon as I say that, Wishoy kind of off on his own over here inside of Tellers. A little miscalculation from both of us there. So it's going to be a pickup for Falcons there in the main lobby.
Still have the one player up top as well on that roam. With Pyeon now trying to come down towards the Tellers. 0 kills or O-Kills is now trying to push himself through, but Spider senses start tingling there. He's like, there's someone potentially coming behind me. No drone was there to tell the tale. Of which there's only 4 left with 20 seconds, so an execute needs to be imminent right now. They need to start trying to get that plan down, but look at where Q6 is. What are you doing here? It is still so far to go. You're just going to be picked up and dropped into the diffuser.
Oh, well, he's going to get a kill. He's going to have to try and force this case down, but this should be a pretty easy find. Oh, my goodness. Kills gets him. And that's a Falcons victory.
Nah,
Very minimal time, and yeah, don't worry. I'm going to stand 10 toes on it. There's no way that the buck is at the top of square in that timing, but hey, at least the rest of the Falcons players are there on site to apply pressure, to open things up, kind of draw that vision to other places. Because at the end of the day, when he got to the bottom of square, nobody expected him to be swinging there, did they?
No, but that's the thing. Like, there was no pressure there whatsoever, and then like 10 seconds, he starts rushing through, finds a kill, starts the plant, which, you know, extends the time a little bit. But it's like, if only the one person that was on the quad wall would have looked over, you'd have been dead and the round would have been over. That's like, there was no room for error there.
Yeah, a very interesting set of circumstances there for Scars, especially because they did such a good job earlier on. Yeah, they get that one kill that goes to the way of Falcons over inside of the Teller's area, but Scars past that have a lot of control over the site. Falcons simply pressuring them from double over here on office area, rather open area, as well as that play coming in through the printer window, and it's just an overload for the Scars. They really didn't know how to handle it. They get gunned down, and what I thought was implemented to be able to at least assist each other in these moments, not a single person was there as a helping hand. So very unfortunate there for the Scars, as they're already down 2 rounds on this defensive end.
And they still had someone up left above as well, right? So it's like a bit confusing how the execute's going down 10 seconds. You have a player left up above still, going out for the rotate, not able to catch anybody off, of course, because Falcons managed to win it in the end. But it was just a pure horizontal push that we were seeing. There was no vertical pressure whatsoever. That's usually the kind of playstyle we would see for an open area. It's usually like you have someone printer, someone kitchen, someone maybe coming in from main stairs. You have the drop coming through for the plant, and then cover being out there as well. I didn't see any of that really happening here. It's just a one-sided push with the buck coming in from a surprise angle.
Falcons back out and about. They have to try and deal with CEO this time around, and this one fairly straightforward. You really want some solid north window play, and unfortunately Q6. We saw earlier in the day, I can't remember which Wolves player it was off the top of my head right now, but they had some pretty awesome drone mechanics over here on the roof hap. There's a nice little area where you can like jump up on the ridge and then jump back down into the window, so you can get those castle barricades inside of Sunshine. Yeah, it's pretty wild. So pretty well done from them. But obviously for the Falcons, not able to recreate that magic that we saw out of, I believe, Deadshot.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it yet, considering I was casting the other game at that moment.
Yeah, you were doing your job. That's okay.
Doing my job, right? So have to watch back later. Now I'm being droned in. It's not something I've seen too much of this tournament. A lot of people seem to be droning themselves in a lot of the time. And it's funny how that changed over the last couple of weeks, months. Thank you, Emmy. My chair being shaken, but 2-0. And again, openings will be made. You see the Selmas being tossed out to open up both Kanto, I believe. Yeah, that will connect. I'm not sure how useful the angle will be, but also one of the castle barricades. P9 finding himself on top of the main stairs. He's going to try to put some pressure down. Finds Rack as he's throwing a Kiba barrier. Perfect timing there for P9.
Super unfortunate for the defense, though, and now Falcons actually going to lose one of their own as Q6 will go down. Peon trying to fight the man on main stairs, with Shoy will also die. 2 players down and out, and Taiyu will not be able to clean things up. That's going to be 3 offenses here for the Falcons. Is Scars, a timeout will come through, because these defenses are looking lackluster, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we talk about how we're on a defensive meta right now, but Falcons are making it seem like that's not the case. They're just walking through. And
to be fair, they're really just killing them. They're really just finding the Scars members and being like, all right, you want a gunfight? Cool. I mean, perfect example of this, if you just want to encapsulate this into a vacuum map, that walk up marble stairs and that fight onto the Azami there. Yeah, exactly. That perfectly tells you the whole tale of what's been happening.
They're just walking through them right now. It's like they don't even need to try and open up the walls, because
why overcomplicate
anyway,
it? Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like, yeah, if we're better on the guns, we'll just use the guns instead. And Falcons really showing up big here. And, of course, their fellow MENA team already has been eliminated in GK, who has, over the last couple of months, been the better team of the two between them whenever they were meeting. So Falcons definitely looking to make it further in their size. That's, of course, the World Championships. That says a lot as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Falcons passion after these rounds here, as they've already gotten 3 on the offensive side, and it feels like we're going to have another one of these games that really skews our win rates here for these maps. So I have to see what happens to Bank after Falcon has been putting these offensive rounds in their backpack. That game that we had for FaZe versus Wolves, there was only 1 offensive round won the entire time, and it was won by FaZe.
In the entire series we had between FairX and GK, there was 2 rounds won on the attack.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And we went 7-0, 7-5. So that is really a big
We
skew
had something
towards
similar. It was like it was either 4 or 5 offensive rounds won throughout the entire thing. Some hatches are going to get sealed up here for Scars. Some Goyos placed down here for Fishlike in case they do want to get control of E2 and try and drop down that hatch. Some extra layers of defense here for Scars. This time around, it's not going to be the roam game. That's what we were trying to show you there with the hatch. That we don't really want too many people offsite. We might still have somebody off trying to make some magic happen. Maybe somebody like Peon or something like that. But honestly, for all intents and purposes, I really hope they stay downstairs.
Why is the sidewall completely open up? Usually what you see is like a bit of a shotgun, like grated cheese or like Swiss cheese being made there, so it's difficult to open up. They've just opened it up for them now. And of course, there is a bit of a hold going on the server. Stacks out there, but I mean, basically just gave him the default plan before. And we've seen teams struggle with keeping enough heart breach in pocket to open it up themselves. And that could have even been the case now. So Falcons might have been given a little bit of a gift out there by Scars if they want to go for a default plant.
Good drone game here from the Falcons. You can see these little roly-polies rolling around for P9 on the top floor. Logic Bomb already out as well, in case you were wondering why one of those was out of their pocket. Just to assist with that clearance. And be able to get at least one of these Goyo canisters. Potentially another here, as Azami is not paying attention to what is going on inside of the site. And Valentino is going to be able to continue to roll this shock drone around, trying to find something here. Rhett gets tagged up, but that drone's going to continue its escapades as it skips off back into server. And Valentino, I don't know if he just wants this drone dead or what he wants, but he's actually made it through. This thing is making magic happen. He gets a default downstairs as well and immediately hops back onto another Twitch drone.
I think he was just confused. It's like he's trying to drive around the site. There's just no utility there. There's no Goyo canisters. There's nothing else that he's going to be able to find. And as a result, he's just driving around hoping for the next best thing to find. Dealing a little bit of damage to the player as well, just causing a bit of panic. But hey, that means that there is going to be a lot of opportunities to go for a proper plant here, especially if Valentino's just going to be able to just move through, find Wreck. He doesn't seem to be aware. Barbed wire gets hit. That should definitely be ringing alarm bells here.
Most definitely. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't just try to walk through it. We've been seeing a lot of people favor that over beating the barbed wire in front of them, especially in moments like this where they're trying to sneak up on somebody. It's just a little quieter, and that's the exact reason that we usually see that, because now Rec is in full understanding of your positioning there inside of dirt and gets immediately punished because of it. Now Falcons potentially around going the way of Scars after that, but they do definitely have at least some semblance of positioning to try and assist with this. Got the gold vault working in. Kills working his way down main stairs here on the Osa. Fishlike with a nice kill, though. They haven't been able to find one of their own. It's going to be Kills to get the first one. Does still have quite a few bodies in the area, though, as Peon is just on the other side of this wall. Scars does not want to get overly aggressive, though, as a nice rotation's already coming through from Wishoy with the M590. Going to continue to hold things down from the landing here on the stairwell. P9 knows about the rotation, but the shotgun's just too darn good. It's actually going to be Peon, rather, that takes him down. Q6 to try and get something going in the dying moments, but not too much. It's going to be Scar's very first round here on the defensive end.
I think you're right. If they would have moved through the barbed wire, but like moved quietly, so you didn't just run through, because that makes a lot more noise than just going for the alt walk, might have been able to pick up the entry kill. Could have been a completely different round, considering positioning that was out there. Now Rack had the opportunity to position himself the right way. O'Kill's, of course, not really checking the corner close around, otherwise he would have been able to maybe pick that up, instantly dig deep with his teammate, but Scars held on well. They knew what was happening and also spotted the opportunity for the flank instantly, which was taken by Wishoy.
Yeah, most definitely. At a bare minimum, at least Falcons keeping their options open, you know, keeping somebody over on blue, trying to get some hatch play in there, some other players over towards main and elevator, as well as even gold vault. I mean, every single access point towards the site, they had somebody trying to man and gun. It just didn't really work out in their favor, because this time around, Scars didn't give up so many bodies in the early round.
Talking about how Tellers isn't really a favorite side of many teams.
Ah, man. You really cursed us with this, didn't you? This is the third play here. Remember, it's 50-50, so if they lose it, guys, Hap doesn't know what he's talking about because it's a losing site. It's a losing site at that point.
If Scars lose this, then it's a losing site. So then I'm right. It isn't the right good side to play. If Scars win it, then it is positive. A lot of soft reach, though, on the side of Falcons. We do have the Ram, we do have the Bucks. So basically the whole point of this side is every single bit of ceiling you have can be opened up. You cannot play in that side safely from a, like, this perspective because you can just get vertical.
Yeah, horizontal perspective.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. You went off at what could have been the worst timing, but managed to just ADS back in time.
Perfectly timed there. Able to get that kill onto Wishoy, who was getting extremely aggressive on that window hop. Decent bit of damage to Q6 as well. Oh, wow. What a find here. And, I mean, Falcons just not really searching for much on the top floor. They, I guess, assume that it's clear. Either that or somebody is just not on a very critical drone that they should be on. And Fishlike is just existing here inside of Conference. Valentino going to do his best to try and hold things down here on this cross, but we should not be seeing too much activity here out of Fishlike. He does still have an impact. They have that hatch open. He can always fall back through the wall directly behind him as well. He's going to get droned out here. And this is when the gunfire should start coming in from both respective parties. Oh, he's going to try and swing for it. Pre-fires through, but there should be multiple angles trying to work this. And he's going to die here at about halfway through. It's J-Lad.
He was supposed to die at that point, right? Like, they knew exactly where he was. He was going to be pinched by 2 or 3 different angles. So, well done there by Falcons, managing to get the opening that was necessary. Now, unfortunately, they've lost the Ram, which means that the Skeleton Key is going to have to do some work. But luckily, that's about specialization as well. Just opening up these verticals, start playing them, and then try and isolate some of these players. The amount of angles that have been opened up so far, you're definitely going to be able to get some good rotations back into the side, covered off, not having to worry about them too much. So, preparative work is being done. However, there's no or almost no horizontal control at this point. And as you do see on your left-hand side, the player that is behind the teller's bar has the opportunity to just pop up and maybe even get a double kill.
Oh, but he's going to get gunned down by J-Lad. A double for J-Lad instead. Rek's going to nip that in the bud. I don't know if he knows that there's somebody over here on main stairs, but he's going to work his way over towards tellers. At least one over here towards the lobby. A stun out. Q6 over on top square. Pion will be the only one trying to hold things down in sight as of right now. Rek for a double kill, but they know exactly where he is. Hot marks coming through. A nice kill here from Rek. A triple for him. Q6, the only lad alive. So he'll attempt to move himself in on Archives. A nice find here on Pion. Almost a headshot onto Rek as well. But it's going to be 2 important rounds here for Scars. They most desperately need this last one to go their way.
Yeah, for sure. Again, we are on a defense side at meta. If you are losing this by a 4-2 half, and with Falcons getting those 4 on their attacks, themselves in a good spot out here. Again, Q6 able to find an important kill onto Wishoy, who went for that jump out. Fishlike then being picked up quite cleanly as well, but after that, Rek with a triple kill from the elevator. No one was able to deal with him at that point. Like, that should have been either just hold him and make sure he cannot leave, or just forget about him and let's just hit the site from a different perspective. Up to the top floor, CEO. Not too open area. Of course, that was well, so a CEO.
Yep. And they won your site, by the way. Just put that out
I still
there.
don't agree with the fact that it's a good site.
I thought your whole argument at the beginning was that it was a good site and you enjoyed it.
Oh, no. I say I don't.
Ah,
I mean,
okay.
Teams don't enjoy playing it because, usually at least, except for some teams like Stars. Because of the fact that the entire top floor is openable.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's, I mean, trust me, I was well within that boat going like, Hap, are you okay? But
No.
That's
we
on
were on
me.
the same page. I might have just worded it badly.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, still impressive that Scars were able to muster that, but it really is off the basis of that kill under Ram. I mean, if that flooring gets ripped out from under you, you have to play things kind of off-site, use those angles in from elevator hall / open area. Things just get real mucky. You just don't want to do that, you know? It's real awkward. So, Falcons now begin droning things out on CEO. They see the mirror window set up here for Janitor, and this is something that they're going to have to address. It'll probably be Valentino, I would assume. There's no discs to stop this from happening, so bing, bang, bong. That's going to be a mirror window gone.
I like that change, that it can now be just cracked by those explosives.
It's good.
You know, you don't have to walk up to it anymore to punch it. I mean, that was also a good change when it came through.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Yeah, this makes it just a little bit safer. Yokai drones, though, are being spotted out. Kiva Bear is still out and about on the top floor as well. A lot of work that needs to be done here by the side of Falcons if they ever want to try and get that plan going. And I'm just looking at them right now, seeing how they set up, and I'm thinking of what is their plan going to be. We have 2 players up on a rappel, 1 ATM, so we have 2 top square, creating the opening out here, which is going to give a long angle, but that basically should tell you they're going to try and plan A behind the desk, but that forces you to take care of the janitor player. There's no pressure towards him so far. That's kind of where I'm going. Like, you cannot just go for a plan behind the desk if you do not take out Fishlike, who's playing on that mirror window. But to take him out, you need to take a Toyoi, who's playing on the shield out here. So, a lot of work that needs to be done.
Scanning.
Well, a lot of heavy lifting here between these two teams. This has mostly been the utility grind that they've been on right now, as well as that info game. Just try and clear things out, make their life a little bit easier. Some drones in, as well as a kill for kills. So take down Fishlike. The other Yokai doing its best to skimper across that top floor without getting tagged up by the Echo, or rather the IQ down low. But J-Lad will find it instead. And he's actually going to move the shield here. It's a little risky, especially putting it back down again. Your shoulders get exposed for just a split second. But Falcons, they might have found a home for this case. Pion can't shoot through that. He sees one on the window. He's just simply running through, and he's going to get gunned down. It's all up to Wishoy here in a 1 versus 5, and it's a flawless round for the Falcons as they'll take the offensive side 4-2.
I think that kind of run was like I mean, if I'm going to take every single fight, that plan's going to be down, and there's going to be 10 seconds left on the clock by the time we get there. If I manage to stop that plant from happening, we actually stand a chance of winning that round. Instead, it's going to be a flawless. Now, side swap coming through. And again, Falcons finding 4 on their attacks is going to be huge. They only need to find 3 now on their defenses, but as per usual, it's 2 sides to a game of Siege. We're just swapping around right now. Who knows? Maybe Scars have learned how to attack since yesterday. Because yesterday, those attacks were very, very weak. We weren't able to really get anything sorted. And I know defense meta, which means that attack is kind of not really there, but it wasn't that. It was just not really thinking about what was next. They were able to go, like, open up one wall, and they all just stood there being like, what's next? Like, that's what it felt like.
Job's done.
Oregon, for example, they were just with 3 people on the big window, and they were just waiting there for 2 minutes. No one was taking a shot, and then they decide to just run in, and all die. So it's like, they know what they want to do, they just haven't thought out the full step-by-step plan, or they couldn't execute the full step-by-step plan, and that's what I'm hoping to see different here today from Scars, where we can see some clear intent behind their moves.
Yeah, because, I mean, as of right now, as we sit at this, round 7 moment, Falcons well within the right to take this map.
Yeah.
I mean, the Scars, usually when somebody picks a map, you really expect some stuff out of their defensive side. You know what I mean? That's usually what you're hoping for. Obviously, offense, no slouch. You want to be able to play both sides of the coin, yada, yada, yada. But when it comes down to strategy and that kind of stuff, usually you see the big grandiose things happening on the defensive end. It's not like, oh, our defense is kind of bad, but we play really good offense on this map, so we're going to pick it, right? It's just
better maps.
Exactly. Exactly. At that moment in time, it's like, we'll just pick a different map, my guy. Like, so here for Scars, we're really hoping that at least these offenses are looking a little bit cleaner. I know it goes against what we were just talking about, but hey, desperation is exactly that. So Rek is going to begin working his way in on the top floor with the help of Wishoy. I believe we've got some drones in tow here. Yeah, Pion as well as Rek going to both be droning things out at the moment as Taiyu moves forward with Sledge, who we've really barely gotten to see at this event.
With Scars, their attacking win rate on Bank over the last year has been 53%. That has changed slightly. It's no longer going to be exactly that. Just look at the Kiba Bearers out here. They're not even going to be able to find out about the player that's on the hatch. Of course, repping came down earlier, but they don't know if they're still there. The drop actually does come through in the meantime. And right now, as they all drop back towards the side on the Falcons team, Scars have a minute 20 to start preparing themselves, to get themselves the hatches opened up, to take themselves with some horizontal control to line up potential plans. Now, they've taken enough heart breach. That's an issue they had yesterday, where they basically took Hibata, used all the X-Cars on hatches, and then they were like, oh, we wanted to open up this wall for our plant as well. Couldn't do it. So they have the heart breach for it, and they're starting to open up everything that's needed. But the big problem here is they've not gotten those Goyo canisters yet there on the side. And that's basically task number 1 from Twitch on this map.
Oh my. So
I mean,
many
they're doing it now,
explosions.
but it's gonna be like 20 seconds left when they want when this fire like stops burning.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is going to be C4s left, smokes left, so a plant is not going to be happening in the default spot. They need to dig deep, and they need to go find for some kills, because there's no other way that this is happening.
Yeah, this is terrifying right now. Fishlike is going to start this plant. Rek runs out. He's able to find one. This could get really messy and actually go the way of Scars, and it actually will. Smokes in. The biggest thing here, a flawless round, and I know I can see it in your face, Hap. Pretty crazy round there. The one
Where
thing.
are the smokes?
Also, where are the smokes? Also, where's our warden?
Yeah.
We didn't even have a warden in the lineup for basement, which is like one of the most execute heavy sites on this entire map.
I mean, it's fair if you know, sometimes you can get away with that.
But you kind of want the most powerful operator for execute the game.
I agree, but, you know, sometimes you just play the utility instead. But I'm just wondering, where was the plan going now that none of the smokes connected? Because I heard them quick, like being tossed in and all detonating at the same time out there. And here I am saying the plane's not going down on the default position. And apparently it just did. So I'm not quite sure what happened there.
I think that they moved up to the bomb chassis plant there instead, but it was pretty creative at the end of the day. Scars with a full Monty play there. They fly into sight, especially for Rek, as he was able to find the perfect gap there. When he dropped that hatch, I genuinely could not believe he wasn't immediately dead. And not only that, he got all the way in through garage and killed one of the Falcons players inside of that area as well. I mean, just a very awkward moment for both of these squads, respectively.
I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but on Chalet with... were you off yesterday?
I was not off yesterday. I was off the second day.
You casting the bleed game?
I did cast the bleed game, I do believe.
The player when Mentalist just turned around in garage or wine cellar and just saw two players from M80 suddenly behind him.
It wasn't the M80 one that I casted. No,
I
that was a couple days ago.
That was quite funny as well.
As you know,
turned around and like, oh, they're on site, and he just kills them all.
Oh, that's so funny. As you know, it kind of all starts to melt together eventually when you cast this much for group stage.
Yes, I've casted this. Wait,
what year is it?
Twitch drone coming through again. Like, some work needs to be done by that Twitch drone. Usually not as much now, considering the fact that really only the mirror windows are worth it to get those Twitch drones in for. I'm not even quite sure where they have been located. They might have been set up up top. Yeah, I see one in open area. I'm not quite sure where the second one is located. P9 though will go down in the meantime. Be able to crawl back towards some form of safety, of course, as it came down from the ATM. Should be enough time to get that confirmed. With that, P9 has the opportunity to fall back towards the site. But we do have Fishlike, who's basically already on the site. He's just chilling here. No one knows of his existence.
Seemed like you could just walk in there for a second. And yeah, Fishlike's just simply waltzing his way in. Rek is going to take out one. Fishlike making a lot of noise right now as well. I'm surprised he isn't just trying to go for these swings and clear things out. Usually we see an aggressive look like this out of them, but he wasn't there in good timing to try and assist his teammates. They're now dead inside a vault. Fishlike does have control over gold, but there's still some very serious considerations here from Falcons. Another EE1D out. There's a good chance that Fishlike just dies due to crossfire. Yeah, I mean, I really thought it was going to come in from the hatch, but no. Down to Peon now. No 1 versus 2. No logic bombs to his name, but does have a chance with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining and a drone to be able to cover the one rotation. Gonna try and work in for this player in red. Doesn't exactly know where he is. JLat has a nice angle here. This is going to get pretty interesting here. Just a split second. Whichever one wants to move first. I highly doubt it's going to be the player on the ground. Peon's going to move up. He's completely stunned himself as well. Oh, moments away. And Valentino actually take the swing in from Vault. Able to get that big kill. Falcons with a successful defense.
Yeah, it felt for a long while that it was going to be like a Scars one, especially, you know, you have the first pick, you have a person in the side already. There's no challenge whatsoever coming down. However, a bit too slow on moving on there. And it might have been I have this safe ground, I'm going to hold on to it, then realizing that his team was in trouble and having to move, and then it was too late at that point. So, slight disconnect that we saw out there, but Scars definitely able to spot the weaknesses inside of the holds from Falcon so far. You saw there were Fishlike, he was able to just move through, he was on the side, he had no business being there this early in the round. If the plant or the diffuser was on that side of the map, they could have gotten it down. So, that is something to keep in mind here. Of course, Falcons won it, but Scars, they were almost able to, well, turn that one into their own. As we head towards CEO, is going to be the site for round 9. Again, shields are being set up. It's basically the same way that Scars played themselves when they're on the defense. Let's see if they know how to dismantle it as well.
Some solid numbers here from J-Lad and kills. 10 kills for him and 1 kills for J-Lad respectively. Everybody else kind of trailing behind right now, but they're doing a bang-up job of being able to shut down Scars in a lot of different key moments. And now Scars trying to keep Falcons away from penultimate point. Now back out and about here on Bank. And they brought Nook along for the ride here for Rex, so assuming that things go the way that they usually do, well, not exactly the way. We usually see that snuck in down in Garage, don't we? But ATM, close enough.
Also an operator we do not really see that much anymore. I mean, he still has some play here and there, but it's
ever
grenades.
since they took away the grenades as well as her audio, the audio change where you can actually hear her footsteps now and it just affects cameras. That's the big thing as well on top of that. She was so good for lands because people are using those in-ears with, noise canceling over the top, and especially when you get on, in front of an audience, it's so hard to hear things in this game. Now imagine if Nook wasn't able to be heard.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest issue with her, on top of the fact that you could sneak past cameras, and frag grenades were so darn good.
I mean, this is something I usually talk about as well, because people might be like, oh, how didn't they hear them? And that's because it's like, yeah, if you're in-game leader making calls at that point, people are making call-outs, you're firing your gun, people have the opportunity to just sneak up behind you.
Oh, yeah.
Add in the audience, things are just going to be ending up like that.
This might be shocking, but they are not playing from their bedrooms.
No,
I know.
Not
This is
from like a controlled environment. Like everything is just sound and just disturbances.
He's got his little Zen garden right next to him. He's playing in the sand. Oh, wait, guys, 1 second. I got to rake this in a perfect circle. Oh.
Imagine bringing a Zen garden as your item that you put on your desk.
I should have brought one for laxing. Oh, Wreck. Is he sneaking behind? Oh, my! A nice little trade there, but it goes the way of Scars. Good finds there, and J-Lad also going to get taken down. It's a 2 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 3 as all of Falcons' auxiliary players get gunned down. That's going to be a canceled plant here. SMG-12 out. Kills knows that he's close, but that's just going to give Peon enough time to rotate, and he'll pick up this offensive assault on the top floor.
You had to make a commitment there because, the last person was indeed inside a stock. You wait long enough, the rotator round comes in. So it's a bit of a... You kind of do not want to over-aggress. Also, Rek managing to find a kill there was still beautiful at that point.
Oh, yeah, he should have been dead almost immediately, but...
This is where he needed to just step forward and take the fight. And of course, I get it. Like, they know where you are. You know where they are. But, they are holding the corner of the door. They can be wherever in the room, so it's more difficult. But if you wait too long, you're going to go into a 2v1, and you're not going to win that.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like when you, and he might not have known this, obviously we have X-ray vision, so it makes it a little bit easier for us, but when you get those ISO'd 1v1s while you're in a 1vx, you take the ISO 1.
Yes, you have to. There's no choice.
Every time you take it. Because, if you win that fight, there's a huge opportunity for you to clutch this round. It's really just about being able to establish that. Are you good enough to be able to position yourself where you can get those ISO'd ones?
And that's usually what you see, right? In like a 1v4, 1v5, and it's a basement site. Usually what you see is the last player going up on one of the stairs, try and take a single fight, maybe 2, then go back towards the site, because you just make it a lot more winnable for yourself at that point. If you wait at the site, you're waiting for death.
Yeah.
Like that's just it. So you got to make a move happen at that point. You got to force a mistake out of your opponent.
Player's got to play, man. Player has got to play. But, as we know, clutches are very rare inside of competitive play in general. Obviously, the dwindled man count makes it a little bit easier in like a 1v2. But when you start talking about a 1v4, that stuff rarely ever happens just due to the amount of pressure that they can put onto you in that situation and how many crosses they can hold. But much, much more difficult to try and get that situation like what we're talking about to go off without a hitch. So now 5 versus 4 here in between these two. Scars obviously rearing to go for round 10 after they just had that successful round on round 9. Where do they choose to go for the Falcons? Well, they're going to head over into staff room and open area. See exactly what they can accomplish, as they do have a pretty solid hold on this top floor.
Very heavy on the roam indeed. Scars is droning out the main lobby, side office, making sure there's no one hidden behind the desk there. Sometimes a hiding spot people choose. There's going to be a yokai drone hung up right over it. So if they do move into the open area, the information is going to be there, even though they thought it might have been clear as they took out the default camera. And that's always like one of those things that you gotta be aware of at some point. Like, it's a possibility that they know where we are to like the operators on the board still. Alright, good shot out. P9 forced away from the Janitor, and we talked about how important it is to cover up these repellents into the actual side. And at the moment that they fire, like put the incendiary bolt inside the Janitor, you just see 3 people rappelling into the top floor. It's like, okay, it's safe now, we gotta go.
He's out. Well, logic bomb for P9. He's going to try and peel off. As they've already wasted so much time here, you might as well give up the top floor. J-Lad, he's going to try and stick it around in stock, but no! Instead, he's going to drop down while he's stunned. Very well done from him to just quickly adjust that and make it to where now the Scars are forced to try and take the site and deal with the full breadth of the Falcons lineup.
Still have, of course, O-Kills on the side. Actually takes a small amount of damage as he's rotating around. Just playing around with those yokai drones. He's more useful off the side with like 10 seconds left on the clock than he is to be on the side and have the opportunity of potentially getting killed. So he's going to be hiding off close, but not far, like close enough, right? So it's like he's not going to be first in line when they do start pushing, but he has the opportunity to retake if things do go wrong and his yokai drones do get shot, because 20 seconds left. They're still working on opening things up. They're opening up and preparing themselves for the execute as they need to get that plan down now.
Wreck in, stuns out, and Falcons with the first blood, but it's immediately traded, and also Falcons killing one of their own, but it doesn't seemingly matter. On second glance, though, 2 versus 2. Case going down. Wishoy is sticking this. Somebody must stop him. Taiyu's going to get one. It's all up to kills, and Scars somehow, some way, smacking their head into this wall, and it just completely obliterates it. That's insane. The Falcons, you can't ask for more in this defensive position to be able to win this round.
I'm calling the timeout right now because obviously something went wrong there. And this is something I said like in the GK game against FairX. Because after their first attacking round, they looked okay, but they weren't quite able to hit it. Like back then, FairX looked wonky. And I said, just keep like bouncing your head up against the wall. At some point you'll break through, you get that round you need. But right here, Scars, they're just like seemingly out of nothing. They just go, and they manage to come out on top. Where were the yokai drones?
Yeah, and the main thing here for us, we don't know if they got cleared or not because we didn't get to see them get cleared,
I mean,
right?
There
so
was
like,
one inside the lobby that I knew, but were they not able to bring that back, or was it not enough time?
Yeah,
and
it's
if
not
it
like
was
they
not
had
enough time, then you've made a mistake because you should have moved it back earlier. So it's a bit like, where did that go?
Oh, it's very interesting because like you were saying on with that line, right? It's like they didn't really have any utility that's the exact counter for a situation like that, right? You don't have the IQ in place. There isn't like EMPs or something like that, or to randomly knock it out of the sky or something like that. Something odd, right? It's just that they weren't there. Straight up. Just worried about other things. Kills just simply gets waltzed over, and not only that, but he also kills Q6 all in that process. It's just super awkward moment here for the Falcons that should have honestly never happened.
No, I'm still a bit confused there. Of course, we didn't see if they got taken out at that point. They aren't on the overlay, but it's like, sure that they had drones still left alive up until the 40-second mark. Unless they got killed whilst driving back towards the site, you know, that could have happened.
I mean, yeah, but still, even either way on that end, I mean, Falcons with a very critical blunder even past the yokai drones. Honestly, at the end of the day, that doesn't even matter. They had 5 people up with Scars attacking the staff room open area at sub 15 seconds from the hatch hap. That is not something that should bode success for the offense, especially in the manner that it did. I mean, they found not only a swath of kills, but also an area to put the case down successfully. I mean, that's just so many things going the ways of Scars. If we had one of those win probability charts per round, I mean, it would have been like 96% towards Falcons and then a spike towards Scars right at the end. So crazy.
It went a bit like, you know, like the up, down, up.
Crash.
So we're back. We're not back.
Yeah. There seems to be a recession here on round 10. We'll see what round 11 has for in stock for us for the economy. Fish-like, he's going to be on the glass. We haven't seen this one just yet out of them. Drones around the space down low to try and make sure that their initial entry point isn't going to be blocked off by the Falcons. Rifle out here for Fish-like. Couple bodies in the area as well.
Well, he's going to try and achieve here. They definitely heard about him. Nades just being tossed in. J-Lab playing right behind the server stack. Wreck will be able to find a very first kill into Q6. So, great start for Scars. I believe that was from the garage where that happened. Now smokes are being tossed in, Logi Bomb being used as well, or was it? No, yeah, Logi Bomb. The swing just comes in slow from time. Yeah, that's an odd one, but luckily JLad able to catch him off.
Well, there is still a smoke grenade there, but that's just all in communication. You'd really expect the Scars to just wait that out and just try and collapse on blue together. But now JLad, he doesn't have to do double duty anymore. He can simply stand right here, sees the Osa shield, and as of right now, things been made pretty easy. Taiyu's still down. He's bleeding out in square, and not a single soul has came to gather him. Peon eventually has to try and pick him up. You can't cook these nades anymore, so he's just going to toss it. And, I mean, this is so very close. JLad, he's still flirting with it as well. Peon has so much health, though. You really don't want to try and give this up, and he just delays long enough for Taiyu to bleed out on the ground. Peon still even has track stingers as well. He could have just track stingered right outside the door. There were so many options here, minus using the frag grenades that are uncookable. P9 also takes out Peon. Scars, they're falling apart at the seams right now, and Falcons taking full advantage of this via the gun power. Constantly at their necks, looking for that next move. It's going to be Fishlike that takes down P9. That was the player that was able to get that kill earlier. It came from the top of square. Fishlike now working his way down low. And Falcons, I mean, they accomplished quite a bit, but look at the health pools here, Hap.
There's also no smokes left for them to play with that glass. So there's also no smokes left on JLad to actually try and stop this plant from happening. It's been a very scrappy round, back and forth. I'm just wondering how they want to get this plant out now. Valentino will be able to fight Wreck. It seems like this should be a
Nitro cell
round. Nitro will come out, will get him. That's a diffuser drop. Fishlike, the last man standing right now, needs to go for something amazing, but won't even able to start that off. So with that, it is going to be a map point for Falcons, but that was a weird round coming through.
Yeah, most definitely. You could definitely see that the communication for Scars was not there on what was supposed to be happening with Blue. And the Sledge just getting a little overzealous on that swing.
Yeah.
Just completely independent. And from that moment on, from Taiyu's swing, things really not able to go the way of Scars. Yeah, they deal some pretty considerable damage to the last three of Falcons, but they were still able to just simply rest on site and await the arrival of the Scars, utilizing that Nitro Cell to its fullest advantage. Big kill there on that planner as they tried to creep their way in towards server. And now Falcons sitting on the precipice of success as they're looking to take this map away from Scars in max regulation.
Open area. Now that went wrong last time round for the side of Falcons. Scars able to take that away after what seemingly should have been their round. It could have been 7-4 now. Let's see what they'll do to change things. Now, again, we're going to see the Yokais coming out. See if we can keep a bit of better track on that, see where they're actually going to be deployed. It currently is around in the open area side. First one's going to get tossed out on the side, I would assume. Last round, we did have one inside of the lobby. That was just trying to pay some attention, and I think that's exactly what is going to happen again. This one actually now keeps it in pocket. Never mind, there we go. That one's going to be in the elevator hallway, so actually, no, transition into lobby. Just trying to keep track of where those drones are so we know if there's any going to be in position.
Well, we found where one of those Yokais was placed before, but this time around they have the IQ.
Yeah.
So we, in my mind, we have some excuses in place as to why these should be gone. Okay?
Yes.
So at least got one located here where Stroy's going to open up ATM, and he should be able to do some soul searching in a moment's notice to discover a few things around here for himself. We do have the Bravo drone rolling its way around. Could have a pretty interesting prospect building itself up here if we do end up seeing this Yokai drone stolen. I've seen this every once in a while, but it's mostly just with like online clips and stuff like that where it just it's pretty funny, honestly, seeing the defense have to deal with one of those Yokais.
Especially if you then try to counter defuse. I mean, you're just literally getting a taste of your own medicine. How do I? FNAP being hacked out there. The Fenrir was playing on the opposite side as well. Couldn't quite protect it. Second FNAP going to be taken out as well by the side of Fishlike. It's going to be 2 codes gone already. Valentino dropped as well as the opening for the round. So, Spurs really finding some good early value here by taking out that utility, taking out that player. Now as they start opening up on the quad wall, should be able to put some extra pressure down onto the execution side.
Missile trade here between these two. P9 to get Taiyu and Wreck immediately with the refrag. That's obviously going to favor Scars here. Shroy, drone out. Let's have that one still over in lobby to be able to watch the flank, because I'm going to try and drone things in from Archive. Hatch open, good identification on that. And try and see if they can discover a few players inside of sight here. You can see some of the utility being built up. Shoy's going to try and translate this back to his teammates, making them very aware that that cross is something they're going to have to consider once they're working their way into small office. Fish-like now with some upstairs presence, as well as Kills working his way in from blue. You have the ability here to try and shut some things down. Drones implemented, as well as a nice kill here from Kills. Now it's a 3 versus 3. 30 seconds remaining here for Scars to try and get something going on, but it's going to be a full line shift from these Yokais to try and make sure that these plants can't go down. Stun out. Case going to be on Peon. He's going to be able to find J-Lad. It's a 2 versus 2. Kills just has to stay alive now, as Q6 can more than likely hold things down. But Lashoy's going to push forward, and he finds him. A nice shot here from Kills. He can just hit the deck. Is the Yokai still up? I think it is indeed. And he's got it. He has to stop him right now, and he gets it. Oh, he has to stick it, though. Does he have another one in place? Does he have the time? This is a 3 armor. I think he's got it. This is going to be so very close. He hops the deck. And Falcons get it done on Scar's map in max regulation.
He'd have got it. I was about to go on a bit of a small rant if he would have lost that one at that point, but managing to bring it across the finish line, most importantly, he did still have his second Yokai drone. Yes, it was in lobby. That's why he went over and checked. He's like, oh, that's too far away. So I'm going to have to start running over at this point. But he started moving over the Yokai drones with 40 seconds left, just forgot about the one inside the lobby, and I think that might have been what happened before as well. Just, you know, it was too far away. He had to take the fight to that point.
Wow.
And that is it. 7-5, a very close fought victory coming through here. And Falcons finding that very first map is going to be deserved, I'd say.
Yeah, 28 kills between their top 2 players, and Kills there with 16 himself. Especially running a lot of, utility-based things, a lot of support, just being able to pick up the pieces when it mattered most. And that's what you want in moments like this. Maybe if your entry and secondary entry aren't playing too well, you get somebody to step up to the plate, knock that thing out of the park. Well, folks, guess what? We got a little bit of a break for you here, but when we're back, we've got Border up next.
A solid attacking side, because we might have 2 maps that, again, don't really matter at all for M80, but are very important to Liquid depending on if they, enjoy having an extra life in this tournament. So we'll see how M80's defense is fair and if Liquid have to really fight for this extra seeding.
M80. Now, they are very good on their defense statistically throughout the tournament, even though technically everybody has been better. It's really where they've shined. And they've gotten themselves very deep in a lot of these games in a group that was cited at the very start as being that group of death. Diaz Lucas, the first to get a bit scrape from underneath, wants to double dip for the danger, and oh, Nesk! His toesies were almost in a no-nosies there as they got shot on the back, the break of the barbed wire, and the push up towards the top. Volts with the cover of the blinds, and they're just taking the territory. Are they going to actually move all the way into the site? They slink past the Bs, but they haven't been rewarded with the bot D, and that's sort of that moment where they go, oh, okay, well, we need a little bit more support. Volps has to pull back after that utility dump because there was nothing for him to take, and he was entirely alone.
Normally we see the conversion into Karaoke to try to go for a plant, but Lagonis falls back. They aren't able to fully get that pressure, even though there's nobody from M80 actually on backstairs. There's still a whole lot of guns trained on that position, and just walking in if you're not a Montaigne is a very difficult feat. So a lot of the time, that very reason is why we see a Monty brought if the attack is trying to go for an execute inside of Karaoke from Black Stairs. You can shield yourself from all those guns, and Liquid do not have that same privilege. So a bit of a rotation. Now instead moving over to Office and Exhibition with only a minute left in the round. Very late rotation, very late in the round, Emmy.
I think that's the thing about Skyscraper is the rotates can take out pretty much all of your time, really. There's not many routes over the top as you have in a lot of maps. There's not many routes underneath you without having to do the clearance. So you're pointing at the screen.
Well, yeah, because then you got to walk through and a zombie sitting in a drum holding the one doorway you can run through.
Yeah, it's not comfortable for anyone. Spoit hops up round to the side, and Gomez hops Palu back down. They're still just trying to push behind Candelas, and well, that's not going to work, is it? Diaz, Lucas, and Yoga get one apiece. They finally flood in close to the bomb site, but the fact that they got towards the top of Black about a minute ago, nice Lagonis, swings around either side for the double, but he's got 10 seconds to find 3 players. Probably not going to happen when they've rotated underneath as well. praying, fighting, and unfortunately fleeing from the round. Point being, the first push almost felt half-cocked. You sort of say, I'm in sight with the Candelas, and the rest of them go, well, we're not.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, that's often why we see the Monty brought there. Even if you have a Ying on the board, which I think can be very useful, the Monty allows himself to both walk all the way up to top black into the karaoke rotate, but then just sit there if he wants, making sure not to expose himself to any of the angles inside of T, but he can hold that bit of control. But if you don't have that, once the Candelas run out and the attackers, or the defenders, excuse me, regain their vision, they can start firing shots your way. They can start setting up crossfires. So without any work done on the Shrine side particularly, because that's the main spot that you could maybe fight those T players and shoot them in the back. Without that, you're just hoping you can either outgun them or you don't really have a chance.
Just a person with a dream.
A horse with a dream. Because look at
Right.
the horse. That's the logo.
That is a horse.
Like the horse
Who
with
was
the
it who
logo.
didn't know it was a horse for long. There was someone who didn't know.
Just to be, so wait, hold on. You're saying somebody looked at that logo.
Yep.
At the top of the number 4.
I'm not just saying somebody looked at that logo. I'm saying a talent member.
Somebody I know.
A professional.
A professional rainbow stick.
I don't know if they weren't at this tournament, or it might have been someone. It happened at a different tournament, but I have a very vivid memory.
They didn't recognize that was a horse. What did they think it was?
I can't remember, but they didn't understand how negative space works, I guess.
I know what negative space is.
Yeah, well, you know it's a horse. A negative space, do you know what a negative space is?
It's a space that's not filled by something.
No, anyone that you are in 4-3, Liquid. They might lose their leading moment here. Carter is decimated. Once again, I've depressed the boy. M80, there's that play against the shield that he sort of asked for. Nesk on the back of it. Suddenly the pistol doesn't quite have the ER effect, but so does Parlu. 4 versus 2. Gomez and Yoga. All that's left in the blink of an eye. The rush has come to a very powerful conclusion of a Liquid take that we've not really had much of throughout this tournament at all. It was so fast and succinct. Usually they've sort of been habitually not slow, but cautious, I think is the fairest way of putting it. Solid at points, but here, with the play against the Impact, with the plant already in progress, that will not stop it. The 2 remaining M80 players try to buy some space back in. One goes down, and in a post plant in a 1 versus 4, and it's in the middle of the room. This is, I'm going to say, a bit beyond tricky. Yoga, he's got a close swing on his right-hand side against the half-hearted reset. And now he's just damaged himself. Vamos Liquid.
You know, the ironic thing is, when you made the negative space joke, before you made the joke about me, I was going to make a joke about how I was be like, the green room's a negative space, because all I get is made fun of.
Yeah.
Then I was like, I don't want to do that, because my best good buds are in there. And then I toss it to you, and you know what happens? I didn't toss it to you. I threw the ball right in the air, and you knocked me out of the park. What happened to shame? What happened to shame, Emmy? Huh?
Is this that t-shirt Parker wears?
No, that just is shame.
No. I thought you were just being very attentive to your best bud's clothing.
No, I wasn't. No, I was being attentive to my best bro. It's a white t-shirt.
Yeah, can I write the word shame on it?
Oh, I thought you were going to shame it.
No, I'm not going to shame it. It's a very generic t-shirt.
What the?
Winner. Or did that say? What did that say? I was looking at you. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Screen?
I looked back and I thought
they cut to the desktop by accident.
Oh.
As happens sometimes.
10 seconds to go.
And so, I mean, honestly, I'm gonna keep it 100% with you.
100%?
I want to see more rushes like that from
Attackers are
Liquid.
heading out.
Oh,
I do.
100%. 110%.
I do. Because it's been a really slow game. I get it, Skyscraper. I get it. It's a slow map. Let's have some fun here. We've been playing. We've been sharing a lot of rounds. We've been throwing a lot of shots back and forth. A lot of jokes potentially at, I don't know, short bail R6 casters expenses. Let's see some more Blitz tomorrow play. Let's see some Candelas that aren't just clearing a small amount of space and then backing up. Let's see some good rounds.
5-3. M80. As I said, they're not playing for themselves at this moment in time. They're playing for as long as they're playing for, and then at that point, their season series at SI 2024 is done. However, they're also, as I said, playing against the team It does have some hurdles in front of them, some things to hop, skip, and jump over and through, and that is the 5 players of the M80 defense. Still locked in, set up, and ready to rock and roll. Diaz, well, I'm assuming that is gone on their side, not on ours. And a visual bug there, so he's happy to. It's the new operator ability, the doc buff.
That's the doc buff?
He's a ghost.
The doc buff is transubstantiation.
yeah. Palu wants to try and powerfully pop around the corner. Nask, he's under a bit of pressure here as well. Spoit is stacked up on a close corner. I don't think that's gonna make the socials.
He just keeps running.
I don't think that's gonna make the socials. Nask, he can see right through it and the player itself.
My day is ruined because of that.
Imagine if he walks up and just hits it. Oh, there's a fight right on the doorway. They didn't know about Nask, but they do get the catch on the opposite end. Can't see through that, though. That smoke is locked in. A 3 versus 2. They still have a fair little bit of utility. Now they have a little bit less, though. And to be fair, he was the only one with anything left. Volps tears through them. Pepper and Pop with secondary SMG, trying to get the cover of the plant itself. Do they know where Yoga is? He's been able to clutch out some big plays earlier on. He finds the first engagement, but it goes against him. Liquid, they sit on series point.
And you know what? There might not have been a blitz or an Amaru, but I still appreciate that round. Sure, 2 kills has come from Nesk sitting outside the office balcony, but he's still capitalizing off a very aggressive M80 play. We see some flashy action. I appreciate that. Then all of a sudden, we cut to the overhead. New shot. And then after these plays, of course...
It's gone in the replay. That's
well, because the replays are probably from Nesk's POV, be my guess. It's not on his screen.
I don't know how things work.
Well, listen, you might not know. As a very professional, as a professional content creator, I am very familiar with the potential visual glitches that can happen from the observer POV versus the player POVs.
How many subscribers you got?
I haven't posted in a couple months, but I have, I think, 23,000 followers.
It's not very good, is it?
How many do you have?
I was regardless of what number you said.
I know.
I was gonna say that's not very good, is it?
Because, yeah, I don't care. I don't need to prove myself to you.
What was your point
okay?
you're making?
I'm my own man. I can do what I want. What do you mean? What the point I was making?
I don't know.
Well, the point I was going to make the point I talked about earlier was I was curious if we were going to see a very defender-sided game. Then M80 might end up pushing us to a map 3. But no, instead Liquid with one quick round, and then 1 round that saw a lot of Liquid setup, and then a very quick execution into the site. Likely Volps weaving his way through a gap left by the defense. We saw a very explosive and exciting round, though not a quick one. That's a point I did just make.
I loved listening to it.
What did I say?
I don't know, something about TikTok. I don't know.
That's actually pretty much right.
Volps, half health, swings his way a little bit closer towards the fight potentially with Yoga, and in fact, no, it's Nesk that's come to try to offer the sort of back against it. VIP and the house stairs gets opened up, and Yoga just slips away, but sort of pre-fires in the hope and the gambit that you get a little bit lucky on the back end of the hard breach popping off. You always have a second to sort of score behind the chaos of the smoke. Now with the swing in, they have 3 opportunities here to lock this out on their attack, lock out the series and get themselves ready to sort of sit pretty and watch the game later on and maybe hope for the best. And, well, there is the worst. Gomez is gone. Resets, gets the opener.
And also, if they do get this 7-3 victory, this will be a nice little buff for the round differential. Of course, winning the series 2-0, but a 7-4 followed up by a 7-3. This will be a very good victory, of course, specifically for the points and the tiebreakers that they are fighting for to try and make it all the way up as far as they can inside of Group C to save themselves from a lower bracket run on their final line. Dokubi call going out. Not sure if Volps actually has... I was about to say, I think he only has 1 more left of the 2, and indeed...
Welcome back, everybody, to Falcons versus Scars on the B stream of the 6th Invitational 2024. You just witnessed, if you were with us, Falcons being able to take the map away from Scars in 7-5 fashion. And now we've got Border up on the docket. Scars not able to do too much when it mattered the most on their defensive end. Falcons making the most out of the situation in that regard and being able to set themselves up for success into the later rounds.
Yeah, sure, and you know, of course, some slight mistakes made, but perfectly read by the opposite team, and they managed to find rounds on either side because of it. It could have really gone either way. It could have also been like a 7-3. That's the kind of game it's been. It's been really back and forth, really scrappy. Both these teams been able to capitalize on slight mistakes and make them look way bigger than they might have been. 7-5 right now. Kills by weight, 108 EPS. That is a huge score for that. And he's playing like the Echo, right? It's like
a lot of support ops for him. A little bit more flexible on the offensive front, but still, I mean, that is an insane EPS, as well as cost. 100% cost. You can say the same thing for Q6. Q6 reaching that cost with that stat line as well, very impressive, to say the least.
You know, cost, of course, kills, objective, survive, trade. That must be a lot of trades. Like that I'm sorry, but that's just what it is at that point. Maybe the first one to go in.
Yeah, maybe a little objective play as well. You never really know.
Objective
but
play too, yes, of course. Yeah, no, for sure. So with that, order up next. Aggression.
I was waiting to see what you were going to say about that. You were loaded up, and I was like, where are we going, Hap? What are we saying?
We're going border. It's aggression that we will be seeing. And, you know, I got the stats pulled up for the past year from both these teams. Falcons have played it a total of 17 times over the years. 17 times. They have 12 wins on it, but they're on a -3 streak. So they've lost it 3 times in a row now.
What was the last 3 teams they played by chance? Do you have that?
I'm going to have to quickly go back. One was Los. They suffered... Oh, wait. No, last one was Fury. Was a 5-7 loss. Then Los, a 0-7 loss. And then I need to go all the way back. GK, 2-7 loss. That's the last 3 they've gotten. 2 of them were at SI. The other one is at the regional league that they were playing. Scars, they've played it 4 times this year. They've won it 3 times. Have lost it most recently, though, against the Sonics, 5-7 at SI. So, there is a little bit of history for both these teams.
That's actually pretty impressive. And it was at this SI? It wasn't last SI, right?
No, this SI.
Wow, that's very impressive by Scars to have that stat line against Sonics because, I mean, Sonics have looked insane so far this event. They've looked really, really good. So, we'll have to see if the Scars can potentially play spoilers, just like we saw from Falcons on their respective map pick of Bank, obviously taking that away from Scars. So now Scars looking to do the same to Falcons here on border. Let's get through this ban phase here. Monty and Dokkaebi going to be the first 2 bans. As our offensive set's already been dealt with, let's see what we kind of want to do with the defense here. Obviously, it's Falcons thinking about it a bit. What do they want to remove? Thinking probably like a zombie. Oh, Castle is actually going to be the one to go. And honestly, but I like it.
I like it too. It's not like Castle's such a prevalent operator.
Yeah, I mean, he like firepower wise, not great, but when it comes to the strategies that you can implement specifically on this map and how much it matters to those top floor defenses, you could see why they would consider removing him from play here. But you know, we are going to have to go back and talk about these other operators as well. Have the Power 5 that we've been talking about across, you know, a handful of games here with things like Fenrir, things like Solus, you know, a Valkyrie as well that is available, that it's not being played just yet, but I'm sure we will see her at some moment in time here on border.
Warden as well.
Yeah.
One of the most powerful operators, of course, has received a passive buff due to the fact that nades got nerfed. A lot more flashbangs came to the meta. So, you know, it's like we're really benefiting on the back of that. Starting off in the top 4 Armory Archives. There is a lot of quick play opportunity though on border. It really doesn't seem like Falcons are setting themselves up for it, but especially this top floor is like 2 doorways and you're finding yourself in the side already with quite some cover actually to go for a plant. There's only like 1 or 2 positions you really need to clear out if you want to be able to find a plant in this position. So really interested to see how Scars is going to be setting themselves up here and how Falcons is going to be trying to solve the issue, because for now it seems all quite heavily around Break and CC side of things. Only just a single player inside of the actual site. Just became too long road to the back gate, but still, point stands.
Yes, indeed. But that's what you expect here on border. You expect a pretty wide berth given across the map here for Scars. They want to try and make sure that they occupy as many of these pivotal rooms around this top floor because, well, the map is so darn small that if you don't, you're more than likely going to lose as soon as they get a foothold on those highlight locations. P9 going to work his way in off of the balcony. He does have Valentino in tow. Get a drone down low here for bottom square just to cover off the flank. But Wishoy is soulless, so could see something made of that. It's actually going to be Q6 to lead us off. He's going to end up taking down Fish like the Doc, looking for some early heat, but actually going to end up going the way of Falcons.
Losing the Doc is always so painful as well. Of course, you know, not every fight lands into a position where, you know, someone is left for like 10 HP, so the Doc has a lot of value, but often used on their own as well if they manage to get into fights. And just losing it early on, all that healing potential gone is basically the only thing the operator brings. There's not a lot of pressure that has been added by the operator, like, for example, if Fenrir would, with the FNAT still being out there. So losing them early on when you're basically picked to take fights and heal your friendlies, that's always a bit of a pain.
Most definitely. Wishoy looking to try and equalize here, and from Bookshelf, but P9's going to be able to take down Rek. And Falcons have found these isolated players twice now and have been able to remove them. Wishoy's going to have to try and peel this back, but no, he's still searching, and J-Lad's going to kill him too. This is 4 isolated frags going down for Falcons, and now obviously Taiyu is going to be in that heap as well. Stuns in. Is this a flawless round here for Falcons? Taiyu can't see. He doesn't even know where he is, and apparently they don't know where he is either. He'll at least be able to get one to stop the flawless, but all things considered, I'd still say that it is Falcons with a heck of a first round there, but Scars just doing a little bit too much on some of these more aggressive notes. Really getting taken to town by Falcons.
And it's that statistically it isn't a flawless. However, it felt like it's flawless as one of those rounds can go. If you have 4 isolated picks, the last person is left on site, you're just going to be collapsing it. They were all doing it together as well, right? Like, you can kill one of us, but not all of us at the same time. And, you know, that was kind of mentality they went in there with. Succeeded quite well. And now we will be headed towards ventilation, so and workshop, of course. So we'll be headed down. Often top 4, quite important here as well. A lot of vertical angles that can be played on the actual side. That starts with half-fall, making sure that the ventilation room itself, the hopping, for example, is covered off. But also for basically the entire workshop, it's destructible from above. You have the opportunity to set yourselves up with these vertical angles. However, not seeing any of that really being done so far. There is still plenty of time, of course. Like, it's not like when the preparation phase ends, you can no longer prepare your sites. You can still go well into the action phase to do so. Well, you know, except for this one opening that we've seen so far, nothing really on the workshop side of things.
Well, Falcons lineup changing out quite a bit here. Glass coming into the fold. Is that Barry 9? Q6's hand. Attempting to rip down the passport door. Bills will place himself over here on the double. Main entrance for vents. Let's have that normal drone that he's rolling in here right now. Just to get some extra info, see what's going on. We do have one over here inside of detention. About camp spotted out by P9 on this IQ. Mute jammers implemented. Be able to hold down this wall for box.
Shoot that, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get the angle. I think it's just slightly off where he won't be able to actually just get it through the door. But I mean, either way, they more than likely just pop that open and shoot them themselves if they do get the proper information. But that's going to be a tall task because you can't just run a mute, or rather a drone through there either, as that mute will be implemented and stunting you. So Rek going to be looking for this kill here initially over on East Stairs. Not able to find too much as of right now. And wow, I genuinely cannot believe that that went down the way that it did. Not only did Rek just heal himself back up with 95 or even more HP than that. He's got like 110 because it's Doc, right? But then he also immediately just one-taps Valentino practically with the first bullet out of the MP5, and he does it again on J-Lad. I mean, you could give this guy a semi-auto, he still wouldn't miss.
No, he still wouldn't be able to miss out there, but okay, well, managed to hold off on the top floor. I was actually just going to make the point. The top floor hold, not that heavy for the side of Scars. You just have Rek who's playing around in the office area, someone else who's playing up top in inside of Armory, while he's just been taken down by U6. Not exactly, not sure how that happened.
I genuinely don't know if he saw him walking behind that wall or what, but we might have just joined the party a little late there. But Sussy Baka there, Q6. So he isn't on this top floor.
Thing is as well, they now have the verticality control. Verticality is controlled by the glass. So the opportunity is there to go for a plant inside of ventilation. They are able to just hold off any of the rotations coming through. Now it is, of course, Q6 that is having the diffuser in his hand. He's still firing off that suppressed OTS as much as he possibly can to hope to find someone under control. Actually gets down by Rek, who finds a triple for the round so far. And it's bad timing coming in from O-Kills. And P9, last man standing right now, is probably going to go down. Actually, will find a kill for his efforts to be able to potentially help with one of his teammates. As Hustle's in a grenade for some good measure.
15 seconds remaining. P9's just going to drop on in. Should die at a moment's notice to the player over here on the cross. Be able to take out that man as well. Rek going to be able to find the very last one there on the Falcons. Very well done from them. A couple of awkward moments there for Scars, but still able to get things done. Quite a few kills from the Falcons, coming with them completely blind or unknowledgeable.
Again, Rek shouldn't have lived there. Started spraying through the wall, managed to find a couple of the kills, also completely blinded out by the FNet there. Like, you saw him spraying at like the head level, and then he heard something, and like after a couple of extra rounds, he's like, might have been down. So it goes down a little bit and actually confirms the kill. So and he almost did the second one as well onto the workshop as he went for the swing, but that moment someone was already coming down from Metal, so surely it was going to be a decent trade to come through. Headed towards the bathroom as the side rotation is continued. We are not going back to Armory as of yet. I would assume that is going to be round 4's destination from Scars, unless they are... that's going to be it. Unless, well, maybe they lose this and bring it back here. Or if they want to go customs, I mean, it's not like they haven't gone towards the ordinary side before.
Most definitely. See if there's any more clairvoyance here for Falcons. Is not only with that blind F-Naught kill, but also the blind fire through the wall. Might have just heard him there inside a mini or something along those lines.
Almost like information coming out from a drone, like I just saw someone move this direction. Or
most definitely. But either way, Q6 with 2 nice frags in that last round there. Was not really able to get things to go off, were they? Especially when it came down to the actual execute time. Scars just having enough bodies in place to make things pretty difficult for the Falcons to try and work their way in. Obviously, they're going to drop that Glaz off as well. They were flirting with another operator, but Q6 has rested on Ace instead. I knew it was the Ram that they were looking at for this position, but don't need that too much for the site that they're looking to try and take.
Pushing it from supply, instantly headed towards customs. So there's going to be some barricades that need to be taken down. Waiting for that drone to finish the recon so he knows what's waiting on the opposite side of things. You do not want to, you know, push through a single door if you know there's 2 players potentially on the opposite side of things.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers
For now,
recovered the bomb diffuser.
everything okay. Everything's safe. No kills coming through, and as I say that, it's J-Lad that loses his life to Rek. Not sure where that was. It seems to be outside of the balcony that came through. Was it maybe east stairs? I don't know. Either way. First kill is there for Scars, and Q6 taking some damage as well.
Valentino. Just be able to get rid of that Thorn Trap. I haven't seen too much of her at this event. She does pop up every once in a while. Does still have that 1.5 on the Uzi, too. So, one little weapon to be able to utilize. So, kills. Gonna want that one back. And Rek, well, I said he wants it back, but I don't think he wants it back like that. Rek steps right back through that angle, rips his head off, and Scars already starting to make a bid for this 3rd round after they take out 2. An EMP out here for P9 as he works his way through. But do remember that audio doesn't work the same way it used to with Nook. So if Taiyu has proper ears here, I'd be able to hear him on this hop. Has a 6th sense already. So you want to try and step up into this. Some shots flying through, and in perfect timing, the gun fodder covers that hop over, and P9 will be able to find a home finally for this case. Valentino on the cross, able to tag up Rek just a tad bit, and going to shoot P9 right in the butt as well. So he's going to move his way through. Going to be keeping that lead with you for a while, buddy, until you can find a surgeon. With Shoy, last man alive now, as it's Falcons in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2 with Falcons in favor, but with that case already down, they really just need to try and play patiently, and this round is more than likely theirs.
Yeah, there's almost no time for Wishoy here to try and find himself with a way to actually go for the counter defuse in that 2v1, and doesn't even reach it in the end. P9 gets him as soon as he jumps in towards the bathroom. He was a bit of a surprise factor out there, but he really helped by his teammates because the pressure started coming through from the workshop, and you see the player that's inside the bathroom turn 180, instantly shot in the back of the head. So it's like good working together there from the side of Falcons. Some good team play and eventually resulted in them still being able to get that defuse down, even though they were down the initial main count. I believe it was 1 or 2 openers for the side of Scars before there was any response coming in from Falcons.
Attackers need to
Definitely.
locate and defuse bombs.
Falcons able to sneak their way in there with P9. I think that was the most surprising factor for me, is that there was not a single other soul even close enough to the site to try and assist that man inside a bathroom. And he needed the most help. P9 is on his back door. There's two people trying to breach in from the other half wall. I mean,
it's like the side is under pressure, and I'm here alone. Why are my teammates in Narnia?
I need the fire department. Somebody call the police. Like,
send the police.
They're
the
breaking
army,
in.
Send the fire department, some medics as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna need an ambulance.
Yeah, just get everybody out there.
Oh man. Well, Peon, that Valkyrie, as we talked about earlier, making her way through that ban phase. She's in play here for Scars.
IQ being picked out by B9. I believe they might have been able to just see the Valkyrie out there as the drone was rolling into the east stairs at the moment that the Valkyrie camera was tossed. And of course, it is quite a unique sound that pops as soon as one of those cameras is activating. So you see it instantly. Valentino driving in. It's quite quickly checking. Like, was some here? Like somewhere here, I swear that I've heard it. But
could you imagine trying to learn Siege, like just as a blank slate in the common day with the amount of things that happen and all the audio cues and everything?
I am lucky I came in from like year one before the like open beta even started, so it's like you have the way to you know all the information out there. Actually, P9, you're not checking the corner that it's in.
There. What?
Come on, just do a
Come on, there's no
360,
way.
dude.
There's no way, right?
It's somewhere here. It's hard to see, but it's somewhere there.
Did they already get it? You might have already gotten it as well.
Maybe the Twitch got it? I don't know.
Bad shout there, Hap. Gosh,
well, I don't know, but I saw him toss it there. It's like I saw the Twitch drone drive by in the first attempt, so who knows?
Man. Well, there is some potential info over there. We'll see if IQ can try and clean it up. But from our eyes, we didn't really see all that much in the free cam. Fish like going to run outside, giving a little bit of the goods up over to the offense.
Defender
Now sent. They now know he's going to be playing on this door. Some more pre-fires are headed his way. Saw some of the Candelas pop off as well, but Rat completely blinded. Will still be able to take down J-Lad. B9 now finding himself in the middle. Decides just gets a kill out there. So surprisingly going over towards CCTV as well. Realized the camera is going to be gone. Fish like drops before Shoy was actually able to come up the middle stairs there. No support coming through. Kills. That's some bad timing, but at least you've completely flashed him. Why are you not pushing after him? Second flashbang comes through. The third one as well. Q6 saves his life for good measure. Brings it back to a 2-on-2 with a minute 10 left on the clock.
I felt Italian right there. You saw my hands.
Yeah,
right?
I was like, what?
I was throwing my hands everywhere, guys. It was insane. But either way, Kills gets the assists there from Q6. Able to at least keep himself alive there. Maybe a little worried that that first stun did not get him fully, but obviously we saw how close that thing bounced to him. And you're within 5 meters of one of those flashes, it full whites you. It doesn't matter if you're looking at it or not. It's already over. So Q6, nice shots. He'll be able to find one, and they're actually fighting fire with fire here. It's up to Peon, but Peon, you got to fight against the AK-12. This gun is a demon. You do have the MPX. You have some good mechanics as well, but oh, you need to hit the heady just like Q6 does. That's a round for the Falcons.
Q6 as well, he was about to start running at that point. I don't know if you saw that, but he literally pressed shift and then realized, oh no, I shouldn't be doing that right now.
Well, speaking of not doing things, we're not really going to be doing much for the next like 45 seconds. It's going to be a timeout here from the Scars as these defenses have not looked good. Especially given the circumstances of a couple of these gunfights. I mean, there's some opportunities for the Scars to be able to win out these rounds and give the Falcons a really, really hard time. It's just not coming easy to them. And I think the key thing to notate here is that Falcons aren't doing anything special. There isn't some big sweeping thing that's happening that should just be decimating the Scars. I mean, looking at the scoreboard right now, it's P9 and Q6. P9 with 9 kills, Q6 with 6 to his name. Everybody else kind of dwindling off. There's only 3 kills amongst the other 3 players, but you know, you look over at Scars, it's really just a one-man show. It's Rec 7-3. The very next player was Shoy 3-4. So really just needing a little bit more team play, it feels, for Scars. Just try and get some of these moments where there is an opportunity to take these fights. Just make yourself refraggable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is as well, there's so much free space for Falcons to just move in, and they're taking it, they're feeling it, they're seeing it. And, you know, we can only commend them for that because they see free space, they take it, and they manage to find kills out of it. Scars need to maybe, you know, huddle up a little bit more. As you mentioned, be refraggable, but also close the gaps up a little bit more. You don't want anybody to just walk up the metal stairs, first kill someone inside the site, then walk back, kill someone inside the CCTV. Like, it feels like someone should be in between there to stop that from happening, or at least alert you. maybe even a prox alarm, that someone is coming up there.
I mean, most of the time we'll see a player with a rotation open for Fountain playing right in that area because of that metal staircase. You know, you can do dual duty. If they're trying to come for triple wall, you can assist with that, or you can try and help with the rotations over there for 90 as well. So just, you know, something that Scars might look into down the line, or we just try and play things a little bit more tight-knit inside of this strategy is, again, especially in that first round. I think that's a big highlight for us here. Falcon's able to find 4 separate isolated kills. That's not something that, especially on Border, you see all that much.
No, for sure. It should be a real back and forth usually within these rounds, but Falcon's been able to find some good entrances. Actually, talked about entry kills. Scars have managed to get 3 out of the last 3 rounds. And they've only been able to get 1 of them out of the back of those. So it's something to keep in mind as these Selmas are going to be impacted off. Shoy will be able to bounce out. There's only 1 Selma left. Do you want to use this on this wall? That's the big question now. Do you want to open the detention that badly? Yes, it's the case. Okay, never. I mean, I asked it as a rhetorical question, but
I think they do. Oh,
they messed
no,
it up.
Q6. Yeah, he's going to immediately
Luckily,
hightail it out
P9 can come over if he really wants to.
Torch up those last little lines.
That last little bit, and then it's good. But
everybody needs a welder in their life.
Maverick is such a good operator, so if you like have a slight mess up like that, you can just come up and clean up the mess.
E1D out here from J-Lad, and Falcons doing their damnedest to make sure this info plays into their favor. Some solid drone work here, especially from the likes of Q6 right now, as he's soul searching throughout the map to see exactly what is going to be the next step for them. P9 already implementing some new angles here for himself as well. Gonna try and get rid of this default camera if he can find it, and he will. Notice he's more than likely got one over here in the bathroom. Might have seen him on the cross or what have you, but oh, actually, Taiyu? No, it's going to be Peon that takes out J-Lad instead. Taiyu up close and personal with the bailiff. I don't know if he just starts spraying here or what happens. No, he's going to wait it out. No shots. That's stun in. And he might even be alive, or surprised that he is still alive.
There's also no follow-up indeed, and that's the bigger question out here. Now, there is some support coming through from the side of Shoy, who has the opportunity to swing wide if another flashbang does come in, so that's something to keep in mind as well from our side of things. There we go, flashbang pops in, Toyoi actually goes for an aggressive swing with the bailiff, finds another kill. We've been seeing like quite a lot of bailiff kills going through in the last couple of games.
I keep saying Young is rolling in his metaphorical grave, because that would have won them an entire event in Milan up against Empire, so very unlucky.
Q6 trying to find some ground. Of course, there is lots of long angles that could be used to stop this plant from happening, and let alone the player that's still in sight there. Not seemingly fully aware of his position out there, not really showing anything until he walks through the door. Pyo, able to shut him down, is going to go down himself, but Valentino will be shot, so coming up to kills now. And you see the full heal comes in, so even a little down doesn't mean anything. And it seems like Scars, after the timeout, going to be able to find themselves with a flawless round and put themselves back up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Falcons with not as strong of an idea of how they wanted to really deal with that site setup. It seemed like their main bread and butter was trying to deal with the position over in bathroom, but they weren't even for sure if there was somebody in the area. Dumping stuns in there constantly, but you're surprised when he swings you. I think that's the biggest thing there for me. Falcons constantly, spinning around the map, especially after things went down in detention and they weren't able to really utilize that. It just seemed like there was no line adjustment for them to really try and go for anything. They don't go upstairs for armory lockers, arguably the most important area of the map to take control of for a server offense. Instead, they try and go in through tellers, and they get popped over there instead. After they'd already fully whited Taiyu, which already makes you think, hey, you're bouncing stuns in here. You more than likely are thinking that somebody's in this area, and then they just never really do anything about it. And the worst part about that for me, Hap, is that he swings it, gets that kill, and nobody is even in the tri-state area to try and get a refrag.
No one was there. If someone was in lobby, that would have been a pickup before he even walked out the door.
Yeah, he swings the door dead instantaneously from the bottom of the square.
I mean, it's painful to some extent. You throw the flashbang because you think someone's there. You don't follow up on it. So it's like, was it just thrown for the sake of throwing? Not the round, but the flashbang. Or is it like you think someone was there, but you didn't know if you could go for a safe swing because of who was still around inside the workshop? So yeah, you got to work together there at that point. Sure, great if you can all win your individual ones, However, if it does go wrong, you want someone to be there to clean up the mess for you.
Just do that extra legwork. Just it doesn't require that much. Just a simple drone rolling in there and being like, hey, confirmed he's in here, he's playing this angle. Obviously, he can still move or whatever, but that's the kind of stuff that you need to make sure that you are looking into before making some of these moves. And for Falcons, they definitely did not make sure that they were looking down their task list inside of that last round. Let's see if they can get it going, though, for round 6 here. Is so far so good for them, and they're definitely going to be happy about the amount of damage that they just dealt to Wreck.
I think they're already happy with the 3 rounds they have on the attack as well. I think it's great with the current meta that we're in inside of Siege and during the Invitational as well. So if they manage to put this up to a 4th one, they're putting themselves in a really good position for this series. As I believe Wreck just fell back towards the bottom floor as well. He's not going to be sticking around much longer. Of course, has an impact that he can still play, but I'm not really sure what he's trying to achieve with that one.
It's a really rough look right now for Scars. Fishlight going to be the lone member on this top floor as of right now to try and hold things down. But on second glance, I looked over, Peon actually is going to be up here as well. So I'm trying to open things up on the back end for him. EE1D out, and he's actually going to run across. They should be more than aware there's 2 people over here now. A nice little shot there as Q6 swings in through because of that man running across. But now P9, shoot on the other foot. He'll take out Taiyu. Valentino considering this drop right now. Fishlight still up top, and Scars, there is some potential here, but now J-Lad going to shut down at least one. There's another one's in the area, flirting with it as of right now, but Peon's not going to give him that swing.
Peon was actually the bait there because as you saw Fishlight jump up, he got spotted outside going into CCTV, so they wanted to go and take the fight from Break Room before he got into a better position. And Sunday managed to get the opening kill out there, so well done by Scars, but they're not able to fully transition it into a round advantage yet. Now, of course, J-Lab will go down, Valentino drops as well. This is the moment where Scars need to be able to lock this off, but Kills comes through. Manages to find one, knows of one of the positions as his teammate just fell, and that with that, dropped the diffuser. Just needs to find the other 1v1 right now. He just doesn't know exactly where Peon is, and Peon going for the long rotate, going up top as well. So is Washoy, so they're both going to be playing it from this direction. And with that, they're hoping to make sure that he's just not going to be able to recover that diffuser and go for the plant. As soon as he jumps through that window, should be a swung from Washoy to come through. And there you have it indeed.
Very well done from Scars. 3-3 now after that round, and I will say this, Falcons still with some strong considerations there, able to find a lot of ISO'd kills and things along those lines, but Scars making the most of that top floor setup. You know, it really looked really risky once Office was completely in the favor of Falcons, but the one thing is that they got a little bit too focused on these guys over here in CCTV. I know this might be shocking to you, but that's not the bomb site. You don't even honestly need it at all for anything that's going on the other portion of the map. You can simply set somebody on top east, and guess what? They can't rotate into you. They either have to rotate across and try and get all the way over through archives, or they drop down the hatch and try and reassess things in through customs, in through jungle, in through server.
I think what happened there is the fact that, of course, we did see the spot coming through. They didn't know that Toyoi just walked out there, was spotted outside of Armory going into CCTV. They probably would have hoped it was an easy pickup, a free pickup, right? But then there was a second player, and at that moment it's like, okay, there's 2 players in here. We've just lost 1-2, and we kind of need to like put some resources towards it and make sure that we might be able to bring back that number count. But with that, you lose a lot of time on the opposite sides of the map, sadly. And as a result, not able to really put the pressure where it was necessary instead. But again, I like the bait we saw from Scars there. Is that must have been like on purpose, because you see him pop up on the desk, and within a second, your teammate gets spotted outside of Armory.
Yeah,
like, there's no way that wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it was a super smart way to build that up. I think he wanted to rotate over there anyways for the rotation, so it wasn't exactly like, hey, you're strictly doing this because of the bait, right?
But
to build upon the back of
extra,
it. Exactly.
Like, we'll get you here, and we get a free kill out of it, potentially.
That's a chess game of Rainbow Six Siege. Just think that one step ahead, and sometimes you can get some pretty cheeky kills or a little portion of the map you didn't really consider before. So, well done from them. 3 versus 3 now, though, as they're going to be dealing with Falcons on their defensive end. EE1D's out, Yokai, or rather, Indela in, Wreck in as well. One behind half wall, and oh my goodness gracious, Washoy's going to fly through as well. And he's been found. Didn't have the proper gun out in the first place. Peon, so much damage dealt to him, and that's the round. Peon has 1 HP. That's it. And Mute is outside. And there's 2 people outside. And they don't know where Peon is. And there's a Nitro cell, and he's dead. That's a flawless round out of the Falcons. Wow, that was really, really messy, and it got that way extremely quickly.
I just feel sorry for the Amaru, who repelled in, managed to survive after the very first Gara hook, and then goes into the corner deep, decides to swap gun, and it's like, oh no.
That was such an ill-advised time too. And the other thing is that like the super shorty more than likely downs mute at that range or does a very considerable amount of damage. You know, it is such a good shotgun. So I mean, there's no real reason to not trust it in that situation, especially when you can, you know.
I don't think they knew he was in that part of Armory.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine as well, but
I'll
it's like...
walk to a safe area, swap gun, and then I'll take the fight with the SMG towards Archives.
Yeah, but I mean, even past that, like, obviously you want the shotgun for the initial entry. Yeah. I understand. But if you're really, really concerned about it, or you really don't have any info, and you kind of want something that's going to be a tool to cover all bases, maybe switch to the SMG-11 when you're outside.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, if you're really concerned about it that way. But obviously, beggars can't be choosers. Just a little bit of timing there for the Falcons, or rather for the Scars. And things happen, man. They tried to fly in through the window. They tried a lot of different things in that moment, and 4 people died instantaneously.
They were ready
at the end of the day. Yeah, they were ready for it. And that's the thing. It wasn't just like 1 or 2 people that died from Scars, and then they were like, oh, well, now we have to try and reassess things. They went for their strategy. It didn't work. Things happen.
It got very quickly shut down. Falcons probably knew what was coming out there and just shut them down as it went on. Of course, we really focused on the Amaru fight, but by the time that one was done, like the entire team was done. Right? It's like all taking place in like 4 or 5 seconds. Now, this is a free ping to come through. Surely that must result into a kill, and it does. Scars able to find the entry. A lot of punched holes in the wall, though, but the drone is giving some hot pings out, and that should be resulting in the second, and indeed it does. Q6 shut down. They know of the third one behind the shield as well. Is Rek going to be able to find that as kills in the meantime will find Lashoy, and a second one to come through as well from the C4 down below. So even though they have the double opening, still not able to really convert it, as a good use of the grenade right there allows Rek to find Valentino.
E9's got the Yokai drone here. Pulling that thing in through 90. A Twitch drone as well out of Peon is trying to chase down that Yokai, I do believe, and ring around the rosy in between these 2 areas, and it's finally going to die. E9 sees a couple of drones up here, and whoa. Oh, really? Yeah.
Retake? Yeah.
This is what. Okay. All right. Gets
just
the drone.
The drones.
I'm really impressed with the fact that this is what they want to go for. O'Kills does have the read here. No nitro cell in his pocket, but the beauty of the cardiac sensor is he'll be able to read things out for P4, or rather P9 on this top floor.
He's just been spotted. Please don't stay. All right, he's staying.
He knows where this one is, and I think they really want this gunfight. I think they really want him to try and retake this, and so far, so good for him. He's going to get 1 Scars player. I don't think that they really thought that this was going to happen. Rek works his way in, and that's round 1 for Falcons. Really worrisome when you see somebody step up to the top of metal stairs with 3 people alive up top, but not a single person, considering that a rotation could even come through, and they get away with absolute murder right there. Falcons with a round that, honestly, should not have been theirs.
I agree with you there. He was spotted by 3 drones, and at that point they're like, surely he's gone down after the 3rd drone. It's like, drone 1. I mean, he could have rotated out. Drone 2 comes in. It's like, okay, surely they rotate out now. Drone 3 comes in, and you don't think, all right, he's committed to the top floor.
Yeah.
It's like at that point. And I mean, it's the Echo as well. If they survived, there's still Yokai drones on board. So even if they would have not, if he would have gotten that kill up top, which he did, and then the complete bottom floor would have fallen because, the support died. You still had the Yokai drones to play with. So it's like you was a valuable operator to hunt down at that moment in the round.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Especially since 3 people were still upstairs momentarily before he decided to be spotted for the 2nd time.
Yeah, I'm still just absolutely flabbergasted that he was allowed to exist on top of metal stairs for as long as he did. With the Scars players legitimately in the same zip code as him. You have 2 people over on CCTV/break, and you have 1 over on, I believe, the Armory side that was working like Archives. Yeah, it's just like you don't really expect somebody to be allowed to just heap their life when they're just standing at the top of metal like that.
All you needed to do is just send a couple of rounds towards him, and he's going to fall back because it's like, oh, I've been made, right? They know where I am.
A little bit too much respect, I would say, in that regard, right there for Scars.
But, perfectly played out there by Falcons that they realized they had the opportunity. They took it with all 4 hands they still had.
Yeah, they weren't scared about it at all.
They weren't scared. It's like, okay, we commit to this. If it fails, it fails. But at least we tried it.
Oh, well, speaking of trying things, Valentino They try and break on for size, get rid of that drone that spotted him earlier. Fishlight trying to get a kill in through the customs wall, but not capable of it, at least for the time being. Gonna try and rotate his way over towards Tellers. Falcons on a very important round right now. If they're able to gather round 9, then Stars have to have a perfect set of 3 in order to force overtime. Rotero drone in. Tayu still trying to work things in from this break room side. Still decent bit of heavy lifting for Scars in this info game. As you can see, the majority of the roster on drones right now, working their way in towards the building, or allowing their entries really to try and work their way ahead.
Firing off some shots towards Valentino there, but there's a shield in the middle of the hallway. It's just going to stop him from being under any damage coming through. Rotero will be taking care of a shield, which will force him back down towards the actual site. 90 seconds have passed in the round, which means there's 90 seconds left in the round. And you see a lot of the Falcons players are starting to rotate back towards the actual site. We still have kills up top. I believe Valentino might be as well, as they are, of course, playing together. But the drops... Oh, no, actually, both are downstairs. Now headed back towards the site. Still missing 2 as Fishlight takes a small amount of damage. But the thing is, it's bad from Tellers. They need to start putting some pressure down horizontally, but also vertically, and neither is currently happening. So a lot still needs to happen from Scars if they want to get this diffuser down.
They're so worried about the swing coming in from the Falcons.
Reinforce as well.
Wreck. Big issues here. Another big problem as well. There's an electric claw on that thing. They have no access to this. There's absolutely not a single piece of utility that they have at their disposal right now to get this hatch open. They know how to funnel into site hap.
Going to do that from the lobby area as well. And Daylight is playing quite close to that. He's going to be about to get into a double fight as soon as this Selma pops. That's just going to be a telltale of what's going to be happening out here. They want to open it up just a little bit better, just a little bit wider, so they have the right angle to play with here. But you know, everybody's just setting up for it from the side of Falcons. And as Q6 drops the very first, drops the very second, that's the diffuser drop with 15 seconds left. And it might just be a flawless round as well if it wasn't for Wishoy and Rek. Rek is left standing, and well, there's no way he's going to be able to get these kills or get to the diffuser in time and actually start that plant. And with that, Falcons put themselves on map and series points.
I mean, Scars, they get themselves wrapped around the building, but there's no teeth to this dog at all.
As I was saying, it's like, great, you're all over the map, but you don't have the control you want.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have the hatch in control or opened up. You don't have anything to open it up with. Second of all, there's no time to start rotating people around. So your best opportunity is to start going from the lobby, and then you use your Selma as well, which is basically alerting everybody, oh, they're coming in from this side of the map to go for the plant. Boys, not going to be a window jump in. And again, well played by Falcons, well read. Scar's a little bit too slow on the attack, and this is what I was worried for as well, is like they think of step 1, maybe 2, but after that, it kind of falls apart, and they need to try and scramble with whatever they have left and see if they can force success out of it. It just doesn't really seem to be working.
Yeah. Falcons, I mean, with a very solid consideration on their defensive strategy, but you can see Scars didn't really have any early round adaptations to be able to make it where they could get a big pick, make it to where they could get the map control that they wanted to. Everything happened within the last 20 seconds, and the big issue is that, you know, people like Q6 playing inside of the customs little office, you know what I mean? Just getting way too much done from that position, all because the Scars aren't aware. And yeah, they get the refrag eventually, but it's too little too late. He's killed 2 of your players, and on top of that, another
diffuser.
Yeah, and on top of that, another Falcons player has already killed somebody else. So you have 3 bodies on the ground already. You get the refrag onto one of them, but I mean, it's just too little too late in moments like that for Scars, where, you know, when you look across this board and you look down to a player like Rek, 13-7-2, it's like, you really wish that these things would convert to some more space for Scars to be able to utilize.
Yeah, and it's not just that. I mean, Wishoy is also having a pretty good game, right? With 8 on 7. I mean, it is just not averaging out to a kill per round, but, you know, that definitely is still an impact that is there present most of those rounds. And, of course, some of them are exit kills, where, you know, the round's basically over. You still manage to get a kill or 2, but you don't really have any impact whatsoever. But the opportunity is there. The skill is definitely there. It's just the connection that seems to be missing with Scars right now. The ability to think past the first step, which is take out some of the utility, open up some windows and floors and put up some pressure on these positions. But as soon as they've done that, they lose too much time. They don't have the opportunity anymore to recuperate themselves and prepare for the actual execute, which forces them to just basically bash their head against the problem and hope for the best. It also works sometimes, and I'm not trying to be negative towards Scars here because they have played really good rounds in the tournament so far, but just these last couple of attack rounds we've been seeing from them have not been it.
Definitely not. Lots of traps implemented from Falcons here as well. I love this idea, Hap. They know that the Scars have been quite slow.
So
Mines and Frost Mats are going to be something that really could change up the fate. But Wreck, oh, what a good find. And oh my, a double kill for him. This is what we wanted out of Scars the entire time. The team play here. Fishlike has the back end over from box wall, and he's going to take him down. A flawless round out of Scars. And they completely change up their fate. That last round looked nothing like this at all. There was nothing in this car. It was a dead to rights, no battery, not even an ignition in the thing. And all of a sudden, we're driving a Lamborghini.
Definitely upped it there.
Brand new whip. I got no keys.
Tactical timeout coming in from the side of Falcons. And as you mentioned, like Scars, they just decided, well, it's do or die. So let's just do it. And they did it. They managed to work together there. And of course, it came down from a nice deep push that managed to get maybe further than they should at that point. But you also have like the opposing side of your team pushing in from different angles. You just chug that, like
just pop a hole in the other side, man. Just pop a hole in the other side. You gotta allow some air in there, Hap. You know, I've been running this strategy for a little while.
Oh, I see.
I'm literally showing in my cup right now. homie, like squeezed the entire water cup right there to try and just suck the soul out of that thing. It was ridiculous. Oh my god, Valentino needed that agua so bad.
The only reason they called it the tactical is just like, no worries.
He was like, I need a drink.
I just need a drink, man. I just need some water. Some H2O.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, Falcons, after that tack timeout, probably just talking about the fact that, hey, they might try for some really antsy things. When you have a team like this, right, especially with their back up against the wall, I mean, Scars looking to try and bring things back against Falcons, they're going to start fighting for their lives. And that's more than likely what Twister was talking about. Twister was like, listen, they're not going to go down without a fight. They are going to try and get into your face because right now is where it matters most. There is no other way that they get through this minus beating you for 3 rounds in a row. Yeah. So we have to lock it in and make sure that these initial engagements go our way. And how do we lead in that? Good info.
That's it. Good info.
Good starts.
And work together. Be able to refrag one another.
Exactly. That and it all starts with those things. You want to make sure that you're able to understand where Scar is going to be entering this building from and being able to capitalize on it with a multitude of bodies or a solid amount of utility. And look at this Falcons lineup right now. It looks disgusting for Border. You got EDDs, you got Yokais, Valcams, as well as a Pulse.
Don't forget the Suryas that are just going to slow you down even more as well. So I'm just afraid of the fact that Scars just had some really good success by just basically telling Rek beeline to the side. Right? Like it worked out. It's just go to the side. He managed to get 3 kills on his way there. His team managed to clean up with him as well. I'm just hoping that they don't continue doing that now because that is easily read. That's easily counterable. It works out as a bit of a surprise, you know, when you've had some slow rounds coming through. But now they need to bring it to that structure. And they need to mix it perfectly right. They need to mix the aggression that we've just had, but also with the carefulness and the passiveness that we've had before so they can clear out the utility pieces properly.
We'll have to see what kind of chef Scars are. What are they cooking up in the kitchen here? Because it's going to require some solid considerations to make sure this bread rises correctly. Falcons, so far so good. They haven't been able, or rather haven't given up big moments just yet in this round. First minute already gone. Halfway through the round already as the air jabs are being applied around the top of East Stairs. This is more than likely going to dictate to Falcons exactly the way that Scars want to try and take things. Some drone play working its way in here too. Valentino, are you aware of the situation that is right around the corner from you? That's the real question.
Probably not, but has enough safe space inside the bathroom there to not really give anything about it. Now, he's definitely aware of the fact that there's someone out there now, and that's a great opener from Q6 as the lifeline's popping towards him, completely blinded Valentino, though. Q6 will come in for the help. Actually, we'll find one, as it is going to be Fishlock trying to find at least a trade out there, but doesn't know or doesn't seem to know. Valentino is thrown out there now. The punch hole will be punished for it. He's opening up with the skeleton key. Suddenly, a second player pops up. He's like, surprise, but Fishlock's still able to confirm that kill. He's low on HP, but at least it's back to a 3-3. That's very workable for the side of Scars here. However, P9 with that yokai, some good information. Hey, Nomad's still up top. JLad, he's out there. Could go for the hunt theoretically, and I think that's exactly what he's told to do, but the air jet pops. Pion is not responding to it, and with that yokai drone hot droning, they have the opportunity to retake vertical.
30 seconds remaining here, and I think JLad is just going to be able to handle this verticality. They're going to have to try and work their way in from the bathroom. This case is on Fishlock of all people as well. They really want to drop this to somebody else with extra HP, I would assume, but as soon as they try and move forward, that's the case down. A big kill there from Kills as they're trying to crouch walk their way through this site. Tags up Kills just one time, and I shot there from Pion, but with 10 seconds remaining, this case, it requires a home. Yokai in, JLad up top. Nobody coming through that rotation, but as soon as this case starts, he's more than likely just going to drop in some verticality to find it. Uh-oh, will he be able to find the feed? He finds the other one instead, and this case, it goes down! JLad with a beautiful pistol round there. And oh my goodness gracious, the Falcons fly high as they will be able to take this map in 7-4 fashion over the Scars.
I was so afraid he was going to drop in just too late. At the moment they go up the diffuser, you know, he's just punched a hole up above. It was a very big opportunity. He would have just been shot as he fell through, but able to clutch it out with a pistol there in the end and get themselves 7-4. But more importantly, they survive in SI. They get to go on towards the playoffs, whereas Scars is going home.
Most definitely. And I mean, a pretty interesting affair between these two. I will most definitely say this. There's definitely some cleaning to do for both of these squads respectively.
Especially
and
for Falcons considering they move on.
Yeah. If you want to go deeper into this tournament, Falcons, there's definitely going to need to be some ideals that need to be implemented for you guys to be able to clean up a few of these rough areas. We'll have to see. I mean, Falcon's still able to get it over on the Scars, but definitely want to see a couple of things built upon from these building blocks.
Well, sure, and again, Falcons were the better team throughout this series. Hands down, they were able to basically punish every single little mistake that was being made by Scars to perfection and really find themselves in the driver's seat for most of these maps and most of the rounds as well. So we can only praise them there. However, it was also those mistakes that they need to start working on because they have the opportunity, they have the potential to be a great team. They just need to iron out those slight little mistakes and be just a little bit quicker on the refrag on one another. And that's when they will find themselves potentially making a deep run.
Yeah, when they're able to really find their stride on these mid-round adjustments and be able to play off of each other's moments, right? Like kind of like what we saw with that run across from Box on that hop-up that we saw over in CCTV. Those little moments like that where you're able to build upon what your teammates are doing and it's all in good synergy. Falcons, I think, are a little bit of ways from that, but as soon as they're able to tie that together, I mean, they have the mechanical ability to really push the envelope against some of these solid teams.
Yeah, for sure, and it's going to be very exciting to see. Of course, they will be headed towards, you know, a little bit of rest now before they will be going over towards... I mean, are they going to be bottom bracket, or are they going to be able to make it into the upper bracket? Let me just quickly check how they are in the score lines, because that is a big difference in when you play and who you would play. Because they take this in a 2-0. Okay, yeah, Fury has 6 points. Falcons will be going up to 5 total. So they are going to be 4th place. They're going to be in that lower bracket. And that means they won't even know who they're going to be playing yet, as those matches are, you know, awaiting the upper bracket round 1 first.
What do you know? It's P9 and Q6 at the top of the heap once again. 14-6 for P9, 10-9 for Q6 respectively. The engagement's going the way of actually Scars in this series, specifically this map, but it's 7-4 in favor of Falcons. 100% cost out of Q6 and kills as well. Very impressive game from Falcons, especially from some of these big star players.
Just Rack as well, though. 16 on 8. You got to feel for him because he's been putting up such a good tournament.
Absolutely. That's a 2.0 KD right
there. He's been dropping kills, and it's not just against Falcons now, the number 4 seeded team, but also the other teams that they've played against. He's been absolutely phenomenal for the roster. And, you know, this is the kind of moment where, you know, you would hope for like an Apex super team to be coming up. But usually they're like a bit stuck with like the language barriers and stuff like that, and in their own leagues. And you see all these amazing players on like Korea and in Japan and C, and then they're just not able to play together. Whilst, for example, Europe, we have all these countries that we can just mix and match into, you know, one good roster. And, you know, and a very big country, of course, lots of people to choose from. Same goes for Brazil. So, you know, that's where...
Yeah, we also have the beauty of English being the primary, you know,
well.
unknown
So
language.
You can just import the entire European region if you want.
Exactly. I mean, for God's sakes, we have Alamo playing in Europe. You know what I mean? Like, English is spoken by a lot of people, so makes it a little bit easier in that regard. But, yeah, totally agree with you on that front. Here's the stats, though, for the match, folks, and our MVP is actually going to be kills. 141 EPS, 22 and 14 for the Falcons.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely put up a good performance there. Rack, again, going to be highlighting him. He's out of the tournament so far, but he's definitely made a lasting impression on a lot of people, a lot of viewers, probably teams as well. So if he keeps this up, if Scars continue coming to events, if he continues popping off like this, it's going to be one of those names to watch for the next couple of years.
I mean, just imagine if anybody else on Scars are even close to his KPR. Imagine if somebody else on there has like a 0.9. The closest person is Shoy with a 0.57. Yeah. That just can't happen. Like you guys just
half.
Yeah, you guys are just literally not helping Rec. It's unfortunately enough. I mean, he's just doing a lot of heavy lifting when it comes to these big kills, you know, and he's not always the one to get the first kill. But I mean, you look at the first kill thing there, and it's pretty dang close, isn't it? 7-2, and that means that he had 9 opening engagements in just that game. Here is the standings for Group B now, folks, as Scars will be headed home.
Look at the round differential, though, -10.
Like, yeah, and well, look at Falcons. Yeah, -20, and they made it through.
But they win the game that matters.
Hey, that's true.
That's the whole thing. They win
it's not
the
played
game
on paper, is it?
That is best of the rest. I mean, sure, -20 isn't great, but they've also had their struggles with the roster, where they've played the first day with 3 other players. Then, you know, the visas came in, they come through. They've just flown for like 10+ hours.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say probably way more than that.
Instantly get into the game. And then need to play there. So I understand that has been a very scrappy group stage. I'm just happy for them that they managed to go through towards the playoff stage, where now they have some time off. They can start resting, they can start practicing, and they can start picking themselves back up for a better group stage, better playoff stage. Hopefully.
Definitely, my friend. Well, folks, we got some highlights for you before we send you to a quick break, before we get into our last game of the day over here on the Bravo stream.
Flip in terms of that round as well. Their drone game clearly improved quite extensively. They were able to also use a lot more of that balcony presence rather than just trying to rush into the map. But we saw in the first couple of rounds, which probably went into the hands of Bleed. So for VP, just slowed it down a little bit. They're not really a team that has like the most ultra fast-paced playstyle that we saw maybe in that G2 game earlier this afternoon. 1:23 typically their time on entry. So on the lower end of the spectrum, certainly in a map like Skyscraper, that might actually pay dividends for them later on. Asphy's gonna move around that Nitro Cell to get it back.
Yeah, to get it back.
Of which he's struggling. And though, luckily, his teammate gets a kill elsewhere onto Pasha, and that's the buck as well.
Oven likes roaming on this Warden. We were, I don't want to say critical, but we cast a little bit of judgment on how early the Warden died a couple rounds ago when you needed in the cut and thrust of that round. Reaps goes for the run out onto Terrace, on a balcony, and actually could have picked off Dan if he was about a second sooner. Aspy was unable to retrieve the Nitro Cell and will now be dead, so he won't be able to use it anyway, even if he'd gotten it, as he's picked off. Virtus Pro, with just a little bit over half of the round to go, have
I think that just is the playstyle of Bleed, though. The aggression meta for them is very paramount, and it's kind of a matter of if the enemy's in front of you, you take that fight, you're not going to be too worried about the operator that you are playing. VP, though, again, 2 rounds in a row, playing this balcony playstyle. Joysticks now only just pushed in over towards Office and making their way across. Still got to deal with Reaps, though, inside of the server. Dan also goes just from drones now also to the Argus launcher as well to obviously get even more information, and it's just this pick-apart playstyle that we're seeing for the 2nd round in a row.
Well, it obviously benefits Virtus Pro. Reaps once more, so he goes for another jump out, but alas, unable to handle the recoil of the SMG-11. Dan had an opportunity to not secure the kill, could have faded it out, but instead does not opt for that. Diffuser goes down, and it's now Mentalist again against the world. He was so successful all the way back in round number 1, holding gold. That's because the rest of his team was able to do their job around the map. Mentalist with 1 kill. It took him about 15 seconds. Not only does he have to deal with the diffuser, but he also has to deal with the Osa, who's perched up on the window, and Shepard is sitting quite pretty behind that Talon shield. I don't know if Mentalist is going to be able to deal with this, but it's virtually an impossible fight. Even if he gets Shepard, you've only got about 4 seconds left to get in, and always makes it official. Calmness and ice in the veins of Dan Pasha, a little bit more animated as VP have now tied things up.
So 4 rounds in, first 2 rounds, Bleed had the ascendancy. They were setting the tone. I thought they were very aggressive. They were kind of denying Virtus Pro a lot of map control. They were really at those entry points, as you can do on Skyscraper. The next 2 rounds, though, in response from Virtus Pro is, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's get a little bit more information through our drone game. Let's play the balconies. Let's play the rappels, because we know Bleed like to move around. We know that Bleed like to try and go around the map. They're going to be moving. They're not quite going to be stagnant. In that moment there from Reaps, he wins that. It's a 2-on-3. Suddenly the round is back. That's a desperate play, mainly because of what happened earlier in the round. I don't actually hate that play. In fact, I think that's a power play from Reaps. He hits that, rounds back on. He loses, while they were probably losing the round anyway. But for Virtus Pro, clearly turning things around, and I think we've really got ourselves a series. Early on, I'm going super early, Parker. I don't care. I think I've seen enough. Bleed, if they can get their game going, they can clearly win. Virtus Pro, if they get the game on their terms, they can clearly win. Now it's just about this power struggle.
10 seconds remaining.
If you are just tuning into your very first match here in the Six Invitational, welcome aboard. The defense are very strong. Defenders are by far and away favored on every single map. There isn't a single map at the moment which is attacker favored. The lowest win rate for the defenders is 55%. It's shared across a couple different maps. Looking specifically at Skyscraper, Skyscraper has...
It's not good.
This is unbelievable. It is the most defender-sided map. At the start of the day, it had been played 7 times. Defenders had won 71% of all rounds played on this map. That is unbelievable. Karaoke and T played the most by the defenders, 35 times, only 1 time more than Office side. T Karaoke, 66% of all rounds won by the defenders. Office Exhibition, 76%. So if you play 4 times on Office Exhibition, you expect the defenders to win 3 of those 4 times based on precedent. Now, you go all the way back to round number 2, Bleed won this bomb site. They've already won it once. But they dropped Barbecue Kitchen, which also defender favored. They dropped that Karaoke Tea, also defender favored. So numbers don't exactly always tell the full story here. It comes down to strategy, and VP have been getting better at understanding strategy as they've gone along on attack.
Yeah, stats don't always tell the full picture, but certainly one moment here for VP is the 2 early attacking rounds gives them real good precedent now moving forward. They probably don't need much more. In saying that, I already cast a game this tournament where going into it, Consulate was the most attacker-sided map, and by the end of it, it ended up middle of the pack. It dropped a whopping 8%. Why? Because we had 12 defensive round wins. Yeah. Things can change, and I think Bleed are more than capable on the attack, but certainly the next 2 rounds are pivotal for them. They cannot allow VP to probably get any more attacking rounds, otherwise it's going to be quite difficult. Pasha with the Skeleton Key thought maybe he could go for a bit of a rush here through the doorway. They have main breach opened up. Joystick watching this. A little bit more directness from VP as well. Not just this round, but also probably the last round when we saw that Ossa play over towards Tea Room Karaoke. This time around, here towards Office and Exhibition, they go direct again. Last time they went for the map sweep. It did not work. Played into into the hands of Bleed. So again, VP have switched it up on the fly, but a nice shot from Hoven against the slow crouch moving Pasha. Now they go for the smokes and they go for the entry.
And I was just about to be critical of Hoven's play as well, because if you're a Solus, you should realistically be below this office bomb site. But he picks up 2 kills from this position. Dan falls to Reaps. Reaps picks up yet another. Shepard getting rid of Hoven, which means that this portion of the bomb site is safe. But you got 3 more players to find. Shepard luckily having the diffuser, but no chance of him getting it down. It's going to come down to bloodshed. And Bleed, as their name suggests, loves to do that to their opponents. So Shepard will waste a lot of time, waste a lot of bullets, and ultimately accomplish nothing. 3 kills from Reaps, 2 kills from Hoven. So here's the situation. Why are you not putting Solus underneath the bomb site? Now, you got a couple early picks. You can play pretty much anybody else inside of that office portion of the map. It doesn't need to be a Solus. You keep the Solus there to give you information as to when that wall is being opened up. And we saw that on the scanner earlier, was able to tell when hard breach was going down on the walls, but you can still accomplish that below. So why are you putting yourself in harm's way? You as an operator are simply far too valuable when it comes down to a plant, and especially in the post plant, to basically gamble on a kill. Now, Hoven's a great player, and he got 2 kills from that position, so you can kind of overlook it. But strategy-wise, I can still dislike something, even if it ultimately ends up being successful. Virtus Pro got bogged down. They lost their duels. They had 1 smoke that they used. Outside of that, they had no real tools to get through that breach, and it was their own game.
I do wonder maybe from Bleed's perspective if they felt like Virtus Pro were going to hit it direct but also fast, and therefore the extra body up above could be a difference maker. So it's really difficult to probably ascertain as to the reasoning, but you are definitely correct. Solus is one that probably doesn't want to be on that front line of conflict. VP, one more opportunity to try and get 3rd round successfully done. They go to Tyrion Karaoke once again here. Bleed, they did give it up last time, and it was that more direct approach from Virtus Pro that saw them be quite successful. We'll see if they play into that again. They do bring double hard breach here for Tyrion Karaoke, so we'll see how they opt to utilize that, especially the Maverick from Dan, but otherwise they got the Flores, they got the Bark, they can open up sightlines and crossfires and all of that. We love to see them over towards typically Geisha Balcony, but for now, right now, it looks as if they're going to open up Office and then into VIP as well, which is where the drone is from Shepard. So this is indicating right now they are going to be pushing from the Office exhibition side of things, eventually then into that choke point, but they can still go over towards Geisha as well.
Hoven right now is roaming over by Dragon, so removed from the actual bomb site, but not too far off. Turdsta as well was looking towards Terrace on Drum, and will now move over closer towards Hoven. I find this really interesting that you've got 2 incredibly important operators in both the Solus and the Warden being played by, I think you could argue, 2 of the better players on Bleed. Turdsta obviously has looked like, in my opinion, I think Turdsta has been the most valuable player on the team. I think some could argue Reaps, that's fine. But to put these players who like to be engaged in early altercations on operators that you don't necessarily want to gamble in early altercations is certainly a choice. And again, it goes back to what we said earlier. Maybe Bleed are approaching this matchup thinking there's limited stakes. So let's try some things out and see. Maybe save some strats. Or they could do the opposite. Let's change things up and try to get under the skin of VP because we know how important it is for them. Whereas if we lose, not all hope is lost. It's whatever, we move on, we made it to playoffs.
The 2 words I dread hearing is saving strats, Parker. We're at 6 invitational time to use said strats. Otherwise, you know, maybe M80 have been saving strats all along. Had to use them. 50 seconds left, 5 versus 5. Flash there from Pasha. Again, a lot of Geisha balcony control established for VP, but this time it's Hoven again and on the Solus. The operator does not matter to these guys for Bleed. Doesn't matter if it's Warden, doesn't matter if it's Solus, they will get into the conflict whether you like it or not. Haspi does go down 3v3, 30 seconds left, but the longer this goes on, in terms of this scrap, it's gonna favor Bleed.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the utility on the side of Virtus Pro, they really don't have much. They have a single flashbang left in the hands of Pasha, 2 flashbangs for Shepard. That's it. Always will now drop. No E1Ds remaining either. You've taken control of Geisha, but now you need to pivot towards the actual T and Karaoke part of this map. So if Shepard wants to get that diffuser down, Pasha and always need to watch it. They've used another flashbang. There's only 1 left. This is going to come down to straight gunfights, but obviously it's going to benefit these defenders. Turdsta's quarterbacking the defense inside of this T site. He takes down Pasha too, and then ultimately, not everybody dies. VP still has one player left, but it doesn't matter because the time runs out. And the first half, Bleed chose this map. Bleed seemed very comfortable on it. They take 4 of the 6 rounds on defense, which again matches what we expect from the numbers.
It does.
Based on this map, based on where we're at in the middle.
Systematically loved that though from Bleed because they had multiple layers, almost like an onion, where you've got that front line, mid line, and then the back line of Mentalist. He might not have the highest amount of kill stats, but he's on site, he's defensive, he's your anchor. Turd was then able to peek these options. Then if he dies, there's the swing immediately. You can see behind the bomb chassis, the name tag of Mentalist. If Turdsville loses that battle, he's immediately swinging and getting the trade anyway. Well positioned on site. As I said, it's almost like these layers across there from Geisha all the way to Tiram Karaoke. 4-2, statistically, par. That's a par. It's not a win. No one's really probably winning right now, but it does mean for Blade coming into the attack, I am going to be very, very interested to see how this works. 38% attack win rate for them, much lower than Virtus Pro. So this is where they need to improve. The other factor is planting, Parker. 11%, second lowest at the tournament. They don't get many plants, but Bleed basically just go in and kill everyone.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it kind of ties back to that office exhibition defense that we saw as well. I was critical of the deployment of these operators, as you just were in the previous round, about how they're using the Solus and how they're using the Warden. Well, if you're a team that is so proficient at getting kills and strategy doesn't really matter, then ultimately who cares? You don't need to plant the diffuser if there's nobody alive to deal with on your opponent's side. And unfortunately, I find that a lot of APAC teams tend to fall into this rut where they're excellent at gunplay, but strategy-wise, there's tons of room for improvement. And I think Bleed felt that as well. So what do? You import a world champion in Julio, who's not going to teach you how to shoot, but he's going to teach you how to play.
Here we go, a little fast action here. Reaps up through into makeup on the Amaro, and does he catch off guard always. He wanted to peek, have a look at what was going on in terms of the commotion. And again, this goes with what we've been saying. Fast, gunplay, get the kills. Don't worry too much about the plant. That's a secondary win condition if we need it later on. 2 minutes in, 4v3, but they've already got pressure in towards site. My concern though is now Reaps. Yes, he's deep into Geisha, but where's the trade positions going to come from if he does start to get overpowered?
I like that you talked about Mentalist too. He's obviously playing one of these global ops on the Dokkaebi. Mentalist has probably, I would say, the highest impact kills of anybody on Bleed. He gets the kills that matter the most. Now, another pick goes on in.
Oh no, he can't get away.
Shepard has the read on it. Reaps is able to reposition. They've got control of main stairs as well. Dan's inside of the site. Aspie and Turdstar in here. That was dreadfully bad for Virtus Pro.
Now, they had the information there onto Reaps. They go down below. They obviously want to not just clear out his position, they want to kill him at that point, and they certainly needed to. He had already got very deep into Geisha, fast movement. Loved the set play, though, from Bleed. They clearly had a bit of a plan. Probably give the credit to Julio. I'm going to, whether or not it's true. But regardless, they obviously were able to set that in motion, executed it perfectly. I was still a little concerned for Reaps, but Reaps played that well. He didn't overstep. He didn't rush and run away. He just kind of held his position until the threat came. Then the threat came from down below. Then he was able to move off of that, and Bleed were able to respond. So I think for VP, they probably anticipated that normal map-wide sweep across, because they had a lot of those choke points of like drum and mezzanine, what we typically see when teams like to push from office and exhibition, or maybe like a Geisha balcony. But Bleed did something a little bit different with that little vert play up into the hatch and in towards Geisha from makeup. So really well executed from Bleed, catches VP off guard, and it gets them a nice early attacking round. Now it puts them in a really good position moving forward in the second half.
I'm actually a little surprised Virtus Pro didn't call a timeout there, because if you go on a 4-2 half, that's fine. Let's just, for the sake of argument, suggest that attackers are only going to win 2 rounds. Well, Bleed is already 1 for 1 on attack. That means the statistical likelihood of Bleed winning another round beyond just those 2 is very high at the moment, because you've exposed some weaknesses from Virtus Pro. I don't know if VP have enough confidence in themselves to just kind of grin and bear it through the next 1 or 2 rounds. But at the end of the day, you don't call a timeout right now. VP lose this round. Even if those are the only 2 rounds that you think Bleed might win, you have to play the rest of this regulation perfectly. And then you burn the timeout. You have no room for error whatsoever. If I was VP, probably call the timeout after that round, but they didn't. They'll trudge through it. They brought some very interesting tools, some very frustrating ops to deal with, and it's incumbent upon Bleed to deal with those.
Depends on the team's mentality as well. If Virtus Pro, again, aren't really feeling that stress, that pressure, how much value do you put into first, second, third in terms of the group positioning? Hard to say. We're not privy to that information. Obviously, you always want to finish as high as you possibly can, and you get the benefit of going straight to the quarterfinals if you do finish first. They get themselves an opportunity, though, once again, to defend Kieran Karaoke. And I can imagine by the setup that they've got, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Bleed to push in quick. The Fenrir with the F0 mines, the Legion with the Goo mines. They can't get as much information because of the mute jammers. But regardless, Hoven just keeps finding kills. I don't know how, Parker, but he's up to 8 now.
So, an interesting statistic here. VP has yet to draw first blood all match. It has either been Bleed or a trade every single round. You cannot win a game if you are consistently in a 4v5, especially if you are in a 4v5 on the favorable side. Bleed drawing first blood on both of their attacks so far means that you are losing the plot on what should be the best side that you have possible. Stand down means no magnets, means that operator who generates it won't be able to provide the same level of value. He's also a great gun. Virtus Pro are in serious trouble with a minute to go.
The kit has been handed over, almost like in American football, from the quarterback to the wide receiver, which is the Montang now. Picked up beautifully by Asvi. They'll open up that rotate in. He can go and get the plant down eventually. 50 seconds, there's still time. As Asvi makes his way in, just has to do so successfully. The turnaround, little turtle style shield on the back means he cannot be denied unless there's a nitro cell or a couple of impacts, neither of which come through. Plant is now successful. That can be watched from Blackstairs, although, of course, you've got the shield that's sitting in front of it.
No, and now in the post plan, you've lost Shepard, Joystick is still up, so is Pasha. There's a lot of threats here for Virtus Pro, but there's a Monty on the board. That's the bigger deal, right? Pasha is now all alone. I don't know if he has time to pick Shepard up. I don't think so. So what do? You ascend those back stairs, but you have to deal with a Monty, and there's going to be 3 sets of guns looking your way. Oh my, that's sloppiness from Aspi, but that's only because they don't know where Pasha is. Time's running out. Final 2 kills come in from Bleed, and oh my, it's already map point. We're speed running Skyscraper. Bleed is up 6-2.
Yeah, really good set play again with the Montang from Bleed, really abusing that Blackstairs position, which was not really defended all that vigorously by Virtus Pro. Again, Virtus Pro, and they were almost like behind the 8 ball. The round prior to that, Bleed went fast. They went in with the Amaro. What do they then bring to try and counter a little bit more of that fast-paced gameplay? They bring the Fenrir, they bring the Legion, they want to kind of slow Bleed down. Bleed are like, we will then slow down, but we're going to do it over here, and we're going to do it our way. We're going to bring in the Montang. We're going to get that plant down. You're not going to be able to stop it because you're more worried about stopping us over towards, again, drum, mezzanine, etc. Really well played, and so far it feels almost like a coach v coach game, because I tell you what, Julio has got them on form in this match. They've clearly workshopped their Skyscraper, they've clearly got plans that they wanted to bring, and this is why, in terms of statistics, it doesn't always tell the full story, because right now Bleed are not playing the way that maybe teams have so far conventionally done on Skyscraper. They've got set plays. They are playing extraordinarily well. That was off of a drone. They are opening information. Really, really well done from Bleed. And so far, they are proving why they're a team that can certainly do some damage at this event. Unfortunately, they cannot top this group because they did drop a map yesterday to M80, which was a desperate M80, obviously trying to fight for their survival. But right now, are very much showing they are a force to be reckoned with.
A lot of ink has been spilt about that M80 roster, and I mean, for good reason. This was a super team that was assembled with players from Brazil, or Brazilian players rather, the specification here should be. Brazilian players, North American players, and European players. The term super team is thrown around, I think, maybe a bit too much in Rainbow Six, because just because you're importing players from another region doesn't necessarily mean it's a super team. It can just be a
Hello, welcome back from the break. It's time to prepare ourselves for the final game of the final day here on the Bravo stream. Guz, Pengu, we're here to take you through the action for this particular one, for what should be the most colorful cast of the event, because neither of us are play-by-play.
Yeah, so if you hear a lot of analysis and breakdowns and thinking this sounds amazing, just wait until the action happens and we start going, whoa.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Should be good fun. Obviously, we're going to be covering Loss and Fury for this one, a match which will determine who finishes second in this particular group. As we look back at the schedule for Stream B. And it's been the 2-0 show.
I was going to say, following this pattern, this might be a quick one because it has indeed been 2 series across the board. Of course, some going into overtime, some being in regulation, but a 2-0 regardless. And of course, if you're Fury and Lowe's, you don't really, or you're not desperate for a victory here, but of course, it's nice to end the group stage of Phase 1 with a W.
Well, it's been an okay tournament for APAC thus far, with a couple of teams sneaking through. Fury, of course, have made it, but this will be a critical match for seeding. Let's have a look at Fury first, a roster which has had a pretty good performance thus far. Again, it is Group D, so an asterisk on it perhaps being the weakest group. However, they've had some standout players, Nick. Most notably, Crit J has been popping off.
I was going to say, I want to be the negative guy now here, like Colas and Dark having a really tough tournament so far, where it has been the Crit J show where he really carries that front side. Or so, if you look at the top, you have a really, really phenomenal player in Crit J. But you look at the bottom, like Colas and Dark, minus like 34, like the 30s, etc. So, going to today, going to Phase 2, I want to see Fury get more in that middle section where every player shows up a little bit more. And then maybe if that's required, Crit J can take a little bit of a step back.
Obviously, they have an opponent to come up against in this matchup. It is the formidable loss, the runners-up at the Atlanta Major. So many question marks as to whether or not they could back up such a phenomenal performance here at the 6th Invitational. Nick, how have you been tracking them so far?
Yeah, so, you know, I cast with Parker domestically Lowe's before the Atlanta Major and thinking this is not a roster that I expect much from. Then Atlanta happens, and I'm like, okay, I was so wrong. And I feel like they've kind of gave us mixed feelings so far. They've had some good showcasing, some okay showcasings at this minute, but one player in particular that I want more from is Maya. Maya was a player that was on the map Atlanta, being one of the best players in the world right now. Same when Cyber had that crazy run 1 or 2 years prior to that. But Maya this event not having a great time. He is not looking great. He's -9 on the entry, so he's getting opening engagements, but he's almost always losing in those situations.
Obviously, another key player to look at as well is Loban, having a sip of water right now. He's been having a good tournament, as expected. A +23 from him. I believe the map veto is ready, so I don't know. We'll see if it is. Let's throw it up and have a look at where this best of 3 will take place. So Oregon, Labs, and Border if required.
Oh, okay, so I always see Oregon being like the fundamental check for teams, like droning, clearing, doing basic executes. And if you're Fury and you've had a bit of a shaky fundamentals for this tournament, I think you're like, it's a nice check for themselves, being like, okay, we gotta prove to ourselves, our fans and the opposing team, that we can do the 1-2-3s and the ABCs of Siege. They're gonna start on that particular map to showcase that.
Border is the decider, of course, a map which is almost on the other end of the spectrum. Pure chaos most of the time. Are we expecting a third map, though, in this match?
Honestly, Oregon's a 50-50 coin toss. I feel like if Fury can win out on Oregon, which is hard because you start an attack inside, I could see a third map. But if Fury to pick Oregon, they lose it because they start attack, I'm not sure Border's going to come.
Well, we got through the pre-show. We didn't make too many mistakes, which I'm happy about.
I think it was pretty good.
Because none of us have hosted.
Clap on the shoulder.
Yeah,
Good
clap
job.
on the back. I appreciate it. Let's jump into it, though. Lost the favorites quite clearly by the community. Social prediction giving them a 70-30 split. Keen to jump into this map, though. One which is traditionally quite defender-sided. None more so than SI24.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the meta being kind of shook around here, where we go from Atlanta, where it's kind of 50-50, relatively balanced meta game, and then all of a sudden we're seeing a very defender-heavy meta game right now, where there's only a handful of teams, the top dogs like W7M, G2, Sonics, and Dark Zero, for example, that can muster out 2, 3, maybe sometimes 4 attacking rounds, whereas for a lot of teams right now, you're looking at 2-4 halves more often than not.
Yeah, I saw a bit of discussion online. I believe it was a tweet from Tom J. Sherlock. Shout out if you're watching. I know you're co-streaming the event. He made the point that perhaps the game at the moment, or the event so far, has been so defender-sided because it's taking teams a while to get into the flow of things on the attacking side, and it's really been a major issue for perhaps weaker teams. Because, I mean, just pure case study, I was watching the G2 game a little bit earlier. They didn't seem to be having as many issues compared to a lot of other teams which looked far slower and far sloppier.
But that is the thing. When something is very hard, and that's why a lot of people go like, oh, I don't like this meta, it's so one-sided. Like, well, I think it's nice for a change to see that you have to be a really good attacking team to find attacking success, whereas it's just like a 50-50, like, oh, you might get some rounds even if you're not the greatest attacking team. So I look at this as like it's a different approach to the game more than like it's a worse version of the game.
Well, I like the positivity, Nick. Let's jump into this one, though. The ban phase is rolling out at the moment. Ying and Dokkaebi, pretty familiar bans on a map like Oregon. Very, very execute heavy. Typically, all 10 players still alive. Valkyrie as well will play no further part in this matchup. The second ban from Fury, followed up by the Fenrir. So no curveballs to speak of just yet.
No, you're right. This is pretty standard. It really comes down to, you know, which defenders of those, we call them the Power Rangers in Europe, right? Like the Fenrir, Solas, Asami, etc. to around now as well. Which one do you want available to you, and which one do you just not want to play against whatsoever? For Oregon, it's very common we see the Fenrir ban. You got the staircases on like all the bomb sites basically, and especially for basement, that's such like a tight hallway section, freezer, laundry, and blue double door. It's just so hard to enter the map in those scenarios. Now, Lowe's, they banned the Fenrir, they're starting defense, but we all know that you only play 6 rounds, then you gotta swap, so Lowe's are not expecting a 6-0 here and just gonna clutch out one singular attack. They're playing the long game here. They're gonna ban Fenrir, not have it open, but also give themselves some hope for the attacking side when it comes.
So, to reaffirm the stakes of this matchup, because I believe we maybe only just lightly brushed over them in the pre-show, this is a battle for second place in Group D. And for those unaware, if you finish second in your group, depending on how you're seeded against second from the other groups, you get to pick your opponent from the third place teams of the other groups in the playoff bracket. How important do you think that will be in the context of the event?
It's always fun, isn't it? Because like, you get to get a little bit of banter, you know, a strong team sees another team as a weaker opponent, so they pick them, etc. And I'm a big fan of that. I also think for strategical purposes, as a team, you can prepare more for it, and that's always a good look for like coaching staff. But before we get too excited about this matchup, there will be a quick rehost. Not entirely sure as to why, but we're gonna get the players back in the lobby, rehost it, and get it going. It was an audio issue, supposedly. They happen.
Rip.
But nothing happened, like no one died, no executes happened, you know, just like outside big tower, still kind of setting up from that prep phase on defense, etc. So nobody really gained any significant advantage. Of course, same bomb site and same operators will be played, but you can move around some barbed wire, some reinforcements if you so wish.
5:30 p.m. local time here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. As I've mentioned, it's actually been a pretty quick day, and I'm sure both of the teams will want to get this job done. Go to bed nice and early and rest up for the rest of the event. Of course, for loss, they'll really want to do a good job in that playoff bracket in the hopes of making it to the live portion of the event, where no doubt the crowd is going to be very much in their favor.
I mean, if there ever was a time to make a top 8 like quarters, you know, main stage event, it would be this SI. It is going to be the biggest crowd we have ever had at any event in the history of the game. And it'll be in Brazil no less, where we know that the passions from the fans, it is incredible. It is absolutely, it's like insane essentially. It's gonna get super loud, and if you're a player and you will play for, you know, let's say 5 years, if there's one event you could make it for, I feel like it'll be this one. That's where you want to be.
Now, is that pressure or is that motivation?
Well, if you are, let's say, a foreign team, so not Brazilian, up against a Brazilian team, it's hard. You know, you're gonna go up, and every death that you have, every mistake that you make, every drone that gets killed, the entire crowd will erupt into a roar, and you're like, that's because they want us to lose. Not every player can deal with that, especially if you are less experienced, especially, you know, less experienced playing in front of a crowd, but also just, you have to worry about so many factors. When you sit at home playing ranked, when you like play domestic play in Pro League, you're sitting in your bedroom, comfortability, you know, you got your food next to you, your snacks, your drinks, like the chairs at perfect height. You go to LAN, okay, now you don't have your food and your snacks and your chair's a bit different and stuff like that. But you go to play with a crowd, and it's like, I got these thousands of people judging my every move, and you can see them. They're right behind your monitor. It's a difficult thing to deal with.
On the side of Fury, of course, perhaps their expectations a little bit smaller in terms of where they want to get to at this event. Only one of their members have ever attended a 6 Invitational before, being I9, the other 4 debuting. One player in particular, and I highlighted him in a previous game, Isolde Colas. He has been fighting to make this event since 2018.
Ooh.
He lost APAC Finals against Fnatic in Season 8.
Oh.
Norango Season 9.
Oh, no.
Wildcard Season 10.
That's insane.
Now in the new format, he's finally made it here. What a relief it must be for him.
He's actually been gatekept by all the APAC GOATs, basically, throughout time. That's incredible. Not many players can say that. And because that's the thing, like, when we speak of old APAC success stories, it's always like Fnatic and Norango that first jumps to mind, making like deep run in events, making basically every event was Fnatic for a very, very long time.
And then they beat you.
I tend to like skip over that when I tell these stories, but I was gonna say we used to scrim Fnatic every event to like warm each other up, and yeah, eventually they beat us. All that practice and scrims, it paid off for them, and they became the victor in the actual game that mattered more than anything else, and they basically sent us home.
I think you had a sub for that tournament though, right? So
yeah, technically speaking, Supos was
it's okay.
a sub.
Forgivable. Well, let's jump back into the game. Apologies again for the technical pause at the beginning. One of the players having an audio issue, but that has since been resolved. Oregon we go. Basement first up. Lost starting out on the defense, and Fury showing both the Amaru and Blitz for round 1.
I love this. I mean, I think it was when I cast with Samuel, I was like, Samuel, I love casting Blitz. It's like, it's fun, it's chaotic, you never know what you're gonna get, and it's a massive difference between how teams have to play it. Right now we see them outside a blue double door. Very evidently, they want a full send, but the issue is there's a mirror window and a C4 behind it with dash, so flashbangs go in, the C4 has to hit the mark, or it's gonna be hard to stop this push.
Well, the mirror window is in play, making things challenging for the attack. Dots with a Nitro, good for the first, and takes down the star player of Fury. And any potential for a rush now squandered.
That's it. You know, 3 people out there, 1 person dies, the Blitz, yeah, okay, I guess we gotta go elsewhere. And that's the thing, when you have a star player like Kritche, do you put him on Blitz, who's so likely to die first in battle? I don't know. It's same when we have a guy go like 10 kills and 2 deaths, you don't put that guy on Monty, right? You want to give those guys the opportunity to get those kills and get in there and get the job done.
Yeah, there's a joke that Xenox and I have locally. He hates the Blitz Rush in blue because it never works. And I was a doubter for the longest time. I was like, what do you mean? What are you waffling about? 2 times at this event, I have seen failed Blitz Rushes.
Yep.
So, there you go. I believe him now. Oh, Dots caught with the Supernova. Lycolis was allowed to grapple into Big Tower. So able to pluck one back for Fury, but Maya is holding inside of Meeting. All bangs one. Shots land onto the second. Of course, again, Lycolis up shotgun, so he can't take a fight at that range. Dark stranded underneath the default. And this has been a round that's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, when your strategy is to go for a blue rush and the Blitz dies early, you're kind of scrambling together the pieces. You're saying, okay, it's 4v5, our plan didn't work, go to plan B. And I think one of the difficulties for Fury talking to I9 and stuff like that throughout the event is overview, having the full information, the top-down aspect, the communication, and having to adapt on the fly. I9 in this round, he's dead, but he's watching cameras, probably watching a flank, something that's pretty crucial. So like Colis and Dog are kind of unknown right now to figure out how are we gonna salvage this 2 versus 4, which to be completely honest, given that Lowe's have fallen back to the bottom side, realistically you shouldn't win this attack at all.
Not quite impossible.
Never impossible.
But very, very improbable here for Fury. 40 seconds, and Dark will walk his way across as to not give away any sound to any potential players inside of blue. 50 HP, and not much time on the clock. He'll sneak forward, the cross established. Diffuser now in the dirt, and Lycolis on an island inside of Meeting. The hatch was pre-opened by Loss. An aggressive hold up above to thwart the aggression of Fury. And I think they'll be quite pleased with that opening round.
Oh, I think they will as well. And I like that Lowe's are playing a more, I would say, domestic Brazilian style of Oregon, where they love to get active on the map, extend out. You know, we see them holding Meeting. They had a bit of top 4 presence, and it just means that attackers have a hard time actually getting into the building. And when you lock them out, like we see right here, you're fighting every inch of the map. Nothing ever comes for free. Obviously, if you're Fury looking back at that round in hindsight, you can say, okay, if there's all these people like Meeting, Big Tower area, etc., no one's probably going to play like Dining, maybe Kidstorm upstairs. So there are avenues that are going to be free. Unless every single member of Lowe's are roaming, scattered across the map, somewhere is always going to be a free entry. It's the matter of having the drone intel and the communication to say, guys, this area is free, someone go take it, I'm going to hold this drone, get inside the building quickly, and just assert a little bit of map presence at least.
Well, Fury tried to get active on the attack in the previous round, and the Blitz Rush was nothing short of a failure. A great Nitro to deter any further push from that position, and lost elsewhere, as you mentioned, getting very active defensively. Top floor we go, and it's an open hold once more. I believe Games Wall is open up, and the Arena now punching the line of sight into Trophy. So indicative that Lost are going to play for as much map control as they can.
Exactly that. They're going to keep the same formula going. If it works the first round, why not do it once more at minimum? I9 was hovering Blackbeard for an awfully long time there. I did think we were going to see a Blackbeard pick in play, but it's going to be self-destruction of Sophia instead. And I'm a big fan of self-destruction in general in Oregon. A lot of floors to be broken, walls to be opened up, a line of sight to be gathered. Fury, they're going to keep rotating. They've seen something. Look at this push here. 4 people towards a big window. This could be another attempt, maybe, at a fast take. They got the Gridlock Stingers, they got the Grim Bees, so they can get some information and also nullify the sound here to maybe make it hard to hear if they jump in that big window.
Well, Dash is down below in a position to disrupt from small tower. Double stack currently from Fury as the Solace will actually retreat back. I was of the same mind that perhaps you'd see aggression double window early. Not the case at the moment. Dot's holding the line up close. It is Dash, though, to get the first. Dark falls, the Gridlock in the grave. Hopefully, she was able to get some of those track stingers out. Will trade come through? No! Dash long range with the P90. Able to land a headshot like Cole has taken low. On the back of the DMR. And much like the previous round, Fury just not quite getting their teeth in the attack.
No, I see what they want here, right? Buck goes below in kitchen, opens up the floor for Kid Storms, then they jump in the big window, but now because the downstairs push got destroyed, well, now they gotta once again swap around, you know, on the fly, middle of the round, with things not going the way they want to. Lowe's seeing a good read here. Now, okay, nothing's really happening. Let's extend out across the map, put out our feelers. Where are they gonna be entering from? And one sole player of Dash shuts down the entirety of the kitchen side portion of the map. I9 now is downstairs, has 2 Sophia breaches charged of course from below, but is that gonna be enough?
Spotted out, and I9 with the wrong utility equipped, stuns himself, the impact delayed, can't find the shot, it's a mess down below. Dots finally falls. It was a little bit sloppy. 45 seconds now on the clock, and perhaps a small window of opportunity for Fury to bring this one back.
Yep, still got the bees, still got the flashes going out. Could jump in the big window, but we see cameraman there with an angle. Dash downstairs, bottom wide, and Low inside of Kid Storms. Dash is so accurate in these gunfights. 3rd kill to his name in this round right now. It's BG-Man and Lycolis in that 2v4, but again, it looks so difficult to just enter the building and enter the map, and it will not happen either. Maya finds the final kill, and things are looking tough here for Fury.
Not quite sure what Dash had for breakfast, but
I want some of that.
Yeah, my word. Running rampant on the Solace. 2k to kick things off, and a nice 3rd to just deny any pressure on the White Stairs position in the late round. Couple scrappy moments from Fury. Mistrade here. And then, of course, this little interaction down below. Unfortunate for I9. One of those awkward moments where obviously you're shooting through metal bars. You're looking directly up, trying to get the angle. That play's running all over the place, so it's difficult to find the shot. But, yeah, the entire attacking idea there of Fury to build around a double window just never really came into fruition.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now for Fury is that I want to see them do more, and I hate to use this term, split theory here approach. Where, yeah, right, I hate it. Because if you have 3 players big window, and two people in small tower, you're all pushing from one side, the south side of the map. And imagine you have a guy flanking Dash from big tower, green hallway window, or you get into meeting or something like that, and you're flanking. That's the good old style of C we call hammer and anvil, where you have one side pushing towards the other, and it says bang, and you catch them in the middle. Instead, because Fury pushing from one side, we're seeing Lowe's being like disrespectfully aggressive right now, running out of lobby door from the spawn peaks, trapping I9 right now, basically in the spawn point of the map, and again, not able to really gain any ground without having to fight for it since the very beginning of a round.
Fury, of course, hailing from Thailand and the Southeast Asian region. This should not be an unfamiliar playstyle to them. That is a region which can be ultra aggressive defensively, and they should have the systems in place to deny that. Were they expecting it heading into this particular game? Maybe not. But the beauty of Siege is that it really does reward teams that can react on fly, build themselves up into a game. Dash once more up above. Keen eye on him this round. 3 kills so far, all of them in the previous round, but you wouldn't think it. As he gets caught in the back, and Crit J, nice double to kick things off.
Why is this man playing Blitz in the first round? I said, give this man a gun. He can hit those shots. The timing there, Lopen looks away. It's completely selling themselves here. And of course, the air chat, I mean, this is beautiful. You said they expect the aggression. And this time around Fury, they actually do all the right steps here, covering all the right areas of the map, and they shut down Loz's aggression in an instant.
I feel a little bit vindicated as I make comment that Fury should be able to shut this down. And finally, they do. Lost aggressing on the perimeter of the map, left a pocket of space for Crit J to take. And now it's Mara in the 1 versus 3 as the plant goes down. Surely from here it will be a clean round for Fury. And it is a good response.
You need every attacking round victory that you can get on the attacking side because you just need 1 or 2 usually, and you should be okay as long as you can hold tight onto your defenses. Speaking of my favorite operator of Blitz, what is yours? What are you an enjoyer of to watch?
Ooh, to watch or to play?
To watch specifically. It's different than playing, right?
Very true. I would say on attack, I love Zero. I think Zero can provide so much value. Obviously, with the complexity of Siege, it's very difficult to maybe directly just watch the Zero and see the impact that he has in the round, but I enjoy some Zero for sure. What about you?
I mean, on attack it's the Blitz, right? Because I love the chaos, but on defense, it's a good question, isn't it? It's a wonderful question.
There's so many good defenders.
There are a lot of good defenders. I'm kind of in the same boat as you. Like, I love a good Valkyrie, like C4 below with a camera, you know? I'm an easy guy. Very simple stuff.
I'm going to say very simple, but simple but effective.
Yeah. Obviously, Valkyrie has always been a very meta operator, either played or banned, and that's still true to this day. Banned here in Oregon by Lowe's, and if not banned, probably played in some of these rounds at least. The ability to put cameras and intel anywhere so freely, it can be in the ceiling, in the floor, beneath like some crates. Only really Valkyrie gives you that kind of hidden intel. There's a Maestro cam, a bulletproof, they light up like crazy, they have limited positions, you can't throw them. But even to this day, despite being the second DLC operator of Dustline, she's still very unique. And
of course, over that time, she's lost the camera, lost the ability to throw them outside.
Yeah.
Multiple nerfs, yet
she's
she
still around.
continues to be banned at the highest level.
Meanwhile, Isn't 11 loses 3 damage in the last patch, and every pro lost their mind. Valkyrie's going through it. No one's saying anything about that. They're like, that's deserved.
I mean, Ying as well on the attack right is got a very high presence.
Yeah.
I know they've juggled around with balancing on that a little bit over time. Either way, let's jump into round 4. No engagements to speak of yet, but Crit J to get some map control. Obviously, a speedy 2k for him on the top floor in the previous round. As we see him lurk through attic, probably looking for some vertical opportunities. Secondary hard breach in pocket, and he can open up that attic hatch.
Interesting. Attic being double reinforced here, so Dots is very safe inside a tier 2 of tower and kind of... I mean, if you're Dots in this position, just try and stay alive for as long as possible. Of course, disrupt the attackers, kill some drones, maybe even... Oh, that was basically a free kill, but a bit of a whiff there from Dots. And with the attic wall being opened up, he's going to climb back up the ladder because no one can really contest him in that position. He can hold on the tower for them, probably like the remainder of this round.
Assuming you got spotted there by Crit J on the drone, I'm almost certain. There are pings up above, so we'll see if Fury elect to contest. And based on the body language of like Colas, he's going to take a shotgun to a mid-ranged fight. And he's going to swing in, but from down below, caught off guard, Dark with a nice crossfire with his teammate.
It's a good push there. For a second, I thought that it was just like Colas flying in and dying for
Same,
nothing.
I was scared.
And with the shotgun in hand, right? But of course, it was communicated by Fury. 3, 2, 1 countdown based off the flashbang pop as well. That's quite nice. But the one thing it cost them was time. They only have 40 seconds. They've just started opening up hatches on freezer stairs, etc. So they lag a little bit of setup time. Good news though, they only gotta deal with a mirror and a single C4. There are no toxic babes, there's no Goyo fire, so this aggressive play could work out, but no, it gets punished by Cameraman, who finds 2 kills in the spray of things, and Fury are not getting the opening that they wanted.
3 versus 3 now, just under 20 seconds on the clock, so the man advantage from Fury slips, but Lycolis with the SMG good for one as the flank comes through from Loban. He can drop down. Oh no, caught off guard. Tries to support Maya, but unfortunately not the case, and Fury, with it must be said, a pretty damn good attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking, damn, they don't have enough time to figure things out, but they absolutely did. They were so quick at just saying, you know what, guys, this is not going to be perfect, it's not going to be clean, but it's what we need to do here. And you're thinking, okay, Box is going to skeleton key through a barricade from Crit J, and it looks, okay, maybe it's going to go well. Okay, it didn't. But no player hesitated there. Everyone followed through. And it's a basement attack. This is a massive attack and round victory for the side of Fury here. Because if you don't start winning some of these attack and rounds, well, then you're not going to have a great time on defense because you don't have enough time to work with. This is great.
Yeah, Lost trying to continue their aggressive flair through the last couple of rounds, but Fury have been up to the task. Bit of a slow start following the map, but I think they've adjusted nicely to that aggression, and we'll see if that continues now into round 5. We go up to the top floor. I thought perhaps we'd see Lycolis once more stick the Amari, but an interesting composition. The Capital will be brought out this time around, and you highlighted it before. The Blackbeard was teased.
Yep.
Now it will get some playtime.
Interesting. Also, shout out to Lycolis. I was like, I want to see more from this man before the game started. He's 4-2 right now, but a great previous round. He's missing Dark in the action. They were there. Then Fury will be all fired up. See what they can do. The Blackbeard, of course, in the generator window is great. You can take a few shots like he just did and still stay alive. A normal operator likely died to a headshot there. You know, lost the opening kill. Plus the wall, not just being open with a rotate, but soft destruction at feet level as well. Very hard for any attacker to enter master bedroom right now. Again, the same classic style of make it hard for the enemy to enter the building. Fury need to problem solve this. Got some smokes in Capital, they got flashbangs on Ibana as well as the Buck, so they do have tools to get inside.
Oh. Ooh. Cheeky from cameraman. The 9mm good for 1 pick. As he holds the gen window. Again, that's where the Blackbeard is stationed up I-9. With only 1 shield remaining, and cameraman, despite going head-to-head with the Blackbeard, could still win this fight if he lands his shots. I-9 does find a pick, but not with his gun. That's a Claymore elsewhere. Dash perhaps looking to jump out on the Blackbeard, and you can see the death marker outside that white window.
Or Dash. Makes the play, gets Claymored, feels bad, but that is life. You gotta check that when you jump out, of course, so you can see 4 impacted. Of course, no solace in play. They could not have checked for it before making that decision. And as far as those in the back foot here, they're playing a little bit more reserved, a little bit more laid back, not holding master bedroom, not holding the master bedroom closet either. They've given up the first line of defense, now holding that second hold, attic, hit storms, big window, and they're waiting for Fury to make the first move and then punish them.
Definitely trying to force Fury into breaking these crossfires. Entry point now established into pit. You can see the soft wall open up. I-9 continues to hold this cross. It'll be up to the rest of the team then to push forward, get a plant down, and force the defense to try and retake the objective. Not sitting pretty. Loban as well. I believe he's inside of attic and he could swing at a moment's notice. So for Lost, it's just about making these callouts true, ensuring that the peaks are well timed. The flashbangs to come through, and Lycolis will actually get the first. Untraded, unanswered, but he does go deep and is punished. 3 versus 3, and the shots come through. Loban now unable to swing and find a trade initially, and Crit J, who lags behind the rest of the push, goes prone, finds him, and it's another round for Fury.
It looked like a hard crosser to break, but honestly, it was pretty nicely done from Fury. They made it very simple. No big rotations needed. No need to like overcomplicate things. Just take your flashbangs, take 2 people, walk in together, and trade out effectively. And then when you get that advantage, hold the angles, expect the pushback because they gotta try and even the numbers, and Crit J finds that final kill. And despite 2 players playing Addict from Fury, well, or from Lowe's rather, they get broken apart. Oh, man.
Well, the vibes are high in the Fury camp at the moment, and it's hard to blame them. That's 3 in a row.
A great half for them so far.
Yeah, rough start, but 3 rounds on this map, in this meta.
That's a job well done right
W.
there.
And I mean, you can make the argument now, right, that the 6th round, the final of the half, is almost a bit of a free shot for them. If they lose it, not really the end of the world. They win it. Wow, we're doubling their opponent's score. That would be quite a tally. Again, keeping in mind, this is Loss's map pick, so they should be proficient on this map, especially defensively.
Well, that's a good point. It all comes down to the next half. Because, I mean, no matter what happens here, 4-2 or 3-3, it's going to be the next side swap that determines things, rather. We could just look at it somehow, some way, an attacker side Oregon, because both teams are so excellent at attacking, perhaps, but we have to find out after this final round in the first half will be played out. Basement once again, and a bit more utility here from Los. Bring the Kaid, the Mira, the Wamai, like Asami and Warden. Like, this is them saying, we want to fight you 5 versus 5 on the bomb site in a full-on brawl execute style. And again, Fury have to be the ones to problem solve. The only, like, bomb site initiating operator they got right now, it's the Grim. Those bees coming out, spotting players' occasions. There's no Capitao, there's no Ying, of course, who's banned out, and there is no Blitz in play this time from J.
Yeah, we can all breathe a sigh of relief that we're not going to see a failed rush. But there is a pretty heavy stack already through lobby here from Fury, poking and prodding their way over towards Laundry. Rotero to come through from BG Man, an advanced position to deal with perhaps some util at the forefront of this push. Elsewhere in the backlines, like Colas has meeting control, so Lost not contesting anything outside of the objective. Hatch has been reinforced by the Kaid Electroclaw, and the Impact EMP from I9 doesn't land.
This is tricky because you're going to assume the Kite Claw is in like the default position, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Dots denies the drone. Now we see it is in the opposite corner than usual.
Oh, they got it.
Second EMP gets it, yeah. No Kite Claw in pocket either, so this should go through. But that could have been dire, so it's a really good guessing game there from the side of Fury, because if that hatch does not get opened up, you cannot attack the backside. You need the meeting hatch drop if you're going to go from Big Tower. But we see the silhouettes. There are 3 people towards Freezer Stairs right now.
Dark, one of them. Good look to follow up the Flores drone here, the Rotero. But they are pushing straight into a mirror window setup from the defense. Keeper barriers as well in play from Loban. So Fury have decent initial control, but this next push will be a challenge. Neither of the mirror windows have been dealt with. Like Polis will maybe be eager to clear those with the X-Kairos from the Hibana. There's no Twitch in play, which is obviously one of the hard counters for this particular setup.
Yeah, the ass-breaching charges, you know, they can shatter them, Twitch drones, and like, just not seeing play right now. I feel like there's a bit of a misread in the attacker repick, and now limited tools, and the Grim Force as well from I9. That's a massive loss now. Now it's just down to 4 players, no utilities to help them really. It's all down to gun skill and essentially 6 flashbangs.
Eyes on like Hollis now outside blue as the hatch drop comes through from Crickjay. Good for one. Pulls out the skeleton key, but he's looking for more. Somehow, Fury, they had the advantage, but only momentarily. 10 seconds now. Will time become a problem? Might not be an issue, though, as it's just cameraman standing. His position known and cleared by Fury. So despite a poor attacker repick, they're able to make it work.
This is the story of Fury right now. They are not necessarily doing the cleanest things with attacker repick or operator usage, but they are formidable in their crossfires right now on the attacking side. They have the traits going their way, and they have an absurd amount of confidence, especially how aggressive Lowe's played in the first 2 rounds, make them unable to enter the building, basically getting spawn peaked. They're still saying, we don't care about those things. We're gonna run you down on the bomb side and just take those gunfights with confidence. And you see it here, even in the final 1 versus 2, both members from Fury, they peak cameraman together.
Yeah, even if some of the theory has been off in terms of composition picks here from Fury, it's difficult to deny that their fundamentals in terms of, you know, the macro and making the most of what they have, I suppose,
exactly,
has been really strong. Because I think traditionally a lot of, especially APAC teams in these kind of positions, if they were faced with that, would spend the entire round just like stressing out about it, worrying about it, not
can't clear the mirror, oh no.
Yeah, like not finding a problem to overcome it and find some win conditions, whereas Fury on that occasion, even after losing the first pick, we're like, all right, let's just send it. Let's go for a set play. Let's try and back ourselves and win these gunfights. We've done that the last, 3 rounds in a row and it's worked out, so why not do it again? Clearly it worked. 4-2 lead. Now on the defensive half, this is looking really good for Fury.
This is looking like a very dominant Oregon so far, but the Gala shows they can also do the same thing on defense. But if they can make that same kind of decision-making and problem-solving work where they have the confidence, they play close together, they should be just fine. I don't see a world where they start falling apart as long as they can keep their composure up here. And Lowe's, they're going to start in a very similar fashion as that of Fury when they attack the first round. They're going to play Blitz on a basement attack. It's going to be Dots leading the charge on that operator, but they're hiding it for now. It's going to be Maya on the entry, going in front of him, just kind of gathering map control right now. And the pace we're looking at is that you want to start opening up those hatches at about 1 minute and 45 seconds. But there is one thing to note here. Cameraman is on Maverick. It's a bit slower of a hard-breaching tool. So the quicker you can be on the attack right now, the better it's going to be. Whereas if you had Hibana, you just pop those hatches, bang, bang, bang. Maverick needs about 20-35 seconds per hatch. So Dash can open 2, Cameraman gets 1, but time is of the essence.
Well, Cameraman actually still outside the front door, so he's spent the first half of this round, I presume, gathering information for the rest of the team, or maybe he was working the lobby hatch. Not entirely sure, but either way, fair point made about time perhaps being an issue here for loss. But again, leaning into the blitz, they might be able to make up for that a little bit. Lobby hatch is still standing, so Cameraman was outside. Ooh. All 3 still standing here. 1 will be taken down with the secondary hard breach from the Grim, so good work. Dash, Cameraman now to work the hatch, but we're already behind in terms of where they probably should be at this point in the round.
We'll say, look, Cameron doing a pretty good job here. It's a fairly experienced player, one could say.
A little bit.
And this hatch, that's done. That's like 25 seconds. That's pretty good, but still, yeah. Just now, hatches get opened up. Lobby's still not open. It probably won't be in this round. 1 minute left on the clock. I think you're right. It comes down to the blitz play here. That's going to buy you the time that you lost. It's going to give you possibly the opening that you need. But look at this setup from Dark. He's got a rotation hole that's a vault prompt back to the bomb site with a frost trap behind it. He could bake the blitz hit and maybe get a cheeky kill here based off utility. And now they're going to start keep it bearing off as well. So they're stalling out the attack.
40 seconds then on the clock. Dark with a Nitro Cell and a deployable shield. We've set the stage. It's going to land on the blitz to make a play. That's exactly what happens. Dark will fall. 3v3. The Nitro, though, in response lands perfectly. Loban now, the last standing. 3 kills for Lycolis in round 7. And Loban left asking where the rest of the team went wrong, because this is a tall order. He falls, and Fury keep the round streak going.
5 rounds. 5-2. A great starting side to the defense here. Confidence in the server. Getting those opening kills. Shutting down the advancements of the attack. And also playing the util game. Playing the cage. Slowing down that hard breaching. Mira might die here, but the second C4 follow-up was perfect. Blitz is reloading, Shield is not covering the body, it takes him down, and even if Blitz were to jump to the rotate, you actually got the Frostmat as well. So there really wasn't any way in there for Dots in the Blitz, and while you do get elbow control, nothing comes afterwards.
Forget the caster curse, I think it's now the caster buff. I mentioned Lycolis before. Up to 10 kills.
In 3?
Guess what his rating was at this event heading into this game?
I looked at his plus-minus KD. It was like -32, -34, so no, it's really bad.
Yeah.
I don't know what the number is.
So 0.75 rating, put him bottom of Fury.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know it at the moment. I mean, he's been having a cracking game. And their impact kills. Again, obviously we talk about that, right? Sometimes, you know, a player, depending on their role and the context of the match, can farm picks that otherwise aren't necessarily influencing the round. But last round, a perfect example where if he doesn't lob that Nitro, land that, and then protect Laundry, whole site would have been under a lot more danger. So good work from him. And for Fury overall, 5-round streak. And Lost no need to break that on the attack, where they're the ones that need to be confident, show the initiation. It is their map pick, but I can't help but feel that Fury have their number.
You're right, it's 5 straight. They lost the first 2 rounds, 5 rounds now in a row, really looking like they're in the driver's seat and setting the pace here. And Lowe's are going to do a thing that I'm not the biggest fan of. You play Blitz the first round for this like offensive, execute, does not work out even remotely. Second round now, Kid Storms to bring out the Monty. I personally am not a huge fan of Monty and Organ. I'm very curious and intrigued, however, to see what Dots is planning right now and how to utilize the operator. Monty, of course, helps you gain map control, establish a plant down later on in the round, but for the early stages, you are also down a gun, because Monty's going to be extended out, Dash not on his even big window. So Fury giving those their own dosage here, saying, hey, you gotta fight for everything, we're gonna swing the windows, we're gonna take those gunfires, we're gonna chip you down on damage throughout this round.
The Monty then has been able to gain some control inside of Master Bedroom. I9 down below. Perhaps not anticipating Loban to be up close as the track stingers were deployed. Nitro Cell chip away. There's so much chaos inside of Bedroom. They're double stacking it at the moment, peeking from Trophy. Maya's doing his best to protect the shield, but Crit J finds one more. Lost now at the disadvantage again, and Fury working their way towards match point.
I love that. I've never seen a team send 4 players running at the Monty and just taking people down behind him, and it works out so far. Hipfires do not connect here. Dark and Crit J, though, very low on HP, as is Maya. So maybe Dots in this round on the Monty could make some massive value here with a couple of shots, but no, they just advance again. The over-aggression from Fury is rewarded time and time again. Low started it, but Fury, they're ending it.
It's insane to think that we are witnessing a game where the aggression from Fury on defense has been more effective than the aggression on defense from a major runner-up. Now, again, this is a seeding game. Of course, both of these teams have already qualified for the bracket, but again, sure, significant advantage if you win this game. I think both teams will want to build up their momentum and confidence into the rest of the bracket. So this, so far, has been an unexpected result.
I really don't think that the argument that, you know, seeding game, we don't care that much. I certainly think that the 6 Invitationals, first of all, you mentioned this already, you want to end on a W. You don't want to go into phase 2 being like, oh, we lost the last game, we kind of trolled a bit. And secondly, if you can hand-pick your opponent, you can say, our playstyle lines up really well against this team. We're gonna pick them if possible. We're gonna prepare, counter-strat, etc. and just have more prep work available. You certainly want to get higher seeding in this scenario for sure. And I don't think those are trolling. I don't think they're playing bad Siege, but I do think they're getting massively surprised by Fury, either because they're underestimating them or just certainly not expecting this kind of performance or this kind of playstyle, if you will.
Meeting Kitchen then for the 9th round in this matchup, and perhaps the last if Fury are able to string 7 consecutive rounds, which would be quite a feat. In terms of the defensive setup, we are going to see an extension up above with Attic double reinforced off. Definitely looking to fortify that position. Lost may look to play into that, of course, from Big Tower across. With Attic, contest it. Vertical control. The Buck is in play. Elsewhere, Dots is running the Ace, and one of those Salmos have been deployed. Not entirely sure where. It looks like it is the Games Wall. Of course, looking to generate a line of sight in towards top floor and prevent those defenders from running around.
No more shield play here from the side of Los. The Bravo though in action now. It's against some intel. Soft on dash and opening kill actually from Maya. Very aggressive in the white stairs, but again, Fury there for trade and one additional. Like Cola Speech Man, one a pop now. Los again, they gain a little bit, but they lose so much every single time. Let's see this Crossfire is holding true for Fury here, because if things fall apart, no, they don't. I take it back. BG Man, he's the key. Loban flashbang as well outside the building. This might be a 7-2 in dominant fashion. It will be 7 rounds straight, mind you, if they win this round, and it's just Loban in a 1v4.
It's felt like everything that can go wrong for Loss has gone wrong, but on the flip side, everything that can go right for Fury has done right. So it's a triangle on the top floor from the defense, only moments away from closing out the map. 7 rounds straight for Fury. An incredible performance, and you wouldn't know it looking at it. There's no reaction.
Come on, guys! 7 rounds in a row. Come on, you just beat Lowe's on the first map. Coach is very happy about it, but like, where are the players at?
I'll be honest, I was hesitating for a second. I was like, wait.
Is it 7 rounds?
It was match point, right? They did just smash Loss on their map pick, and I remember last night we were casting them, and they were jumping around. They were super excited. No, it's not a series win, but still snatching a map off Loss. Incredible performance, and look at the round history. We're not going crazy. They did win 7 in a row. The attacking half was awesome. Defense, they backed it up. And if Lost don't switch on, this could somehow be a snappy 2-0 to Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing that will change that, going from Oregon to Night Haven Lab, is a very different story in terms of how you play it out, but I think if you have that much confidence and gun skill in the server, I don't think it matters what map you end up playing on, you can still apply it to every single scenario, so I don't really see what's gonna change unless Lowe's will change something here.
Normally it's the Crit J show for Fury, but like Collis absolutely popped up in this game. We'll see, though, if Fury can back it up on map number 2 after this short break.
Get top spot in the group. They can do so even still now by winning the next 2 maps. Unfortunately for Bleed, they are really meeting their maker, and I'm doing as much of a job as I can to fill out while you replace your headset. I think I've timed this just about perfectly, Parker. You look like a mechanic underneath the car that is fixing.
The only downside to this headset, by the way, is that now I think I'm unmuted. I think they'd hard muted me. So I said I was a tinkerer. I've been tinkering with this headset. The only downside to this headset is the cord is much shorter, so we're gonna have to get real cozy up in here, which is okay. If this one breaks, you can just put the headset on the table and we can just take turns talking into the stage.
Yes. Yeah, and look, honestly, a little bit disappointing from Bleed. It's very difficult to find the positives in a 0-5 moment, but it's mainly because Virtus Pro have been able to just turn the ship around. It really does highlight, again, a team that has so much experience, and they've clearly not really let that skyscraper affect them.
Yeah, no, not at all. And again, it really comes back to this map. I do not like the way that Bleed is playing Bank here. I don't like the way they're holding map control. I don't like how invested, or lack of invested they are on the roam. But I mean, you got the Pulse roaming, you got a Nitro cell, and for the first time, Bleed is going to draw First Blood uncontested.
Yeah, and better there as well. I like the Pulse. It's a more of an aggressive defensive operator too, something we haven't seen from Bleed. They've really kind of gone into their shells a little bit, hence why they found themselves in this position. Nitrocell from third and a follow-up from Holvin earlier, but it is unsuccessful, really trying to play this vert control, especially with the impacts that Asfi has as well on the Solars, who's done an amazing job. Only 3 drones remaining with 1:20 seconds, but Virtus Pro up above, as always, is running around with Kit and Mentalist with a nice little yellow ping.
Lots of information being gained from these Valkyrie cams. And you've essentially doubled up on information with the Pulse and the Valkyrie, and then of course you've got the Solus there too. No IQ being brought from Virtus Pro is a bit of a misstep. Saw the IQ that was used early on when they had some issues with those Valkyrie cameras. Turdstill's gonna swing, that's an ego peak. That is really a stupid idea from him. I don't know why he's doing that when he had that information. You wait. I mean, you're sitting on ATM, right? And you've got the Valkyrie camera right above you. Why are you swinging it? Just wait for them to peek you.
I think at that moment in time, when you kind of look at for Turdster individually, it's a moment of, can I get myself into the server? Can I get myself going here? I'm going to seek that contact. I'm going to go out of my way to try and find that kill. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work in this instance, but you think back to Skyscraper, and it was working. So back yourself in. Unfortunately, I think you're right, though, Parker. In that moment, you have the Valcam. You can just allow them to push back in. Reeps is down. So this is actually a 1 versus 4. For all intents and purposes, that start that Bleed had has been evaporated. Virtus Pro once again have been able to get full map control, full site control. Mentalist doesn't even really have the time to go for this revive. Fakes it, maybe expecting the drop, didn't come through. They don't need to. VP's got sight. They're getting plant down. There's 4 people sitting inside a staff room in open area right now, and that is going to be the half. And it's a 6-0 half, Parker, unless Mentalist arguably gets one of the greater clutches that we've seen in some time.
I mean, he's in a 1v5 earlier, now he's in a 1v4. He's got a castle barricade stopping him as well, and I mean, he's still laughing. They're maintaining good spirits, and I think that's very important for Bleed, as even if Mentalist can collect a couple largely impactless kill, hold on a second here. Now he's got Shepard and Dan next to find, but the problem is that they're split up. They're not on the floor, they're above, and the diffuser is without of reach. Only 3 seconds for him to get on it, and there's no way for him to do it. Shepard was perfect above. And that's 5 of 6 rounds where VP was able to get the diffuser down. Yeah, they might have given up first blood in that fateful 6th round, but at the end of the day, I think you walk away from that first half extremely pleased. That is one of the most dominant first halves. One of the most dominant halves, doesn't matter whether it was first or second, that we have seen from any team, period. And yeah, I think you might be spot on with Turdster. I mean, he's 1-5 right now, which is well below where he should be as a player and well below where he has been all of this group stage. So maybe he's trying to shake himself out of whatever funk he's currently in. I'm not certain, but VP skating through that first half, up 6-0. Clubhouse is all but guaranteed at this point. All VP needs to do is win a single round on the 2nd most defender-favored map. Yeah, and they're on defense, by the way. Just in case anybody doesn't have the visual component, VP is on defense. They just need to
and
win a
defense is good.
single.
Defense is strong. We like defense.
10 seconds
And
left.
for Virtus Pro, I mean, a sensational half. Really didn't really make that many mistakes, if any, that I could really notice that were probably as bad as some of the ones we saw back on Skyscraper, such as Shepard, when we obviously was just ignorant of the Montank buff. Though that's a good highlight of what we haven't seen from Virtus Pro here on Bank. And really, again, highlighting how good they can be at this tournament is about as good as anyone else. Like, they are at that kind of level when they are on song, when they are playing the way that we are seeing right now. And that's also a credit, because it's not like Bleed are a bad roster. There's probably some people tuning in right now and it's like, oh, 6-0 team against an APAC team. But there's a reason why one of those arrows is lit up in blue next to Bleed. They were so good back on Skyscraper. They were so dominant. They made it so difficult for Virtus Pro. But the same has now been reversed over here on Bank. This is a bit of a throwaway game, clearly, for Bleed. Again, they've not won a single map against the opposition at this tournament. Now, that is a concern for me going into the playoffs. Something that is fixable, though.
I was remarking about this in the green room yesterday, and it's like teams that we have very high expectations of are making very basic mistakes throughout these group stages. And I do wonder if it's just because there's been such a long period of time between Professional and Rainbow Six Siege. If scrim quality has declined in a number of regions, you've effectively gone 3.5 months without getting proper reps in. And there's been some huge changes to the game in that time. Number one, the grenade change is massive. That alone can be the culprit as to why we've swung towards such an aggressively defender-sided meta. Then the introduction of another strong defender means that you're going to have trouble on attack. General conventional wisdom is that it's easier to defend than it is to attack across this game.
It is. So, the other part of it, though, as well, is if you're a team like Bleed, how often do you get to go up against teams like Virtus Pro? How often are you going up against a bit of an onslaught in terms of the attacking nature?
Now, by the way, I highlighted why you might keep a Goyo canister in back pocket, and it's for that exact reason. You just saw all of those canisters that were strewn about the site gone, but it's going to be an interesting one here. Bleed hits the deck, and they'll rush through Vault to equalize. Shepard dies, Reaps trades right out. Dan is there, and you cannot shake him from this spot. There's another, though, inside of Vault. Now Mentalist is in the site, but neither him nor Hoven.
Well, there's another one there, Mentalist. Oh,
they don't have access to the diffuser.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lack of information because of the fast-paced nature of the round, and it's also a fast-paced nature of the map. Virtus Pro leaving no stone unturned in a little bit of a bounce back after a poor Skyscraper. They really flex their muscles. They show the level that they can reach here at Six Invitational.
An impressive showing, but if you anticipate that you win your map and lose your opponents, then Bleed's got them right where they want them. Clubhouse, familiar territory for Virtus Pro, as they might have just seized momentum with a very impressive 7-0. We will have one final map in these group stages. Who will win, Bleed or VP? We'll find out in just a couple minutes.
Well, it was 7 rounds straight for Fury against the map pick of Lost. The stage has been set, Nick, for an intriguing best of 3. Certainly not the result we expected here on map 1.
No, I think if people were watching the first 2 rounds thinking Lowe's, they're gonna just storm over Fury and take them down easy peasy lemon squeezy. Well, round 3 started and all of a sudden that was no longer true. We saw a switch up in Fury with their coordination, their teamwork, and their confidence. Just as we see here, taking down the bomb site in style. And ever since they got going, they never slowed down or stopped.
Now, sometimes when a team gets off to a good start, they end up losing the map. Sometimes we frame it as perhaps being a little bit of a throw. But I think in this instance, Fury stepped it up. They countered their opponents well. Lost weren't playing particularly poorly. It was really a case of Fury doing a great job.
No, I fully agree with you. I don't want to take anything away from Fury here. I do think that Lowe's were, not hitting their shots because they were being outgunned simply by their opposition. And Fury Lowe's tried a couple of different things. Tried the Blitz, they tried the Munty, they tried No Shield, and nothing really came with success. You see the scoreline? Like holies. If you invested in this man before the series started, you were in good luck here. 12-4, and no one's really falling behind. I mean, you have 7, 6, 6, and 6 kills, and the rest of the squad, it was pretty much a team effort, plus like Holies having a stellar game.
No, we mentioned him before, of course, but again, just to double down, especially if you are just joining us, heading into the day, like Halls had a 0.75 Siege GG rating, negative 34 KD. Now again, he can often play more supportive roles, so with that sometimes comes a poorer stat line, but he really stepped it up in this game. And he was actually one of the key players and probably the turning point in this matchup, denying that rush through blue, stringing those couple of rounds together. Fantastic performance from him. And equally on the side of Lost, Cameraman probably shouldn't be topping that team either. Again, the lowest rated player on that roster. So we've flipped the narrative upside down, not just in the map veto, but inside of the server as well. But I suppose as we prepare now for Labs Fury's pick, will they double down here and close out this series?
That's what they're hoping for, right? I mean, the quicker the better, reserve the energy, hide some of those strats in the maps, etc., and just have more time to rest, really, because things are going to start happening. Tomorrow, it's going to be an off day for everybody, but day after that, phase 2 begins, and so are these teams who are going to end up playing each other. So, yeah, looking for quick 2-0.
And again, to reiterate the stakes of this particular matchup, second versus third, whoever wins will be elevated into that second position, and you get the privilege then for your next match in the playoff bracket to select a third place team from any of the other groups. So this is pretty important. If you play your cards right, it can give you a huge boost in the bracket.
Imagine you can say, I want to play that team. Yoink! And then you say, okay, we're going to look at the VODs, we're going to see what maps they like to play, we're going to ban these, prepare that. That's every team's favorite scenario. How often can you handpick your opponent? Well, some things change, some things don't, but the poll too will be different this time. Was it 70-30 last time? Now it's 59-41, so a little more faith here on Fury's side. I'd like to see it because they do deserve it after that showcasing on Oregon.
Well, let's jump into things then. Nighthaven Labs, the pick of Fury, and they'll be kicking it off on defense. So that's also, strangely enough, back-to-back maps where the other team has elected to start attack first.
Yeah, I think the only thing about starting attack is that the defender side of the team has to ban the first attacker. So if that, for some reason, plays into your strategy, let's say that Lowe's, they want to ban Dokkaebi, but they know that Fury likes to ban Dokkaebi. Well, you force Fury to ban the first attacker, then you get a free attacker ban if they ban your operator for you. But I wouldn't say Nighthaven Labs or Oregon is typically a map where that plays out. It's more like, let's say you're playing Clubhouse and you know that they like to ban Thatcher. If they ban the Thatcher, you ban the Maverick, it's hard to attack all of a sudden. So I don't really see this coming into play, really. But either way, the teams will do the things that they will do, and they'll both get to play both sides after 6 rounds, of course. But Dokkaebi, followed by Twitch, and then Lowe's will ban their defender, which will be... Subaru.
I was almost thinking it was going to be the mirror, right? Because we did see the mirror played previously on Oregon. The Twitch wasn't necessarily leaned into by Fury, who were attacking in that instance, but of course, a critical tool in countering that alongside the Ash. It's Valkyrie to round things off as we prep ourselves to jump into the map. I must say, Two-Brow is a pretty intriguing ban. I think prior to the nerf, we were probably anticipating a huge presence for Two-Brow, but now post-nerf, hasn't quite been as oppressive as we once thought.
You know what I mean?
I think when I think of Tuberal, I feel like there's Clubhouse, Nighthaven Lab, and Skyscraper comes to mind. Where I'm thinking, okay, it can be kind of difficult. There's a heart breaching going on. It's a very big priority, and also the first step on most attacks on Nighthaven Lab is gonna be to find the first exterior wall that's reinforced and breach it open. And if you're met, like right here, the double ult CZ, if you're met with a reinforced wall with a Tuber out bandit behind it, it's just such an annoying thing to deal with. Same with connector here as well. So by removing that from play on the attacking side, you can now run up to the building, play Thatcher and Ace, force things open in quick fashion. You don't have to play Maverick, even though we know Cameraman loves to play Maverick and actually will play it regardless of that being the case. It's gonna speed things up really and give you one less playstyle to have to worry about on the attack.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So top floor we go, and with that mirror in play, I'm intrigued to see how the attack will look to deal with it. No Ashe directly encountered, the Twitch banned out, so there's going to be a reliance probably on Maya, on the Ace, to dislodge that position if required, outside of the other more traditional forms of utility. Double frag grenades for Dash, some flashbangs available for Loban as well, but with so many key positions to dislodge on an objective like top floor, I think Lost are going to have to be very careful in how they sort of budget that utility throughout the round.
Well, certainly. And yeah, as we mentioned, the first step here, open up the hard walls. Maverick will do that without any help, of course. Maybe some cover for the feet Cs if you want to later on, but Cameraman with Stone Holgren, he does a pretty quick trick here on the walls and the hatches. It shouldn't be a big issue at all. If you're just kind of sitting back waiting, they don't need to act upon this exterior of the map. They got poles downstairs roaming with the scanner, they got mirrors on the bomb side, and a really good read here. I9 on the Oryx, a direct counterplay to the Monty, if of course you can get close enough to go for that Oryx dash. And if not, it's always good to have a good gun, secondary shotgun, and of course the fastest operator in the game. So many benefits here of bringing the Oryx.
Yeah, not an operator that we see a lot, but is often, you know, key part of the round, for better or for worse, for the defense. Back to the Maverick we go, and Cameraman with so much experience should make quick work of the IT breach. He does so right at the halfway point of the round. So groundwork from Lost done, and the next step will be probably gaining a little bit of information just to ensure that everyone's kind of where they should be in terms of, you know, expected positions from the defense, and then of course executing on the play to dislodge them.
Right now it's lows mostly on the east side of the map. We see Dash downstairs at the IQ, and my big question mark later on this round will be the impact of Crit J on the poles. We see it's going to be like the cat and mouse game, where it's Crit J on the poles versus Dash and IQ, kind of trying to avoid one another. Of course, Poles wants to be in a position to use his C4 vertically, but if IQ is there to stop him, that's not going to be the case. With 50 seconds left, time certainly is taken down. We see Dots advancing to the mirror though, punching it to shatter it. Some chance goes out, but the Oryx dash, the caught by surprise, just spoke about it. The one great counter to Monty is if you can get close to him with an Oryx, and I9 does just that by hiding the operator on the side the entire round.
Well, Fury do a good job in isolating that shield. And Lost now on the back foot, but they don't have a lot of time to recover this round. 20 seconds on the clock. Dash will sneak up the blue stairs. Maya will sneak into IT. So they're trying to catch this defense off guard to give themselves the advantage. But Fury hold firm. They're ready. They're waiting. Open arms. Flawless from Fury. And that's now an 8-round streak across 2 maps.
That it is. And not just that, but that was a pole shotgun, by the way. I'm not sure that's on anybody's bingo card, but if it was, congratulations, you get a point, because we do not see a pole shotgun almost ever. But also, again, you see there the frustration, because when you're playing Monty, it is so easy to feel overly comfortable and confident, because there are so few things that can take you down. But one of the things, that's going to be the Oryx. And the thing that happened there from Lowe's is Dots wasn't patient enough. You're supposed to have a gun behind you in the Monty, so absolute worst case, you'll be Oryx dashed, and you know, the teammates of Oryx will shoot the Monty, but the gun behind the Monty will shoot the Oryx. You trade 1-for-1 effectively. But there was no gun behind Dots. He was way off on his own, so he dies for nothing, and Plan A goes down the drain. And it didn't really seem to be a very strong Plan B there from Lowe's. And we also saw the end of that round. It was a flawless. Everything went in the way of Fury. From the very beginning, they predicted the Monty by playing the Oryx. They had a really good read, maybe prep work here for Lowe's attack.
Storage would go then for the second round of this encounter. As time goes on, the grasp that Lost once had on this matchup long ago, it's very much slipped. Can they fight their way back into this match though? And again, fight for second spot here in Group D, have the opportunity to pick a third place team from another group for their next matchup, as you mentioned. Opportunity to prepare, refresh, get ready for that game. But if they lose this, maybe they'll be stewing on what has been an unexpected result, at least thus far. But a huge opportunity still for Lost to bring this back. Let's not write them off just yet.
Remind you, Lowe's have played laps twice so far in this tournament against Scars and Falcons, and actually lost 5-7 against Scars. So I'm sure that this prep work is free. Look at those VODs saying, hey, there is something we can do about this in these kind of rounds here. If we see these operators or we expect a certain push. So prep work certainly seems to be paying off now, but it will be cameraman. Not who's supposed to be doing the entry job per se, but the man who gets it done, he finds the opening kill for his team.
Ooh, almost traded though. It's Crit J pistol in hand. As the shotgun, well, I was going to say in the pocket, but probably on the back. Doesn't matter though, unable to use it. Maya finds a clean headshot onto that star player from Fury. And we haven't probably said this for a long time, but Lost have a pretty significant advantage in this round. We'll see though if they can convert, because Fury are not going down without a fight in this one.
It's on a timing now, reading the tempo of the map. If the flank can be good here from BG Man, when Dash isn't watching him on the on top fish stairs, that could be a way in here for a flank potential. Also, once he forced in pocket of BG Man, could take down the box, for example, on the vertical play. But Fury, he had to make a project play somewhere. I think this will surely fall apart, and it's just that the timing is not there. I9 falls, BG Man takes a fair bit of damage, and now the gig is up. They gotta rotate around. Dark instead going for a very long flank here, but that too will be watched. No, actually, sorry, that's Dash across the map, but Dark now is the last man standing upstairs with nothing to do. Well, it's not flawless.
A flawless response from Lost after a flawless start to the map from Fury. So settle in, we could have a series on our hands here if Lost can continue to produce that attacking flair here on Labs. As we look at the replay package, let's jump into it. And that was, of course, the back end of the round, the retake attempt from Dark, or the flank attempt from Dark, rather, shut down. Even if it was successful, of course, the rest of the team on the objective had fallen at that point in time. Round 3, we go then. And it's basement in play. And for me, this is probably where the mirror could be the most effective in this matchup. Again, keeping in mind, Twitch banned out. So what will Lost do in response?
That is indeed the question. Now, I actually expected it to go like top of bombs of CC, down to basement, then stock territory. But instead, a little flipped here. Basement as the third option after losing on the previous round. Often we see like a lot of C4s downstairs, bit of a soft roam upstairs, try and use the verticality, force the roam clear, and it's why we keep seeing Lowe's play the Jackal, for example. It was Cameraman last round, now it's Maya. They're trying to gain an advantage here early on, find those opening kills, and it worked so well last time. And I think, given how Oregon played out, the more guns you can remove from action from the side of Fury, the better off you are. So I like this approach where you're trying to single out the roamers, try and gain that advantage and slow things down.
Well, this attack will be spearheaded from the top floor, at least initially. Once again, the Jackal being employed from Lost. This time, though, it's Maya to fill that role elsewhere. A gunfight, and Dark on the receiving end of a little bit of damage. Solace spotted out. Who else but Dark? He'll fall back, but can still gather information from the basement floor and relay that to the rest of the team.
That's most of the roam gone, though. We just see BG Man and Crit J helping one another, but it's time to leave, they say. Hit that soft mark of 2 minutes left, and maybe that just says it's time to go. You're playing this fine line of sticking around long enough to kill some drones and fall back, but also, if you overstay your welcome, you have no way to fall back, and you will eventually die on the roam unless you play a 1 versus 5. The good news is, with half the round burned and 5 drones, or half of those also dying At that, it means that I would say Furious roaming here relatively successful. The only downside for them is that there's both Sledge and the Bug in play here, so the vertical self-destruction will be extremely quickly towards the bomb site.
Now the smokes have come out from Maya as the breach is exposed behind him. The diffuser now has a route towards the default plant position, but of course, with 5 members of the defense still standing, Fury should have eyes on that position. And as he mentioned, the vertical play from up above will be critical for Loss. A big win condition for them is clearing out these spots and making sure they can't be held by Fury. Dark will respond though with the P90, and Loban as well takes a lick of damage, so he'll need to be mindful for the remainder of this round. 4 versus 4, now a 4v3 as Cryptjay offside finds 1. It is traded out though from Loss, so good work from them, but now they have a man disadvantage. Maya wants to try and get that plant down, but the Fenrir has something to say about it. Still good for 1 though. Cameraman though is a fair way away, and he'll need to link up on this attack. Footholds to the left, I believe being held. It's Lycolis who needs to make sure that his reaction time's on point. The plant goes down, and that's the trigger for Lycolis to move. Nitro Cell lobbed over the top. Maya falls off the plant though, and he'll survive. Can Cameraman cover though? In the meantime, Dark's been allowed to push forward, but good communication means that he will fall. Lycolis has been a fantastic player in this series so far. He's been allowed to cross the diffuser though. It's stuck. Cameraman now 1 versus 1 with 1 HP. Can he win this fight? Lycolis is going to stick the counter defuse. Cameraman can't find line of sight. And Lycolis continues to farm.
One of the funny things about playing the newer maps is that, you know, when you hard know all the angles, the pixels, where you can play post plans, what the angles look like, things like that probably wouldn't happen, but this is still a relatively new map. Cameraman, being the veteran that he is, was like, I'm going to do the smart play. I'm going to run back up staircase. I'm going to hold this from vertical control, but the floor not fully breached for that position, and he also only had a single HP left in his bar. The cover wasn't really there from Lowe's. Maya had to do the planting duty and getting the kills and covering himself. He was doing so much work, and Fury again with a great read with this, say, okay, Cameraman's only got 21 bullets, he's got a reload, let's just sprint in and take the confrontation with Maya, and it really paid off again. The confidence, the 3-2-1 countdown, and the synergy was there for them. They're hiding the Oryx. Expecting the Monty.
You reckon that's what they did last time against the Monty? I was going to bring it up as a talking point, right? Did they hide it? Is that why the Monty wasn't then picked off by the attack? Is that why the Monty was on the island?
They droned the entire bomb site, and the second they did, they said, hey, we don't see an Oryx. Dots went from Sledge to Monty the same second, but they misdroned the Oryx again. So they probably have seen 4 defenders and been like, oh, last time they played this thing, surely there's not going to be an Oryx, right? But there is an Oryx in play. So if I9 can stay hidden throughout this entire round, we could see the same thing happen again. So the big question is, will Dots call for backup and have the patience to wait and not just assume there's no Oryx in play?
They want to read, though, from Fury.
Yes, exactly that.
Obviously, no way in which the defense can tell what that attacking composition is going to be. So that's some pretty high-level siege from both teams, but of course benefiting Fury on this occasion because it was simply an unfortunate read from Loss. Conwall opened up, though, to kick off this round. Hard Breach hasn't really been a main talking point in this particular match so far because it's been relatively proficient from Loss. Again, a lot of it, as is naturally the case here on Labs, coming down to the late round trade game, as well as being able to hold on in the post. And that last round, again, very unfortunate for Cameraman, playing that flank watch role, not in an optimal position. Tried his best to hold it on the vert, didn't quite work out. So we'll see if he is able to reset going forward. Back on the Hard Breach, and both walls now opened up.
Some more cautious Lows this time. A lot of droning going on right now. A lot of intel trying to be gathered. And I do believe the gig is up. I believe they've seen the Oryx now. There's a drone on the chassis inside the bomb site right next to I9. So unless the drone for some reason just doesn't have the clear view, then the gig should be up here. Nearest side from the Fenrir. FNAT will not do a whole lot here against the Monty. And the Codex falls a lot to Maya. Maya doing a great job so far. 5 kills to his name. And here it is. It's Loban. It's a Bug, not the Monty this time. So things have been figured out from Lowe's. They're not making that same mistake twice. This time there's backup. So if the dash goes out, it should be a trade at worst.
Oh, here is the dash, but it doesn't matter. I9 tucked around the corner. It's a free kill for the Oryx, and he doubles down for more. Normally, you'd be holding that with a shotgun, but it doesn't matter. Still able to farm. Round over. They hid the Oryx. It worked to perfection. And Fury, I don't blame them, giggling after another successful top floor defense.
I was so sure that Jones saw him, but I guess I was wrong because there's no way that Dots will walk up like that with disrespect and say, oh, I'm not gonna die here, because again, he does. And there was a gun behind him, the bug, Lobin, but because you're in the doorway, you don't fly back in the room. You can start on the door frame so I9 stays safe, and then Lobin gets swung right after. I mean, they're getting picked apart by a single operator counter pick, which is pre-picked before the round even started.
I mean, the nature of Siege, it's a deeply complex game, and sometimes that counterplay between operators isn't as apparent as it is in that very, exact case study, right? It's not every day of the week that you see Oryx on the board to counter shields, and back-to-back times from Fury, they've been able to pull it off, and then you add that extra layer of them hiding it in the preparation phase, just makes it even more satisfying for the defense, and probably even more frustrating for Loss. Round 5, we go then. Kitchen in play. Fury have won 10 of the last 11 rounds, or 11 of the last 12 rounds. No, 10 of the last 11, if my math is correct, because they had the 7-round streak on map 1.
Yes.
And Loss have only collected 1 here on Labs so far. Now that's understandable. We're not sitting here expecting Loss necessarily to stack attacking rounds here on Labs. It is ultimately Fury's pick. But if they want to be a chance in keeping this series alive, 2 attacks is going to best position them, at minimum, to really push Fury in the second half.
Yeah, the big question mark here for Fury is that if they can get those tertiary bombs at victory, they couldn't do it on stock, they're now trying Kitchen instead. Kitchen, statistically, historically, the weakest bomb site on this map so far. It will be a phenomenal place to get a victory and go 4-1, but also the most difficult challenge of all. Now, the great thing about countering the Monty is that those they love playing Monty, it's a big win condition for them, and they're willingly not playing the Operator because they've been countered 2 out of 3 attempts essentially, both combining Oregon and Nighthaven Lab. So you have really forced him to go into a different kind of playstyle right now, which is gonna take some changing in the team. Who's gonna play in what positions, who's playing which operators, because Maya, Dots, and Cameraman are all flexing across so many different operators, because right now nothing's really working. So I could see this being a difficult, frustrating point for Lowe's, because damn, they keep changing up, the result stays the same. Dots though, from Muncie to injured Ash finds 2 kills, Dash with a 3rd as well, and all of a sudden, just like that, you give Dots a gun, he will get stuff done.
Well, Dark's up above, and he's able to at least pluck 1. Crit J moves over towards lobby. Also good for another. So a 2 versus 2 then. 70 seconds remain in this round. Cameraman and Dash. A lot of experience between these two. Can they take it up against Fury is the question. Fortunately, they have a lot of time to try and isolate these defenders, try and place them on an island, collect that diffuser, think about how they want to get into the objective. So we'll see how they execute this one.
Yeah, they had diffuser. I don't think they realized when Fury. Now they gotta play retake 2v2, and the vert control's not gonna matter. They're playing deep inside of Kitchen, so it's gonna be a brawl on the bomb side, and Crit J crossing the rotate takes a lot of damage. Not the start that they wanted for defense.
40 seconds then on the fuse, and Crit J low. Forced to shoulder peek the angle in an attempt to gain some information, likely to get Dark in on the action. He has the shotgun in hand, so his impact may be limited as well, unless he's able to hit some nice, clean shots. Lost look a little bit awkward here in the post, both players prone, but it may not matter, as Dark will fall. Crit J, though, almost able to get the second, but a wayward spray is punished, and Loss win the round.
Very, very close. It comes down to a 1v1 despite that early triple kill or 3 kills across Lowe's attack and lineup. And these attacks, I mean, they look okay fundamentally, but not with the most confidence. They keep gaining early man advantages like we see right here, and still it comes down to a 1v1, so things really slipping from them despite finding early openings. Normally when a team can find a kill 2 or 3, the conversion rate to a comfortable round victory should be like 80% plus. The fact that Lowe's are almost losing rounds with a significant advantage is not a good look.
Certainly not. But at least they have reached that benchmark, I suppose we could call it, of two attacking rounds. Might be ugly, it might not be the prettiest of attacking rounds, but at the end of the day, you'll take any win you can on that side. Can they extend that to 3 though? Because if they do, I reckon Fury, for perhaps the first time in this series, maybe outside of the first 2 rounds of Oregon, will actually probably begin to feel some genuine pressure. It is their map pick. They are expected to win this. And in doing so, close out the series 2-0. But loss, we can't deny how good this team is. For God's sake, they were at the Atlanta Grand Final, so...
Exactly.
If there's any team to bring this one back, it's probably them.
It's also why we have to be a little bit critical of when players or the team as a whole are underperforming below expectations, because they did just come out of nowhere in Atlanta and we're like, okay, we're in the finals, you know, no big deal, etc. Up against W7M, right, the best team in the world the last year, basically. And now they go to having a hard time getting second place in groups. It's why we're like, hey, what's going on here? Mine not having a very great tournament. Logan right now is 0-4. Those individually, they can't still hit that stride the same way as in Atlanta. Of course, there's been some meta changes. You know, defense is a higher win rate. The teams you're up against are playing differently as well, and just different teams overall. So a lot of factors to account for here. But they are trying to even things out, try and get that 3-3 half split. And right now, really quick pace inside the building, trying to figure out what the roamers are. They also find B2Man with that, so things are starting off well for them.
Ooh, Logan. Be careful, because there's a defender close by. Crit J is the first to find a kill for Fury, just as things seem like they will peter out for the defense. He throws his team a lifeline. Dark and Crit J, both off site. And it's Dark to find a kill. It's a headshot onto Dot, so it's a hard breach taken down. Maya still having 3 summers available though, so he may be able to employ those. Dark using his scanner to find information as Crit J continues on this roam off site. The Fuser recovered by loss. 70 seconds now to go for the final push. Thought there was going to be a moment there where Maya would make contact with Crit J, but not for now.
I like that Crit J is playing this very slow, whereas Dark was playing it super fast, trying to get back towards the bombs, because now if you're Lowe's, you're probably thinking, I don't think there's any roamers left, because Dark is near the bombs at staircase, but they haven't really seen Crit J in quite some time. These are things that are hard to keep track of. They're still dry peeking corners, thinking someone's there, but the intel is there for Crit J. If that was triggered, he knows somebody was just inside that kitchen area, and it doesn't appear the attackers have any idea of flank is coming. Crit J might be good for 1, maybe even 2 kills if you can play it right.
30 seconds though, and he gets caught off, but he hits the flick! How the hell has that landed? Like, Colas now just needs to lock down sight and give his teammate an opportunity to run Rampage off site. Cameraman and Maya, can they push through? 10 seconds on the clock, and Cameraman falls. 3 kills for Crit J. Like, Colas given a freebie. And Fury cap off another strong half.
Perfect roam game there, where you're kind of doing the switch and bait. One guy falls back, one guy's upstairs, late round flank, but I don't know how Crit J got away with that. He's walking past, trying to get that staircase to the double kill, gets shot at by Lobin, but the Kiva barrier blocked him. He had to advance his position, and in the midst of that split second, he hits the flick. Again, things look good for Lowe's, things fall apart, they don't stabilize, and Fury get a 4-2 half. Sure, it's defense, but this is exactly where they want to be.
And there's been a decent amount of moments like that, I think, for us to make the blanket statement that mechanically speaking, Fury have gotten away with murder in multiple rounds.
Times.
And they've been big, impactful moments. Again, that's not like a throwaway frag where Fury are at like a 2-5 disadvantage, right? And it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. That was a definitive moment in the round. He loses that. More than likely, like, Colas gets overwhelmed and traded on site. Very, very different story. But the fact that he was able to win that, and on top of the fact that he still had control up above and he got another pick after that.
Exactly that.
Hugely impactful. And for loss, again, on the flip side, very, very frustrating. Or potentially frustrating. Heading into this defensive half, I'm eager to see if they'll be able to brush that half off.
Yeah, I saw Fury were looking at different operators here. The Monty was a question mark for them, but instead they opt for more Heartbeat's Destruction. The Maverick and Hibana, bunch of soft utility as well. This way, by playing Ashe, Sophia, and the Buck, if you lose one of those soft breachers, you have many other operators that can do the job for you as well. Now, interesting note here, Lowe's have left the exterior walls of the bomb site soft because there are mirror windows overwatching them from deep inside the site itself. But while that goes on, Dark somehow finds an opening peak upstairs near the roam as well, so Solus, Lopin, 0-6 now, no impact on the frag board at least in this game in particular, and now the intel inside comes out, where the FNATs are, where things are going to be happening, both the door and window are barricaded. If Fury have a good read in the situation, they can certainly establish a plan, but the thing is, there is a mirror window, so they have to rotate Dark there, but he's basically killing everybody on the roam.
Dark is on fire at the moment. Cameraman being hunted down top blue. 2 players on this position. He is able, though, to at least find one. Elsewhere, though, BG Man finds one for Fury. Maya forced back towards site. Cameraman off site as well. Fury should know that the objective is clear. Lycolos will make his way down into that default position. Cameraman falls, and he's good for 2. He's 3rd in the round. Is there another twist in the tail of this round? Cameraman, so experienced. He's been able to win out clutches like this before, but this will be a challenge. So many angles that he needs to clear, mindful that there could be one outside the breach, but both attackers have vacated back towards EXO, and in fact, I9 heading up to Vert. Lycolos knows there's one that's run past. I don't know how that has been allowed to happen.
What's happening?
But I9's ready for it, and he collects the kill.
They were chasing one another. I mean, I get this. I9's playing above avert control, can pop the floor, deny the plant. That is really good post-plant positioning from the attacking side. And Cameraman with the experience says, I should chase after. Because even if I get the kill on side, I can't go for the fuse. But the real hero of that round was Stark. He found 2 kills on the roam, dying to the 3rd. And dying in that position is actually a good thing, because it goes, hey guys, there's still 1 roamer left. That means only 1 single player is on the bomb side. And with that intel, we saw Fury is sprint in with 2 people. 2 more join from hatch drop later on. And yeah, Cameraman almost had the perfect flank, but it didn't matter. They were in a strong plant position. The crossfire was there. And the post plant played vertically was just the cherry on top.
Again, we say time and time again that attacking rounds can often come at a premium. A good start there from Fury. Again, they're just reading their opponent really, really well. They always seem to have a grasp as to what Lost are trying to achieve in these rounds, having a perfect read.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, it's one thing to have the read. It's also another thing to have the solutions in place to deal with
execute.
But they've also been doing that as well, almost faultlessly throughout this series. So full credit to Fury. They've played incredibly well so far. And as long as they keep applying this pressure to Lost, they're a fair chance at winning this series 2-0.
The thing is, Fury's not going to win this round. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. Crit Chase on Blitz. He has a 0% win rate on this operator in this best of 3 so far. He played in the opening round on Oregon, and they lost the round in 20 seconds. Now, I could just be a Crit J Blitz hater, but actually, I am not. I am a Crit J with a real gun enjoyer, okay? Just want to put that out there. This guy's phenomenal. He should not be on Blitz duty. But what do I know?
Well, we'll wait and see. You may have done the inverted caster curse, where you said he's going to do bad and now he might do alright. So, we'll wait and see.
Prove me wrong, Crit J.
No Oryx for loss, and that was what Fury employed on their defense to counter the Montang on that occasion 2 times. So it might actually be a little bit challenging for Lost to deal with this. 1 Nitro available. That's in the hands of Dash. I suppose as well the Fenrir Mines may stall the progress of the shield as well. Dots on Warden, of course, a hard counter. So it'll be important that Crit J elects to target the right defender. Dash is close by. He's in electrical. Fury working con at the moment.
When they're not being opened up though, so Dash can stay on the offense, but Ironline again, opening kill goes into Maya, that's Catwalk player, I believe, and now Dark and Blitz just follow along, but Cameron downstairs finds a vertical kill, I believe, or something like that, yeah, indeed downstairs, so that's the oversight right there. Dash's electrical was not shut down, window wasn't opened, so therefore he punishes Furious advance.
I will say, it certainly feels like this objective of all on Labs probably employs the least vertical play. So good innovation there from Cameraman to deny the blitz, which clearly is a big win condition for Fury in this round. Minute on the clock, though. Can they produce something special to bring it back?
Lost Critchy on the blitz. 50 seconds left, and now we gotta see the other players step up. Dark is so good so far. I92 as his Beach Man, all three so formidable, and to get 1-for-1 trade here. Still in favor of Lowe's in defense, however.
It'll be a final push here then from Fury, and a tough one at that. One spotted at the pillar, and you would suspect that there's another close on the doorway. I9 certainly does. Second player on an island. Cameraman 1 versus 2. Now 1 versus 1. Another clutch attempt here from Cameraman. Dark forced to go for the plant. Cameraman. Does he expect the bait? Probably does, but Dark is going to stick all 7 seconds. He's now forced, though, to hold down the line and play for time. His teammate giving calls, I think. Some information available, perhaps, to Dark. The Kiva barrier making things potentially a little bit more challenging here for Cameraman as they look to exchange blows. Cameraman, 1 shot away from death. Can Dark find that final shot? He will. And Fury win back-to-back attacks.
The clutches, the 1v1s, the 2v2s, they don't seem to be fazed by who their opponent is. And to kind of draw a story for when I say APAC, right? Not like the individual regions in between, but just APAC as a bigger region. Bleed is in a similar position as well, where they don't care who they're up against. They don't care if it's a 1v1, if it's a game that matters, or the stakes are high. They're having fun and playing their own game, and that's their strength right now. It seems like both Fury and Bleed in that same position where they just simply do not care who their opponent is, and it's really working out for them. Now Lowe's down 2-6. Called their tactical timeout, but this is really late.
Man, I need a breather. I tell you what, I am quite happy that we have an off day tomorrow because we've had some pretty hype moments in this game where I've had to get pretty animated and my voice feels like it's on the edge of already being destroyed. It's been like 1.5 maps, but...
We got tomorrow off, yeah?
Yeah.
A little rest day here. We've had, of course, 5 days of action. We've all had 1 day off each, I believe. And, I mean, same with players, right? It's been some long days with some of these teams where you might as well wake up early, but you don't play till later on. And when you wake up in the morning as a player, you have this kind of, this urge and this feeling, this like hunger that you wake up, you're nervous, you're excited, you know, all those things. And it's not really going to go away until after you play the game. So if you play at like 4 p.m. local time, but you wake up at 8 a.m. to practice and get ready, you go all day with that feeling like, oh, you know, it really takes a toll on you. Like the second that Pro League map finishes, or match rather finishes, it's like, I'm ready to go straight to bed. You are exhausted emotionally, physically, mentally, because when you're in these rounds, there are so many things to keep track of, so many things to account for, and the stakes are so high at the 6 Invitational that you are just simply done after a best of 3 series.
Well, I tell you, who might be done after this next round. It's loss. I can't believe I'm saying those words, but Fury with 4 match points here on Nighthaven Labs to close out the series without dropping a map. 4 points to bolster them in the standings. They'll elevate into 2nd position. Not enough to chase down the Sonics, who had a flawless group stage here in Group D. 16 points for them and a plus 24 round differential, but still for Fury, an opportunity to pick their opponent, another 3rd place team from a different group, for their next game. Could be hugely influential in their run towards the live stage.
So, you know, Fox has been like the prediction master this entire event so far. Like, out of 40 games, he only got 4 wrong or something like that. He had Lowe's winning 2-0. That is how crazy this is, by the way. No one's seen this coming. Even Prediction Master Fox say he got this so wrong. He also called VP 2-0 over Bleed. Spoiler alert, that's not happening either, because they're playing on the other stream right now in Stream A, and they're already on a 3rd map, I believe. So, things are not going according to the script, like according to some people, but I'm here for it. Give me the chaos, give me the upsets, give me the surprise, Fury. With half the round to go, Dark again, opening kill after opening kill. He's not done bullying Los.
By far and away, the MVP on this map might not be a huge number, but 9 kills, big 9 kills.
Oh no!
At that crit J. How's he been able to pull that one off? Despite being stunned, he wins the fight. And with a minute to go, the plant is going down. Fury, this could be a flawless conclusion to what has been an outstanding series. And indeed it is. Fury closing out this series against Lost in a 2-0 fashion. They'll finish second in their group. What a performance. What an unexpected performance at that.
Absolutely unbelievable. And I mean, the fact that they get second, like you brought up earlier, they get to choose their opponent now going into phase 2. They have so much confidence going into it. And I feel like being rewarded in the sense that they have their unique playstyle, their individual ways they do things. And now they say, guys, this system works. They're going to go to phase 2 feel like they actually have a legitimate shot at beating some of these teams where prior to this, they might have had a little bit of doubt because of varied results. So I really think this is what they might have needed to elevate their results of this event.
Well, I'll pick up on that point then about doubt, because for the side of Lost, does that now plant the seed of doubt for them? Of course, probably heading into this event with the expectation that they will make a deep run.
Yeah.
Rightly so. They made a major grand final. That's no tall feat. But now third in their group, this loss to Fury, no doubt detrimental in their confidence. How's that going to impact them?
I mean, I think you are correct in the fact that there is going to be some doubt. I think their first game they have in the second phase, when a team will pick them, they're going to sit there and go, this is bad. You know? And then they got to step up. If Los can overcome the first game or two in the second phase, I think they're going to be all right. But the thing is, that also could just be the thing that seals the deal here for them. It's a very tilting game to lose. So many rounds. I feel like Los, they looked like they were helpless. There was like nothing they could do. You try and break down, you know, the mistakes that Los made. It's like, well, Fury were just the better players. There are so many rounds and moments that were decided by sheer gun skill and micro decision making. The hard counter on the Monty 2 times in a row. That's Fury just being better.
I think it's fair to say that they outbrained and outplayed their opponents. Sometimes a series like this, again with the context surrounding it, we sometimes walk away and go, oh, they kind of cheese it. The underdogs cheese their way to victory. By far and away, not the case in this series. Now, maybe I'm being a bit of an Asia shill. I know I cover the region, but I think they played really, really well. And the storyline for Fury, of course, is the fact that heading into 2024, Asia has lost a major slot. So you think about how well they're doing at the event so far, Bleed as well. I think that contest throughout the year is going to be incredibly competitive.
It's always an awkward talking point because, you know, it's recency bias. You see NA do well, you're like, why don't NA have more spots? Because this region's underperforming. And funny enough, like, we have NA teams, EU teams, MENA teams not really hitting the usual mark. And we go, well, Bleeder's showing up, Fury's showing up. What about them, you know? So it's always a complicated situation with how many spots you have because there are so many good teams.
Well, I'm glad the stats reflect that Dark with a 147 EPS.
Beautiful.
I think all 9 of those kills were probably insanely impactful, but Crit J and I9 not trailing too far behind. The same, though, can't be said for the spread of loss. It's Cameraman again at the top of the table for loss, and the remaining 4 players just not quite up to the task.
Yeah, so Atlanta Major, when they're doing well, the times where Los were doing the best was Cameraman in the bottom going -10 with 50 plants, basically. And that's because if you're the quote-unquote supportive work, the flex player, if you're going to become the entry and the main gunner, something's not working in the front line. And look at these ratings from Naya, Dash, and Dots, and even Loben, 52, 55. These are some of the lowest scores I've seen so far at this event.
I think Loben was one of, if not the highest rated player at Atlanta. You look at that and it's shocking to see that he is on 55, really finding it difficult to find his way into this particular matchup. And I mean, even stepping back further and looking at the result as a whole, back-to-back 7-2s as well. Now, if there was ever going to be a team, the 7-2 back-to-back maps, obviously we would have said Lost, right? No one in their right mind would have said Fury. So this is a huge result. Obviously a seeding game, but still, I don't think we can emphasize more just how impactful and unexpected it is.
Yeah, whenever you can go seeding match, let's say that this was a seeding match and Lowe's didn't care, just for theoretical sake. Well, fundamentally speaking, individual player skill, Lowe's should still not lose 2-7. It shouldn't. So, just the fact that every player in Fury is positive here on the scoreboard, and basically every player from Lowe's besides one is negative, it's like, whether you care or not, that should not be the outcome.
Well, the standings now have been finalized here for Group D, so let's have a look. Of course, unfortunately, the sole representatives of Japan in Scars have been knocked out of 6 Invitational 2024. But with that match wrapped up, the 4 remaining spots now have been sorted. Any standouts for you?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't say, I guess Lowe's being second place instead of Fury is the only real standout. I think between Falcons and Scars, it's like a 50-50 who you think might go home. Sonic's being on top, I think most people expected that. At least I had very big expectations from them, and they've really shown that they are a very capable team at this event.
Yeah, I think if I remember back to my predictions, I had Falcons out and maybe lost top of the group. So I've been done a little bit dirty in that regard, but it shaped up very, very interestingly. Anyway, it's been a pleasure casting with you, Nick. I think we did a pretty good job.
Fun.
Yeah, we did all right. We had a fun game.
Mapper, but you know.
Yeah, it helped. Well, we'll throw it back to the break with the intel play of the game. We hope you guys have enjoyed the group stage so far, and we'll see you back for the playoffs.
Attackers activate the diffuser. Defenders have eyes on the diffuser. Attackers need to protect it. Defenders have disabled.
ยังไม่ดอกกระดาษด้วยวะมันน่าจะไปดอกกระดาษมันกว่า